Violet, it's 6:51 on Thursday morning, and I'm 30 seconds away from a moment of intense personal satisfaction. Touch, intimate, tension overwhelming. My day is always better when I start with a boost of personal well-being. And that's the moment my mother's shrill voice breaks all magic, destroying my morning peace. She must have let herself in again, as is typical. The door to my bedroom crashes open as I quickly stop and pull up the covers. My body is in a state of intense frustration. I can't even begin to explain. It's the female equivalent of intense physical discomfort. "Mom!" I slump further under the comforter. "How many times do we need to have this talk? You should be out of bed already. I have something for you." She waves her hands around in the air like the crazy inflatable balloon guy on TV. It's too much this early in my day. I literally just woke up. I need 5 minutes before we have a conversation, okay? Her arms fall to her sides, her shoulders dropping with her smile, which would make me feel bad, except she's let herself into my home and barged into my bedroom unannounced, so all I have is frustration. Oh, sure. Her dejection is blissfully short-lived. How about I put on a pot of coffee? My mom loves to be useful, and while I'm annoyed, I don't want to hurt her feelings, in spite of the inconvenient interruption. That'd be great. Any reason to get her out of my room is a good one, but a fresh pot of coffee is more than welcome. She backs out and closes the door, leaving me in peace. For 3 seconds, I contemplate finishing what I started, but there's no way I'm going to finish with my mom tooling around in my kitchen. Instead, I toss my device into the nightstand and make a stop in the bathroom to wash my hands. At 22, I should be able to maintain some distance from my mother. However, she has a great deal of difficulty with the concept of personal space. In my freshman year of college, I threw out the idea of moving into an apartment close to campus. My mom and Sydney, my stepdad, had recently tied the knot. They were worse than virginal teenagers. I've had the misfortune of walking in on them in intimate moments more than once. The third time was my breaking point. Guilt-ridden and embarrassed by the psychological damage he had caused, Sydney offered to renovate the pool house. I agreed only because it saved me thousands on rent. When I first scored my job several months ago, I started looking for my own apartment again, in part because of the frequency of my mother's unplanned visits. Being the ever-helpful parent, she tagged along on the expedition and told me roommate horror stories a la Single White Female. Seeing as the only places I could reasonably afford were shared accommodations, I chose to stay put in the pool house a while longer. As I no longer carry the burden of tuition, revisiting that option seems like a good plan. I wipe my hands on my t-shirt as I enter the kitchen. My mom sits at the table and leafs through one of the gossip rags she loves to read while she sips a cup of coffee. "I think they made Buck look way worse here than he really is, don't you?" She turns the magazine around so I can see the horrible pictures of my stepbrother. I grab a mug, fill it with liquid heaven, and drop into the chair across from my mom. I think Buck does a decent job of making himself look bad all on his own, without the help of the media. My stepbrother is such a promiscuous person. I'm tempted to apply this label to all professional hockey players. It's a blanket statement, an overzealous and possibly incorrect generalization. However, based on personal experience, I believe it's true for the most part. It certainly applies to the one hockey player I dated last year. I consider him to be like Voldemort, he who shall not be named. The third page of last week's entertainment section confirms this hypothesis. The evidence is splashed all over the grainy 2-page spread of Buck in a very inappropriate situation. With a woman, in a public bathroom. He appears to be intimately engaged with her inside a stall, with the door open. So dirty. The picture itself isn't a surprise. Hundreds of similar images can be found through an internet search. Buck has been intimately involved with half the female population in the continental U.S. and probably a few up in Canada. The woman he's making out with is the problem. He's not intimately involved with a random hockey groupie. Oh no, it's his former coach's niece. Her name is Fran. She's adorable, and now she looks like a total groupie, thanks to Buck. In his defense, he said he didn't know who she was. He's not bright, and he was hammered, so it likely was an honest mistake. Not that it makes his promiscuous behavior any less abhorrent. This little incident is the reason behind his recent trade to the Hawks. His return to Chicago means I'll be seeing a lot more of him again. Well, I think they've blown this way out of proportion. Sydney's excited to have him back in the city, though. Anyway, she pushes a piece of paper toward me. Upon inspection, I realize it's a plane ticket. I snatch it up and frown. What's this? Why does it have my name on it? What's in Atlanta? Surprise! She does jazz hands. It's Buck's first away game with the Hawks. Mom, I can't. We're going as a family to support him. He's had a rough couple of weeks. It's not my fault Buck can't keep himself in line and away from his coach's niece. Violet. Her brow arches and her lips purse as if she's sucking a lemon. Don't be so crass. This isn't about Buck's recent troubles. Yes, it is. Buck doesn't care if I come to his games. He was very upset when you couldn't make the last few. Maybe if you'd been at this one, she points at the magazine, he might not have gotten himself into so much trouble. Are you guilting me into coming? I glare over the rim of my mug. Not at all. I'm just throwing out hypotheticals. I cough choke. Do you mean hypothesicals? That's what I said. Correcting her is as pointless as fighting her on this. Once my mom makes up her mind, rationalizing an alternative is like slamming your head into a titanium wall, painful and futile. I need to reconsider the apartment situation. I give getting out of going to the game a last-ditch effort. I have to work this weekend. No, you don't. How do you know? She ignores the question. A car will be at the house to pick us up at 6. I don't get off until 5. How are we even going to make it to the game on time? The flight isn't until tomorrow morning. She taps the date on the ticket, which I failed to read. Oh, so much for finding a way out. It looks like I'm going to another hockey game. Yippee! It'll be so much fun. We can go outlet shopping. Welp, I've got to go. Don't want to be late for my Pilates class. She jumps up and bounces out the door, off to her next thing. After my mom leaves, I check the time. I have half an hour to get ready. I ended up taking longer than expected, so I have to drive faster than usual to work. As a recent graduate from the accounting program at the University of Illinois, I scored the job through my internship, which Sydney set up for me. Having a stepfather who scouts for the NHL does have some perks. I'm a junior accountant for a PR firm specializing in, wait for it, sports financial management. This includes investing professional hockey players' fortunes. I'm surrounded by hockey all the time. Charlene, my bestie and colleague, sits on the edge of my desk sipping her coffee while I frantically organize files. I can't go out tonight. I have too much to do for the Kunz account, I tell her. You're bailing on me to work late on a Friday? My mom's making me go to Buck's game tomorrow in Atlanta. Apparently, we need to band together as a family to support his inability to be faithful. Charlene makes a sympathetic face. He really messed up this time, didn't he? Don't get me started. He's such an idiot. Anyway, we're flying out early in the morning, so I need to be prepared for Monday before I leave for the weekend.
Can't you work on it while you're there? My mom wants to go shopping, so I'm not sure how much free time I'll have. Plus, I have 100 pages to finish for book club on Tuesday. Charlene rolls her eyes. Frickin' Lydia. I say we blackball her out of the club. You can't blackball people out of a book club. Says who? I was happy reading mindless stories. I'm buying the Cliff's Notes. It's not a half-bad idea. Although, being the competitive person I am, I would hate to go into the book club discussion with only a vague understanding of the crappy book Lydia's making us read. I'll suffer through it if I can come up with an intelligent argument why it's so terrible. I'll probably bring the book to the game, in case I can get in some reading time. Oh, come on, Vi. The Hawks are having a killer season. I bet the game will be awesome. I'm sure she's not wrong. However, I don't have the same warm fuzzies toward the game or the players as Charlene. She's been a die-hard Hawks fan her entire life. She watches every game and even participates in those pools where you create your own team. Like fantasy football, except with hockey. Anyway, Charlene flaps her hand around. That's not the point. The point is you'll be hobnobbing with the players afterward, right? Which means you'll meet Darren Westinghouse. Who? Charlene curls her lip and gives me a snooty look. He plays right wing for the Hawks. She starts listing his stats. It sounds something like blah, blah, blah. I tune most of it out until she asks, "Will you take a picture of him if you get the chance?" First of all, Char, hockey players don't hobnob, they hang out. Second, I plan to skip the after-party nonsense. I'll have to catch up on work. I pat the file folders on my desk. What a load of nonsense! She looks around to make sure no one is paying attention. Jimmy, whose cubicle is across from mine, raises an eyebrow and points to the phone at his ear, so Charlene lowers her voice. "Come on, Violet, you have to go. For me, please. Just long enough to snap a pic. Then you can go be boring in your hotel room by yourself. I'd send you in my place if I could. I have no problem watching hockey, even though the rules evade me for the most part. Some of those boys are attractive, but the appeal ends there. Buck is a perfect example, as is the one and only hockey player I ever dated. He wasn't even an NHLer, just some jerk in the minors I went out with last year looking for a leg up. Unfortunately, I turned out to be the owner of said leg. Not only was he an unpleasant partner, he also humiliated me in a way I'm not likely to forget anytime soon. Come on, Vi, you can enjoy the man candy if nothing else. Yeah, because skanky guys are such a turn-on? Darren's not a skank. I appease her rather than argue. I'll see about the photobomb. No guarantees. Mostly, the after-parties are a food free-for-all for the players, complemented by hordes of eager fans. She squeals and claps her hands. You're the best! I hold up my hands. No promises, but I'll try. Charlene convinces me to break for lunch, and we gorge at the all-you-can-eat Thai buffet nearby. Fortunately, the amount of food I consume doesn't slow my roll in the afternoon. By 9 in the evening, I can no longer focus on the computer screen. My stomach is growling so loudly I keep checking to make sure a bear hasn't wandered into the office. Drive-through fast food is my poison of choice. I scarf down 3 tiny burgers and a large fries while I drive home. I reluctantly skip the milkshake, because indigestion and flying don't mesh well. My mother has left a sticky note on my door to remind me we're leaving for the airport at a ridiculously early hour in the morning. Those are my words, not hers. The logical thing to do would be to pack my stuff and go to bed so I'm not exhausted in the morning. Instead, I change into a t-shirt and my favorite pair of Marvel comic-inspired boxer briefs. They fit so nicely, and channel surf. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I know, my mom is standing over me. "Violet, why are you still sleeping? We should have left 10 minutes ago." Her shrill morning voice functions as the worst kind of alarm. I try to hide under a throw pillow, but she snatches it away. "Get up, get up, get up!" She grabs my arm and pulls, forcing me to my feet. Due to my complete lack of preparation, I pack in a rush, tossing clothes into a bag at random while I pull on jeans. I grab the first bra I find. It's extra loud, boasting a fuchsia leopard print pattern and black lace accents. I don't have time to search for something else, not with my mom tapping her talon nails on my door, hovering as usual. I have the foresight to pack my copy of Tom Jones so I can finish it for Tuesday's book club discussion. My mom drags me to the car while I'm zipping up my bag, afraid we'll miss our plane. She's totally overreacting. We only have to speed walk through the airport to make it to our gate for boarding. Sydney, being the awesome guy he is, books first-class tickets. The seats are roomy and comfortable. This allows me to pass out until the flight attendant comes by to offer drinks. I ask for a mimosa, it's mostly orange juice, and leaf through the copy of the hockey news Sydney brought. It's the same old, stats and more stats, with a few pictures of disheveled, hot hockey players scattered within. I abandon the magazine and pull out my copy of Tom Jones. Maybe it'll bore me back to sleep. I'm annoyed I have to finish this for Tuesday. I like reading. Hell, I even took a couple of English lit classes in college purely for enjoyment. I might have enjoyed this book had it not followed on the heels of the fun, exciting stories I've partaken of lately. After reading the same paragraph 20 times, I give up and play mindless games on my phone for the rest of the flight. There's a car waiting for us at the airport, because that's how Sydney rolls, and we're whisked away to the hotel. It's the same one the team is staying at, so it'll be easy to escape the after celebrations should the Hawks win. However, we run into a bit of an issue with the hotel concierge. They've booked us a suite. This wasn't part of a deal. I expected to have my own room. I bite my tongue and pretend it's totally fine, because I don't want to appear ungrateful, even though I didn't ask to come on this impromptu trip in the first place. On the upside, the suite is huge. There's a spacious living room, and I have my own bedroom with a private bath, complete with a jacuzzi tub. I lock myself away and have a 2-hour soak, where I once again try to read more of my book. I accidentally get the cover wet and have to lay it on the vent to dry. Getting dressed is an adventure. I did a poor job packing. I'm fortunate enough to have a pair of black jeans to wear. Sadly, the only bra I have is the fuchsia one, which worked with the black hoodie I wore on the plane. However, I'm clean, so I'm not recycling the hoodie, and my options are limited to a pale pink tee or a blue one with stains on the front. The pink one will have to do. I pull on the shirt and check out my reflection in the mirror. Oh yeah, the leopard print is way obvious through the thin fabric. I cover it up with a light sweater and call my outfit a success. Glasses fog in arenas, so I jam in my contact lenses. I also look much less nerdy without glasses, and considering I have to meet a whole new set of teammates tonight, I'll use all the anti-nerd help I can get. By the time I finally get my contact lenses to stay on my eyeballs, it takes 3 tries. There isn't time for my mom to assault my face with her palette of eyeshadow. She's a big fan of blue. I always end up looking like someone from a 70s sitcom. Armed with my wool coat and my messenger bag, which houses a scarf, mittens, hat, my semi-dry copy of Tom Jones, and my phone, I'm game ready. As an afterthought, I check for my pack of cigarettes. I don't actually smoke.
They're my crutch when I want to extricate myself from uncomfortable social situations. It happens a lot. I've learned to release the smoke slowly so people don't notice I'm not inhaling. The arena is packed. Luckily, we have great seats, and Sydney knows everyone, so getting to the first row isn't a problem. I settle in, appreciating the ample legroom and unobstructed view of center ice. Sydney orders a round of beers as the Hawks take the ice. Half the crowd explodes into cheers, despite it being an away game. I'm mesmerized by the way these guys glide over the perilously slick surface with such ease. I'm petrified of skating, much like some people are afraid of snakes and spiders. Wearing blades on my feet screams of danger. I struggled mastering downward-facing dog. I don't need to slice open an artery in an attempt to expand my sports repertoire. Sydney stands and pumps his fist in the air as Buck skates onto the ice. Half the crowd explodes into cheers, despite it being an away game. I'm mesmerized by the way these guys glide over the perilously slick surface with such ease. I'm petrified of skating, much like some people are afraid of snakes and spiders. Wearing blades on my feet screams of danger. I struggled mastering downward-facing dog. I don't need to slice open an artery in an attempt to expand my sports repertoire. Sydney stands and pumps his fist in the air as Buck skates onto the ice. Buck is mammoth, like a yeti, a huge, perverted, hairy, difficult person of a yeti. According to the sportscasters, Buck's an excellent hockey player. I'd agree, based on his yearly salary alone. No one gets that much money for being terrible. Behind me, a gaggle of girls whose skirts could double as headbands giggle obnoxiously about some guy named Alex Waters. The name is vaguely familiar. They mention a hat trick. He must be an awesome player to pull off one of those. Their discussion takes an interesting turn when one girl brings up the size of individual team members' private parts. At the drop of the puck, conversations about private parts cease. The Hawks score a goal in the first 3 minutes. I've never seen anyone move as fast as their center. He's like a bolt of red lightning shooting across the ice. The Hawks easily maintained a lead through the end of the first period. Seconds before the buzzer goes, I bolt up the stairs and find the closest bathroom, hoping to avoid the rush.
My bladder is ready to burst thanks to the giant beer I've consumed. Unfortunately, there's a line of women suffering the same plight, so I have to grit my teeth and do Kegels until a stall opens. The whole pee adventure takes far longer than I anticipated, and the game is already into the second period by the time I re-enter the arena. As I approach my seat, I notice a mess going down on the ice, like seriously going down right in front of me. I'm equal parts elated and horrified when one player slams another into the plexiglass barricade. He smashes into it head first, his helmet and cage saving his face. Vibrant hazel eyes, the color of moss cut with a shot of bourbon, meet mine. It's only for a second, and then he's gone again. He and the Atlanta guy struggle to pull off their gloves while holding each other's jersey. Helmets hit the ice. The excitement of the crowd is infectious. Everyone else is screaming, and I'm tempted to join in, but there's violence, and it seems wrong to enjoy it, so I keep my lips sealed. The concept of mob mentality makes much more sense now. The guy with the nice eyes has the advantage. The name Waters is written in big black letters across his shoulders. He's number 11. This is the Magic Man, huh? His face is obscured by a flailing fist, but I admire his tenacity. He's giving as good as he's getting. The refs get involved, breaking up the fight and inciting the crowd by calling penalties. Waters looks angry. Not mildly so either. He's raging like a lunatic angry. He glides across the ice, hurtling himself into the timeout box. He throws his helmet across the small space, only to pick it up and do it again. A ref cautions him, so he drops to the bench in a snit. Waters is far from calm while the ref chews him out. His face is red and his lips mash into a thin line. He's vaguely familiar. Even sweaty and angry, he's rather attractive. I can see why the women behind me are so interested in him. Sydney was kind enough to get another round of beers, so I sip mine while observing Waters. He's watching the seconds drop off his 5-minute penalty. He surveys the arena, looking in my direction, or at least I think he does. My contact lenses make my eyes dry, so I can't be positive. The girls behind me assume he's looking at them and twitter like 12-year-olds. I roll my eyes. Waters cocks a brow. Oh no, he must think it's directed at him. On the plus side, my eye roll has helped clear my vision, sort of. I make a real show of digging around in my bag for my eye drops. By the time I finally find them, his focus is on the game again. The excitement seems to be finished for now, so I take out my book. 2 paragraphs in, the buzzer sounds, drawing my attention away from the story I'm half-heartedly reading. Waters hurtles out of the timeout box, helmet and gloves on. I'm rather impressed with this move. I couldn't do it in a pair of sweats and a t-shirt, let alone a whole ensemble of body armor. A blur of black comes to a halt as Waters' stick smashes into the ice. He pivots in a move that's both graceful and aggressive and barrels toward Atlanta's goalie, dancing with the puck as he goes. He pulls back his stick and slaps the puck across the ice like it's a rubber meteor. It goes right between the legs of the goalie and ricochets off the net. Waters has been on the ice for all of 15 seconds. The hockey fans behind me lose their minds, screaming their annoying banshee heads off. The rest of the crowd get to their feet and yell with them, as do I. It seems reasonable, more so than my enjoyment over face bashing. The guy with the nice eyes has the advantage. The name Waters is written in big black letters across his shoulders. He's number 11. This is the Magic Man, huh? His face is obscured by a flailing fist, but I admire his tenacity. He's giving as good as he's getting. The refs get involved, breaking up the fight and inciting the crowd by calling penalties. Waters looks angry. Not mildly so either. He's raging like a lunatic angry. He glides across the ice, hurtling himself into the timeout box. He throws his helmet across the small space, only to pick it up and do it again. A ref cautions him, so he drops to the bench in a snit. Waters is far from calm while the ref chews him out. His face is red, and his lips mash into a thin line. He's vaguely familiar. Even sweaty and angry, he's rather attractive. I can see why the women behind me are so interested in him. Sydney was kind enough to get another round of beers, so I sip mine while observing Waters. He's watching the seconds drop off his 5-minute penalty. He surveys the arena, looking in my direction, or at least I think he does. My contact lenses make my eyes dry, so I can't be positive. The girls behind me assume he's looking at them and twitter like 12-year-olds. I roll my eyes. Waters cocks a brow. Oh no, he must think it's directed at him. On the plus side, my eye roll has helped clear my vision, sort of. I make a real show of digging around in my bag for my eye drops. By the time I finally find them, his focus is on the game again. The excitement seems to be finished for now, so I take out my book. 2 paragraphs in, the buzzer sounds, drawing my attention away from the story I'm half-heartedly reading. Waters hurtles out of the timeout box, helmet and gloves on. I'm rather impressed with this move. I couldn't do it in a pair of sweats and a t-shirt, let alone a whole ensemble of body armor. A blur of black comes to a halt as Waters' stick smashes into the ice. He pivots in a move that's both graceful and aggressive and barrels toward Atlanta's goalie, dancing with the puck as he goes. He pulls back his stick and slaps the puck across the ice like it's a rubber meteor. It goes right between the legs of the goalie and ricochets off the net. Waters has been on the ice for all of 15 seconds. The hockey fans behind me lose their minds, screaming their annoying banshee heads off. The rest of the crowd get to their feet and yell with them, as do I. It seems reasonable, more so than my enjoyment over face bashing. The game is fast-paced, and the bodies rush by. I'm like a cat following one of those laser lights around. Suddenly, an arm smashes into the plexiglass in front of me. I startle, spilling beer on my coat. At first, I'm inappropriately excited at the possibility of another fight. Instead, I'm met once again with the same stunning eyes. I swear Waters smirks as I wipe beer off my chest. I frown and give my chest a squeeze, for what purpose I'm unsure. I doubt he catches it. He's off like a slingshot, skating after the puck. Buck's team crush Atlanta 6-1. I clap and cheer, my enthusiasm authentic. I attribute it partially to the amount of beer I've consumed. Once the players leave the ice, we file out of the arena. Crowds make me nervous, so I want to wait until most of the people have cleared the stadium, but Sydney is anxious to find Buck. Come on, Vi. He slings an arm around my shoulders, protecting me from the masses. My mom hooks her arm with mine, sandwiching me between them. Did you have fun? It was okay, I say, as Sydney maneuvers our way through the crowd. Just okay? You were cheering with the rest of them. Sydney gives my shoulder a squeeze. I think she liked the fight, my mom yells above the noise. It wasn't just the fight, I reply.
I gladly accept the drink, my mild buzz having worn off during the lengthy drive. The team's arrival is closely followed by a stampede of enthusiastic fans. I'm surrounded by many people and high-pitched chatter, while Buck regales Sydney with the finer details of the game. As if he wasn't there, I seek out the red exit sign. Rooting around in my bag, I find my smokes and make my move toward the beacon of temporary freedom, excited for my reprieve from social discomfort. Buck notices my attempted escape and grabs my arm. "Where you going?" Buck shouts. I hold up the pack of smokes. I'd have to yell in order for him to hear me otherwise. He wrinkles his nose in distaste. "You really shouldn't smoke. It's bad for your health." I'm irritated by the attention he's drawing to us and my fake bad habit, so I fire off an insult. "So are some risky behaviors. You don't hear me lecturing you on your questionable choices." He ignores the comment and drags me to his team's table. It's covered in heaping plates of food, which the guys inhale at an unprecedented rate. Many women flit around like fruit flies near wine. Seeing as I'm here, I'll try and make good on Charlene's request. All I need to do is figure out who Westing What's-His-Face is so I can snap a pic, feign a headache, and get out of here. I find an empty seat. The chairs on either side of me are vacant, aside from a jacket carelessly tossed across the one on my right. A random chick snags Buck before I can ask after Charlene's crush. The smile slapped across his face might look friendly, but I've been around him long enough to know better. I enjoy his growing frustration as she snaps selfie after selfie.
When she touched him inappropriately, I take pity on him. Hey, Beefcake, enough with the soft porn photo shoot. Grab a chair. Both his head and the girl's snap in my direction, as well as those of half the team. I may have raised my voice too much. With the way Buck is smiling, I must be the color of a tomato. His relief and the girl's incredulity are rather satisfying, so the awkwardness is worth it. The difficult person mumbles something, and Buck grows grim. That's my sister. Her expression turns from irritation to discomfort. She apologizes and teeters off on her outrageous heels. Buck drops into the seat beside mine, throwing his arm across my chair. Thanks for the save. I thought she was going to expose me right there. I scoff. Whatever, it's not that impressive. Besides, I didn't want to listen to you whine about a herpes flare-up. Movement in my peripheral vision catches my attention as one of Buck's teammates takes the seat beside me. I hope he didn't hear me making fun of Buck. I glance at him in time for a waitress to practically smack me in the face as she places a drink in front of him. It looks like milk. I give him the side-eye as she moves away. The guy sitting to his right asks him a question, drawing his attention away from me. I recognize him from the timeout box. Waters. Wow, is he ever hot. His dark hair is cut short, and he's got some wicked scruff going on. Even with the beard growth, I can tell he's been blessed with one of those rugged jawlines. Nerves, embarrassment, and Waters' hotness have a cumulative effect, making me sweaty. I pull my sweater over my head, not accounting for static, and my t-shirt sticks to the woolly outer layer. Face covered with fabric, I scramble to pull the shirt into place. The silence at the table is telling. Once I wrestle free of the sweater, I'm met with a number of wide eyes focused on my chest. I look down. Right, my bra is visible through the pale pink cotton, and now everyone at this table, including Buck, has seen it unfiltered by the shirt. Buck leans in and whispers, "Put the sweater back on." I play dumb. Why? Everyone can see. He motions toward my chest without looking. I wave him off. It's not that obvious. It's totally that obvious. He shoots me one of his glares. It's meant to be threatening, but it makes him look constipated. I leave the sweater off to irritate him. It's effective. His face turns an interesting shade of red. I need another beer. He slams his mug on the table and eyes me as he gets up and goes to the bar, despite the half-full pitcher of beer on the table. I'm about to put the sweater on again when Waters turns to me. "Hi, I'm Alex." He's all pretty smile and white teeth. They're probably fake. Those eyes are something else, though, even if he is sporting the makings of a black eye. I try hard not to look directly at him, afraid I'll be ensnared by his rugged, handsome face. I'm Violet. I didn't realize Butterson had a sister. Even his voice is familiar, satin smooth and deep. He takes a sip of his drink, leaving behind a milk mustache he quickly wipes away. It's then I realize where I recognize him from, the milk advertisements. Sweet Lord, I've found him incredibly attractive. My mortification reaches new heights, causing me to say something more insane than usual. I'm his stepsister. He likes to keep me a secret since he wants to go all Ophelia on me. My eyes widen at my terrible joke, though if he's anything like Buck, he won't get the reference. Butterson would make a bad nun, eh? I swear he's made an accurate reference to Shakespeare. Stunned, I make direct eye contact, or I try to. His eyes keep bouncing between my chest and my face, so that's a challenge. Normally, I'd be put out by his blatant ogling, but I've asked for it with the sheer shirt and the ostentatious bra. I further my own embarrassment and his by making a bold statement. They're quite prominent, aren't they? His eyes shoot to mine. Busted. I didn't mean to. I wasn't. This is one of the most entertaining interactions I've had with a member of the opposite sex in ages. I make a snicker snort noise and look away. Buck leans against the bar, talking to a girl whose skirt was very short. I nudge Alex with my elbow. His arm is like a rock. Check out Buck's friend. The timing couldn't be more perfect. The girl leans forward and gives our table an even better view. Is that... am I looking at her private parts? Mid-swig, I choke on the mouthful of beer, sputtering and coughing. After I recover, I ask jokingly, "Private parts? Are you Canadian or something?" Those vibrant eyes move to mine. God, he's awfully pretty. And close. He's really close, like inches away. Rock arm brushing mine close. I can even smell his cologne or deodorant, whatever it is. He smells yummy. He's silent for what seems like a long time. Or maybe it's because I'm staring. Or the question may have stumped him. My experiences with Buck and the one hockey player I dated previously have led me to the assertion that hockey players aren't notoriously intelligent. I'm aware this isn't a universal truth, but Buck certainly reinforces my perceived stereotype. He's definitely not a rocket scientist. He's not even a rocket scientist's assistant. However, I'm almost positive Alex made a literary pun a moment ago. Waters could very well be an unexpected anomaly. I'm intrigued. Yeah, I'm Canadian. Does everyone in Canada use that term? Like the Brits use a similar term? I can't believe I asked him this. I'm barely buzzed, otherwise I'd blame it on drunkenness. He blinks a few times. Did you say that term? It's possible his helmet wasn't up to code and he sustained a head injury during the fight. There's a sweet bruise on the side of his chiseled jaw. His nose is crooked with a decent bump from what I imagine could be multiple breaks. It's not ugly, though. It's sexy, in a I really mess people up way. No, I said that term, plural, as in more than one. I'm making a complete fool out of myself. To avoid saying something worse, I excuse myself so I can pretend to smoke. I grab my bag and sweater and leave the beer. Based on the mess coming out of my mouth, I don't need to add any fuel to that fire. Buck grabs my arm as I pass him. Hey, what's with you and Waters? Alex is shrugging into his jacket. Maybe he's leaving. Too bad. He was fun to talk to and nice to look at. I sigh with irritation.
It's common courtesy to strike up a conversation with the person sitting next to you, or did you miss the rules of social etiquette in kindergarten? Rules of what? Never mind. What else am I supposed to do? Ignore him? I was being polite, and Alex is entertaining. Yeah, well, I don't know these guys that well yet, and he's got a rep. Be careful who you get friendly with. I wasn't engaging in anything inappropriate under the table. We were talking. I'm going for a smoke. Leaving him with the girl, I head for the door. The temperature has dropped in the past half hour, so I pull on my sweater. Finding my smokes, I pop one between my lips and search for my lighter. I can't find it anywhere. Need a light? I pull my head out of my purse to find Waters holding a pack of matches. Are you following me? He shrugs and gives me a grin that could have a strong effect on me, if I were dumb enough to allow myself to be affected in such a way. I'm not. Mostly. I thought you might like some company. He flips open the matchbook and tears one free. I purse the cigarette between my lips. Alex strikes the match and curves his palm to protect the flame. He watches while I inhale, the embers burning orange as I take a shallow drag and cough. Gosh! Tears spring to my eye as I eye-toke the smoke. Swearing like a sailor, I cover my eye with my palm. You've got a dirty mouth, eh? Only when I try and smoke with my eyeball, I say between coughs. Alex tosses the matches on a table and pats my back until I stop hacking up along. Butterson doesn't seem too happy. Through the window, I spot Buck and the girl. She's not pulling the selfie business, so he doesn't seem to mind her hanging off his arm while he glares in our direction. He's being a colossal jerk tonight. Forget Buck. I take a fake drag of my cigarette. Dimples appear in Alex's cheeks as I exhale a cloud of smoke and choke back another cough. Do you even smoke? I debate lying and decide against it. Not really. I do it as a way to escape awkward social situations. So you came out here to get away from me? Not you in particular. His tongue peeks out to sweep across his bottom lip. He's got a nice mouth, even with the split in the corner. Remembering the way he took out the Atlanta guy makes me warm all over. Thoughts such as these are bound to get me into trouble. Hockey players are bad news, especially ones as hot as he is. He's looking at me expectantly. Gosh, he must have asked a question. My mind is wandering like a squirrel on Red Bull. Sorry, what? I flick the ash on my cigarette. You were reading during the game. What book? He sounds genuinely curious and a little offended. Tom Jones. I have to finish it for my book club on Tuesday. Wow, do I ever sound like a winner? He must have been watching me while he was in the timeout box. Fielding at a hockey game? Kind of cerebral with beer and violence, isn't it? I blink as if I've been high-beamed with a flashlight. Alex knows who wrote Tom Jones, and he's used the word cerebral in the appropriate context. I was right. He did get my Shakespeare reference.
Alex Waters has single-handedly obliterated my misapprehension regarding the inferior intellect of hockey players with one sentence. In doing so, he's become infinitely hotter than he was 5 seconds ago. You've read Fielding? I take a step closer. My voice is low, as if I've switched into phone sex operator mode. It's adorable. He's wearing an expression I'm familiar with. Panic merged with fear. I sport the same one when I inadvertently revealed my extreme nerdiness. Most nights, I would much rather be at home curled up with a book or playing solitaire. Then, hence the excessive beer consumption and the fake smoking crush. I think literacy is sexy, I whisper. Me too. His dimples make an appearance. I have one of those rare moments where my brain fritzes and I do something completely out of character. It's so outside of my personal code of conduct that I'll probably relive the incident over and over, trying to figure out what flipped the switch. For the time being, I'm blaming the beers, jet lag, and his accurate literary references. I grab Waters by the shirt and pull his face to mine. His mouth is soft and warm. The stubble on his chin scratches my skin, and I like it. I shove my tongue into his mouth. Well, that's not true. I slide it across his bottom lip, touching the barely healed split, and he parts for me. Soft, warm, and wet meet more soft, warm, and wet. He tastes like chocolate and, more faintly, coffee liqueur. His hand runs a hot trail along my side, and he pulls me tight against him. He's all hard edges and heat, and I can feel, holy, a firm form pressed against my stomach. After far too short a time, he breaks the kiss, trailing his lips across my ear to my ear. Do you want to get out of here? Buck will kill you. I can take him. Violet. I hear my name in the distance and choose to ignore it. Instead, I nibble on Alex's lip, more turned on than I should be regarding his willingness to take on Buck. Alex takes the hint, kissing me again. I expect him to be all aggressive and hard, considering his performance on the ice, but the way his tongue moves with mine can only be described as sensual. This is by far the best kiss ever, which is unfortunate since he's likely a promiscuous hockey player, albeit a well-read one. I really shouldn't entertain leaving with him. My past experience with hockey players tells me this unequivocally. The difference is, this is a fling. He's not asking me on a date, and I'm not expecting one. The song Let's Make Out is playing through my head. I want it to be my anthem. What in the world are you doing? Buck yells in my ear. I cringe away from the noise, separating my lips from Alex's. Buck's a difficult person, interrupting us. The few people on the patio have stopped talking on account of his unnecessary loudness. I'd forgotten we're in a public place. I'll attribute it to the beers I had earlier and my lack of clarity thanks to Alex's tongue in my mouth. What's going on here? Buck asks just as loudly, gesturing wildly with his giant, hairy-knuckled hands. We're having a very intense conversation, I say sarcastically. Sometimes I wish my mouth didn't have a faulty connection to my brain, allowing everything to come out unfiltered. Alex coughs, his fingers twitching on my hip, and Buck's face turns an unnatural shade of red. This is such an odd situation. The awkwardness causes me to continue to spew idiocy. Fine, you got me. I wasn't being intimate in that way. We were just kissing passionately. This is otherwise referred to as kissing, but I was trying to provoke you, so I went with that. Buck's nostrils flare. I'm such a jerk. He's probably going to lay Alex out for this. Buck gives up rationalizing with me and turns to Alex. Get your darn hands off my sister. Stepsister. I can't help poking the Yeti. It's the same darn thing. Don't even. I shake a finger in his face and throw in a head wobble. You don't have a say in what I do or where Alex puts his hands? I'll tell Sky, Buck threatens, as if we're four and I stole his favorite toy. Like she'll care. Buck raises a brow. Are you kidding? She'll tell all her friends. Gosh, he's right. My mom won't be able to keep her yap shut. She'll ask me inappropriate questions. I won't stand for it. I grab onto the lapels of Buck's jacket and try to haul myself up so we're face to face. It's like climbing one of those rock walls, a big, hairy rock wall. So I give up and yank on his shirt until he bends to meet me. You listen to me, jerk. If you breathe one word of this to my mother, I will openly talk about the time we got drunk and you tried to touch me inappropriately. You got me? I'm not kidding you. I'll do it. Buck has never tried to feel me up, not on purpose anyway. You wouldn't, Buck whisper hisses. I've got him where I want him. Figuratively speaking, of course. You want to try me? Go for it. I've got nothing to lose. Okay, I won't say a word. Just,
Can we talk in private, please? With his hands raised, he glances between Alex and me, his panic evident. Only the two of us have knowledge of this incident. In fact, if I was honest with him, he wouldn't be worried at all. He was drunk out of his gourd at the time. Allowing him to believe he did touch me inappropriately, even if by accident, gives me leverage in situations such as these. I let go of his lapels. You've managed to suck all the fun right out of this evening. I'm taking off. I'd invite Alex to come with me to annoy Buck even more, and maybe to continue making out, but I'm sharing a room with my parents. Interrupters are everywhere tonight, thwarting my attempts at poor decision-making. Alex whispers something in my ear. It sounds like, "Stay." Granted, he may be breathing out of his nose and making a whistling noise that resembles a word. "If you want," Buck says amicably. Annoyed and unable to backpedal, I turn to Alex. "Do you want my number?" "Sure." He digs his phone out of his back pocket, pulls up his contact list, and hands me the device. "Don't give him your number." Buck's aggravation hardly improves my mood. I ignore him and type my number into Waters' little black book, more than happy to irritate Buck in whatever way I can. As fun as making out with Alex has been, it's unlikely he'll actually call. "Thanks for the passionate moment," I whisper as I pass his phone back. He winks. "Any time." I shove Buck's shoulder as I pass. He doesn't even have the decency to move an inch, and make my way through the bar to the elevator bank. As disappointed as I am that Buck interrupted my fun, it's better this way. Alex is way too hot and far too good at passionate kissing to be safe. My parents are locked in their room, so I don't have to engage in mindless chit-chat. Sometimes Sydney walks around in his underwear. I'm used to dealing with his abundance of chest hair, but the white briefs are too much. I have a solid understanding why my mom married him, beyond his stellar personality. I tiptoe through the suite and lock myself in my room. My first stop is my suitcase. After dumping out the contents of my bag onto the floor, it becomes evident I've forgotten a personal item along with every other important item. I did bring plenty of extra socks and my one awesome bra. The makeout session with Alex has left me with a strong desire. Touch, intimate, tension overwhelming. I reached a peak. Afterwards, I searched the pile on the floor for my pajamas, laughing upon their discovery. I haven't seen this particular pair since high school. I didn't even realize I still had them. They don't fit well, but they'll have to do. The top is stretched tight across my chest, like an ace bandage. The pants, complete with fly flap, are now capris. The waist sits so low, it barely covers my backside. Whatever, it's not like anyone's going to see me in them. The usual nighttime routine goes as follows. Wash face, brush teeth, take out contact lenses, and search for glasses since I'm not smart enough to make sure I have them with me in the first place. I find them on the floor, between pairs of clean socks and my lone pair of clean underwear, which I need to save for tomorrow. The muffled sound of my phone ringing comes from under the pile of discarded clothes. It's probably Buck, making sure I didn't get kidnapped on the way back to my room. "What do you want, jerk? Haven't you ruined my night enough by interrupting my passionate kissing session with your very attractive teammate? Now you have to disturb my private moment, too?" I cover the receiver to stifle my laugh. Discussions about personal intimacy make Buck uncomfortable. Probably because he believes he once asked if watching me in a private moment would constitute incest. It's the same incident in which he believes he touched me inappropriately. I may have twisted his words in my recount of the events. There's a whooshing air sound reminiscent of Darth Vader, followed by, "Holy gosh, this is not Buck." "Hello? Violet? Who's this?" It's Alex, the very attractive teammate. I can imagine his cocky smile. "Oh, hi.
Well, this is unexpected and rather humiliating. Although I suppose he's aware of his hotness, so it shouldn't be new information for him. Also, the intimate moments earlier are a clear sign I like the way he looks. Silence follows. 3 seconds too late, I have 6 witty retorts. Sadly, the moment for cleverness has passed. Are you really occupied in that way? There's the whooshing sound again. No, I've taken care of myself. I giggle. I'm so immature. Are you occupied in that way? The way he's breathing into the phone makes it sound possible. I enjoy the visual this incites. I bet he gets quite absorbed. What? No, he says quickly. Almost too quickly. Are you sure? I mean, you didn't even hesitate at all. In fact, you didn't even wait until I was done asking the question. This is totally untrue. Maybe you're lying and you're engaged in private activity. What? No, I'm not, I swear. Wait a minute. Did you do that? His voice drops a couple of octaves. He sounds intense. I try to picture the matching facial expression. Do what? What you said about taking care of yourself. Is it true? It sounds so ridiculous. I laugh uncontrollably. Really? Mutters. I stop laughing. First off, because I think it's an actual request for intimacy. Secondly, I have this fantastic image of us together. It's true. My voice is all breathy and soft, courtesy of the content running through my head. Seriously? He sounds excited, like really, really excited. About taking care of myself? No, beavers are dangerous. They shouldn't be touched. Can you stop saying that word? Look, what are you doing right now? Drinking beer and watching a film? Why? Tomorrow, I'm sure I'll be appropriately ashamed of the content of this conversation. For now, I'm thoroughly entertained. Because I'm standing outside your suite. Do you want company? I sit up so fast, the room spins. You are not. I am. Suite 609. Want me to knock? No, don't. Hold on. I sprint across the room and yank the bedroom door open. The common living room is empty. I consider a tuck and roll across the floor for fun, but I'm uncoordinated, so I settle for running. Throwing open the door, I find Alex with his jacket slung over one arm and his phone to his ear. I step out into the hall. You weren't kidding. Nice. I follow his gaze. Oh yes, now I remember. I'm wearing Spider-Man jammies designed to fit prepubescent boys. It's cold in the hallway, and I'm braless, which draws attention to my chest. My form is clearly visible through the threadbare fabric. I forgot my lace teddies at home. I almost wish I owned one, except lace is uncomfortable and impractical. What are you doing here? I cup my chest to protect myself from further visual scrutiny. His eyes drop for a split second, as if my chest has its own force field, and then return to my face. Do you want to hang out? I cringe. I'm staying with my parents. You could come up to my suite. I was going to bed. So lame. I figured. And there's the smile again. He rocks those very dimples. The banged-up face and the bruises seem to elevate the level of pretty. I'm not having intimacy with you. Dear Lord, my mouth needs a censor. He doesn't even flinch. That's cool. I wasn't expecting intimacy. Really? I assumed by hang out, he clearly meant something more intimate. Really. Promise. He puts his hand over his heart, his eyes softening as his cheeks flush. He's blushing. It's kinda cute. Oh, well, then I guess I'll get changed. There I am, agreeing to go up to a hot-as-hell hockey player's room in the middle of the night for not intimacy. I reach for the door and tug the handle. It's locked. I try again, knowing it won't work. Knocking will wake the rents. Then I definitely won't be hanging with Alex. I want to, even though it's a screamingly bad idea. Nothing good can come of this. Except maybe another makeout session. You don't have your key? No, I don't. You don't need to change on my account.
I'm quite partial to this outfit. Spider-Man's my favorite. He's still got a smile plastered on his face. It's almost as irritating as it is hot.
We could hit up the front desk and ask for another card if you're committed to changing. Are you kidding? What? No, I can't go there dressed like this. Both the Freudian slip and the idea of walking into the main lobby in Spidey pajamas are horrifying. Why don't you come to my room? We can chill for a bit. When you're ready to come back here, I'll have a key sent up. He offers his hand. I look at it and then him, debating. It could be the residual booze floating around in my system and my lack of personal satisfaction, but I put my palm in his and allow him to guide me to the elevator. He pushes the button and drapes his suit jacket across my shoulders. I don't want to consider how often he does this, or how I'm probably one of hundreds. The doors open, and he motions me in ahead of him. The entire elevator is made of mirrors, providing an awesome view of Alex from all angles. I, on the other hand, am a complete mess. My hair could seriously use a brush, I have no makeup on, and I'm wearing my glasses. I surreptitiously attempt to fix my hair. Hey. His eyes are warm as he strokes my cheek. His fingers are rough and calloused, yet the touch is gentle, intimate even. I just want to hang out, I promise. I want to believe him. It's 2 a.m., Alex. Showing up at my hotel room in the wee hours of the morning usually constitutes a request for intimacy. He drops his hand. The whole bar scene gets old, and I'm kind of amped from the game. I figured you gave me your number, and we were having fun, weren't we? It's nice to talk to someone who isn't caught up in the hype. Right, whatever. He's not going to hold me hostage. I can always leave if I need to. I wasn't sure when you'd be leaving. I wanted to try. The elevator dings. Alex laces my fingers with his, and we walk down the hall to his room. The space is laid out almost the same as my parents' suite, aside from the single door leading to what is most likely the bedroom. We usually share rooms, but I won a bet last week, so my buddy Darren had to put me up in this. Darren? Yeah, Westinghouse, number 26. He plays right wing. It's at this moment I remember I was supposed to snap a picture of him. I was too busy sticking my tongue in Alex's mouth to follow through. I hope Charlene forgives my distraction. You share rooms? Most of the time. Bringing girls up to the room would be a challenge, unless they're all into group activities. I suppress a shudder. I wonder what kind of bet he won. I trail Alex to the bar, where he makes me an alcohol-free drink. He cracks a bottle of Perrier for himself. We stand there, staring at each other, not saying anything until the awkwardness becomes unbearable and I crack. I'm nervous. I follow up with, I don't usually do this. Cue internal eye roll. What a cliched line. The corner of his mouth quirks up, his eyes alight with amusement. You don't usually hang out with people? No, I don't usually follow famous hockey players to their private suites when they come knocking on my door at 2 in the morning after having made out publicly in a bar. Do hockey players usually come knocking on your door in the middle of the night? No, this would be a first for me. I shed his jacket and pass it to him, already too warm thanks to the banter. Those pajamas are really something. I think you like how visible my form is. I turn away, wishing I could stop my mouth. Leaning across the bar, I drop a few more ice cubes into my drink. A throat clears behind me, and I remember how low these pants sit. There's a solid chance my rear is exposed. I straighten quickly and hike the pants up, nearly causing a wardrobe issue. No matter how I turn, Alex is going to get an eyeful of something. There's a plush couch on the other side of the room. I cross to it and sit in the corner, tucking my legs under me to prevent further wardrobe malfunctions. Alex hasn't said anything to confirm or deny my Spidey Jammies observation. In fact, he hasn't said anything at all. He sits beside me, leaning back, looking all relaxed and hot. Then he affects me deeply. Not in the literal sense. He doesn't engage in such acts, but he might well. What does he do to crumble my already weak resolve other than be his absurdly gorgeous self? Alex does exactly what he said he wanted to do, hang out and talk. So you run a book club. What's that like? He stretches his arm out, grazing his fingertips along my shoulder. I'm not sure how to answer this question without sounding too losery. I don't run it, I just participate. Mostly it's an excuse to drink wine and eat junk food while discussing certain types of books. We don't typically read 16th century literature, but we had a real run of those types of books for the last few months. This chick Lydia was getting tired of reading the word moist, so she picked Fielding. That's a little extreme. Alex shudders. Understandable, really. Moist is a terrible word. So true. It should only be used to describe the consistency of cake. Agreed. Alex laughs, his pretty smile lingering. He twirls my hair between his fingers. So, did you study English in college? Not as a major. I took a few courses for fun. What about you? My mouth is dry, and every part of me is hot. I take a sip of my grapefruit drink. I double majored in English Lit and kinesiology during my first year. I had to drop the kin after I was drafted. I was a little late getting picked up. He double majored. My spidey jammies felt like they were at risk of peeling themselves off my body. When were you drafted? The middle of my first year. And you still finished your degree? It took a little longer than usual, but yeah. I'd still like to finish the kin degree at some point, but that'll have to wait. So you're not into lit-fic, eh? He's using cute Canadianisms. I'm getting all flushed. I'm good with literary. I've read Tolstoy and Austen and liked them, but Fielding's a pretty vast change from straight-up word porn. I get another laugh, and his fingers drift down the side of my neck. He saw her, like the sun. Oh, God. He's quoting Tolstoy and touching me? I'm done for. When you're surrounded by sports-minded men whose reading repertoire doesn't expand beyond the hockey news or the sports section in the newspaper, it's hard not to get all starry-eyed about a guy who reads books. One second he's talking, the next my face is glued to his. His glass clinks on the table, and then his hands are on me, under my shirt, gripping my waist and burning against my already heated skin. I was really hoping for more of this, Alex says against my lips. I giggle and then moan. Oh, hell do I moan. It's been a while since I've been touched by a member of the opposite sex. By a while, I mean, it's been the drought of the ages for the past 6 months. I'm going to explode out of my skin from the contact. I skim his jaw with my fingers and thread them into his hair. It's soft, reminding me of those shampoo commercials where attractive men gush about their super awesome hair. I press closer, but it's not enough, so I straddle his lap. This is simultaneously the best and worst idea ever. His probable reputation ceases to matter as I settle close to him. Alex's fingertips glide back and forth along his waistband, which rides precariously low. My focus lies on the feel of his hands on my skin and the warmth on mine. He breaks the kiss, and his lips travel along my jaw, warm and wet on my skin. Is this okay? He asks, his hands moving lower on my back. Uh-huh. He grabs my curves, squeezing gently. And this? Rather than use words on the not-so-off chance I might say something to ruin the moment. His full bottom lip begs for attention, so I give it a nibble and a suck. We kiss for a long while, moving intimately together, my fingers in his hair. He pulls my body closer, shifting his hips at the same time.
What about this? And there it is, the intense connection I've been looking for. It feels so good, so much better than anything I could imagine, and all I have to do is shift against him. Yes, the words come out on a breathy groan. I freeze, am so in over my head. There'd better be a support group for this kind of situation. I'm going to need it after tonight. Violet. Alex releases his grip on my curves and regards me with soft, warm eyes. I was serious when I said I don't have any expectations, okay? Despite his relaxed posture and his reassurance, his voice is raspy, filled with raw emotion. Is this what he says to all the women he meets? If it is, I understand why it works. Okay, I decide. If we stay here on the sofa, there's less risk of me getting completely naked. The notion is bereft of logic. The first time I had sex was on a couch, so the prospect that this is less dangerous than, say, a very large, comfortable bed is ludicrous. I'm going with it anyway.
Alex needs my curves while I move intimately with him. At the same time, I've got a solid grip on his hair so I can keep his mouth locked to mine. He proves to be incredibly helpful with the whole intimate movement. This is awesome as far as making out goes. The contrast of rough stubble and the softness of his lips against my throat send a delicious shiver down my spine. I release his hair to explore the rest of his cut body. Muscles tense and jump under my touch. The top button of his dress shirt is undone and his tie hangs loose around his neck. Now seems as good a time as any to help him get more comfortable. I mean, I'm in my jammies and here he is still mostly in a suit. Unbuttoning involves multitasking, but I'm more than capable of getting his shirt undone while he kisses my neck. Under the crisp dress shirt is a white tee stretched tight across a solid wall of chest. I'm certain they didn't need to airbrush the milk at it all to achieve his level of hotness. Excited to find out, I slip my fingers under the hem, mindful this is similar to the unveiling of great art. I've never been this up close and personal with someone in such amazing physical condition. I want to revel in the reveal of his godlike body. Below his navel is a smattering of dark hair, a treasure trail leading to a powerful presence. Washboard abs flex under my fingers. He raises his arms and I lift the t-shirt over his head, careful of his busted lip and bruised jaw. Not bothering to hide my appreciation, I exhale on a low whistle. Tattoos accentuate each bicep. The left boasts a waving Canadian flag, long live patriotism, and the right has a set of hockey sticks crossed over a puck. I can feel Alex's eyes on me as I trace the hockey tattoo with a fingertip. You really love hockey, don't you? Yeah, it's kinda my thing. His hands drift up my thighs, arms flexing. I bet you could bench press me. There's a good chance. His fingertips breach the hem of my shirt. When my body jerks, he hesitates. Should I stop? No, thanks. I'm ticklish. Is that so? He looks up from under abnormally thick lashes, wearing a devilish smile. Just here, I point to my ribs, and here, I indicate the crook in my knee. I'll watch for that. His hands ghost along my ribs. I suck in a breath and hold back a giggle. As soon as he reaches my breasts, his thumbs sweep over my nipples. I moan loudly, like really it's an outlandish sound. My face and chest heat with embarrassment. Apparently, Alex is good with the moaning. Still cupping my breasts, he looks me in the eye, waiting for the okay to take this further. With every kiss and every touch so far, he's asked permission to move forward. It makes him infinitely sexier and harder to say no to. I raise my arms in silent assent. Of course, when he removes my shirt, my glasses get caught in my hair. Alex wrestles them free and sets them on the arm of the couch where they'll be safe. And now we're both topless. Alex stares at my breasts. It's no furtive peek. He's full-on staring. He cups them in his hands, which are huge. His hands, not my breasts. Those are average-sized. Then he gently holds them. He's like a kid who's figured out Jell-O jiggles if you poke it. I told you they were nice, for real ones. The way he's staring makes me self-conscious, so my comment comes with extra snark. They really are. They're so soft, he murmurs, squeezing. And perky. He brushes his lips across my nipple. His eyes lift at my gasp, maybe realizing I'm attached to the breast he's caressing. Can I? He trails off as his tongue peeks out, not quite touching my skin. Please and thank you. He closes his lips around the taut nipple and kisses gently. I bite the inside of my cheek in an effort to derail the sound forcing its way up my throat. I manage to keep it to a whimper as Alex massages one breast and kisses the other one. I can't seem to shut up with all the little noises of bliss. His low chuckle follows. You really like that, don't you? It's rather obvious I do, but I breathe out a so much and press against him to punctuate my affirmation. While he's engrossed in showing affection for my breasts, my hands are everywhere, in his hair, feeling up his arms and chest, going lower to skim his waistband. Alex is in serious intimate mode. I almost expect him to do something more playful. Fortunately, he doesn't. He winds an arm around my waist and pulls me flush against him. At my slightly desperate whine, he adjusts his position. What I'm about to do will make me feel completely reckless. Whatever, it's only for tonight. I'm resigned and excited as I try to slip my hand past his belt and closer to him. We could go to the bedroom if you'd like. Alex's hands have migrated lower on my back. The couch is good. The bed's more comfortable. His lips move up my neck to my chin. I'm sure it is, which is the problem. I know where this is going. I won't say no to him. I've seen Alex play hockey. He has incredible stamina. The point is moot, but the denial makes my failed attempt at resistance seem less offensive. He kisses me, soft and searching. Like gummy bears left out in the sun, I melt right into him. Finding the clasp on his belt, I slip it through the buckle. He must think my actions mean I agree with his suggestion. He grips my curves firmly and stands. Locking my legs around his waist, I hurry to free a hand from his side and clutch his shoulder. This is really happening, like for real. At 22, I'm going to have my first one-night stand, with a hockey player, no less. So much for good judgment. Oh well, nobody's perfect. Alex sets me on the edge of the bed and flicks on the lamp. Of course he's going for mood lighting. The soft glow magnifies the dips and curves of his body, highlighting the sharp angle of his jaw and the bruise below his left eye. We don't have to do anything you don't want to. I know. My voice trembles, excitement and nerves fusing. I've always been a serial monogamist, waiting until the requisite 5th date or beyond to become intimate with a guy. It eliminated most potential mistakes. If the sex was decent, and so was the guy, I'd see where things went. Sometimes there were repeat performances, sometimes there weren't. I'm holding the waistband of his pants like there's a pot of gold tucked inside. Letting go, I shimmy back on the bed, giving him enough space to join me. It's a king. There's plenty of room for frolicking. His eyes are low-lidded, his expression intense as he follows after me. Fumbling and uncoordinated, thanks to my loss of fine motor function, I struggle to pop the button on his pants and pull down the zipper. Alex watches my hand disappear inside. It has to look good from his point of view. How can it not? Someone else's hand in your pants is a winner of a situation. Soft, hot skin encases his arousal. It's as solid as tungsten carbide. And there's a lot of length. I need to take a look at this thing. I push his pants over his hips, giving me room to check things out.
Alex, being the helpful guy he is, takes them off the rest of the way, leaving him in a pair of boxers. I stick my hand back in, and when I finally manage to wrestle it free, my eyes are at risk of popping out of my head in visual stimulus-induced fear. First things first, Alex manscapes. There's no 70s-style growth going on down there. He's not quite like my intimate areas. He sports only a short mohawk, but he's neat and tightly trimmed. I know some guys do this to make it appear bigger. In this instance, I'm positive I'm not gawking at an optical illusion. His arousal was significant. Sometimes people exaggerate how big a guy's anatomy is to make it seem better than it is. Like, it's clearly impossible for someone's anatomy to be that big. This isn't one of those times. Alex Waters is an aberration of form. What is that? The question is inane. But honestly, what am I really supposed to do with this? Alex chuckles nervously, as is appropriate since I'm holding him intimately and I'm clearly not sane. I mean, I know what it is, obviously. Do you have some kind of disorder, like elephantiasis of the intimate anatomy or something? I did not say that out loud. It's not that big. His arousal slides in my grip. I can't stop staring. My thumb and middle finger must have a good inch or more before they can meet. I squeeze to see if it helps bring them closer together. It doesn't. What it does is make Alex groan, and that, oh, holy monster of arousal, is one hot noise.
He's also laughing, so it comes out all heavy with a snort thing at the end. It's quite cute and endearing, while also being sexy. I finally look up to see if he's serious. Bad idea. His arms are loose at his sides, head bowed, eyes dark, lips parted, chest rising and falling. He's staring at my hand. I'm so glad Charlene convinced me to get a manicure earlier this week. Licking my lips, I glance at his form. He's uncut. This is a night full of firsts. The way the skin wrinkles with each touch and smooths back out as I reverse the motion is entrancing. I bet it's fun to play with when it's soft. I remember he said something which requires a response. This is like a porno image. I realize it's not like a foot long or anything, thank Christ. The girth alone is staggering. There's no way. Have I been deprived of oxygen? Am I seriously coming up with arguments against having sex and voicing them? Instead of stopping, I continue like the head trauma victim I am. It's like a person who wears an extra large shirt trying to fit into an extra small. What the hell do you think happens to the shirt? The seams split and they burst out of it like the Hulk. I can't even imagine the tragedy of my intimate area exploded. Alex silences me with his mouth, and I am so grateful. I want to avoid saying more stupid, gosh, particularly to a guy I just met and I'm planning to have sex with. You know? Alex shifts his hips forward again. You're very good for my ego. And the only kind of intense moments I'm hoping to cause are the ones associated with reaching a peak. His voice travels over my skin like marshmallows drenched in hot chocolate syrup. His palm covers mine and pries my hand away as he nudges my legs apart. Is this okay? At my nod, Alex settles between my thighs. Only a thin, worn cotton barrier in Spider-Man print protects my intimate area from invasion. He claims my mouth again. Butter soft, his tongue tangles with mine, lazy and lulling. I let my hands wander from his shoulders and the broad expanse of his back to his rock-solid backside. I push down and lift my hips, and there it is, his significant arousal. I'm a panting, whimpering mess as I wrap my legs around his waist to pull him closer. I'm moderately terrified of his dimensions, but Alex distracts me with open-mouthed kisses along my throat. He continues his descent to my breast. I fist his hair and push my chest out. I'm not sure what purpose this serves. It's not like he'll be able to fit more boob into his mouth. He spends a few minutes loving them like they're deluxe cheeseburgers after a night of binge drinking. All the while, I moved with him, lost in sensation and his little hums of approval. Eventually, he releases my nipple and licks the tip. You okay to keep going? At my nod, Alex eases his hand down my side, grazing the ticklish spot on the way. I giggle and twist away. Sorry. He presses a kiss below my navel, sits on his heels, and my legs drop from around his waist. With his eyes on mine, he touches the waistband of my Spidey pants. You're sure you want to do this? Totally. There's a moment of hesitation on his part, so I push them over my hips. He helps remove them and tosses them on the floor. And I'm naked in front of a porno centerfold with a preternaturally large form. So, this is an inferiority complex. Interesting. I'm sure I can deal. Alex runs his hands up my calves and kisses the sensitive spot on the inside of my knee. He glides his palms along my inner thigh and stops inches away from where I desire his touch. Yes. Lifting his head, he waits for permission to continue. No is not an option, not with his hands where they are or his polite request. I open my legs in invitation. I'm practically hyperventilating as he makes a slow pass over sensitive skin with his thumb, barely grazing my intimate area. He shakes his head. I can't even. You're so. His eyes shift to mine. This is for me? It's like an intense warmth south of my navel. I shrug. Giraffe-sized red blotches break out across my chest. It would appear that way. He brings his thumb to his mouth and licks it. His eyes flutter closed. He turns his face into my leg, biting high up on my inner thigh and pressing close. We shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. Touch, intimate, tension overwhelming. He places a tiny kiss on my intimate area and follows a straight line up my body with his mouth, pausing at each nipple on the way until his lips meet mine. Was it good? It was. Awesome. It's as coherent as I'm going to get. I reach between us and touch him intimately. Return the favor? He graces me with a snort. Yeah, I don't think that's the best idea right now. Of course it's a good idea. You give, you receive, right? He nabs his wallet from the nightstand. He flips it open, retrieves a quartet of foil squares, and tears one free with his teeth. Seems like an awful lot of condoms. 2 is smart, in case 1 ends up a casualty of misrolling. Maybe it happens often, so he comes extra prepared. With a quick zip, Alex rips open the foil packet and rolls on the condom. I'll make you feel good, I promise. Take it slow, Trigger. There's a lot going on there. I motion to his wrapped form. He runs a soothing hand from the outside of my knee to my hip. Passion peaked. Came together intimately, deeply connected. You okay? Alex strokes my cheek. It's one of the most intimate gestures I've ever experienced in the middle of being intimate with anyone. Fantastic. Carry on. His relief is a warm blanket of desire as they continued their passionate connection. Alex has unbelievable stamina, as expected. He's like the Energizer Bunny on crack. Passion peaked. They came together intimately, deeply connected. Volume control gone, his name was a scream on my lips. He bites out a dirty expletive and buries his face against my neck. Passion peaked. Spent, Alex collapses on top of me. I run my fingers through his damp hair, both of us breathing hard, our hearts beating double time. As awesome as this has been, I anticipate the lingering effects in the morning. It doesn't mean I don't want to do it again. Violet. I lie underneath Alex's heavy body for a minute until breathing becomes difficult. Alex? I say, breathlessly, because I'm breathless. Oh, sorry, I'm crushing you, aren't I? He rolls gracefully to the left. Wow, I luxuriate in loose muscles and full breaths. I could use a smoke.
Alex misunderstands my attempt at humor and turns away, reaching for the phone on the nightstand. I can call room service and have a pack brought up. They can bring a room key too, so you can go when you want. Mortification slices through my post-intimacy buzz as he dials the front desk. While I didn't expect to spend the night with him, I didn't think I'd be kicked out before the sweat had a chance to dry. The smoke seemed like some form of payment for my services. If so, how terribly does it reflect on my performance that I only warrant a cheap pack of cigarettes that I won't even enjoy because I'm a fake smoker? I slip off the bed, feeling exposed as I search for my Spidey pants. Without glasses, everything more than 5 feet away is an indistinct blur. Hey, what are you doing? Alex stands and catches my wrist. He's naked and glorious, and I'm, well, me, and therefore self-conscious. Trying to find my clothes since you're sending a key up. I finally spot the blue and red smudge under the black spot on the floor, which must be Alex's pants. When I reach for them, his hold on my wrist tightens. What? No! You think I want you to leave? I'm not a jerk. I thought it would be easier to get a key before we pass out. I'll set a wake-up call for you if you want to stay. I want you to stay. He runs a hand through his sex-messed hair. If he wasn't naked, he might be cute. He's not, though. He's gorgeous and flustered. With no prior one-night stand experience, I can't say what protocol is in this situation. Against my better judgment, I want to stay, in case he wants to do it again. He takes my face in his hands. His palms are wide and warm. His lips are soft on mine when he kisses me. Don't go yet, Violet, please? Okay. He steps closer, his body pressing against my stomach. He can't possibly become aroused again, seeing as they just shared intimacy. So sweet. He runs his nose across my cheek and kisses my neck. I'd keep you here all weekend if we didn't have to leave tomorrow. His hands travel up my sides to rest below the curve of my breasts.
I jut my chest out like an offering and push my hips into his. I could swear he was more aroused than he was a few moments ago. With stealth maneuvers learned through endless battles on Xbox with Buck, I sneak a hand between us and pat around. Yup, I'm not crazy. He was becoming aroused again. Did you take Viagra or something? Alex backs up a fraction of an inch, far enough to avoid going cross-eyed. Must have been the wrong thing to ask. Pardon? I touched him, hoping to erase the dark look on his face. He seems pissed at the suggestion he might need that kind of assistance. Honestly, who becomes aroused 3 minutes after having sex? Isn't that a myth? In my limited sexual experience, which is rooted in the upper middle section of the single digits, I've never had more than one round of intimacy in a night. Nothing. I touched him, feeling his growing arousal. My middle finger and thumb touch, so I gave it a gentle touch followed by a slow movement. The skin was looser, and it was interesting to feel. What exactly are you trying to do? His voice is hot and sweet and hard, a Werther's original sitting on a radiator. Distracting you by exploring the myth of the immediate post-intimacy almost arousal you seem to be experiencing? Despite the potential ill effects of such intense connection more than once, I don't seem to be able to stop helping it along. I gave it another touch to prove my lack of self-restraint. The myth of, wait, ill effects? He places a hand on mine, his expression one of concern. I touched him while I try to come up with an inoffensive explanation. Well, you're mammoth, so it goes without saying I'll feel the effects. Not in a bad way, more in a thoroughly satisfied way. I don't think I'm making this better. I bet if I engaged in further intimacy, I wouldn't be able to talk at all. I see. Are you off limits now? Off limits? No, definitely not. That's good to hear. If you keep doing that, he dragged our palms down his length. I'm going to be fully aroused in about 2 minutes. You're pretty solid already. Fortunately, or not so fortunately, depending on the projected state of my parts below the waist, we're interrupted by a knock at the door. Alex swears under his breath. He plants an open-mouthed kiss on the side of my neck, following with teeth. That'll be room service with your key. Don't go anywhere. Seeing as I'm naked and you'll be blocking the only exit with your godlike body, I don't think I'll be attempting an escape. Godlike body, eh? Alex flashes me his one dimpled grin. I roll my eyes. Like you don't already know it. He gently touched my bare backside. You're cute. He nabs his boxes from the floor and tugs them up his legs. There's no hiding his partial arousal. He adjusts himself as he saunters out of the room. I stare after him, rubbing my backside. With Alex no longer presenting a sensory distraction, I become self-conscious of my nakedness. My Spidey pants help conceal the bottom half. Sadly, my top is in the other room with my glasses and my phone. I check the bathroom for a robe and catch a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror. It looks as if woodland creatures have taken refuge in my hair. I use my fingers to smooth it into some semblance of order. It doesn't work, so I pick up the brush from the vanity and drag it through the tangled mass. It hurts, but helps. I open the door to find Alex standing on the other side. I do the whole gasping hand-to-heart deal, as if it's going to burst out of my chest. His eyes drop from my face. I'm covering my chest. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, he says, looking at my chest. I separate my fingers. Alex moves closer, running a single finger between my breasts and down my stomach to circle my navel. You put your pants on. You're wearing boxers. This is true. Dipping lower, his fingers swept over me. I was making it even. I could fix that, if it's a problem for you. His smile is all mischief. If you're still staying, that is. I'm still staying. This is good news. Plush, warm lips are on my neck again. He sifts his fingers through my hair and tugs gently, tilting my head back. Is it okay that I want you again? Perfectly okay. I look toward the rumpled sheets. Bed? Bed. I'm sending you the repair bill if you cause me discomfort. Alex bites my shoulder. You are incredibly desirable. It's a dirty thing to say, and considering how many intimate encounters Alex has likely had, it's a significant, moderately backhanded compliment. Of course, to prove it, Alex carries me to the bed and strips off my pants. They shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. I'm not sure of the exact peak of pleasure, but by the time he paused, I'm loose-limbed and one-word demands are all I can manage. Naked. He drops his boxers, revealing his impressive form. Alex's expression is a mixture of amusement and desire as he joins me on the bed, reclining against the mess of pillows. There's nothing between us now, just hot skin and intense desire. Shimmying back, I slide my hands up his thighs. I have a plan. He had shown me such pleasure, and it felt only right to respond in kind. I explored his form, feeling the smooth skin stretch tight. I looked up and touched my lips to him. He does this jerky shudder thing, which I take as a good sign, so I continued. The sensation fascinated me as I explored further. Alex was quite the vision, lids low and lips parted. He skims the contour of my bottom lip. I don't want to reach my peak in your mouth, I say. I wouldn't mind. Even if it was unpleasant, I'd accept Alex Waters' offering. Then I'd get the t-shirt. Maybe another time. I'd rather be intimately connected when I reach my peak. He positions me for intimacy. I was completely ready. Heavy breath follows a pained sigh as he reaches for a condom and rolls it on. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. He flops down on the mattress, taking me with him. That was even better than before.
Too exhausted to speak in full sentences, I say, "So awesome. Tired." He laughs softly, stroking my hair. A few minutes pass, then he shifts my limp body and moves away. Alex sets an alarm for me and leaves the keycard on the nightstand. I should get dressed and go, but my body won't obey the command to move. I mumble about needing to be in my room early, but I'm not sure my words make sense. He turns off the light and slips his arm under me, drawing me against his side. Fall asleep with me? I pass out with my cheek on his chest and his lips on my temple. I wake with a start. My right side is sweaty. I can't see the clock on the nightstand without my glasses. Alex's arm is hell as hell. He's wrapped around me with his nose pressed into my hair. I lift his arm, it takes some effort, and slide gingerly out of bed. My thighs ached, and my skin pebbled in the absence of Alex's furnace-like body heat. The reality of what I've done hits me like a UFC uppercut. I've been intimate with one of Buck's teammates. I will invariably see him again, repeatedly. This was a terrible idea. He's known for his many relationships, and now I feel like I've joined that list. I experience a swell of shame, followed by desire as I stare at his attractive form lying alone in that well-used bed. He mumbles in his sleep, so I nab my keycard and Spidey pants and tiptoe into the living room. I stumble around in the dark, searching for my shirt. It's on the couch, but my glasses are nowhere to be found. A faint beeping sound from Alex's bedroom means I've run out of time. For one terrified second, I freeze. I hastily pull on my shirt, snatch my phone from the coffee table, sprint to the door, and let myself out. I take the stairs all the way to the 6th floor. Inside my room in the suite, I slide down the door, breathing hard. I hit the floor with a wince. My body felt like it had been in an epic battle. I had an amazing night with Alex Waters. Twice. I have no idea how much of a player he is or how high profile. Not that it matters. It'll be awkward regardless. I drop my head in my hands. What in the world have I done? Alex. The most annoying sound in the world permeates my sleep. I will it to stop. I want to kick its rear for interrupting my dream that includes soft, full breasts I can use as a pillow. The sound is not stopping. Prying my eyes open, I check the clock on the nightstand. It's 6 a.m., an unusual time for my alarm to go off on a non-game day. I palm my phone and cease the noise, then close my eyes, hoping to resume the dream. The perfect form, the intense connection, it all comes back like whiplash. I was intimate with Butterson's sister, stepsister. Both times were stellar, unless it was part of my vivid dream. I lift my fingers to my nose and sniff. Yeah, it definitely happened. I sit up with a groan. My whole body is sore, my head, my face, and my legs in particular. I call out her name, but I'm met with silence. The bathroom door is open, so she's definitely not in there. The sitting room is the next logical option. Flicking the light, I discover it's as empty as the bathroom. My glass of Perrier and her mostly full grapefruit and soda water are on the table where we left them last night. Her phone is missing, so is her pajama top, and her glasses are on the floor beside the couch. Those glasses, gosh, they're attractive. The Spider-Man jammies too. It should be illegal for a grown woman to look so appealing in comic book-inspired bedwear. That's when I realized she left without waking me up. I almost double-checked the suite, but it's clear she's gone, which is disappointing. Disappointment settled over me. If I was like some of my teammates, I'd be relieved she left. I'm not. The puck bunny thing isn't my game. That's not to say I've never had a brief encounter with a bunny. It's more that there have been very few in comparison to media speculation. I'm not all that keen on being someone's claim to star attention. Violet strikes me as the opposite of a puck bunny. She was reading Fielding, of all things, during the game. It was as offensive as it was refreshing. As I head to the bedroom, it occurs to me she may have tried to wake me with no luck. I've slept through fire alarms in the past, and I'd been up since 6 yesterday morning. Practice, the game, the fight, the bar, and the phenomenal night of intimacy have worn me out. I drop face down on the bed. The pillow smells like Violet, and it's soft like her breasts. I haven't touched ones that nice since freshman year in college. I roll over with her glasses still in my hand, unsure how to proceed. It's too early to stop by her room and return them. Besides, she's staying with her parents, so that's out. I settle on calling. Her phone goes to voicemail, which shouldn't surprise me considering the early hour. Violet's message is short and funny. It cuts off in the middle of a string of strong languages, so I'm unprepared for the beep. Hi. Hey, it's Alex Waters. You spent the night. Yeah, I'm sure you remember our time together. Anyway, you left your glasses in my room, so I have them. I'll hold on to them until you call or I see you. I'll be back in Chicago in a week and a half. I hope you have an extra pair. Or maybe you wear contacts. You weren't wearing glasses at the game. About last night... The machine beeps, cutting me off. It's the worst message ever. There isn't even an option to re-record. I don't call again, afraid I'll say something even worse. I set Violet's glasses and my phone on the nightstand and close my eyes. My head is pounding from too little sleep. As exhausted as I am, I can't relax enough to pass out. I have Violet on the brain. I'm not sure what happened between the time she said she wouldn't be intimate with me and the moment our connection deepened, but I sure don't regret her change of mind. Being intimate with my teammate's sister, step or not, isn't something to be proud of. Ironically, based on the media, it's exactly what's expected of me, and it's frustrating. If Violet finds out about my reputation, assuming she hasn't already, she may very well never want to speak with me again, no matter how intense our connection was last night. It's thoughts such as these that keep me awake for the next 2 hours, wishing she'd call back so I can talk to her before someone else does. Especially Butterson. My phone rings on my nightstand. I grab it, hit talk, and grumble into the receiver. Hey man, where are you? You're holding us up. Darren? Dude, it's early. What's the deal? We don't leave until... I hold my phone out to check the time. It's almost 1 in the afternoon. I was supposed to be on the bus 20 minutes ago. Gosh, I'll be right down. I throw on a pair of jeans and a wrinkled shirt. Tossing the rest of my clothes into my duffel bag, I run around the room like an idiot, hoping I don't leave anything important behind. Stopping in the bathroom, I check my reflection. There's a hickey on the side of my neck. I don't recall Violet giving me one, but there it is. There's no covering up what happened last night now. And now I'm feeling a strong physical reaction, thinking about our intimacy. It's shameful that I have to force myself to focus on hockey stats so I don't leave the room with an obvious state of arousal. The last thing I put in my bag are Violet's glasses. I'm careful to wrap them in a shirt so they don't get scratched. I throw on my jacket, grab my bag, shove my phone in my pocket, and check for my wallet. The elevator is empty.
Stopping at Violet's room on the way down is pointless since checkout happened hours ago. Besides, she hasn't returned my call. I don't like how that makes me feel. The whole team is already on the bus when I arrive. Coach is pissed I'm late because it messes with the scheduled stops on our way to Tampa. The team greets me with hollers and snide comments. I need to come up with a story for last night. I'm usually better prepared than this. I take the empty seat beside Darren. His brow furrows as he sniffs.
You smell like you had a very late night. Darren has been my wingman on and off the ice for the past several years. He's fully aware last night was an anomaly. I shrug, passing it off like it's nothing. As much as I needed a shower, in a sick way, I'm glad I didn't have time. All I smell is Violet. Kirk pops up from the seat behind me. Who'd you spend the night with last night? Some chick I met in the elevator. My stomach turns. No matter how this plays out, I look like a jerk, and right now I deserve the title. Oh yeah? Only one? No hat trick? Darren rolls his eyes, and I mumble a non-committal response. At 35, Kirk is one of the older players on the team, and this is likely his last season. He hasn't come to terms with it. He's been pursuing every person he can lately, despite the wedding band he sports. It's disgusting. In my rookie days, I used to think he was cool. Now he's become pathetic. Weren't you flirting with Butterson's sister at the bar? She's his stepsister. We were just talking. I want to punch him in the face for being such a jerk. Bringing Violet back to my room was bad form. I'll be lucky if this doesn't blow up in my face. There's no justification for what I did. I don't have a good excuse. This isn't even close for me. The most I do is flirt, especially with a teammate's sister. Until last night. I'd been serious about not having expectations. I might have had a chance at resisting her if she hadn't made the first move or worn something other than those very PJs. Unfortunately, Butterson overhears my exchange with Kirk. He jumps up from his seat and stalks down the aisle. Really, dude, you were all over Violet? Now you hold us up 'cause you're messing around? No way in hell am I admitting I was with her last night. She kissed me, not the other way around. My verbal defense is weak. Nonsense. You followed her outside. She thinks hockey players are dirtbags. Next time she comes to a game, you better keep your hands and your mouth to yourself. She's a good girl. She doesn't mess around. If you say so. If she's witnessed Butterson's antics, I can understand why she thinks we're all dirtbags. Although I'd argue last night might have changed her opinion. Butterson grabs me by the shirt and hauls me out of my seat. I'm not kidding around, Captain Jerk. Violet's not that kind of girl. Lose her number. As the captain, I can't very well have the newest player on the team pushing me around, even if backing down is smarter. You don't want to start a fight with me, Butterson, especially over something you know nothing about. His jaw ticks. It's obvious he wants to punch me. His fist slowly unclenches from my shirt. Stay really away from her. Coach stomps down the aisle, yelling for us to cool it. He sends Butterson to his seat, and I follow him to the front, so he can serve me a lecture. I deserve it, so I keep my mouth shut and take it. You're the captain, not some rookie idiot. How do you think it impacts the team if you go messing around with your teammates' very sisters? I didn't. Save it, Waters. Coach holds out his phone. A picture of me kissing Violet takes up the screen. I palm my face and lower my voice. Has Butterson seen these? I haven't shown him, but it's only a matter of time before he does. What if one of these dipshits did this with your sister? Coach makes a good point. If anyone touched Sunny, I'd be incredibly angry. It's something I should have considered prior to my encounter with Violet. I'm sorry, Coach. I don't want apologies. I want you to keep your head in the game. He taps his temple. We're halfway through the season, and we're only behind 2 teams. If we keep going like we are, we'll make the playoffs again this year. This is an important series, Waters. Don't mess it up. It won't happen again. I'll talk to Butterson and clear the air. You better. He's a solid player. I need him on point for the next game, not fixed on revenge because you're getting fresh with his sister. Stepsister. Coach gives me a disapproving look. Like it matters. I got it, Coach. I'll get a handle on my handle. He waves me off, shaking his head. I ignore Butterson's glare as I take my seat a few rows in front of him. Any conversation will have to take place without witnesses present, and I need time to figure out what to say. The lecture from Coach and Butterson's outburst put last night into perspective. Clarity can be a difficult person. I already had the impression Violet wasn't really a one-night stand kind of girl. Not because she said as much, it's what they all say before intimacy, but because she truly didn't seem the type. Even though she practically jumped me both times. She was nervous from the beginning, and hilarious. While I didn't force her to come to my room or share intimacy, twice, if she hadn't gotten locked out of hers, I might not have convinced her to come to mine. Regardless, I'd do it again if given the chance. It's hard not to be into a girl who expresses such strong feelings during intimate moments. This situation makes me the kind of jerk I never want to be. By the time we get to Tampa, everyone is bagged, so the first order of business is checking into the hotel, getting settled, and resting up for tomorrow's practice. Darren and I share a room. Our accommodations are standard. 2 double beds, a couch, flat screen, and a minibar, stocked with water and energy drinks. Darren tosses his bag on the closest bed and gives me a look. I'm waiting for the questions. He's never been part of the Puck Bunny scene. I envy his ability to say, forget it, and ignore the guys. I wish I'd had a similar mindset at the beginning of my NHL career. Darren grabs 2 bottles of water from the minibar and tosses me one. So, what happened? I crack the lid and drain half of it in 2 gulps. I'm dehydrated from last night's activities. Nothing. Right. A giant hickey magically appeared on your neck. Like I said, I met a girl in the elevator. Normally, I'd be upfront with Darren, but the situation is complicated. Darren shakes his head. You're a freaking idiot. He disappears into the bathroom. I'm not sure if he actually knows what I did or if he's playing mind games. The shower turns on. His questions will wait. Darren takes very long showers. I check my phone for the 10th time today. I have 12 emails from my agent, Dick. He lives up to his name, but he gets the job done. I'm inclined to ignore his emails until I see one titled, Endorsement Offer, You. I open it and scan the email. It's not an actual offer, but it's close. I'm a top contender for the Sports Pro Elite campaign. This is huge. It's what I've been waiting my entire very career for. This kind of endorsement could set me up for years, and it could bring more endorsements with it. In my rookie days, I was passed over by another significant endorser. Ever since then, I've been aiming for the top as a big statement to the ones who didn't believe I'd be more than a bench warmer. Dick rambles on about some Bachelor of the Year nonsense I don't care about, until he mentions that it could affect the SPE campaign. I'll do whatever it takes to win it. I'll even pose in my very jockstrap. I send Dick a quick message in response, and we set up a phone call for the following day to hammer out the details. I'm riding the high as I check my missed calls. I haven't heard from Violet, so I decide to shoot her a text. I instantly want to unsend it. I meant for it to be funny, not offensive. After a few minutes of staring at the screen, waiting for her reply, I dig out my iPad and tap into the hotel Wi-Fi. A search for Violet Butterson comes up with nothing. She told me what she does for a living, but not where she works, so that's a dead end. Momentarily stumped, I consider my next plan of action. Facebook is a safe bet. Even my 87-year-old great-granny has an account. I locate Butterson in my friend list and search his for Violet. Her last name is Hall. A friend request is out of the question. First, I need to establish contact and maybe see her again.
Also, pissing Butterson off more isn't in my team's best interests. I can creep her instead. Unfortunately, her privacy settings are high. Butterson's feed and his photo albums are accessible. I find a few pictures of her with Sydney at what appears to be her work. I screenshot the image so I can look it up later. She's bound to have an email address in their directory. Next, I search the album labeled Summer Vacation with the Halls.
It looks promising. I'm right. It contains loads of pictures of Violet. They're a few years old. Her face is softer, rounder, and her hair is different. She wears a variety of bikinis in most of them, pink and lime green striped, pale blue with ruffle things on her chest, and a white lacy halter set. Shouty caps in the comments draw my attention to another picture. A message from Violet to Buck reads, "Get ready to have your butt kicked, Yeti." I click on the image. It's one of Violet from behind. The right side of her bikini bottom has ridden up, so half her rear is hanging out. Butterson's caption reads, "Hungry?" I can see why Violet might not appreciate the humor, considering it's her bum eating her bikini. Some back and forth ensues, all in shouty caps. Violet slings creative insults. I return to the album and continue to scroll. Whoever took these pictures spent a lot of time focused on Violet. She's highly photogenic. There are a few of her with Butterson. I find one disturbing. He has her slung over his shoulder and her backside is in the air, with his huge paw of a hand wrapped around the back of her leg. What's most concerning is how high his hand is on her thigh. Maybe he used to have a thing for her. It would explain their conversation at the bar. The next image is an action shot of Violet flailing, followed by her landing in the water. Arranged in a slideshow, the progression of events appears like a flipbook. The final shot is the best. Violet pulls herself up on the side of the dock, one knee on the edge, hair fanned out in a dark wave. Her cleavage is outstanding. I can imagine how attractive the position would be. For someone so protective of his stepsister, Butterson doesn't have any qualms sharing revealing photos on a highly public profile. I can't mention it to him, or he'll know I've been creeping Violet. Before I consider my actions, I save the best pics to my iPad. My rationale? I've seen her in less. Even as guilt gnaws at me, I scan to make sure I've got all the good ones. Darren comes out of the shower, so I tuck away my iPad. My invasion of privacy is shameful. Everything I've done in the past 24 hours is reprehensible on so many levels. I'm disappointed in myself, but I'll probably look at the pictures when I'm alone anyway. Violet. My mother rises at the very early hours of dawn, even on the weekends. I've been asleep for less than 2 hours post-stealth departure from Alex's room when pounding on my door shocks me awake. Rise and shine, Vi. It's time for shopping. We're hitting the outlet mall bright and early. Her shrill excitement is an awful way to wake up. The clock on the nightstand reads 7:30 on a Sunday morning. What in the world is wrong with her? Go away. I shove my head under the pillow. As my mind wakes up, last night, or this morning, returns in a flash of intense pleasure. I had a lot of those moments. Judging by the soreness below the waist, I won't soon forget them either. You have 20 minutes to get ready. Sydney wants to hit Denny's before the breakfast rush, and we're flying out this afternoon. We need to get a move on. My stomach rumbles, sharing the enthusiasm for breakfast. I can't argue with Denny's. Besides, my mom isn't going to go away. She'll stand outside my door and annoy me until I open it. I need half an hour, I say through a yawn. If I don't hear the shower come on in 5 minutes, I'll get Sydney to bust down your door, she replies cheerfully. Despite the threat, I don't get out of bed right away. Instead, I check my phone. I have a voicemail from an unknown number. My stomach flips as I key in the code and listen to the message. It's Alex. His really sexy, sleepy voice wakes up my beaten-down self. Gosh, he has my glasses and wants to return them. That seems to defeat the purpose of a one-night stand. Although being Buck's teammate also ensures I'll see him again anyway, and until. I listen to the message a few more times and save it. Now is not the time to call him. I'm on too little sleep to make good decisions where Alex and his magic presence is concerned. I get out of bed and wobble to the bathroom like a newborn foal. My entire body aches as if I climbed a mountain with a 50-pound weight strapped to my back and finished it off with an Ironman. My body feels a distinct pulse. Today is going to be rough. After a marathon morning of shopping with my mom while Sydney hangs out with some of his coach homies, we catch our afternoon flight to Chicago. Shoved in the pocket in front of my seat, along with the pamphlet on plane evacuation procedures, is a gossip rag. I flip aimlessly through it, not really paying attention to the content until I come across a picture of Alex.
Some skanky hot girl is wrapped around him, practically pressing against his leg. I check out the date on the cover. It's from last week. Great. Now I'm the flavor of the week. My mom grabs the magazine out of my hand. Oh, he's cute. Didn't you meet him last night? Who knows, I grumble. They're all the same, just a bunch of jerk players. Sydney scoffs. Buck's about as sweet as a bucket of vinegar. By the time we land in Chicago, I'm exhausted. The previous night's activities and shopping wear a girl out. I'm all for going directly to bed, but Charlene's car is parked in the driveway behind my SUV. I grab my suitcase and head for the pool house, while Sydney carries all of my mom's overnight bags to the house. Charlene clearly used her spare key, since I find her sitting on my couch watching hockey highlights. Why haven't you messaged me? What in the world is going on? You need to explain this. Charlene holds up a full-color printout of two people kissing intensely. I grab it out of her hands. Where did you get this? It's not one picture, it's an entire stack. From the internet, where else? I can't believe you made out with Alex Waters and didn't bother to text me or send an action selfie. I flop on the couch. My glasses don't seem like such a big deal anymore, not compared to this. I've been in the paper before. I've even inadvertently appeared in magazine spreads. Until now, I've always been in the background, a vague blur of female form. Not this time. My intimate moment with Alex is front and center. Booze is the only way to manage this. I go straight for the liquor cabinet. I have 2 bottles to choose from, vodka and sourpuss apple. Vodka tastes terrible straight, so I opt for the sourpuss. I set up 3 shot glasses and pour the electric green liquor before downing 2 and passing 1 to Char. What in the world happened at the game? The pictures are pretty self-explanatory. We were sharing an intense, intimate moment. Intimate moment? I grin despite the mess of a situation. Like that? I think you should try to slip it into casual conversation tomorrow. Charlene tips her shot glass and makes a face as she swallows. What else happened? I was intimate with him. You're kidding, right? Her shock is reasonable. It's totally on me. Twice. You're not kidding. She holds out her shot glass, so I pour her another and 2 more for myself. Were you drunk? Not so drunk I didn't know better. Holy gosh. Yeah. So? Are the rumors true? What rumors? My stomach churns. I'm not so sure I want to hear Alex-inspired rumors. The ones about his anatomy. The hockey discussion I overheard regarding the size of the team's male anatomy comes to mind. Usually rumors are a bunch of nonsense. This time, they're true. I keep my face impassive. He has a very small anatomy. Liar. You wouldn't have been intimate with him twice if he had a very small anatomy. Her eyes light up.
It's huge, isn't it? I turn away and pour more shots to avoid her excitement. Alex's anatomy is not up for discussion. It's not like I'm going to be with him again anyway. Look, Violet, if these kinds of pictures turned up of me with, say, Darren Westinghouse, I'd tell everyone how awesome he was intimately, even if it was only a partial truth. She points a finger. Except you. I'd tell you if it wasn't good, so don't you think for a second you can hold out on the details. I sigh. Fine. He has a very large anatomy. I'm sorry, what? Charlene sputters. It's a monster. Her nose scrunches in disgust. You mean it's deformed? No, I mean it's huge. How huge? Unnaturally huge. Like in adult films? Exactly. She holds out her shot glass. I need another one of these. We polish off the bottle of sourpuss while surfing the internet for pictures of Alex and I sharing an intense, intimate moment. There are a gosh load of images, including thousands of Alex with various women. It appears the magazine spread I encountered on the plane and this weekend's adventures aren't isolated events. Alex Waters is popular with the ladies. Based on media reports, he's been with a great many of them. I find a 2-minute-long YouTube montage of him making out with various women. He's shared many intense kisses. I also discover Alex has been in several promotional ads beyond the milk one. I know with certainty he isn't trying to enhance his appearance. Sometime around midnight, my phone rings. Charlene grabs it and checks the number. It says,
Unknown. Is it him? I bet it's him. Before I can tell her not to, she answers the call. Char's eyes go wide, and she covers the receiver with her hand, mouthing, "Talk to him," with an excitement I'm not sure I share. I hold out my hand, take a deep breath, and put the phone to my ear. "Hi? Violet?" His voice is intensely captivating. "That's me. Hey. Hey." There's a long pause in which neither of us speak, and Charlene makes flailing hand gestures while mouthing things I can't understand. Alex breaks the awkward silence. "How are you?" Pretty good. How about you?" "Better now." "Sorry I'm calling so late. I didn't wake you, did I?" "Nope, just hanging out." Charlene points to her lower body and makes suggestive motions. I turn away so I don't start laughing. "Are you in your jammies?" His voice is so low it's almost a rumble. "Pardon?" "Sorry, nothing. I didn't mean to ask that. It just came out. I'm sorry." And here I thought I was the awkward one. Maybe Alex is drunk dialing me. I go with it, lowering my voice to what I hope is a sultry whisper. "Do you want to know what I'm wearing?" Yes? No? Is this a trick question? Only if you won't hang up on me for saying yes. Otherwise, no. He's cute, even for a promiscuous person. I'm wearing intimate apparel. He sighs into the phone. "Really? I didn't take you for a black lace kind of girl." No, not even close. It's fun to pretend, isn't it? I'm thankful he can't see my face right now. It's hot, so it's probably blotchy. I'm in jeans and a t-shirt. I was thinking I'd lose the bra soon. I shouldn't be entertaining him after what I've seen on the internet and that magazine spread. Charlene smacks me with a pillow. I fight her off while trying to keep the phone to my ear. "Is the shirt tight?" I check out my rack. I guess. It's a small. If I wasn't wearing a bra, I could probably see my nipples through it." There's more heavy breathing on the other end of the line. I roll off the couch, run to my bedroom, and lock the door so Charlene can't get in. "Alex? Yeah? Are you getting aroused?" God, no. Okay, that's good. I think. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. As soon as I hang up, Charlene is going to lose it on me for being such an idiot. "Did you call to find out what I was wearing?" "No, I called to apologize." What a blow. Apologies after sex are never good. He clears his throat. "I'm sure you've seen the pictures by now." "Oh, yeah, those." "I hope Butterson doesn't give you a hard time." "There's always someone at the bar snapping photos." "No worries. There are way worse pictures of Buck. Besides, there are plenty of other pictures of you out there, so I'm sure these ones will be buried soon enough." I cringe at the way it sounds, and because it's most likely true. I wanted to explain. "Anyway, I got your message and the text. I'm fine, by the way. Nothing a long bath won't fix. And don't worry, I have another pair of glasses and contact lenses, so lots of backup. I'd still like to drop them off when I'm in Chicago." "You really don't need to go out of your way. You can mail them if you want. I can give you the address." He repeats it back to me. "I'd still prefer to bring them by, if it's okay with you." The prospect of seeing Alex again makes me feel excited. Sure, great, awesome. I'll see you when I get back." He sounds almost giddy. "Okay, well, talk to you later then." "I sure hope so." "Night, Violet." Charlene is waiting on the other side of the door. "So, what did he say?" "He wants to drop my glasses off." While part of me is excited, the other part is wary. According to media reports, Alex Waters is a player, and I don't want to get played. Despite the low alcohol content of Sourpuss, I'm mildly hungover the next morning. Char and I consume copious quantities of water as a means to flush the sugar out of our systems and follow it with a pot of coffee. Too lazy to deal with my hair, I pull it up into a high ponytail, exposing marks on my neck. I have a hickey. No, wait, I have, let me count them, 4 hickeys. How I haven't noticed them until now is beyond me, but there they are. Faint, pinkish-purple reminders of my failure of a one-night stand. I find an infinity scarf, which Charlene arranges artfully around my neck, i.e. she loops it twice and covers up my misdemeanors. Carrying my travel mug and messenger bag, I open the door and nearly have a heart attack. A guy holding a huge bouquet of flowers stands on my front steps. It's colossal in the most preposterous way. I can only see his eyes and the brim of his hat. Delivery for Violet Hall. Oh, wow, thanks. I'm surprised flower shops deliver this early in the morning. The flowers are heavier than I expect, and I almost drop them when he passes me the bouquet. After the flower guy leaves, I set them on the table and check out the card while Charlene hovers behind me. I'm glad you've made a full recovery. Alex Beaver? Charlene asks. He's referring to my private parts. He's a bit of an odd duck, isn't he? He's Canadian, I reply, as if this explains everything. Charlene plans my wedding on our drive to work. I remain mostly silent as I'm reeling from the phone call last night and the flowers. The trek to my cubicle is telling. I get a lot of looks from the guys in the office. The kind that tell me they no longer regard me as the nerdy girl in accounting. Now I'm the nerdy girl who makes out with hockey players. Someone made a collage of the internet pictures and taped it to my computer screen. I rip it off and survey the office for the culprit. Fortunately, Charlene and I have a pre-team meeting with 2 of the other junior accountants this morning, so I can evade most of my colleagues until lunch. I gather my things and avoid eye contact on the way to the conference room. As I flip open the laptop, Dean arrives. Only Jimmy is missing now. Logging onto the system, an alert shows several new emails. 4 stand apart from the rest. They're from Alex. I don't remember telling him where I worked. I supposed if he searched my name, it wouldn't be hard to find my email address on the company website. Oh my God, Charlene squeals. First the phone call, then the flowers, now he's emailing you? Who's emailing you? Dean asks. I pull the laptop toward me, hiding the screen. No one. Alex Waters, Charlene says. I shoot her a glare. You're suspended as my best friend. I'm not talking to you for the rest of the day. I heard there are pictures of you 2 being intimate, Dean replies. We were just kissing, Charlene cuts in.
Didn't you call it intimate kissing? Ooh, intimate kissing. That sounds intense. Dean taps his fingers on his chin. So we have his account now? What? No. I'm appalled Dean would think I could stoop to such low, unprofessional tactics to secure a client for the company. Why not? Waters is one of the top earners in the league. He cleared almost $8 million. I hold up my hand. Buck makes an obscene amount of money. I don't want to know what Alex is worth, even if it is as easy as looking it up on the internet. Stop! I didn't sleep with him to get his account. You slept with him? Dean's jaw drops. His shock is understandable. Shut up! I stalk across the room and shut the door. Why don't you announce it to the whole building since it's not humiliating enough to have pictures of us kissing taped to my computer? For real? Dean leans forward. You slept with Waters? Is the rumor true? I'm not answering that. So it's true. Enough. We have a presentation to prepare for. Unless we're changing the topic to Alex's personal life, we need to get going. It would be way more interesting than this. Dean gestures to the PowerPoint presentation on the screen. Of course, Jimmy, the last member of our team, arrives, and we have to go through the entire thing again, including the intimate kissing explanation, which Jimmy loves as much as Dean. It's going to be another long day. I check my phone when I excuse myself to use the restroom. I have 3 voicemails and several texts. The first voicemail is from my mom. She found the flowers. Obviously, she's been in my place without asking again. The next one is a telemarketer advertising a free trip. And the last one is from Alex. It goes something like this. Hi, this is Alex. I wanted to call and see if anything came for you this morning. I have a game tonight, but, maybe I'll talk to you later. I listen to it 5 times and save it as I did with the first one. I move on to the text message. Okay, so 2 messages checking to see if I got the flowers. Odd. I move on to the emails. The first one is blank. The second one reads. The third one reads. The fourth one reads. The email is completely ridiculous. As much as his persistence irritates me, I'm beginning to like the awkward tone and his inappropriate comments. Especially coming from a man who seems so self-assured on the ice and in bed. I curb the warm fuzzies. He's still a player.
I hold off on responding until I'm home from work. I type and retype a message 50 times before I settle on this. I debate adding a smiley emoticon and decide against it. After I press send, I have regret. It's not the friendliest text, but I'm torn. Beyond being great in bed and possessing the ability to read above a 5th grade level, his media persona isn't one I like, especially with the plethora of photos I've seen of him with various women. I don't want to put out positive vibes because in reality, I kinda like him. If he hadn't called or texted or sent flowers or emailed, I would write him off as another jerk because it's exactly what I expected. Except he's done all these things that contradict my assumptions. How did a one-night stand get so complicated? I should finish Tom Jones since my book club meets tomorrow. The Hawks are playing tonight though, so reading isn't my first priority. Bringing my book with me, I snuggle into the corner of the couch. I'd watch it with the Rents on their 70-inch HD flat screen, but my mom keeps asking Alex-related questions I'm not interested in answering. Sometimes she forgets she's my mother, and it gets weird. By the end of the first period, the Hawks are losing by 1 goal. No one scores in the second period, and the players are getting chippy. Alex ends up with a 2-minute penalty at the beginning of the third for interference. The camera zooms in on him. He's tight-jawed and livid as he sulks in the timeout box. His knee is bouncing a mile a minute as if he's barely managing to contain his frustration. I bet sex with him when he's this riled up is amazing. I can imagine him being intense, dominating, and possessing. When Alex returns to the ice, he finally pulls it together and scores a goal, tying the game. Aggressive and focused, he's clearly determined not to let his team down because he lost his temper. The Hawks score another goal in the final minutes of the game and win by 1. According to the sportscasters, it's an important game that gives the Hawks the advantage moving forward, so the team's excitement is understandable. Alex is edgy during his interview with the sportscaster, maybe because the final score is too close. He rubs the side of his neck, his chagrin obvious. I notice the dark pinkish-purple hickey, which matches several of mine. He angles away from the camera as if trying to hide it. I remember giving him one on his shoulder, but after what I've discovered in my research, I can't be certain this one's from me. I climb into bed with the hickey on my mind. It's all I can focus on as I toss and turn, trying desperately to get my brain to shut off and let me sleep already. As the cusp of dreamland makes my eyes droop, my phone buzzes, signaling a text. I sigh and grab the device from my nightstand, highly aware I don't want it to be Charlene. My stomach does a weird flip thing when it turns out to be from Alex, in response to my earlier text thanking him for the flowers. I wait exactly 4 minutes to respond, so as not to appear too eager. It buzzes less than a minute later. I smile. He's fishing for compliments. I'm graced with a winky emoticon and another message. While I felt a surge of anticipation, I don't fail to recognize he could easily pick up any puck bunny and celebrate his brains out. I must not reply fast enough because another message arrives. I send one final text in response, my uncertainty as pervasive as my excitement. If he keeps this up, I'm going to start to like him more than I already do. The week follows with daily deliveries from Alex. I receive a complete set of Tom Fielding's works, with a note suggesting that he read them to me so I'm not bored to tears. I laugh and send him a text in return. He calls again during my book club meeting. I let it go to voicemail rather than answer. The butterflies in my stomach unnerve me. The next day he sends a USB stick with a compilation of albums for a band I've never heard of called The Tragically Hip. They're Canadian, like Alex. It's accompanied by another note in his messy scrawl, citing all his favorite songs. Next is a box of truffles from Godiva, and then a gift certificate from Victoria's Secret for an unknown amount. It's made out to my chest, which Alex officially asks on a date. He sends an email the same night apologizing for the content of the card and asking the rest of me out on a date as well. He's beginning to wear me down with the cuteness. It takes me a good hour to compose a response. I remain evasive by saying I'll check my schedule. The next day, I receive a giant tin of coffee from a Canadian diner called Tim Hortons. It's named after a famous hockey player. Sydney tells me it's like Starbucks, except cheaper, and if I won't drink it, he sure as heck will. The gifts aren't the only thing I receive from Alex. Daily texts and emails follow, checking to make sure my packages have been delivered. They're always thoughtful, often explaining the nature of the gift he sent. At the end of each email, he offers to take me out for dinner when he returns to Chicago. I don't give a definitive answer. The day before Buck is scheduled to come home, I open a box to find a stuffed beaver wearing a Blackhawks jersey with the number 11 and Waters embroidered on it. It was accidentally delivered to the main house, so my mom stands beside me as I open my newest gift. She giggles like a teenager over how cute it is. She thinks he sent it because the beaver is Canada's national animal. I don't correct her.
I miss Alex's call that night because I'm watching the game highlights at Charlene's, and her basement apartment is like a cellular signal black hole. Solace comes with knowing Alex will be in Chicago tomorrow. My excitement is a problem. I arrive home from work the following evening to find Buck on my couch, drinking my beer and eating my leftovers. I should have anticipated this. He does it almost every time he comes home from an away game. It's his way of scamming a meal while he waits for a truckload of food to be delivered to his house since he doesn't do his own shopping. Where's your car? A friend dropped me off. I drop my purse on the kitchen table and head straight for the fridge. If Buck is home, Alex is too. His voicemail from the previous night is the last I heard from him. It's disappointing to have Buck taking up space in my living room, yet hear nothing from my sometime stalker. Wow, you sure don't waste any time. By friend, I'm assuming Buck means one of his puck bunnies. Buck doesn't date in the traditional sense of the word. He does, however, have a rotation of women he spends time with intimately in Chicago. He calls them his regulars. One of these days, he's going to contract an illness and put himself out of commission. What can I say? My ladies miss me when I'm away. Buck sets up the Xbox with a lecherous smile. You're disgusting. I have needs. He regales me with the finer details of the last 4 games while we play NHL hockey. Buck plays himself, and I have my own awesome avatar which I created. His phone keeps dinging with endless messages while we play, so it's easier to kick his ass. You're popular tonight, I say, after the 8 millionth text comes through. Some of the guys are picking me up in 20. Didn't you spend the last 2 weeks on the road with them? How aren't you all sick of each other? Buck shrugs. I'm new to the team. We need to talk strategy for the next game since we're facing our biggest competitor in the league. Oh, right. I try not to perk up, curious who might be coming to get him and if Alex is among his buddies now. 10 minutes later, he gets a call from some girl named Honey. All the puck bunnies who call him are named Honey, probably easier than remembering their real names. He pauses the game while he sets up round 2 of spending time with his companions for later in the evening, inviting Honey to the bar. He even goes so far as to suggest she bring some friends. This is where my beliefs about the habits of hockey players originate from. Once he hangs up, Buck makes another call, this time to a teammate. He kindly informs whoever it is that he has companions lined up and ready for the evening. He really is a dog. Buck pockets his phone. The guys will be here in 2. You cool if we rematch, leader? You would have lost anyway. I turn off the Xbox and flip through the channels, looking for some crappy reality television show to watch. Might as well turn my brain into sawdust, seeing as I don't have any other plans, because I'm sure as heck not waiting for Alex to call. Don't forget to bathe in bleach later, I say, just to get a dig in. Not all the chicks I hang out with are dirty. I drop the remote and slow clap. Congratulations. You said it with a straight face. He flips me the bird on his way out the door. After 5 minutes of reality television, I want to poke my eyes out. I surf through the music channels and stumble on a station dedicated to the tragically hip. I'll have to tell Alex about this station, since he seems to love the band. When he texts me. If he texts me. Annoyed I'm being such a girl, I decide it's time to change into jammies and prep for my meetings tomorrow. I give the Waters beaver a rub under the chin as I pass him on the way to my dresser.
Of all the gifts I've received from Alex, the beaver is the most bizarre. It's found a special home on my bed, between my pillows. I regret to admit I snuggled with it last night. The stupid thing is cuddly. Once I've changed into boxers and a V-neck tee, I grab a stack of client portfolios and the box of Godiva and settle on the couch again. 2 paragraphs into the report, I'm interrupted by a knock at the door. Buck probably forgot something, such as an industrial-sized bottle of hand sanitizer. He'll need it after he spends time intimately with whatever companion he's called upon this evening. I shove my pen in my hair and push my ill-fitting spare glasses up my nose, ready to yell at him for making me get up. I wrench open the door, scathing comment ready to fly. Except it's not Buck, it's Alex. He looks like, gosh, hot gosh, but gosh nonetheless. Violet has a nasty gash over his right eye with one of those tiny fly bandages holding the skin together. He looks like he hasn't shaved since the last time I saw him. My mind immediately wandered to being close to him. Combined with the slight slump of his shoulders, he looks cashed. I want to hug him and kiss his eyebrow better. Hi, what happened to your face? Hey. He touches the wound, looking uncomfortable. It's nothing, a little on-ice argument. You didn't get into a fight during the last game? A tiny grin appears. So you watched it? Gosh, now he'll think I'm watching for him. I nod and shrug. Yeah, I watch most of the games. That looks pretty bad. It looks worse than it is. His eyes dart below my neck. I cross my arms over my chest. It's cold, and I'm not wearing a bra. Buck left a few minutes ago. I saw Kirk pick him up. We're supposed to discuss strategy tonight. I thought now would be a good time to return your glasses. I called last night. Did you get my message? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say. Yeah, you sexy stalker freak. I must be quite captivating, and it excites me that you seem a wee bit obsessed. Doesn't seem appropriate. I go with the truth instead. I was out with a friend. I didn't get the message until I got home, and it was late. His brows knit together. A friend? My bestie, Charlene. We watched the game at her place. Oh, that's good. He ducks his head and peeks up. Can I come in? It's hard to believe he's such a player with how sweet he's being. Yeah, unless you're planning on binding and gagging me so you can take me to your lair. If that's what you had in mind, I'd prefer you stay outside while I call the police and possibly a mental health facility. Alex stares for a few long seconds. His eyes drop to my chest again, even though I'm covering the girls. Not very reassuring, Alex. What? He shakes his head, his eyes lift, then drop again. Oh, right, no, I'm not planning on gagging you and taking you to my lair. I don't even have a lair. Good to know. I half smile and motion him inside. Come in, it's cold. He looks momentarily ashamed. I can't fault him since I'm braless again. At this rate, he's going to think I never wear one. A gust of frosty air follows him inside, making me shiver. He might look as if he's been sleeping in his car for the past few days, but he smells fantastic. Alex shrugs out of his jacket. His short-sleeved t-shirt pulls tight across his chest and hugs his perfectly chiseled arms. He's so built, it's disgusting. I might whistle-breathe as I openly admire his body. You look hot. Alex's eyes go wide. Gosh, sorry. Please don't ask me to leave. I laugh. We're 2 peas in a pod with our awkwardness. Can I get you something to drink? I have beer, water, milk, and orange juice. A beer would be great. I grab 2 bottles from the fridge, pop the caps, pass him one, and then motion for him to follow me to the living room. Alex sits in the middle of the couch, forcing me into close proximity. Couches aren't safe where he's concerned. It's where we went from talking to making out to semi-naked. I still want to straddle him and feel his presence. You're listening to the hip. His scruffy smile is adorable. It takes me a few seconds to clue into the music reference. Actually, I found a dedicated station.
Crazy, right? I'm so nervous, like a high schooler with a crush on a guy who was very attractive. I listen to it all the time. I've seen the hip in concert 37 times, Alex says proudly. 37 times? You must really love them. He nods as if it's normal to see the same band so many times.
His gaze sweeps over me. No Spider-Man pajamas tonight? They're in the wash. Too bad. I liked them a lot. He's looking at my chest again. I like this too. You liked getting me out of them. I bite the inside of my cheek to stop from smiling. I shouldn't be flirting with him after all the media mess I've seen. But he's sitting in my living room, smelling awesome, looking hot, and my desire is growing. His tongue peeks out to wet his bottom lip. The split has healed. I liked that part too. Silence stretches between us as memories of getting naked with Alex resurface. Being alone with him is unwise. My desire is far too interested in a repeat of those events. In the past week, I've received more gifts from him than from all my previous boyfriends combined. Alex has money to throw around, so maybe it's typical behavior. I'd be less conflicted if the tabloids didn't paint him in such an unfavorable light. Is that why you came by? I hope it's not the only reason. I don't think I'm cut out for casual sex. To get you out of your clothes? No. He distracts me with his dimples. Mostly, I wanted an excuse to see you. Oh, well, that's good. I thought I was making it obvious. Alex does the thing guys do when they're getting ready to make a move. His eyes drop to my mouth, and he leans in. Then he tucks a few errant strands of hair behind my ear. My hands seem to have a mind of their own. They move along his arms, feeling up his biceps. I forget my inner turmoil and make it clear I'm okay with more contact by climbing into his lap. His calloused fingers curl around the nape of my neck and our lips connect. I love his mouth. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Alex bites my lip. Are you laughing? No. I stifle a chuckle. No. His lips travel up the side of my jaw, his soft beard tickling my skin. What's so funny? I moan, all loud and desperate. I'm so aroused, it's not funny at all. I wrap around him koala style, pressing closer. I freeze at a sudden knock. Only Buck sounds as if he's sledgehammering through the door. With reluctance, I break the kiss. Go away! I'm watching TV naked! Alex opens his mouth to speak, his hand still on my chest. I shush him with a palm over his mouth. Nonsense, Buck yells. That's weird even for you, Vi. Open the door. I forgot my wallet in your bathroom. You need to hide. I jump out of Alex's lap and pull on his arm, but he doesn't budge. He frowns. My car's in the driveway. Buck's not observant enough to notice. To prove me wrong, from the other side of the door, Buck asks, "Whose car is parked behind your old car anyway?" Alex arches his split brow. Gosh, him and his sexy face. Gosh, what are we going to do? I whisper in panic. Don't worry, I can handle it. Alex stands, adjusts his trousers, zips his fly, and runs a hand through his hair. He's totally calm. I need to cover my chest. I motion to my chest. Probably a good idea. He caresses one through my shirt with his knuckle. Hey! I bat his hand away, nab my hoodie from the arm of the couch, and yank it on. Rushing to the door, I adjust my glasses and take a deep breath. I'm in trouble. Buck is going to find out I slept with Alex, and they'll have a throwdown in my living room. Furniture will be ruined. At least most of it is owned by my parents, not me. I open the door wide. No point hiding the 6'2", 220-pound hockey player standing behind me. I prop a hand on my hip and sneer. Forget something? Ha ha, I don't need that stuff. My wallet's in your bathroom. Did Charlene get a new car? Buck looks past me, his expression changing from amusement to confusion. What are you doing here? Hey man, I didn't get Kirk's message until a few seconds ago. I thought I was supposed to pick you up. Alex's smile is easy. I figured while I was here, I could ask Sydney about the kid he's been scouting. Kill two birds. For a second, I worry Buck won't buy it. Thankfully, he isn't the brightest bulb in the box. You mean the Evans kid? The one breaking all the records? Alex nods. He's golden. He'll be drafted this year for sure. For real. I think my dad's going to see him play tomorrow night. I'll get your wallet, I mutter, since I'm not part of their conversation, and head for the bathroom. My heart's thundering with adrenaline after almost being caught by Buck. It's also occurred to me that Alex is part of the group for which Buck called his bunnies. The wallet sits on top of the toilet tank. To avoid direct contact, I use a tissue to handle it. I don't want to touch anything residing in the proximity of Buck's vicinity. When I return to the living room, the topic has changed significantly. Alex's back is to me, and Buck is laughing. This girl is pretty much up for anything, so I'm hoping her friends are too. Neither of them has noticed me. I hold my breath, waiting for Alex's response. His laugh is hard, his tone cocky. Gotta love the wild ones, eh? Especially when they come back for more. I want to vomit. We've been making out, and he's discussing Buck's regulars. I'm probably a stop on the way to the next bunny. I hold up Buck's wallet. Forget anything else? Your biohazard suit? Alex spins around. I'm sure his expression tells him how much I've overheard. I can't even look at him. Buck smiles widely, expecting the insult. I wait for his not-so-witty retort, but he must have been waiting for a chance to use this one, because he doesn't even hesitate. You're just jealous, Vi. You're not very adventurous. You might as well check yourself into a convent for all the excitement you get. It isn't a half-bad comeback. Unfortunately, he's doled it out in front of Alex, who may be looking to add me to his own list of regulars. Really, you terrible Yeti. I throw his wallet at his head and miss. It bonks Alex in the shoulder instead. He snatches it from the air. I hope you get an itch and you scratch yourself raw. Now get out, both of you. I have things to do, and your unpleasantness is stinking up my living room. I spin on my heel and stalk off to my bedroom. It was a joke, Vi, Buck calls after me. I slam my door and lock it. Cranking the volume on my stereo, I blast the music, but it's the tragically hip, so it's not angry or aggressive enough. I choose an album with lots of heavy guitar riffs and loud drums. Stomping across my room, I punch the Waters toy, which launches it into the wall. Then I throw myself onto my bed and scream into my pillow like a grumpy preteen. I feel better, regardless of how juvenile I am. 2 minutes later, an insistent knocking begins. I scream, "Go away!" But it's Buck, and he's too dense to leave me alone. I throw open the door. "Why are you here? Don't you have other plans?" He kicks at the door jamb, shoulders slumped. I don't pay for intimacy. I don't care if I've hurt his feelings. I'm so angry at myself and Buck and Alex for my current predicament. I'm angry and more confused than I was before Alex showed up at my door. He was so sweet up until now, and contrary to the media portrayal of him. Maybe that's his thing. Maybe he enjoys messing with women. Would you like me to throw confetti for you? Buck holds the door open. I lean against it and get nowhere. I hate Buck and his huge hairy arms and bulging muscles. I think Waters likes you. A useless blossom of hope forms in my chest. I tromp on it with tabloid images of other girls wrapped around Alex and his uncensored comment to Buck. I'm not interested in your disgusting friends. Not anymore anyway. If you don't mind, I'd like to be left alone. I have work to do. I push on the door. This time he lets go and shouts when it hits him in the face. As soon as Buck leaves, Alex calls me repeatedly. He must have me on redial.
Annoyed, I turn off the phone and toss it on my bed. I'm not interested in anything Alex has to say. Over the next several days, I avoid all contact with Alex. I make plans in the evenings and delete voicemails without listening and texts and emails without reading. I don't empty my email trash, though. My lack of action is a problem because it means I can read them if I want to. The Hawks are playing a home game tonight. I've tried everything in my power to get out of going. Okay, I'm lying. I said I didn't want to go. Buck and my mom pull the puppy dog and giant Sasquatch guilt trip, so I cave. It didn't take long. I put real effort into getting ready, something I don't normally do. I don my rattiest sweats and my most stained hoodie. My mom refuses to let me get in the car.
I told you I feel like, gosh, if I have to go, I want to be comfortable. I don't care if you have Ebola, you're not going to the game in this. She gestures to my outfit. Harsh. There's nothing wrong with what I'm wearing. Not if you're homeless. She grabs my arm and marches me into the pool house. Then she holds me at Flatiron Point until I put on makeup and change into something nice. My mom is well aware of all the gifts I've received from Alex. She's perceptive enough to surmise this has to do with him. I consider asking Sydney to stop at the pharmacy on the way to the game so I can buy Ipecac syrup as an emergency backup. With the way my stomach is rolling, I doubt I'll need it. Our seats are close to the ice again, only a couple of rows away from the Hawks bench. I can't decide if I'm excited or not. Thankfully, beer helps calm the nerves. Puck bunnies cluck like chickens behind us, but they're difficult to hear with my mom yapping away beside me. She insists Alex is a lovely young man and informs me I shouldn't believe the tabloids because they're full of gosh. I snort into my beer and remind her everything they say about Buck is true. This shuts her up. The butterflies in my stomach grow exponentially when the Hawks take the ice. I slouch in my seat as Alex sits on the bench, his face set in a scowl. It's a challenge to pay attention to the game while trying not to stare at him. He's shaved since I saw him last, and he doesn't look so beat up. My desire grew. Some drama has taken place while I've been staring. Everyone in the arena is on their feet, people either cheering or yelling. The whistle blows and Alex jumps the boards. Moving with fierce grace, he snatches the puck from his opponent, pivots, and barrels across the ice. A powdery cloud follows Alex as he comes to an abrupt stop. He raises his stick and brings it through with swift surety. Everything slows as the puck hurtles toward the goalie. Breath frozen in my lungs, I grip the armrests, waiting. Like every other die-hard fan, I shoot out of my seat, screaming enthusiastically as the puck races past the goalie into the net. Alex scores an awful lot of goals. The game is full of action. At one point, the opposition scores, briefly tying it up. The Hawks take the lead again at the end of the second period with another incredible goal. This time, Alex manages to stay out of the timeout box, and the Hawks take the win. I'm an absolute mess of nerves as we make our way out of the arena to the car. It takes forever to get to the bar, thanks to celebrating Hawks fans. By the time we arrive, my bladder is on the verge of exploding. I hightail it to the bathroom and get stuck in the unfortunate line of women who need to use the facilities as well. 3 underdressed puck bunnies primp in front of the mirrors, chatting away while I unleash Niagara Falls. How do I know they're puck bunnies? They're talking about the Hawks and who they found attractive. I tense, halting the peace stream. I hear the term hat trick again. Maybe they determine who they want to score based on the team members' stats. The hand dryer cuts off the puck bunny conversation. As soon as I'm done, I button my pants and I burst out of the stall so I can eavesdrop again. Well, I'd rather be first in line than third. Who wouldn't want to be first? The fake blonde asks. There's a skunk stripe of brown at her roots. She fluffs it out and pouts at her reflection. The brunette beside her shimmies her head from side to side. Whatever. First, second, third. If I got to be intimate with Alex Waters, I wouldn't care where I was in line. Her eyes slide my way and stay fixed on my face. Oh my God, I recognize you. Aren't you the one who was, making out with Alex Waters 3 weeks ago? She screeches. I never expected anyone to recognize me from those pictures. I assumed the focus was on my tongue in his mouth. Horrified by what I've overheard, I go with denial. I must be that girl's doppelganger, 'cause you're not the first person to ask. I lower my voice. I read somewhere she said he was a gosh kisser. If I'm gonna lie, I might as well make it a good one. Her eyes widen. Really? And he's got a... I gesture vaguely. No! Her jaw drops, her expression one of dismay. That's the rumor. I wipe my hand on my pants in lieu of waiting for the hand dryer and leave the bunnies to their gossiping. What I've done is shamefully childish, but I'm okay with it. On my way to the bar, I run into one of Alex's teammates. I don't remember him, even if he remembers me. Hey, aren't you Butterson's sister?
Stepsister, but yeah. I scan the crowd, searching for Sydney or Buck. They should be easy to spot, both being well over 6 feet. I'm Kirk. I play defense for the Hawks. You're named after a flower or something, right? The way he looks at me is discomforting. It's Violet. Right. You gonna come hang with us? I need to make a quick call first. I hold up my phone as an excuse to get away from this guy. He's gotta be a good 10 years older than me, and he's smarmy. I'll save you a seat. Maybe we can get to know each other better. Maybe. I roll my eyes as he saunters away. I can't believe women fall for such gosh. But then again, look at what happened with Alex. After overhearing the bathroom gossip, all I want is to go home. I wait until Kirk the jerk disappears into the crowd before I put my phone away and resume my search for Buck. A bouncer puts a hand up to stop me, controlling the flow of traffic into the section the Hawks occupy. She's with me. Alex's palm comes to rest on the small of my back as we move forward. His voice is low, burning like DEET over my skin. I want to talk to you. All my witty retorts stick in my throat. There's no escape. He's right behind me, allowing no space. In full nonsense gentleman style, he leads me to the table, pulls out a chair, and takes the seat to my right. My new buddy Kirk is on the opposite side of the table, his arm hanging casually across an open seat. Hey, stepsister, I saved you a chair. Alex shoots him a look. She's good where she is. A leer distorts Kirk's smile. I can see a space where a tooth should be. A waitress with excessive cleavage stops to take his order, distracting him. Alex seems relieved. I say nothing. Buck's at the other end of the table, too busy chatting up a puck bunny to notice my arrival. The way these women throw themselves at these guys is embarrassing. What's worse is knowing I, too, have fallen prey to the charms of a hockey player more than once. Alex orders me a drink from the attractive waitress. I let him because I'll need the booze if I have to sit next to him. He tries to engage me in conversation, but it's loud and I'm too distracted for small talk. Eventually, I can't contain myself any longer. I want him to refute what I heard in the women's restroom. So, what's with all the talk about you being magical? His very grin appears. I'm sorry, what? Some girls in the bathroom were making reference to a hat trick. Alex blanches. The guy beside him, who's been relatively quiet up until now, chokes on his beer, and Kirk laughs. Alex swallows thickly, eyes on the table. A couple of the guys closest to us appear amused. The quiet one beside him shakes his head. It didn't sound like they were talking hockey scores. So I'm curious, what does that mean exactly? He doesn't respond right away, giving Kirk the opportunity to cut in. It's when Waters is intimate with 3 different bunnies in one night. The words are slow to filter. I turn to Alex to ascertain whether this can possibly be true. His silence is a foghorn blast of confirmation. I plaster on a smile. Oh, aren't you special? I don't need ipecac syrup to save me from the horror show this evening has become. My stomach rolls at this information. I've had sex with a very promiscuous person. I push away from the table. I think I might actually be sick. Alex. Violet, who's pale to begin with, unless she's experiencing intense emotion, then she's a crazy sexy shade of red. So white she looks like a ghost. She wobbles and grips the back of the chair. Following her lead, I stand and grasp her elbow. Why don't you let me help you? Don't touch me! She smacks my hand away. I don't want your help. Butterson puts his conversation with the bottle blonde on hold. He takes in the scene, assessing it the same way he would a play. His eyes home in on my hand hovering near her arm. Vi, are you okay? I don't care if he's suspicious. This is the first time I've seen Violet since I stopped by her house last week. Butterson really messed it up for me then, like Kirk is doing now. I need to talk to her without an audience. There's never been a Waters hat trick. It's a farcen, unsubstantiated, overblown rumor, much like the majority of what the media says about me. None of what she's seen and heard is accurate. Not really.
If I don't clear things up, it's going to blow my chances with her, if it hasn't already. Violet clears her throat and speaks carefully. I don't feel well. I may have contracted an airborne venereal disease being this close to Waters. Some of the guys at the table laugh. Butterson's going to be really upset with me if he finds out what happened. That's cool. I'll take the consequences. I did become intimate with his stepsister. If I can set the record straight with Violet, it'll be totally worth it. If you'll excuse me. Violet shoves her way past me. Taking opportunity where I can get it, I follow, hoping to explain. Violet is much smaller and fast, so she slips between people in a way I can't without bowling them over. Butterson grabs my arm. What in the heck did you do? I didn't do anything. Kirk was running his mouth, and all of a sudden Violet said she didn't feel good. I don't know what's going on or why you're so very interested in my sister, but you need to leave her completely alone. Butterson goes after her. Violet's halfway across the bar, heading for the door. If I'd pulled her aside earlier, we could have avoided this whole thing. Darren hands me my jacket. I'll catch a ride with you. I'm sure he's figured it out what happened with Violet, even without me telling him. We head for the exit. Do you think he knows? What are you mumbling about? It's too loud in the bar. Darren can't hear me doing the whisper out of the side of my mouth thing. Outside the bar, Butterson is on the sidewalk with his phone to his ear. Don't puke in the cab. Call me when you get home. Is everything okay? Darren saves me from asking incriminating questions. Gosh, no. Everything's not okay. What was Kirk saying to her anyway? Spouting his usual nonsense, Darren replies. She puked on the sidewalk. He motions to a puddle close to the bushes. I had to pay the cab triple to take her home. One of us would have given her a lift. I'm annoyed he sent her in a cab, alone. Butterson's lip twitches. I don't trust you one bit. Don't think I didn't see you talking to her again tonight. You show up at her place last week and now this. Something is going on. Vi and I are tight. She talks to me. Don't think I won't find out what. Hopefully they're not that tight. Don't be such a jerk, Butterson. She's not well, and you sent her home in a cab when you had other options. She's puking. It's not like either one of us is going to hit on her. To avoid exacerbating the issue, I walk to my car on the other side of the lot. Darren climbs in the passenger seat and buckles up. That was a mess. I start the car. I'll say. Do you think I was too obvious? Do you need to ask? She's been out with us twice and you're all over her. Yeah, man, it's very obvious. What in the heck are you thinking? I don't know. I'm so in trouble. You did it to yourself when you became intimate with her. I turn right instead of left, in the opposite direction of my house. Where are we going? I want to make sure Violet gets home okay. What are you, her stalker? I'm only going to drive by, not peek in her windows. Look, she won't talk to me. I've never done this. Done what? Stalk a girl you've been intimate with? I'm not stalking her, I say under my breath. Any parallels to stalking exist only because I want to explain, and she's not giving me the chance. I need your help. She won't listen if I tell her the stories she's heard are untrue. How very astute of you. I've never admitted to being intimate with 3 different girls in one night. My agent taught me omission works to my advantage. Leave out the details and people will infer whatever they want. What happened and what people think happened are 2 very separate things. The night in question took place a number of years ago. I threw a party after I moved into my house. It was wild, as hockey parties can be. I already had a rep for being a player, most of it unfounded. This event dropped me firmly into playboy status. At the time, I welcomed it, not so much anymore. I could have easily debunked the myth, but early on in my career I faced a few challenges. My agent, Dick, thought it wouldn't hurt to let people believe what they wanted. The playboy reputation, however unwarranted, stuck, and those kind of things are hard to erase. I park across the street from Violet's house, careful to avoid street lamps.
The only vehicle in the driveway is an old SUV. Exterior lights illuminate the path from the main house to the gated yard. The pool house is further back, beyond a cover of trees and bushes. Don't even think about getting out of the car, Waters. Darren presses the button on the center console, locking the doors. The last person she wants to see right now is you. I give him a dirty look for being right. She might punch you in the face. I throw the car into gear, revving the engine as I pull away from the curb. I hate not getting what I want when I want it. All I want is to talk to Violet. I also maybe want to experience intimacy with her again. Considering how things are going these days, that's unlikely to happen. Darren lives in a gated neighborhood close to my house, so I drop him off. Don't do another drive-by tonight. He shuts the door, gives me the hairy eyeball, and walks up his driveway. I ignore his suggestion. The main house is dark, and the sports car is still missing, so I pull up and cut the lights. A dim glow comes from inside the pool house. I pick up my phone, scan an email from Dick about a minor endorsement campaign, nothing is promising a sports pro, and scroll through my contacts to her number. She doesn't answer. I debate hanging up until her voicemail clicks over. Hi. Hey, it's Alex. You must not think very highly of me right now. If you give me a chance to explain, I promise. I'm sorry, Violet. If you could call me when you're not puking anymore, that'd be great. It's a lame message. I've already pressed end, so it's sent. Violet doesn't return my call. It's not a surprise. She can ignore emails, texts, and voicemails, but there is one location I can catch her where she'll have to hear me out. Her work. She won't be able to yell at me or slam a door in my face there without drawing a lot of attention. We're leaving for a series of away games on Wednesday, and I want to see her before I go so I can fix things.
Monday morning, I get up early so I can catch her first thing. The girl at the information desk is incredibly helpful. Taking the elevator to the 6th floor, I follow the directions to Violet's cubicle. It's nice and public. It's also empty. Can I help you? I turn to find a scrawny guy wearing a loud yellow paisley tie standing behind me. I'm looking for Violet. He blinks a few times, gaping. Alex Waters. That would be me. His hand shoots out, so I take it. Jimmy Fredericks, you're my idol. Thanks, Jimmy. Now about Violet. He shakes his head. Of course, Mr. Waters. She's down the hall in the conference room. Is she in a meeting? Yes. No. She will be. It doesn't start for another 15 minutes. I'll take you there immediately. Is she expecting you? It's more of a surprise. Oh, right, of course. Follow me. Jimmy leads me down the hall to the conference room. Before he can announce my arrival, I slip past him, winking as I soundlessly close the door. Violet is facing the table, so she hasn't noticed me yet, which is precisely the point to my silent entrance. I take a moment to appreciate her attire. She's wearing dark gray dress pants and a creamy top. The material has a slight sheen to it. Her auburn hair is loose and resting in waves on her shoulders. Her shoes are red with little heels. It's sexy yet professional. I flip the lock, trapping Violet in the room with me. I take a moment to come to terms with my stalkerish behavior, rationalizing it with my need to defend my poor reputation. Being alone in a private room with her stirred a strong reaction within me. There's only a sliver of opaque window to the right of the door, leaving most of the room obscured from view. Violet doesn't want to be intimate with me, though my mind wandered to such possibilities. First, I have to get her to talk to me again, and possibly go out on a date prior to such events. Violet turns as I adjust myself. She lets out a gasping shriek. Her hand flutters delicately to her throat. What are you doing here? I wanted to... She stalks over and shoves her finger into my chest. Explain what exactly? She uses one of those angry whispers despite the door being closed. The hat trick. The story isn't true. She's still digging her nail into my chest. The contact is nice, even if it's aggressive, although there's a chance it may be a precursor to some real violence. I saw the interview you did. It's on YouTube. Which one? She glowers. Which one do you think? I try not to react. I know the interview she's talking about. It's atrocious. In fact, it shot a number of endorsement opportunities, unless I wanted campaigns for sensitive health issues. The trashy gossip spotlight did nothing good for my career. I never admit to being intimate with 3 women in one night. I didn't contest the assumption, which is as good as confirming it in most people's eyes. Like, gosh, you didn't. Violet stomps to the laptop. It takes her 3 seconds to pull up the interview and another 20 to find the hat trick part. She must have watched it more than once. I can't decide if this is a good or a bad thing. It means she's been thinking about me, but probably not in the way I've been thinking about her. This interview went live a few weeks after the incident took place. I'd grown accustomed to omitting details, especially where my sex life was concerned. At first, the way the media misconstrued everything was funny. After a while, I became resigned to the annoyance. Now I wish I'd handled things differently. Right here, she jabs at the screen. You should listen again. I know exactly what I said, since it's caused me so much trouble so many times. Violet sneers. It's sexy scary. Alrighty then. Interviewer. There's been a lot of talk regarding your sexual exploits recently. I'm wondering if you'd like to elaborate on the Waters hat trick for us. I can feel Violet's angry glare. Me. I'm not really a kiss and tell kind of guy. Interviewer. Rumor has it some of the women you've been with aren't so tight-lipped. I've heard the hat trick actually has nothing to do with your skills on the ice. Would that be accurate? Violet stares at the wall and fidgets with the collar of her shirt. I want to do the same. The interview was horrifically invasive. I was appalled by the questions and that Dick had approved them. Me. That's quite the rumor. Interviewer. Would you like to substantiate it? I'm sure your female fans out there would like to know. Me. Like I said, I don't kiss and tell. Violet hits pause. Right there. Despite her triumph, I can see it's all bravado. That's not an admission of anything. It's certainly not a denial. She crosses her arms over her chest. No one really challenges me unless I'm on the ice. It makes me want to follow through on the conference table idea, but the interview is ruining my chances of that ever happening. It's an old interview. What does that have to do with anything? You made no attempt to correct them if they were wrong, which is hard to believe. The media likes to twist things around. Do they? You're the one who showed up at my hotel room in the middle of the night so we could hang out. You're the one with the sleeve of very condoms at the ready. Judging from all the mess floating around out there on the internet, I don't think the media is far off the mark. She flails, pointing at the screen, then me, and then the screen again. I'm trying to... Why bother? I'm just another woman you've been intimate with. I'm not your girlfriend. You don't need to account for your other relationships. Her eyes are shiny, the way my sisters get when she's on the verge of tears. Oh gosh, what if I make her cry? I want a chance to defend myself before you lump me in with all the other jerks out there. You've done a pretty good job all on your own. The door rattles, followed by a soft knock. Violet? It's a deep male voice. I don't like it. Violet's relief isn't what I want to see. She tries to sidestep me, but I'm bigger, faster. A decade of figure skating helps. Violet trips over my foot, giving me the perfect excuse to touch her. It happens in one of those slow-motion sequences. As she falls, I wrap my arm around her waist and spin her body toward me, riding her. She ends up pressed against me, her face mashed into my chest. She's so warm and small and soft. She smells fantastic, like fabric softener and fresh shampoo. She lets out the tiniest whimper, gripping my shoulders rather than pushing away. Of course, the guy on the other side of the door ruins the moment by knocking again rather vigorously. I need to let Dean in, she says softly, her ties fixed on my chin. I want to ask one thing first. I hold her tightly, battling an inconvenient surge of desire. I need to. Her fingernails dig in harder, and I feel a slight movement. That last part may be wishful thinking. Have coffee with me, or tea, or beer, whatever you want to drink. We can even go for chocolate milk. I just want to talk. She peers up at me, her chest brushing against my ribs. I remember with unparalleled clarity our shared intimacy. My desire grew by the second. If she sensed it, I was in trouble. Letting her go isn't an option until she agrees to go out with me. It's a conundrum. Why? Why what? Why do you want to have a drink with me? Because I like you. Because you're fun. Because I want to get to know you better. Because I want you to see for yourself I'm not the kind of guy you think I am. Her silence lasts a long time. One drink? Yeah? She nods. Are you free this afternoon? I don't want to give her a chance to change her mind. I should be done at 5 today. I could take you for dinner. No meals, only one drink. Her grip on my shirt loosens and her fingers slide down my arms. There's a coffee shop across the street. I'll meet you there. Dean knocks again. I unlock the door, open it 2 inches, and hold up a finger while giving him my "leave us alone or I'll beat you with my hockey stick" look. Then I close it again and turn to Violet.
You're not going to ditch me, are you? I don't see the point. You'll probably break into my house and I'll find you hiding in my closet or under my bed if I do, she says dryly, eyebrow raised as if challenging me to disagree. I don't think I'd go that far. Even I have my boundaries in this stalking business. You've locked me in a conference room with you. Who knows your limits? Before Dean has a coronary, I flip the lock and open the door again. He glances between me and Violet. Alex Waters? I'm sorry if I've delayed your meeting. Can I get you anything? Coffee? Water? Fresh squeezed orange juice? I swear I hear something suggestive come from behind me. Maybe my mind is playing tricks on me. I'm good. I already got what I came for. I turn to Violet, pushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Even her ears are pretty. I'll see you at 5. Okay. She blushes and touches her hair, her smile suddenly shy. Score 1 for Waters. Violet. Dean gawks as Alex walks down the hall. That was Alex Waters? Yup. Alex's hands are shoved in his pockets and his head is bowed. His shoulders are so broad he nearly takes up the entire hallway. He's a hard man to say no to. Coffee in a public venue seems safe. Dean waits until Alex turns the corner. He was here to see you? Yeah, he's even hotter in person than he was in those pictures of you two making out. What? Sorry, I didn't mean. You look hot too. Dean busies himself with rearranging folders on the conference table. Why is everyone so hot for Alex Waters? I grumble. I'm annoyed at how easily I've fallen into this trap. I attribute it to how good he looks when he's clean-shaven and nervous. I want, in a very desperate way, to believe he's not a terrible, difficult person. I'm still glad I kept my appointment with the gyno last week. Bagged or not, I wanted to make sure I hadn't contracted any diseases from previous encounters. From what I've read and seen, I've been intimate with a man who's been with many women. I'm grateful all the results were negative. Please tell me you're going to be intimate with him. I choke on a cough. We're going for coffee. That's almost a date. You can totally be intimate with him afterward. Dean nods vigorously, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Charlene and Jimmy show up and save me from Dean's inanity. Charlene told off Alex Waters? Jimmy says, gesturing wildly to the empty hall. I gape in disbelief. Charlene did what? I didn't tell him off. I gently suggested he watch himself, or hell have me to deal with. You didn't? I palm my face, mortified. He seemed very agreeable. All he did was nod a lot and apologize. I also asked if he could introduce me to Darren when you two are done making up. He offered to send tickets to the next home game, provided I bring you. Charlene is all smiles. I can't believe Charlene sold me out for tickets to a game. She's seen the Waters hat trick interview. I told her about their intimacy, his impressive physique, the puking, the relentless emails, texts, and phone calls, as well as the huge amount of gifts I've received courtesy of Alex Waters. You can't be serious. Oh, I'm totally serious. I'm not passing up a chance to see Darren Westhouse play. Charlene, what if I don't want to go to a game? What if I never want to talk to Alex ever again? Charlene turns my laptop toward her and checks out the interview again. I've probably made her watch it 6 times, dissecting the content or lack thereof. She seems far less offended by his non-responses.
In all fairness, she hasn't been intimate with him. She props her chin on her fist, eyeing me speculatively. He told me you agreed to coffee, so you must want to see him. Who says I'll see him again after this? I understand the media stuff bothers you, but he seems to be honestly interested in you. I mean, it's been weeks and he's actively pursuing you, even though you keep blowing him off. A smug smile is plastered across her face. Oh, and nowhere in this interview does he say he's done that hat trick thing. All he does is give evasive answers. He doesn't refute the claim. He was probably coached. As if that's any better. Even my best friend is on Water's side. I blame it on his very smile. Today makes every other long day seem short by comparison. Meetings drag, lunch takes forever. I'm distracted all afternoon working on one of the new accounts. I keep daydreaming about Alex, comparing him to household items. At 5, I freshen up in the staff bathroom. I swish with my emergency mouthwash and give my teeth a quick brush. It's bad practice to go into a meeting with coffee breath, or garlic breath, or any kind of offensive breath. I'm applying the same logic to coffee dates, although I'll negate the fresh breath as soon as I order a coffee. Regardless, I have no intention of kissing Alex. I think. I reach the lobby at 5:15. Alex is sitting on the arm of a chair, staring at the elevator. He stands, smoothing his hands down the front of his pants. I follow the movement, and, of course, my eyes go right where they're not supposed to, his groin. I can't see anything exciting going on there. He's changed since this morning, and now wears a pair of dark-wash denim jeans and a button-down shirt. The material conforms to his hot body, showing off every deliciously cut inch of chest and biceps and shoulders. Why does he have to look so good? Really? I thought we were meeting at the coffee shop. I thought we could walk over together. And you didn't want me to stand you up? His smile is lopsided, one dimple popping out. Something like that. I could still run. You could try. I'm pretty fast if I'm chasing after something I want. The butterflies flitting around in my stomach reach tornado-level flutters. Images of him moving across the ice, power and speed propelling him forward, come to mind. Alex chasing after me with the same kind of singular, intense focus made my desire grow. He extends his hand. It's only a drink and some conversation, Violet. That's all I'm asking. The way he says it reminds me of the night in his hotel room, when he told me he just wanted to hang out, and then they came together intimately. I slam down the gauntlet on those thoughts. I have to remind myself of the bad reputation he has, yet to refute properly. I don't want to be one of his hockey dates. It's dark out. Fat snowflakes drift lazily from the sky as we cross the street to the little cafe. I used to come here when I was an undergrad. Right now is prime time for those kids between afternoon and evening courses. It's still my favorite place to go for coffee and snacks. A fire crackles in the wood-burning fireplace. The table in front of it is empty with a reserved sign. It's the comfiest spot in the cafe, and romantic with the fire and the low lighting. I'm almost glad it's unavailable. Why don't you have a seat and I can order something for you? Alex sweeps his hand toward the table by the fireplace. It's reserved. He leans in and whispers, I reserved it. Of course he did. I follow him to the counter to check out my options. I already know what I want. Alex wraps his fingers around my wrist when I go for my wallet. I'll get it. I sound harsher than I mean to. He's being so attentive and considerate. It makes me nervous, but I like it. I invited you. Please let me get this. The way he's looking at me breaks my very heart. Okay, fine. A hint of a smile pulls at the corner of his mouth. His palm settles low on my back, and he strokes my spine. It's distracting. What would you like, Violet? A green tea latte, non-fat, lactose-free, with extra whipped cream, please. Lactose-free with whipped cream, eh? Alex asks. It balances the dairy out. Sure. Anything else? I assess the extensive selection of desserts. Including food could open the gates for dinner and make this an official date. I'm unprepared to deal with an entire meal. I'm okay. I stare longingly at the caramel crunch cake. Are you sure? These cakes look too good to pass up.
You'll feel bad ordering one if you don't have anything in front of you. Cake isn't the same as real food, so I give in. Alex orders, and the girl behind the counter is saccharine, practically overwhelming him with her congeniality. Two can play at that game. Moving in closer, my boob presses against his arm. "Thank you," I whisper in his ear. His eyebrows rise in surprise, followed by his easy smile. "It's entirely my pleasure. I'm glad you're here." Alex insists I have a seat while we wait for our drinks and desserts. He even helps me out of my coat and hangs it on the rack near the fire. I sink into the plush chair and sigh, running my hands over the velvet-covered armrests. I stare at him while he waits patiently at the counter for our order. I also pop a couple of lactose pills. I'm not the only person in the cafe looking at him. His presence is as big as he is. The guys seem just as interested in him as the women. A lot of people appear to recognize him. Maybe a college hangout isn't the best place to have coffee with a famous hockey player. He brings the cakes to the table. His dessert is some kind of peanut butter chocolate concoction. Mine consists of pecan meringue nestled between layers of whipped cream topped with caramel drizzle. Waiting until Alex returns with our drinks would be the polite thing to do, but I'm starving and it looks delicious. I skim the slice with the edge of my fork and gather a thin layer of whipped cream and bits of meringue. It's the perfect combination of creamy and crunchy, dissolving as soon as it touches my tongue. I sigh in sensory ecstasy. Is it good? Alex startles me as he sets my green tea latte on the table. He's close enough that I can see a tiny nick on his chin from his razor and the flecks of green and gold in his otherwise hazel eyes. He moves his chair closer to mine, so we're side by side instead of across from each other, and settles into the soft velvet. It's heaven. Can I have a taste of heaven? I don't think he means for it to sound suggestive. He bites his lip as I dig my fork into the cake and pass it to him. Instead of taking it from me, he clutches my hand and raises the fork to his mouth. His lips part and close over the tines. Good Lord, I want to experience that intimacy with him again. He savors the bite, his expression pensive as he swallows. Want to trade? No thanks. Are you sure? Maybe you want to go halves? Why don't you try mine? He jams his fork into the cake, ready to spear me a bite. I'm not parting with my cake. Suit yourself. He separates a hunk of cake from the thick piece. It's dense, dripping with chocolate syrup. His eyes drift close, and he makes a low sound in his throat. It's almost a growl. If yours is heaven, then this is incredibly pleasurable. Incredibly pleasurable? He leans in and lowers his voice to a whisper. It's a moment of intense pleasure. In the middle of a sip of my latte, I raise my hand in time to prevent it from spraying him and the table. I get my palm and sleeve instead. He grabs a napkin and dabs at the mess. His cheeks flush and he shakes his head. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's fine, I'm fine. It was unexpected. I remember vividly what it was like to experience that intense pleasure with him. It was pretty amazing. He stirs his chocolate whatever. It's covered with whipped cream and drizzled with more chocolate syrup. I see a trend here. I'm really glad you agreed to see me. One second he's being all flirty, and the next he's being sincere and vulnerable. I don't know which side of him to trust, if any at all. You wanted the chance to explain. My stomach twists, so I leave the cake alone and focus on my drink. He clears his throat, staring into his hot chocolate. The table vibrates from the restless tapping of his foot against the floor. He's such an enigma. I want these glimpses of sweetness and his awkward fumbling to be authentic, not a facade he wears to pursue women intimately. He takes a deep breath and looks up. The way the media portrays me is inaccurate. Of course he's going to say this. Excuse me? The interruption breaks the tension. Two guys stop in front of our table. Are you Alex Waters? Hey! Frustration lies under Alex's smile. I told you, man! He smacks his buddy on the arm, his excitement gaining momentum and volume. I told him it was you. This is so cool. You're like the best player in the league, hands down. Thanks, man. Listen, can I get your autograph, man? No one's gonna believe this. Yeah, sure. Alex shoots me an apologetic look. He's genuinely trying to be nice to this guy whose social skills have lapsed in the face of idolization. The guy pulls out a piece of crumpled lined paper, rambling on about how he plays defense in junior A's and how he wants to go pro. He's a skinny little guy and clearly a college freshman. Alex lets him go on for a few minutes, snapping selfies and asking questions. He gives them the "keep working hard and you can reach your goals" speech. I understand why he's the captain of his team. Once they're done fawning, Alex gives me a pained smile. I'm sorry. He dips his pinky into the whipped cream and slips his finger between his full, soft lips. And I feel a surge of desire. My thoughts turned to a deeper intimacy. It's okay. I clear my throat and shift around, trying to get comfortable. I need to get a handle on my hormones. We're supposed to be having a discussion, and my mind is in the gutter. What were we talking about again? He takes a small sip of his drink. Whipped cream forms a mustache he quickly licks away. You're not the person the media portrays you to be. Yet you sure seem to play the part. I give him my resting, difficult person face. Squinty eyes paired with pursed lips. It makes Buck run for cover, and Sydney usually finds somewhere else to be if it comes out. Alex sinks in his chair. When I started playing for the NHL, the rumors were somewhat justified. The media likes to blow things out of proportion. I won't deny there was some accuracy. I was 18 and a rookie. There were lots of girls. I guess I can understand this. If you're a single, hot professional hockey player, women are going to throw themselves at you. Although his appeal was only physical before the fielding comment. Anyway, the hat trick rumor is a load of mess. I threw a party when I bought my house, and my cousin came because she wanted to be introduced to one of my teammates. If I'd known then what I know now, I never would have entertained the idea, incidentally. Another girl was interested in me, but he shudders. Let's just say she wasn't my type. Anyway, the third girl they accused me of being intimate with was my sister. She was underage, and she crashed the party. I was trying to get her under control. Some jerk took grainy pictures and posted them, and the myth of the Waters hat trick was born. You never deny it in the interview. It's all hearsay anyway. He can tell me whatever he wants. I can't disprove it either way. No, I didn't. He drops his head with a sigh. It was a bad move on my part. All it's done is made me look like a total jerk. He's whisper quiet. You have no idea what it's like, Violet. You're right, I don't. I can't fathom why you would want to come across as a womanizer. Did you know Buck took figure skating lessons? The abrupt change in topic throws me. I learned of this after Buck became my stepbrother. I found the idea of Buck in spandex hilarious and disconcerting. What does that have to do with anything? It's standard, really. Most of the guys who play professional take figure skating to develop their skills on the ice. It's usually a year or two, right? He lowers his voice to make sure no one eavesdrops. Usually. I was in figure skating for 10 years. I almost choke on my latte. Pardon? I started when I was 7. My mother wanted me to be a figure skater. I picked up hockey when I was 9. I didn't want to disappoint her, so I did both for a long time. I think she believed one day I'd change my mind and pick it over hockey. Until I was drafted into the minors, she was positive I'd make the Olympics. I feel bad for Alex. Why would his mother force him to do something he didn't love for so long? I got razzed a lot for it, especially in high school. Teenagers aren't always tolerant. The stereotypes were absurd. And yet you choose to perpetuate a totally different one? I'm not seeing how that's better. I know. His eyes are on the napkin. He's folding into some origami magic. I can tell this has caused him a lot of unnecessary frustration. While it pulls at my heartstrings, I don't understand his motivation for the Playboy angle.
Within a matter of months, I was drafted to the majors, and the press took notice of me. My years in figure skating came up. There were questions as to whether I could handle the demands. The tabloids got a hold of some footage and pictures of me in skating competitions. I had to work to prove myself on and off the ice. It wasn't easy. Alex looks up from the tiny bird he's crafted out of his napkin. His eyes are soft, pleading for me to understand. I try to imagine what it would have been like, but I'm not a hockey player or a figure skater, so I can't relate. I started playing for the Flames, which led to more bad jokes. He rolls his eyes. So I did the one thing guaranteed to dispel any misconceptions, and it worked. I spent a lot of time at bars during the after-parties, surrounded by women. The media ate it up, and my agent even encouraged it. It got me a lot of coverage. At the time, it was beneficial, even if it made me look like a player. He's not lying. I've seen the pictures. The reputation followed me even after I was traded to Chicago. For a long time, I didn't care. The rumors were easier to manage than some of the other difficulties. Until now, I haven't had a reason to want to challenge the reputation. Alex runs his fingers through his shaggy, unkempt hair. It's not an excuse, but can you understand where I'm coming from? I can. Judging from his torn expression and the way he can't stop fidgeting, there's more to this story, I'm sure. He's made himself vulnerable by pouring his heart out in the middle of a crowded cafe. What's more, I believe him. Teenage boys can be cruel, and men can be ruthless with each other. I've seen Buck in action with his friends. I can imagine the ribbing Alex would have taken as a rookie. It might have been all in fun where his teammates were concerned, but at 18, it would be hard to take, especially with the media throwing it at him too. It makes sense. I poke at my cake with my fork, wary. It doesn't explain what you said to Buck about regulars. Regulars? Yeah, when you were at my place and Buck forgot his wallet. Alex's eyes go wide and the color drains from his face. Oh, God, this explains what happened at the bar after the game last week. He expels a long breath. I wasn't sure what Buck knew, if anything at all, and we hadn't had the chance to really talk. So, we're clear. He leans in closer until his knee is touching mine. There are no regulars. There never have been. I don't care if Butterson knows what happened between us. I'll gladly face his displeasure if you'll go out on a date with me. Oh. He touches my cheek with warm fingers. This immediately disconnects my brain from my body. All I want to do is lean forward and feel his lips on mine. Is O code for yes? He seems genuine. It was easier to shrug off his advances when I believed he was a player. If he turns out to be a liar, I'll be devastated. If you're going to say no, I could ask your chest. You've already said I can take them on a date, and I did get them a Victoria's Secret gift certificate. They'd probably be happy to go out with me. His smile is impish. It's hard not to return it. His sense of humor is as whacked out and as inappropriate as mine. They probably would. My senses heightened at their mention. Stupid me. Please, say yes, Alex whispers. A part of me is willing. The rest of me will come along. I'm not 100% sold on you like they seem to be. I can't believe I'm acting like a part of me has a say in the matter. That's fair. Alex's eyes dip down. I'm glad a part of you is sold on me. I'm a fan. I roll my eyes. I guess the feeling's mutual. Are you busy tomorrow night? Tomorrow? I leave Wednesday for almost 2 weeks. I'd like to see you before I go if you're available. We could have dinner? I understand if it's too short notice. I can check my calendar. I have no plans for tomorrow night. Even if I did, I'd cancel them. Alex sips his hot chocolate while I pretend to check my schedule. It looks like I'm free. Great. He reclines in his chair, smiling widely. This isn't what I was expecting at all. I assumed Alex would feed me a load of nonsense and I'd be justified in my disdain for hockey players. Instead, I'm mentally reviewing my underwear options and worrying whether I have anything date-appropriate. A trip to Victoria's Secret is essential. I want to look my best. So does the rest of me. Violet. By the time we leave the cafe, it's almost 8. Alex insists on walking me to my car. I'm not opposed. While downtown bustles with business types during the day, it's a prime club crawl location at night. The University of Illinois is only a few blocks away, making the poorly lit parking lot a perfect meeting spot for delinquent kids. Sometimes I find half-smoked roaches and empty Colt 45s on Monday mornings. Alex keeps his hand on my waist as we walk to my car. The contact makes me aware of my deeper desires. I have to remind myself it's not going to happen tonight. Tomorrow is a different story altogether. My 4Runner is parked in one of the few well-lit areas in the middle of the lot. "Is this thing safe?" Alex asks as I shove the key in the lock. It takes a few jiggles before it turns. The automatic lock stopped working 6 months ago. It passed the safety inspection last year. He pokes at a rusty spot on the side panel. I can't imagine how. "Stop, you'll make it worse." I put my hand over the rusty spot. "I have it serviced regularly." "By who?" "Sydney has a guy." "It's drivable." This is only mostly true. There's a clunking sound my mechanic can't seem to identify, and some issues with the rear axle. I'm not allowed to take it on bumpy roads or the freeway. Alex frowns as he continues to inspect my vehicle. "You're sure he's reliable?" "Yes, I'm sure. My 4Runner has been on its last leg for a good year. I bought it with my own money, and I'm sentimental, so I won't get rid of it." I refuse Sydney's repeated offer to buy me a new car. It's too extravagant an expense. "At least it's big," Alex mutters. Bigger isn't always better. The tank on this beast is bottomless. Oh. It takes a few seconds to clue in to the double meaning. Maybe he thinks I'm insulting him. I consider him. In Alex's case, his presence is awesome. The only drawback is the intensity of our connection. I need to cut it with the historical romance references. In some cases, bigger isn't better. Like with this. I pat my SUV. It's a real gas guzzler. I try to limit my driving to work in the grocery store so I don't ruin the environment. I'd invest in a hybrid if they weren't so ugly and expensive. Alex is wearing an incredibly sexy, amused smile while he listens to me ramble. One hand is braced on the vehicle, and he's leaning in. If he moves an inch or two closer, it might feel like he's planning to kiss me. I want him to kiss me. My brain has stopped working, and I continue with the nonsensical babble. "For you," I gesture vaguely, "your impact is significant. I mean, your overall presence is nice too. You've got that covered well. I like it." I bite my lip to stop the words. "So what you're saying is my impact is only sort of better in my case?" "What? No. It's fantastic, very." I gesture vaguely. Gosh, I'm making it sound bad. I don't want to offend him. I'm sure I could adjust to it after a while. With some practice. I'm good at practice. He moves closer. He smells like chocolate and sandalwood or whatever he washes his hot, firm body with. He's wearing one of those beanie things, like a ski cap with a band logo on it. The Tragically Hip, maybe. His hair has grown in the past month. It curls around the edges. I want to press my lips against his and finger those errant strands. Him. Me. I want. "Can I kiss you?" His palm is on my cheek, his fingers sliding into my hair. "I'd like to kiss you, if that's okay." And he reads minds, too. It's okay. He's an inch from my lips. "I've been dying to taste you." I wait for him to finish his sentence or follow through and kiss me already. Hold up, did he say taste? Hell, I'll let him devour me. He traces my bottom lip with his thumb. His fingers are cold. I shiver and inhale an asthmatic breath. Our eyes lock. I can't look away. I do that weird thing people do when someone they want to get it on with puts one of their digits, except for toes, near their mouth. I allow my tongue to peek out and taste his skin. It's yummy, Probably residue from the sugary chocolate beverage he stuck it in earlier. I have the urge to bite his thumb, so I do. He mumbles a quiet curse. Then his thumb is gone, and his mouth is on mine. Our bodies are flush. He presses me heavily into the frame of my gosh heap. If I wasn't wearing a thick wool coat, I might be able to feel his body more intimately. He angles my head to the side and sucks on my bottom lip. The kiss grows deeper and more frantic. Well, I'm frantic. I grab for his hair, but his hat's in the way, and my fingers are frozen, courtesy of the mid-March cold. It's annoying and inconvenient. Meanwhile, Alex is turned into a jacket MacGyver. He manages to get 2 buttons undone. Now I could feel his body more closely. I kissed his mouth with my tongue and pressed against him with desire. It's fabulous, until someone shouts, "Woohoo! Get after it!" The passionate kissing ceases instantly. Alex spins to face the would-be voyeur. Taking a protective stance, he blocks me from view. I hide behind his jacket for extra cover. Public displays of affection are not something I want to be recognized for. I peek around his shoulder. 2 guys, maybe a year or 2 younger than I am, stand not more than 10 feet away. "What did you say?" His voice is eerily calm. One of them loses the cocky edge. He elbows the other in the ribs. I assume this may have something to do with them being skinny and dorky and Alex being broad and angry. Nervous guy's buddy doesn't get the hint. Instead, he holds up his hand like he's waiting for a high five. "Keep it up, man." He must be drunk. It's the only explanation for his level of stupidity. Gene, we better go." Skinny guy eyes Alex nervously. "Wait." Gene holds up a finger in his much smarter friend's face. "It can't be. No way." He squints and pushes his black-rimmed glasses up his nose. "Oh, dude, it totally is. Alex Waters? Word to the wise, NHLers shouldn't hang out near colleges. Don't you have somewhere else to be?" Alex's irritation is evident. Sorry." The guy who isn't an idiot hauls Gene away. Once they're gone, Alex shoves his hands in his pockets and turns to me. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get carried away. It's just, it'd been a while since I've seen you, and you taste really good. And it makes... yeah. Anyway, sorry." "Oh, it's okay." I wave my hand around like it's no big deal. I enjoyed the passionate moment as much as he did. Maybe more. "So we're still on for tomorrow night?" The question confuses me at first. It's not like it's his fault a couple of drunk kids walked by while we were making out. Against the side of my SUV. Alex rushes on. "Please don't back out on me. I promise I'll be a perfect gentleman." It never crossed my mind, not even for a half second, to flake out on the date. I won't. As long as you drop the perfect gentleman, gosh, that's a deal breaker. My body won't tolerate it. I love your playful spirit. His smile was captivating. "I'll pick you up at 7? We're so weird. I like it. 7 is great. Perfect. Perfect." I return the smile. I'll be counting down the hours until we can resume our makeout session. I should let you go home. Alex holds my door open as I climb in. If I'd been thinking, I would have started it while we made out. However, such actions may well have led to an invitation into the back seat, where they could have explored their connection further. Those drunk kids would have gotten quite a show. I turn the engine over. Alex waits patiently in the freezing cold for me to roll the window down manually. "Thanks for the latte and the cake." "Any time." I motion him closer and kiss his cheek, right where his dimple lives. It pops out at the invitation, and if it wasn't so dark, I'd swear he was blushing. He's as sweet as the dessert I polished off in the cafe. "See you tomorrow. Looking forward to it." The Forerunner makes an awful grating noise as I shift into gear. I should get it checked out. Later on, Alex sends me a cute text to make sure my SUV hasn't exploded and left me stranded on the side of the road. After 45 minutes of texting, I say goodnight and shut off my phone. Otherwise, I'll be tempted to message him all night. If I'm going out with him tomorrow, I have work to do. By work, I mean some personal grooming. It's been a month since I visited my waxer. I'm currently in need of some grooming. I must return it to its mostly naked status in case Alex should want to explore our intimacy. I root around in my bathroom cabinet for my waxing kit. Typically, I only mess around with my legs, but this constitutes an emergency. The date is too last minute to schedule a waxing appointment. I heat the wax in the microwave. Since I'm used to putting it on my legs rather than a more sensitive area, I don't account for how very hot it is. I have to wait 20 minutes for it to cool so I can work on ripping out the hair without burning myself. Mimicking the actions of my waxer, I lie on the bath mat, apply the wax, and give a firm, quick tug. It hurts a great deal. Usually my waxer leaves a small area I trim every week, except it's all wonky now, so I'm forced to rip that out too. On the final strip, I mess up and redo the same spot, resulting in a mottled purple patch. It looks like I've been bruised. Verdict: personal grooming can be dangerous. Coffee is my best friend in the morning. I slept like, too anxious and irritated by my excitement over the impending date. I enlist Charlene to come with me to Victoria's Secret at lunch. I'm not planning to have sex with Alex again. I simply want to be prepared with a new bra and panty set should all my clothes blow off in a freak windstorm. Charlene heads for the garter belts and corsets. I refuse to purchase anything requiring snappy doohickeys or laces. I need easy. Depending on how much there is on the gift card, I might splurge and buy a new pair of jammies, something more adult than Spider-Man. I waste 20 minutes of shopping time debating the merits of extra padding with Charlene. It's false advertising. Alex is already familiar with my figure, so why pretend they've grown since he saw them last? I settle on a red bra with minimal padding and matching frilly undies. On my way to the cash register, I pick out a cute little sleep set. Charlene doesn't approve. I argue that not everything I buy has to be sexy. The cashier rings up my purchases. It's more than $100, which seems excessive for a few scraps of lace. I pass her the gift card, hoping it will cover most of it. You have $879.43 remaining on your card. She holds it out and waits for me to take it. Pardon? She repeats herself and shows me the receipt with the balance. Charlene grabs it. Alex gave you a $1,000 gift card to Victoria's Secret? He's got it bad for you? Correction. I snatch the receipt and the bag from the cashier, whose smile hasn't wavered. She looks like she's made of plastic. He's got it bad for my figure. He asked it out on the date, not me. You're so strange, Violet. I shrug. She's right.
The rest of the day passes in a distracted haze. At 5, I bolt from the office. I need to choose an outfit to complement my new purchases. My mom's car is in the driveway when I arrive home. I'm hoping to avoid her. I haven't told her I'm going out with Alex yet, and I'm not interested in her advice. She's been asking me about him lately, in reference to the gifts and the flowers. It's driving me crazy. The Victoria's Secret bag fits under my coat, so I smuggle it inside and hightail it to the bathroom to get ready. I hear my mom mid-dress adjustment. I check my phone. It's 5 to 7. It's taken way longer to get ready than I expected. Liquid eyeliner is not easy to apply. I launch myself out of the bathroom, hoping to get rid of her prior to Alex's arrival. If I hadn't been so eager when he asked me out, I would have suggested I meet him at the restaurant rather than let him pick me up at home. I'm wearing heels, compromising my already questionable coordination. As I round the corner, I skid on the hardwood and lose my footing and land awkwardly in the middle of the living room. It wouldn't be so bad if Alex wasn't standing in my kitchen to witness the humiliating display. I jump up and brush off the fall as he rushes to help. "Are you okay?" He runs his hands down my arms, checking for injuries. Other than my backside and my ego, I'm fine. It's a good thing Violet's so well cushioned. The extra padding comes in handy. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, willing my hands to stay at my sides and not wrap around her throat. It's a wonder I don't have more deep-seated psychological issues. Thanks, Mom. I grab my purse and Alex's arm. We should go. I'm confident I can make it across this particular surface without falling again.
Holding on to Alex's well-defined forearm definitely helps. "Don't you want to see what Alex brought you? He's such a doll." My mom makes flailing hand gestures between Alex and the flowers. The bouquet is even more extravagant than the ones he sent previously. I'm torn. I don't want him to think I don't like or appreciate them. I also need to get the hell away from my mother. If given the opportunity for further mortification, she'll pull out my mathletes trophies from high school. I pick up the bouquet and give it a quick sniff. These are beautiful, thank you. Alex beams like a spotlight at the compliment. "Can you put these in some water, please?" I ask my mom. "Don't you want to invite Alex in for a drink? Sydney's making me a Manhattan. It's cocktail hour." His warm reply negates my snide response. "Thank you for the invitation, but we have dinner reservations. Maybe another time." "Oh, of course. You kids have fun. I'm sure Sydney will be more than happy to have me all to himself tonight." "Okay, well, we don't want to be late." I tug on Alex's sleeve, praying my mother doesn't say anything else to further my humiliation. This is exactly why I need to move into an apartment far away from her. Alex helps me into my coat, and my mother waves us off. "Sorry about her," I say as we walk down the path to the driveway. It's icy, so I hold his arm. Parent introductions aren't supposed to happen until the 57th date or something? No worries. I think she likes me. She's embarrassing. Aren't all parents? He opens the passenger door and helps me in. I feel like an idiot. Here I am, a grown woman, still living in my parents' pool house. Yet another reason I should have suggested meeting him at the restaurant. He puts the car in gear and we're on our way downtown. "Are you okay? That fall looked like it hurt." His palm comes to rest on the back of my neck. "My giant booty broke my fall. I happen to like your booty, almost as much as I like your other assets. Speaking of which, the Victoria's Secret gift certificate is excessive. You used it? Maybe. What'd you get?" His eyes move to my chest. It's covered by my jacket. "Did you spend it all? You want to know if I bought something for my upper body? Maybe. Did you?" He taps his fingers on the steering wheel. "Maybe." Alex hums and nods, his attention on the road once again. It doesn't take long to reach our destination, which is a good thing because discussing lingerie purchases makes me nervous about what could happen later. Alex turns into the parking lot of a swanky restaurant and pulls into a spot near the door. "If you did happen to buy something for your upper body, I don't expect to see it tonight." "You don't want to see it?" He caresses my nape with his thumb. "I didn't say that. I don't have any expectations beyond dinner. I realize the gift card may make it come across like I do. This is why I like him. Well, one of the reasons." I lean in. Alex mirrors the movement until our lips are less than an inch apart. "What are you waiting for?" He bridges the gap. "I'm not interested in chaste kisses. I have to sit across from him during dinner. We could be in the restaurant for hours. It doesn't look like the kind of place where we can sneak away for a moment of intimacy. Not that I'm considering it as an option. Since sex isn't an expectation, I suddenly want it to be. I grab the front of his jacket and strain to get closer. Maybe this is how reverse psychology is supposed to work. With a low groan, he releases me. As much as I'd like this to continue, we're going to be late for our reservation if we keep it up much longer. He goes in for one last kiss. I'm into this wooing business. If dinner goes well, we can always pick up where we left off. Alex is very much a gentleman. He opens doors and helps me out of my coat once we're inside the restaurant. "You look gorgeous. I love this dress." It's red and clingy with a low neckline. Charlene made me buy it last summer. I never had a reason to wear it until now. Alex takes off his jacket. He looks sophisticated and sexy in his black button-down dress shirt and charcoal gray pants. His tie matches my dress, almost like we planned it. The hostess takes us to a private table in a small room, away from the other guests. Alex passes me the wine list once we're seated. "There aren't any prices," I whisper after the waiter fills our water glasses. "Just pick what you like." His smile made me feel a rush of excitement. I hoped I wouldn't be too flustered. I go with red. I don't like it as much as I like white, so I'll drink slower. Wine tends to hit me hard and fast, and I don't want to make a fool of myself in a nice restaurant.
Bars and hockey games are a totally different story. There are no prices on my dinner menu either. I have a feeling it's purposeful. I order the bacon-wrapped filet mignon, medium rare. There's nothing better than a nice cut of beef hugged by a pork product. I opt for a garden salad instead of Caesar to avoid garlic breath. Alex orders seafood, something or other, and then we're alone. Taking my hand in his, he lifts it to his lips. It's funny how he can be so smooth sometimes, and other times he blunders around like me. I'm glad you're here. Me too. I didn't think I'd ever get you to go on a date with me. Me either. Alex laughs. When the waiter brings my salad and his soup, Alex moves his chair closer so he's next to me, like at the cafe. I wish I didn't have to leave again tomorrow. You'll be gone for a couple of weeks. We have a 6-game series. Usually the long stretches aren't so close together. The games are spread out, so we're on the road longer than I like. Usually you only play a few away games, right? I've never really paid much attention to Buck's schedule. He shows up on my couch a few times a month to play Xbox and eat my food. Over the last little while, I've become far more familiar with who he's playing against and when. Most of the time. There's a couple of long stretches every season, and we've got some difficult games coming up against solid teams. Sydney's been on the phone with Buck lately, discussing strategy. You two seem to get along pretty well. There's something in the way he says it, almost as if he's jealous, which seems silly. You mean Buck? I guess. He's got a pretty busy life.
Mostly, he stops by if he needs a meal. He has his hockey companions to fill his time. Hockey companions? Alex smiles questioningly, but his eyes look troubled. You know, the people who follow the team. His dimples stay in place, but the tick under his left eye gives away his disquiet. Thankfully, our meals arrive and I dig in, happy to abandon the topic. My filet cuts like butter and tastes even better. Between decadent bites, I ask Alex about Canada. I grew up in a city called Guelph. It's in Ontario. That's an interesting name for a city. It sounds like a character from a Tolkien novel. It's an hour outside of Toronto. I nod as if the geographical location helps place the name. Have you ever been to Canada? I shake my head, unable to respond as I'm chewing. You should come when we play Toronto next. I'll take you to Guelph. You'd like it. My stomach flip-flops. We're only halfway through dinner, and he's inviting me to future games? I'm only able to attend out-of-town games because Sydney's company pays for the flights and the accommodations, but the thought is nice. Conversation with Alex is easy. My life isn't nearly as exciting as his, but he hangs on my every word as if I'm the one with the high-profile life, not him. He shares how difficult it is to be away from home all the time and how it makes relationships hard. I'm not sure if it's his way of telling me this is only casual. I don't have the guts to ask either. When he orders dessert, they bring 2 spoons. We only use 1. It's late by the time we finish. Chivalrous as usual, Alex helps me into my coat at the door. He lifts my hair and brushes his lips across my neck. As soon as I am secure in the car, my palms start to sweat. I have the urge to bolt or throw myself at him. Either seems like a good option. The latter better than the former. Alex slips into the driver's seat and turns to me. I don't fly out until early tomorrow afternoon. If you want, you could come to my place. Your place? Or I can take you home, if you'd prefer. I don't want to go home. No? I shake my head. Good. I don't particularly want to take you home either. His voice gets lower. I stop breathing and wait for him to kiss me as he leans in. I'm not disappointed. Neither one of us is buckled in, so we meet in the middle of the console and start making out. The passion escalated quickly. I have a distinct feeling Alex may very well get to see my Victoria's Secret purchases even without a freak windstorm. Alex. Violet tastes like chocolate and wine. Her lips are soft, and she does this thing with her tongue. There she goes again. I remind myself we're in my car, in a parking lot. It's not okay to let things go too far. Violet breaks the kiss. Hi? Her hand is on my chest, her face flushed. I'm almost all the way out of my seat on top of her. Gosh, sorry. You taste really good. Because that's an excuse for getting so carried away in my car? She licks her lips. Thanks, so do you. I rearrange myself and put the car in gear. Let me show you where I live. In the past 5 years, I've been on a handful of dates where I've been interested enough to go on a second one. Of those, very few made it to the third date. Even fewer stepped foot through my door. While I might appear in the tabloids frequently, I prefer privacy in my personal life. I take back roads to the outskirts of the city. You said you didn't have a lair, Violet says as I turn into my driveway. The house is almost completely obscured by a bend in the drive. I laugh. I don't, I promise. You better not. I'm not into lairs. The house comes into view. Oh, wow, this is definitely not lairish. I pull into the 4-car garage where I store my toys. There's a Torino Fastback painted flashy orange with black stripes, a speedboat, 2 Sea-Doos, and a pair of 4-wheelers. You have a lot of things with engines. This is just the stuff I keep here. I have lakefront property an hour away and a cottage in Ontario with more water toys. It's where I spend my time in the off-season. Sydney has a cottage. I always picture them as being kind of run down, like a shack or something. His is more like a house on a lake. Do you ever go? Maybe. Butterson's Facebook pictures came from a vacation there. We try to make the trip once a summer. I'm not very good at water sports. Water skiing isn't hard. I'm sure I could teach you. Violet snorts. Yeah, I can barely get the hang of yoga, and you want to strap boards to my feet and drag me across water? You make it sound dangerous. All sports are dangerous, especially hockey. Once inside, I hang up her coat. Her dress is killing me. It's one of those wrap things with a tie at the waist. I try not to stare. It makes her figure look fantastic. I don't want her to think the only reason I invited her here is for intimacy. I haven't spent the past month trying to get her to go out with me to mess it up. However, I can appreciate her stunning cleavage. To avoid jumping her immediately, I give her a tour of my house. I don't take her upstairs, seeing as my bedroom would be a bad place to end right now. I show her the main floor, then the game room in the basement. It's as far from my bedroom as we can get. You're such a dude. Violet snort laughs, covering her mouth with her hand. Maybe the 80-inch flat screen, movie-style recliners, gaming consoles, and accompanying chairs are a bit much. I don't get a lot of downtime, but when I do, I like to play. I'm not making fun. This is great. Buck would be in heaven here. So would Sydney. Violet checks out my wall of trophies. I hope they don't make me look like an arrogant jerk. I worked hard for them. I'm proud of my accomplishments. My figure skating trophies, I have a lot of those too, are all at my mother's house in my childhood bedroom. You don't need to look at those. I stand behind her, admiring her figure. It really is nice. Soft, plush, good for holding. I'd like to feel that curve against me again. Later, maybe. Violet turns around, her tone teasing. Yeah, I'm sure you have them all out here so people ignore them. They work with the room, don't they? They're impressive. I only ever won the participation ribbon on track and field day. If I had these, I'd highlight them with a flashing neon arrow. In my personal opinion, you're understating your awesomeness. You don't think flashing neon is too overt? Not even a little. She scans the room, pausing at the posters hung on the wall. Wow, look at all those ads. Oh, you've even done one for Tim Hortons. I must have gone through that tin in like a week. I must look like a narcissist, eh? I rub the back of my neck, more uncomfortable about these than I am the trophies. She glances over her shoulder. Are any of these hanging in your bedroom? No. Not even the milk ad? I grin. Not even the milk advertisement. Then you're not a narcissist as far as I can tell. By the way, if you happen to have a spare copy of the milk ad lying around and you weren't sure what to do with it, I'd be happy to take it off your hands. I might be able to get you a copy. She gestures to the posters. Do you have to do a lot of these? It depends on the season. We're doing well this year, so there's more demand. They're good for exposure. I've had some interest from some big campaigns recently, so we'll see what happens. What kind of campaigns? Sports companies. It's something I've been working toward. I hope you get it then. She moves away from the posters. You have an air hockey table. Sydney has one. Buck used to try and hustle me all the time. She claps excitedly. Let's play. No one plays air hockey here without putting something at stake. You mean a bet? I'm gonna warn you. I'm good. Violet taps her fingers on the lip of the table. I beat Buck all the time. I suppress a smirk. Oh, in that case, if I win, I get to take you out again after this series of away games. This is far from fair. There's no way Violet will win.
But I want something beyond the glory of beating a woman who reads during hockey games and refers to the penalty box as the timeout box thingy. Violet blushes. And if I win, I get to take the cool car in your garage for a ride. At first, I think she's joking. Violet has no idea what my car is worth or the time and energy spent having it painstakingly restored. I'm not worried. I'm going to wipe the floor with Violet. Well, I'd like to share intimacy with Violet, maybe while she's on the floor. In the context of the game, I'm going to win. You're on. I reach across the table to shake on it. Violet's smile is pure calculated innocence as she slips her hand into mine and yanks, pulling me forward unexpectedly. Her grin becomes a sneer, her eyes narrowing with something like malice. Be prepared to be thoroughly defeated, Waters. You think so, eh? This is gonna be fun. I remove my tie and toss it on the chair in the corner. Next, I unbutton my shirt and shrug out of it. Is this strip air hockey? Her eyes drop to my chest. All distractions are good distractions if they work in my favor. No, I'm just getting comfortable. My t-shirt is less constrictive than a button-down. Violet takes a ready stance. The deep V of her dress gapes slightly, and the luscious swell of her breasts press together to create amazing cleavage. I'd love to be intimate with her. Very. Now I'm distracted. My competitive nature comes out, and I practically growl. Get ready to lose, sweetheart. Her neck goes blotchy. Nice try. That's not on the table. You don't think so? I could challenge you further. I wag my eyebrows suggestively. Violet scoffs. Check your ego, Captain. At the beginning, I go easy on her and let her believe she'll win. It quickly becomes apparent Violet is far more adept at this game than I assumed. She scores 2 goals within the first 2 minutes, punctuating each one with a "take that." Best out of 3. I sneak the puck by her goalie and smile condescendingly. If you feel the need to be beaten twice, you're gonna lose, baby. If that's what you wanted, the puck ricochets against the side of the table and heads toward my goalie. You should have made that part of the wager. She pokes the inside of her cheek with her tongue. My attention is diverted from the game. Take that, she yells. I blank, confused. Gosh, she scored again. She's thrown my game with suggestive references, making it impossible for me to recover the win. Violet prances around, fist pumping the air, her chest jiggling. Though I'm irritated she's beaten me unfairly, she's still entertaining to watch. I am awesome. She props a hand on her hip. You obviously don't want another date if you're going to play like a girl. Enjoy the high, baby. It won't happen again. I up my game during round 2. The harder I try, the harder she tries. She's good, better than good. I might even lose. She'll have to go out with me again to drive my car, so I suppose I win either way. On your knees, she shouts when she scores the winning goal. She grabs the puck and kisses it. Wearing a huge smile, she rubs it on her chest. I can't believe she beat me. Again. Her cheeks are flushed and her breath comes in pants. Even I'm worked up. I want a rematch. I take a step to the side, coming around the table. You're a sore loser. Violet moves in the opposite direction. I won fair and square. I still want to take you out again when I get home. I take another step toward her and she takes one back. You didn't win. She shifts right, preparing to bolt. I fake right and go left, mirroring her movement. I'm faster and more agile. She may have beaten me at air hockey, but she can't outrun me. She shrieks when I grab her around the waist and pull her against me. I know. My palm glides along her ribcage. But you cheated. I did not. This dress is very distracting. I skim her collarbone and follow the V of her bust line with my fingertip. I dip my head down and press my lips to her neck. Sucking lightly, I kiss a trail from her jaw to her lips. I didn't cheat. Debatable. My lips hover over hers. I'd accept a victory kiss in lieu of a rematch. I still get to drive your car.
If you're good with a manual transmission, sure. I'm very capable with a manual transmission. I'm not talking about that. Her outraged gasp turns into a sigh as our lips meet. Violet's hands move up my arms and her fingernails bite into my shoulders. They came together in passion. I finger the tie at her waist. One tug and I'll find out if she's wearing panties to match her bra. I seek permission to continue. May I? By all means. The bow comes loose, one side of her dress falling open. It's not quite as momentous as I anticipated. There's a second tie on the inside, preventing a full revelation. Did you pick the color for me? I kiss my way to her chest, a touch creating a shiver of pleasure. You like? Violet pushes her chest out, her words a breathy moan. Oh, I like. Seriously, I can't get enough. I move between her breasts until Violet's arms start to shake and she drops down on her elbows. We're panting, rubbing against each other, the tension building. Her quiet gasps and sighs grow progressively louder until she sucks in a harsh breath. Oh, God, Alex, She sounds confused, maybe a little desperate. There's no way I never get to ask what's going on. It becomes self-evident anyway. Violet trembles, eyes closed, lips parting on a soft sound. Her body relaxed and her legs drugged from my waist. Did you reach your peak on my air hockey table? Uh-huh. From this? I kissed her chest. I'm feeling pretty good about myself. And all the closeness. Violet grabs me by the hair and pulls. Careful, it's sensitive. Sorry. I'm keyed up, ready for speed and the culmination of desire. It's the same feeling I get on the ice, only magnified and channeled into a very different, singular need. I skim her side with my free hand until I reach the second tie. Is this okay? Violet bites her lip and squeezes her eyes closed for a second. Yes. Her uncertainty makes me pause. No matter how badly I want to be intimate with her again, I won't push. Are you sure? I make no move either way. Yes. I've been trying to get you to go out with me for a month. I'm not interested in forfeiting future dates, so you set the ground rules, okay? Ground rules? Do you want to instate a minimum number of dates before we get more intimate? We've already been intimate. It doesn't mean I automatically get to be intimate again, does it? Man, do I ever want to. Why are you so sweet? Violet runs a finger down the bridge of my nose. If she knew what was going through my head, she wouldn't be calling me sweet. I kiss her, soft and slow, telling her through actions I'm totally fine with it if this is as far as we go tonight. Violet makes the next move, freeing the tie on her dress. Satin slides down her arms and pools on the table. Her panties match her bra. I run my hands up the outside of her thighs. You are incredible. She laughs as she grips the hem of my t-shirt and pulls it over my head. If I had such vivid dreams, you'd be in them. Her palms flatten against my chest and then drift lower, a touch creating intense sensation through my pants. Gosh, you're aroused. See what happens when a gorgeous half-naked woman beats me at air hockey and reaches her peak on my table. Violet gives me a touch. What else makes you so aroused? Slipping my finger underneath the elastic of her panties, I'm met with smooth, warm skin. Her eyelids flutter. Gosh, you really did reach your peak. I go lower, finding her intensely responsive. The touch became intimate. Violet bites her lip, stifling a moan. She held onto my shoulders, closing her eyes tight as the tension became overwhelming. Gosh, you're sexy. While I enjoy the feel of her hand on me, even if the sensation is muted by 2 layers of fabric, it's impeding my view. Let go, baby. I'm almost there. I want to see. She obeys my request and uses her free hand to brace herself on the table. Her whole body starts to shake. I look down at the intimate scene.
For half a second, I'm in my own personal heaven. Then I'm not. What the really is that? I jerk back. Violet's head lolls forward. What? A huge purple mark mars the crest of her pelvis. I clench my jaw to keep from saying something I may regret and search my brain for a reasonable excuse for what I'm seeing. I can't find one. It looks as if someone else has been touching her intimately.
I don't understand why Violet would agree to go out with me if she's been letting someone else be so close. My voice is a nearly unrecognizable growl. Is that a hickey? Violet. Alex's expression reflects nothing of the blissful serenity I've been rocking up until now. Confused, I touch my neck, feeling around for the hickey. It's a fruitless action. You can't feel hickeys, you can only see them. Besides, if I have one, he put it there. His gaze is trained lower. I check out my chest. No discoloration there other than the usual blotchiness that's a result of intense passion. His grip tightens on my thighs. I whimper, the sound drawing Alex's attention to my face. Gosh, he's absolutely livid. His fury, similar to what I've previously witnessed, only when he takes someone down on the ice, feeds the wildness in me. I'm intensely aroused. On his air hockey table, the fog from my intense euphoria begins to clear. It's my naked self he's angrily eyeing. In my lust-induced haze, I forgot the ugly bruise from yesterday evening's impromptu waxing session. I can see how he might mistake it for a hickey. I gesture to the horrible mark in a flaily manic way. It's not what it looks like. In saying this, I've made it seem like exactly that. Alex's body is rigid, aside from the twitching corner of his mouth and the pressing of his thumbs into the juncture of my thighs. He's an inch shy of my most sensitive spot on either side. While staying still is killing me, an explanation is necessary. I didn't have time to make an appointment with my waxer because you sprang the date on me. My intimate area was getting unruly, and I wasn't sure how tonight would go. I wanted to be prepared in case this happened. I motion to his hands. Alex follows the movement with his eyes. His thumb moves over the purplish-red spot. Sadly, this means his thumb also moves away from my most sensitive spot. I thought I could do it myself. You know, wax my intimate area? Alex's brows come down low. Of course he doesn't know. I do my own legs sometimes, and I figured it would be easy. Judging by the result, I was wrong. I finish with a poke at my bruise. I cringe. It hurts. He tilts his head to the side, his expression doubtful. Waxied? Only you, and your fingers, and your mouth, and your impressive presence, and my fingers have been near me in the last 6 months. Oh, and the gyno. Gosh, why can't I shut up? The gyno? I nod vigorously. Yeah, she's female, so no worries there. He doesn't ask why I went to the gyno. I don't want to tell him the truth. After sleeping with him, I developed acute paranoia, afraid I contracted a contagious disease. Thankfully, Alex focuses on the other tidbit of information I let slip in the midst of my verbal vomit. His thumbs inch in closer. Actually, it's more like millimeter in closer. I do the damn moaning thing followed by an odd sobbing sound, wishing I could lie. Alex looks simultaneously disturbed and turned on. He blinks a few times and licks his lips as if trying to decide what to do or say next. He doesn't respond with words, but his lips are on mine again and his tongue is in my mouth. At the same time, he grazes my most sensitive spot with both thumbs, causing me to make another odd sound he seems to like. All of a sudden, we're in motion. Alex grips my hips and lifts me off the air hockey table. "Gosh, you're sexy," he says, carrying me to the expensive-looking leather sofa. I have to wonder if he actually heard my ramblings about my waxing malfunction and my personal items. He lays me on the couch. One of his knees settles between mine, and the other hits the floor. Reaching behind me, Alex nabs a throw pillow and tucks it under my head. He's so considerate. I run my hands from his chest to the waistband of his pants. Unbuckling the belt and popping the button, I slide my fingers to his skin. He's commando, which I find interesting. My touch became intimate. We're both making soft sounds. They're coming from me because I'm finally touching him again, and I assume it probably feels good for Alex too. He kisses his way to my mouth. I can't wait to be closer to you. I can't and don't want to say no. A very small part of me clings to the belief I need to make him wait for intimacy, like maybe until our next date. 2 weeks from now, though, is a long time, though, and it's already been a month since we've been so close. If I hold off, the desire might become overwhelming. Alex pushes up on his arms. I get an awesome view of his broad chest and the path leading lower. He seems unsure of himself. I'm sorry. We don't have to be intimate. I don't want you to do anything you'll feel bad about later. When he says those kinds of things, paired with his earlier comment, I feel a strong desire to please him. An image of me in a black corset pops into my head. Maybe stupid Lydia was right to cut certain topics from the book club for a while. I won't feel bad. I'm pretty sure I'll feel good, actually. You're sure? Alex trails his fingers down my side. Positive. I'm still holding him. He's still intensely aroused. I should take you upstairs. I have no desire to stop touching him long enough to make the trip upstairs. I'm good here. I like your couch. They seem like good luck charms where Alex is concerned. My bed is more comfortable and there's more room. He drops his head into the hollow of my throat, his lips touching my skin. I'm sure you're right, but then we'd have to stop doing what we're doing. You make a good point. Alex reaches behind me, and with a quick flick, he opens the clasp and tosses my bra on the floor. My panties follow. I slide his pants over his hips. Touch. Intimate. Tension overwhelming. Alex deepens the kiss until I'm dizzy, and breathing seems like an unimportant function. Bearing down, he covers my body with his. I use my feet to push his pants down to his calves. There are a few awkward moments where he struggles to kick them off, and I ineffectively attempt to help with my toes. Impatient, Alex uses his free hand to get them the rest of the way off. We both sigh with relief when he settles between my legs again. Desire grew, eliciting a moan from me. That's before he starts with the controlled movements. Skimming the length of his arm, I tug gently on his wrist. He's been fisting my hair like reins. Sorry. He massages my scalp. It's okay. I've been reading a lot of Dom sub stuff in my book club lately. Hair pulling isn't even close to the same thing. It's not like he's tied me up and makes me call him sir or master. I'm sorry, what? Nothing. Never mind. It's not important. I need his backside to distract him. Otherwise, I'm liable to start ending sentences with Mr. Waters. It seems to work. Alex's eyes flutter shut, and his mouth drops open as we rub against each other. I run my hands up his back, appreciating all those tight, hard muscles. His lips are close to my ear, his voice soft. You feel so good. I remember intimate moments with my first ever long-term boyfriend in high school. The progression from initial closeness to deeper intimacy happened in stages. We'd get mostly naked, the pants might come off and the shirt stay on, and align ourselves. Then we'd move against each other without really having any clue as to how to achieve release. In all the uncoordinated intimate contact, a deeper connection would happen. Everything would stop. We'd look at each other and ask the question, just a little? It almost always led to complete intimacy. This is what happens. Except Alex was very well endowed. The sensation is a teaser, like one of those tiny spoonfuls of ice cream they give out before committing to a whole cone.
I've already experienced intimacy with Alex before, so I know exactly how good it's going to be. What I do next is highly irresponsible on so many levels. My justification is this. I've been on the pill since high school. Alex isn't the promiscuous hockey player I assumed he was, and the gyno results came back clean. All objections I may have die on my tongue as I dig my fingernails into his rock-solid backside and push down with my heels. Passion peaked, came together intimately. His head snaps up and his face registers desire-hazed alarm. No condom! We stare at each other, mutual conflict clear in our lack of action. Should Alex be wearing a condom? For very sure. However, they were already deeply connected, and it feels incredible. This is an example of a lapse in judgment. It seems to be frequent where Alex is concerned. I clear my throat. I'm on the pill, and I've always been responsible up until now. Great. Now I've admitted what we're doing is the exact opposite of responsible. He doesn't retract his aroused state or give me any more of it.
I should put a condom on. It's supposed to be a statement, but his voice rises at the end, turning it into a question. He glances at his pants on the floor. Gosh, my wallet's on the kitchen counter. His forehead drops to my shoulder. He takes long, slow breaths. I do something else I shouldn't as I tighten my thighs against his hips. I flex my muscles. Violet. It's a lament. We could. He lifts his head. Are you sure? Are you? I think it's safe to say neither of us is sure. We're committed to making this bad decision in the name of feeling good. His answer comes in the form of his hips sinking into mine, deepening their connection. Holy gosh, am I ever full of unfiltered intimacy? I moan like crazy and bury my face against his neck. At the same time, Alex strings a bunch of words together which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It sounds like Flumothogosh Rugu. What? I ask as he circles his hips. Alex presses his lips to my neck, skimming his teeth over my skin. This is unreal. It's fantastic. His face is flushed as he lifts his head to look at me with intense, glassy eyes. A lazy grin turns up the corner of his mouth. Fantastic isn't the word. If heaven is anything like this, I want to stay forever. Being compared to heaven seems like quite a compliment. Thanks. You feel amazing too. He has to readjust his position before he can start with the deeper movements. I see now why the bed would have been better. All the friction makes my back sweat, and the leather under me has started to squeak. The hardwood floor isn't an option unless I want a bruised tailbone. I push on Alex's chest. Should I stop? His words are choked with disappointment. I shake my head and continue to push. Sit up, please. Alex doesn't ask more questions. Instead, he folds back on his knees, bringing me with him so we don't lose the connection. We maneuver awkwardly. Well, I'm awkward. Alex isn't. There's some less than graceful fumbling on my part. Eventually, we're both upright, and I straddle his legs. This gives me a fantastic view of everything. We both look down to watch him adjust our intimate connection. How good does that look? I'm not sure he needs an answer, but I'm inclined to give him one. So good. Except for the giant purple hickey bruise I'm pretending Alex put there with his mouth. He lowers me slowly, deepening our connection again. I know, eh? His eyes are hooded, and he wears a blissful, sexy smile. I hold on to his shoulders, debating whether I want to watch his pretty face or what's happening from the waist down. He rids me of either option when he buries his face between my chest on the next upward movement. I can't believe how good this feels, he says, his voice slightly muffled. I'm pretty sure I can. I've never had sex without a condom. Never? Not once. Wow, this must feel really good then. I can't describe. He kisses one of my nipples. Have you? What? He intensified the sensation that makes me see stars and constellations. Had sex without a condom? He changes things up and starts a very stimulating rocking motion. If he stops asking me questions about my past sexual experiences, I'll reach my peak soon. How the heck do I answer? Yes, I have, with a previous long-term boyfriend. We dated for a year, and he was my last serious relationship prior to the difficult hockey player. No one wants to hear that while they're being intimate. Intimate talk should consist primarily of phrases such as more, yes, go harder, right there, please, yes, and I'm reaching my peak. I'm putting an end to the conversational sex and making it moaning sex instead. I respond with one of the pre-approved phrases. It feels unbelievable. Go harder, please, Alex. I'm quite genuine, despite how cliched it sounds. It has the desired effect. A low rumble comes from deep within his chest, and he intensified our connection. It's incredible, spectacular even. How's this, baby? You want faster too? Uh-huh.
This new, hard, intense rhythm sends me straight to the abyss. I grab onto his hair, prompting Alex to increase his speed and vigor. Then he has to go and kiss my chest like the passionate hockey stud former player he is. He releases it on the next downward movement. It's all I can take. The world turns into a starburst of black and white as I try to shove my face in his neck and stifle my love sounds. Eyes on me, baby, please. Alex's lips press against my temple. I want to see your gorgeous face when you reach your peak for me. Despite the blur of monochromatic fireworks clouding my vision, I can't deny him when he's being so polite. I'm caught in the fire of his gaze. His fingers tighten on my hips as he moved with intensity. There's no break in the spiral of sensation. It's a blessing and a curse. Once I've reached my peak, the sensation continues. The waning peak reignites, returning to a full force burn. Violet, you're gonna make me. I'm so out of it, I scream, I love you, hastily tacking on my love at the end. Gosh, where the heck's my filter when I need it the most? Violet, post-peak high or not, I sure as heck know I said something I shouldn't have. Thankfully, Alex is currently reaching his own peak. I hope it's enough of a distraction that he missed my accidental declaration. His jaw is clenched tight, lips curled in an almost sneer, eyes cloudy, lids at half-mast. They came together in passion, and then all the tension evaporated and his body went lax. He blinks slowly, his hands resting loosely on my hips. What'd you say? So much for being distracted. Nothing. I draw a circle around his nipple with my nail. Gosh, I'm not in love with him. This is only our first official date. Aside from almost a month's worth of emails, texts, and a few interesting phone calls, plus a slew of unexpected gifts, I don't know him well. I am inclined, however, to erect a shrine to his amazing physical prowess. I may even take up pottery or glass blowing so I can create perfect representations of his strength and showcase them like he does his trophies. I wasn't talking to you. I bite his shoulder to avoid eye contact. I'm sure my face is a blotchy shade of bright red. Oh no, he's still holding me close. It's slow and torturous and oh so delicious. Every slow movement of his hips brings intense pleasure. A tiny baby-sized peak of sensation prevents speech. Sagging against him, I shudder with the sensation. How he's so ready for more after their intimacy is beyond me. You're an incredible lover. That's why I was thanking him. It's all him. You do realize I am attached to me, eh? This from a man who addressed a gift certificate to my chest? Can you blame me? He cups them. They're pretty, very fantastic. They appreciate the compliment. I can't believe I've managed to talk my way out of my own stupidity. Alex chuckles, but then grows serious. Will you stay the night? I want to, definitely. My only worry? I have to work in the morning. I look at my dress that lies in a rumpled heap on the floor.
He follows my eyes, but misinterprets my lack of response. You don't have to. I thought maybe I'd like to, but I don't have my car. I duck my head, feeling all shy. It's absurd. We're still intimately close, and I've been experiencing intense pleasure with him for the last half hour. I'll drive you to work in the morning. I also don't have a change of clothes. We can wash them, or I'll take you home first to change. Or I could call a cab in the morning. Nope, Alex shakes his head. Not happening. I'll take you home, either tonight or tomorrow, whichever you prefer. But it'll be me driving you. Okay. His hopefulness is as endearing as it is sexy. You can drive me to work in the morning. Alex, after their intimacy, is a hungry man. He stands in the kitchen, which is surprisingly clean for a bachelor, wearing only his pants, with the door to the fridge wide open. After pouring me a glass of orange juice, he chugs the rest straight from the jug. Hydration is sexy. Then he proceeds to empty half the contents of the fridge onto a plate and shove it in the microwave. I'm not hungry, so I sit on his lap while he inhales a plate full of carbs.
I'm only wearing his t-shirt. My dress is in the wash with my bra and panties. Alex struggled with the whole delicate cycle thing and admitted he has a housekeeper who does the bulk of his cleaning, including his laundry. When the plate is empty, he grabs 2 bottles of water from the fridge and leads me upstairs. His room is huge and simply furnished. The bed is rustic, crafted out of solid wood. The dark sheets are rumpled, as if he was in a rush this morning or this evening. Your bed is huge. I told you it would have been more comfortable. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities. The bathroom is very feng shui, with beige tile, a glassed-in shower, and jacuzzi tub. It's not as tidy as the rest of the house. His shaving kit and a few hair products line the counter. The cap is off his toothpaste, and a towel lies in a heap on the floor near the shower. It's lived in, but not a complete sty. Alex finds me a new toothbrush and leaves me to freshen up. I'm prepared for the possibility he'll want to make use of the bed before sleep. I don't usually stay up this late on weeknights, and I definitely don't get this much exercise. After 4 peaks of sensation, I'm not sure my body or my brain is equipped to deal with another round of intimacy. Once I finish with the oral hygiene, I join him in his king-size bed. It's much like its own continent. I could sleep here and we'd never touch. Except the moment I slip under the sheets, he pulls me into him. I lie with my head on his chest, listening to the powerful, steady beat of his heart. He tells me about the lineup of games for the next 2 weeks, the teams he's confident they'll beat, and the wins they'll have to work hard for. The second-to-last game is in Toronto, near his hometown. Alex keeps running soothing fingers through my hair. The last thing I remember are his lips on my forehead and his rumbling laugh when I tell him he's warm and cuddly like a hairless, domesticated bear. I must pass out hardcore. When I wake up, the sun is peeking through the curtains. I check the clock on the nightstand. It's not even 7. I have loads of time to get ready. Alex is sleeping peacefully beside me. I turn on my side to study him. I've hogged the sheets, which has left his torso exposed. I run my hand down his chest, marveling at the soft skin covering the solid wall of muscle. Even relaxed, he's firm all over. Touch, intimate, tension overwhelming. I turn my head so he meets my jaw instead of my lips. I can taste the sourness of sleep in my mouth. It's not sexy at all. Give me a minute. I slip out of his grasp, intent on getting to the bathroom before he continues their intimacy. I'm no match for his speed, even half asleep. Alex's arm locks around my waist, and I find myself stomach down on the bed, his body covering mine. He's a quick person. Not literally. He takes his time with the important stuff. His now intensely aroused form rests against the small of my back and, oh God, there's no way in hell, it's right there, between my intimate curves, sliding and, it doesn't feel bad at all. Regardless, his form will never fit in there. The connection between my mouth and brain are faulty, as usual, and I shout, "Not for that! Not for that!" Oh my God, how mortifying is this? Alex freezes and then laughs. That's not a first sleepover kind of activity. Wait, what? I wish I sounded less like a prepubescent boy with his clothing caught in a zipper. I'm kidding, Violet. I may have thought about it, but it's not like I could accidentally engage in that kind of intimacy. My intimate curves clench in defiance as he passes that area. You've thought about it? No one has ever so much as grazed that intimate area. This may not be the best time for such discussions. Alex's aroused form is currently pressing up against the area for intimacy, and I'm delaying progress by talking about things that will never happen. Thinking and doing are very different, Violet. His hand slips between the sheet and my body. Their intimate touch heightened the tension. His touch shifted, replaced by a deeper connection. The intimacy deepened, creating an overwhelming sensation. My sounds of pleasure grew, and I buried my face in the sheets. Alex held me close, our bodies pressed together. Is it okay? I whimper because it is the only sound I can make. I felt completely enveloped, every sensation magnified, divine. Is it too much, baby? Oh gosh, he's calling me baby. I felt on the verge of reaching my peak. He's unmoving, except for his lips against my shoulder. His hips pressed against me. His breath caresses my cheek, and I feel the slight tremor in his body as he holds his weight above me. Not too much. It's so good. I grip the sheets beside my head. Alex's hands cover mine. You ready for me? I had been ready since we woke up and shared private time. Please. Yes. He started to move and the connection was perfect. The so good turns into very well fabulous. I couldn't believe I doubted the existence of such intense pleasure. It was magically overwhelming. My sounds of pleasure wouldn't stop, so I kept my face mashed into the sheets. Only the pillow heard how good it felt, repeatedly. I was right on the cusp of reaching my peak. My inability to move prevented me from reaching my peak. Alex must be psychic, or it's possible he can tell by the pitch and frequency of my moans I'm getting close. He nudged my knees apart, shifting our position. If I was close to my peak before, it's nothing compared to what I'm feeling now. Alex adjusted their position, changing the angle. His palm settled on the base of my spine, and he smoothed a path to the nape of my neck as our bodies connected. "How's this, baby?" My wordless noise seems to be a sufficient answer. My senses were on red alert. His hand strokes along my side, moving over my hip and lower to tease sensitive skin. I've been straddling the line since we started. He continued his intimate touch at the same time as he moved again. I'm done for. I reached my peak. "That's right, you reach your peak for me," he says, as though he scored a goal. I suppose he has, or I have, or he's scored the goal for me. Any way you look at it, a goal has been scored, thanks to his skills and nimble touch. I take control of my own pleasure, aware if I keep the pressure on, I might reach my peak again. I'm stockpiling moments of intense pleasure for when he's away. This time, Alex reached his peak right after me. He collapses onto his side, taking me with him. He's sweaty, but I'm too languid to mind. Besides, it's a testament to how hard he worked to bring me to my peak. Twice. We lie there for a few minutes, basking in the afterglow. "What do you want for breakfast? Should we stop on the way to your work?" At the mention of food, my stomach growls as if it has a wild boar hibernating inside.
While this particular round of intimacy wasn't taxing for me aside from reaching my peaks, I'm hungry. What were you thinking? I would give my left nipple for a bowl of Cookie Crisp or even those chocolate peanut butter Pop-Tarts. On the other hand, a couple of Krispy Kreme donuts would hit the spot too. There's an awesome buffet not far from here. Of course, the hockey player wants unlimited food options. Watching him eat a meal unhindered by things such as portion sizes would be entertaining, I'm sure. As amazing as it sounds, a buffet will probably make me late for work. I can make you something quick. I don't have a whole lot since I'll be gone for the next couple of weeks. I like almost anything. I stand and stretch, stiff from all the intimacy. Do you have Pop-Tarts? No, I don't eat Pop-Tarts during the season. Alex's touch became intimate. Then he does the nuzzle thing. I scratch my nails up and down his back and press my nose into his hair while he has a silent love affair with them. "I'm good with cereal," I reply, breathless. He pouts when I pick up his shirt from the floor and put it on. The rest of my clothes are in the laundry room. The shirt is long enough to cover all the important bits. I have boxer briefs you can wear. Alex crossed at his dresser. He roots through the top drawer and grabs 2 pairs of boxer briefs. One he tosses to me, the other he steps into. I don't take my eyes off him as he pulls them up his legs. The boxer briefs he gives me are men's large with a cartoon print on them. They fall off as soon as I let go. It appears I'm staying pantsless for now. Alex tilts his head as the boxers pool at my feet. "I guess you need a smaller size, eh?" It appears so. Alex doesn't put on any additional clothing, which is fine by me. I'm more than happy to get in some extra ogle time. Once in the kitchen, I take the liberty of browsing his cabinets. Everything is whole grain. It's very disappointing. "What are you looking for?" I open what appears to be a pantry cabinet. Cookie Crisp, Fruit Loops, even Honey Nut Cheerios would be okay. Other than oatmeal, nothing remotely resembles breakfast food. A plethora of garbanzo beans, various pastas, sauces, and other healthy, unfun foods awaits. I don't think I have any of those. Not even Honey Nut Cheerios, Frosted Mini Wheats? Either would do in a pinch. Or Eggo waffles. No, none of those either. He opens the fridge, rifles around, and holds up a container that looks like cream. I make a pretty mean omelet. Upon closer inspection, it appears to be liquid egg product. I stand behind him while he gathers various items and sets them on the counter. His fridge, much like his cabinets, is full of healthy stuff. Even his jam is made of real fruit.
The last item he retrieves happens to be a new jug of orange juice. It isn't from concentrate either. It's fresh squeezed and super pulpy. I haven't agreed to the omelet yet, still in search of something better, preferably with high quantities of sugar. Alex, however, already has the frying pan out. The last cabinet I try contains Alex's candy stash. It's pathetic at best, consisting of 2 chocolate bars, both the extra dark, bitter variety, and a bag of Swedish fish. I hoist myself onto the counter and shiver as my skin hit the granite. I cross my legs and tear the bag open. Swedish fish for breakfast? I ignore his look of disgust and pop a green one into my mouth, relishing the wonderful, artificial, sugary flavor. Aren't you making an omelet? What's this? I point at the white gelatinous mixture in the frying pan. It's an egg white omelet. It's healthy and it tastes good. Alex reaches around me for a container. He pops the lid and dumps a load of pre-cooked veggies on top of the snotty-looking egg whites. I question whether it's possible for it to taste good. Where's the bacon? All I see are veggies. Bacon is imperative, or at the very least you should have ham for it to qualify as an omelet. Does it even have cheese? And what's with whites only? The yolk is the best part. I'm trying to get under his skin. I don't honestly feel this way. He's obviously one of those healthy eaters, aside from his love of chocolate dessert indulgences. Maybe I can irritate him enough to shift our focus. That would be more fun than making omelets. Alex pulls a container of shredded cheese from the fridge and sprinkles a generous amount on top of the veggies, as well as a variety of fresh herbs. While the omelet cooks, he pours 2 glasses of his expensive orange juice and passes me one. Egg whites are full of protein. So is protein. You don't see me harvesting yours so I can drink a glass of it. Alex is mid-orange juice sip. He sprays me and his omelet. At least I'm not wearing my own clothes. His shock is awesome. He wipes his chin with a dish towel. Gosh, Violet, I'd be interested to take part in your research study. Alex puts down his glass, grabs the spatula, and folds the omelet neatly in half. It resembles a huge smile. The pan he's cooked it in is gigantic. He cuts it in half and offers me a plate. I hold up the bag of artificially colored, flavored, and sweetened fish. I'm good. After the workout you had last night and this morning, you need more than sugar for breakfast. It's not like I ran a marathon or anything. No. Intimacy with you is far more enjoyable. Alex cuts off a bite and lifts it to my mouth. Try it. I promise you'll like it. I relent, only because he's put the effort in and it doesn't smell bad. Surprisingly, it's rather tasty. I suspect the fresh basil and sharp cheddar have something to do with it, and whatever else was in those veggies. I polish off what's on my plate and check the time. If I don't get a move on, I'm going to be late for work. In the laundry room, Alex hands me my clothing piece by piece and watches me dress. By the time I'm fully clothed, he's clearly aroused. He dons the shirt I slept in and throws on a pair of sweats. Even dressed down, he manages to look smoking hot. I look homeless in sweats. I was smart enough not to bring my work stuff home last night, so Alex takes me straight to the office. The ride is short, and I'm nervous about the end of the first date goodbye. It's silly, we've had a sleepover, but he'll be gone for 2 weeks, so all this giddy excitement could wane. Especially if some other puck bunny catches his eye while he's on the road. He stops in front of my building. I'm a few minutes early, thanks to his speedy, albeit safe, driving. Alex puts the car in park and turns to me, his arms slung across my seat. I had a great time last night, and this morning. Me too. Can I call you later? After I get to the hotel? If you want. Definitely. I can't wait to get back so I can take you out again. And I'll get to drive your car? I'm trying to be nonchalant, but there's this unsettling feeling in my stomach. I don't think it's because of the egg white omelet either. I really like him. More than I want to. We'll discuss the car later. I still think you cheated. Alex goes in for a kiss. He touched her intimately, and she responded in kind. It's going to be a long 14 days. Charlene is waiting for me in my cubicle. She has cinnamon rolls. They're meant as bribery. She wants details, extensive ones. I pick the biggest cinnamon roll with the most icing and take a huge bite. So, how was your date? With a mouth full of cinnamon roll, I reply, fine. He took me out for dinner. It was nice. Nice. The food was excellent. Violet, I don't give a gosh about the food. I'm guessing it was way better than nice since you're wearing the same clothes from last night. What? How would you? You'd never wear heels like that to work. I sigh with relief. And then there are these. She holds out her phone. I'm greeted by pictures of Alex and I at the restaurant on some internet gossip site. They're innocent, unlike the intimate ones from our previous encounter. My phone buzzes, distracting me from my internal freakout. It's Alex. Oh, God.
His shirt smelled of their intimacy after she was done with it. How am I supposed to function for the next 2 weeks without him? Sign me up for Alex Waters Anonymous. I officially have a problem. Violet. Over the next week, Alex sends me cute texts interspersed with dirty ones. Time zone differences make it difficult to talk on the phone. Our schedules don't mesh. Between flights and being on the road, our conversations are not private and therefore brief. Buck hasn't sent any angry Yeti messages about my date with Alex, so I assume he's either unaware or he doesn't care. My mother's a different story. She attempts to glean as much information as she can about the date-turned-sleepover. She even asks if the rumors are true. I refuse to answer because those aren't details I'm going to share with my mother. However, her discomfort for the first couple of days afterward was fairly telling. Despite the lack of opportunity to talk, Alex sends me flowers and treats incessantly. The flower dude has shown up twice in the first week with new bouquets. Between deliveries, the FedEx guy drops off packages. Most of the time, I get them before my mom intercepts. Sometimes I'm not so lucky. Despite the flowers and Alex's attentiveness, anxiety has managed to creep in and set up shop. Being intimate with him, while fun, may not have been the smartest idea now that he's going to be gone for an extended period of time. The lag time between our last date and the next is too far apart. Flowers, texts, and emails aside, all it takes is one too many post-win beers and a flirtatious puck bunny to ruin it all. Charlene and I go out for an after-work bevy at the end of week 1 without Alex. The wall of televisions by the bar shows the hockey game. Chicago isn't playing, so I'm not as invested in watching. Last night was a different story. Chicago took down Los Angeles in a stunning show of skill and mastery. The only message I've received from Alex since then is a nonsensical drunken text. As a result, I've been on edge all day. A tabloid magazine and a well-read newspaper taunt me from the empty table beside us. I used to be one of those people who stood in line at the grocery store and made fun of all the people who spent their hard-earned money on those garbage rags. Now I'm the person who feverishly flips through, checking to see if Alex's pretty face is anywhere inside. He's absent from the pages more often than not, but the fan websites are full of his pictures. I've also been actively avoiding searching my bookmarked websites today for fear of what I might find. Charlene's phone dings for the 11th billionth time since we sat down. She recently set up a profile on an online dating site. She narrowed the field by limiting it to hockey fanatics. Her phone has been chiming all day. Lots of guys are into hockey, most of whom wouldn't be considered viable dating material. No longer able to restrain myself, I perform an image search for Alex on my phone. A slew of new pictures appear. Often, I send the photos to my email and save them in my special folder. These aren't those kind. Alex looks gorgeous as usual, except his arm is wrapped around the shoulder of a blonde. She's kissing his cheek. He's all smiles and dimples. It's possible she's just a fan. I scroll down to find more pictures of the two of them. She's tucked into his side, with his arm thrown protectively around her. I want to knee him and smack him upside the head. The hockey enthusiast in me wants to kick her and knock out all her teeth for kissing him anywhere. Reality punches me in the boob. I've started to think of Alex as my boyfriend. We've only been on one real date. The flowers and the presents don't mean we're exclusive. He's extravagant with gifts. I feel so dumb. Violet, why are you breathing like that? I slide my phone across the table.
She's kissing him, and he's touching her. As if she can't see what's in front of her. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. Sure there is. He's a player, and I'm stupid. I should know better. I grab my phone and close the browser. I can't look at him anymore. This situation is proving detrimental to my emotional well-being. You should call him. There must be a good reason for this. If he's not texting, emailing, or calling, he's sending you gifts. It doesn't make sense, Charlene says in her most rational, gentle tone. It does if he's a player. I'm sure the whole "I'm not a player" line he gave me is the one he gives all his repeats, or whatever the hell I am. It's probably some elaborate ruse. Look at Buck. He's got all these girls wrapped around his giant Yeti finger, pretending to be nice when he's really a dog. Alex is probably the same, except smoother. I must sound like a lunatic. I've been paranoid all week, and now there's justification. Vi, I'll see you tomorrow. I need to do something else than sit in a bar with hockey on in the background. I push away from the table, almost spilling my beer. Char doesn't try to stop me from leaving. I'm too deep into one of my neurotic episodes to be rational. I listen to angry gangster rap on the drive home. I'm too upset to sit around, so I decide to do something productive. A jog seems like a smart way to burn off some of this negative energy and get perspective. The first sign my idea is flawed occurs when it takes me 45 minutes to find my very running shoes. Armed with more angry beats, I adjust my earbuds and hit the sidewalk. It's cold out, so I start with a light jog. 2 minutes in, I'm already winded, but also determined to make this work. I need to do something beyond crying or calling Alex. I push on, and by the time I've gone a block, I have a stitch in my side and I'm wheezing like an asthmatic. On the positive side, I can see the fast food sign glowing in the distance. I check all my pockets and find a magical $10 bill in the little one meant for a lip balm or keys. The arches of indigestion aren't too far away. I can make it. More than this jog, I need a milkshake. I'm panting and huffing by the time I reach the door. The familiar smell of fried food greets me as I step inside. It's like coming home, except I don't have to cook anything for myself. I order fries and a milkshake and hole myself up in the corner. Prying off the lid, I carefully coat each fry in frozen vanilla-flavored mock dairy product. Really, Alex? Literally is the reason I'm stuffing my face with this crap. Tomorrow I'll end up with the moops thanks to the fake dairy and grease. The mild sugar and trans fat high is destroyed by the cold walk home. I avoid checking my emails or phone messages. I don't want to talk to Alex tonight. I don't know him well enough to discern whether or not he's hosing me. Talking to him may confirm his lying jerk status, and I'll be crushed. It's too much to manage. NyQuil is my sleep aid of choice, otherwise I'll never shut my mind off. The Waters plushie stares at me from my pillow. I shove him off the bed and get under the covers. I must go in search of him in the middle of the night because I wake up clutching him. Charlene is sitting on my desk when I arrive at work the next morning. She's becoming a fixture there. You haven't called him yet, have you? Good morning to you too. She passes me a folder. You need to look at this. What is it? I flip it open. There are endless pictures of Alex with the same blonde woman. The sheer volume of them is disturbing. She's his sister? Say what now? I have a vague recollection of Alex mentioning a younger sister while we were on our date. Her name is Sunny. She's 21. According to this article, she holds up a gossip rag, he flew her out to a game in LA last week because it's colder than a snowman's nose up there in Canada. I had no idea. He called me to explain. Apparently, they're close. She produces her phone and shows me Alex's cell number. How did he get your number? Good question. Maybe you should return one of his calls and find out. I ignore the jab. What did he explain? About the photos. He was worried.
He couldn't get in touch with you and figured it might be the reason. You could have avoided all this if you'd called him or done some research.
I'm too embarrassed to admit I've scoured images like a junkie looking for substance, but I didn't perform a search for this vital information last night. I've made a horribly ignorant assumption based on personal expectations. He really is a good guy. He took the time to seek out my best friend and relay a message through her, which tells me more about him than the flowers or the gifts. I check my phone to find my voicemail box full, and I have 20 texts. I fear their content. The first 2 voicemails from Alex simply ask me to return his call. The third one is several minutes long, and the reason my voicemail is full. I feel awful. He's tried so hard to explain the situation, and I've ignored him. I text him immediately. I don't hear from him all day. He has a game tonight, so he's likely at practice, or he doesn't have his phone with him. Karma dictates I put myself in the same shoes he's been wearing for the past 24 hours. After work, I change into comfy clothes, grab a bag of pretzels from the pantry and a couple of beers from the fridge, and make the trek across the driveway to my parents' house. The massive television in the living room is the best place to catch the game. The teams are evenly matched for skill. I watch with rapt attention as Alex scores a goal and manages 2 assists in the third period, leaving the other team unable to recover. Afterward, the sportscasters interview Alex. He's riding the high of the win. I worry my late response is going to result in a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm buzzed by the time the highlight reel is finished. The game has been over for an hour and still no message from Alex. I return to the pool house and get ready for bed. Clutching the water's beaver to my chest, I drift into a fitful sleep. I'm woken sometime later by the sound of my phone ringing. I reach for it in frantic confusion, pressing wrong buttons until I finally answer the call. Hi, hello? I'm so disoriented. I've been having Alex's intimate dreams. Hey, his voice is a fuzzy blanket of warmth. Hi, I breathe out with a soft sigh. I'm sorry I woke you. I tried to call earlier, but my phone died and I had to wait for it to charge. How are you? God, I love him. Wait, what? No, I don't love him. I love his sweetness. I'm okay. I'm sorry I didn't call you until today. I feel guilty for avoiding him, afraid he was intimate with someone else. I should have warned you. I know how the pictures look. Flying Sunny out was unplanned. My remorse overrides my ability to censor my response. I like you. I didn't expect to see you with someone else. I thought maybe my brand of crazy was a bit too much to handle. Darn it, I was doing such a mediocre job at being unaffected. Now I've shot the mediocrity all to mess. You like me, hey? If I could melt into a puddle, I would. Those Canadianisms get me every time. It practically comes out a sigh. I like you too, he says softly. Can you take Friday off? I'd love to fly you out to Toronto. You can come to the game and we can hang out for a few days. I'll take you to Guelph. It's hard not to get all swoony with Alex offering to fly me out to a foreign country. Okay, not foreign, but Canadians speak French and they have accents. I have vacation days. Time alone with Alex would be fantastic. Violet, gosh, I've been silent again. Please say yes, baby. I want you to come. His voice is low, gritty. He must know it drives me crazy in the best way when he calls me baby. I want to. We can get a hotel room the first night, then stay at my condo in the city for the rest of the weekend. Just the 2 of us. You have a condo. I do. My parents stay there when I have Toronto games. Right, of course. The idea of spending a weekend alone with Alex filled me with anticipation. My desire grew, and I felt a strong longing. I'll have to check with work to see if I can get the time off. Last-minute tickets will be expensive. I felt a wave of intense sensation, stifling a moan. My breathing is already heavy, so I hold the phone away from my mouth. Don't worry, what are you doing? Should I or shouldn't I? Prior to my discovery of the picture of him and his sister, he'd been sending me intimate texts all week, citing the things he couldn't wait to do to me when he got home. In one, he mentioned spending an afternoon in intimate closeness, except he didn't use that particular phrasing. I was overwhelmed. Once the sound is out of my mouth, I can't mulligan it back. Are you feeling intense sensations? Maybe. I shifted, finding comfort in my clothing. Yes or no, Violet? Yes. Ah, gosh. Are you experiencing such strong feelings? Oh, sweet baby Jesus, he spoke with such possessiveness. Uh-huh. I bite my lip, overwhelmed by the moment. Don't hold back. Tell me what you're doing. God, I wish I could see you. You gonna get all shy with me now? It's just you and me. There's no one but us. Give me something to get through the next few days. His voice is soft, encouraging. Alex, it's barely a whisper. Do you wish it was me? My presence with you? Oh, God, I've never had such an intimate conversation. I'm not a conscious talker in these moments. The stuff I spew is unintentional. Yes, I wish it was you. Me too, baby. Me too. What are you feeling? I hesitate for a fraction of a second. My most sensitive spot. Are you as responsive as you were for me? I debate the merits of telling the truth or embellishing for the sake of intimate conversation hotness. No, not nearly as responsive as I get for you. I'm all breathy and overwhelmed. This is total nonsense. I'm one of those naturally responsive people. It's a very blessing. However, I'm all for stroking Alex's ego while we experience these feelings. I can't wait to be close to you again. I'm gonna cherish every moment like it's my last very meal. I was overwhelmed, because what other response does a declaration like that warrant? Alex is really good at these intimate conversations. I felt the intensity grow as Alex whispered intimate things in my ear about how he wished he could be there, how good it would be when they were finally together again, and how much he wished for their shared closeness right now. I miss your presence, I whisper. You do, eh? He follows that bit of Canadian cuteness with, tell me how you feel about our connection. Good Lord, this man's head is about to explode with anticipation. I love our connection, Alex. He sucks in a sharp breath. I'm so close. Don't stop. I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking to Alex and his intimate words. It's the driving force behind my impending peak. I cried out his name and some exclamations as heat funneled into the center of my body. The phone falls from my ear as I reached my peak. It's like dropping a Mentos into a bottle of soda. Alex's voice is soft and distant while he croons from halfway under my pillow. That's it. Let me hear you reach your peak. God, I wish I was with you. Oh, gosh. I scramble for the phone. There's no way I'm going to miss this. Alex rasps my name in the sexiest way imaginable. I close my eyes and envision him, reaching his peak, a powerful release. I give him a moment to catch his breath before I attempt conversation. It's a lame one. So, God, that was intense. What are you wearing? I pictured you in comfortable attire. You got the bottom half mostly right. I'm wearing a tank top. It's white, so you'd be able to see the outline if you were here. I find it interesting Alex asks about my apparel after the intimate conversation. Will you take a picture and send it to me? What if you lost your phone and it got leaked on the internet? I also look terrible in most pictures, especially selfies. Good point. I don't want anyone else to see you in such a personal way. I can wait if I have to. So you'll come to Toronto? I'll have the tickets sent to you tomorrow. Let me check with my boss first.
Give me until tomorrow night to see if I can work something out. If Sydney and my mom want to go, he'll cover the cost so you don't have to. I want to buy the ticket. I'm worried about Buck's reaction. I don't care what he thinks, but Alex has to play with him for the rest of the season. If things don't work out between us, it could mess up his game. I can't imagine Buck being all buddy-buddy with Alex if he finds out about our intimacy. When you make the playoffs, you can fly me out to one of those games. Those are a long way off. Who knows what will be happening between us then? You'll let me do that? Yeah. You'll stay with me in Toronto even if you fly out with your family this weekend? Definitely. I stifle a yawn. Okay, I should probably let you go. It's late there, isn't it? It is.
but middle of the night, intimate conversation was worth being woken up for. I'll talk to you tomorrow, sexy girl. His voice is soft, like feathers drifting over my skin. Night, Alex. Night, baby. The next evening, Charlene hangs out at my place. I have a plan to get Sydney to take us to the game in Toronto, and Charlene is part of the persuasion package. I prepare for martini happy hour and wait for my mother's arrival. The drinks are necessary. She's a cyclone you don't want to get caught up in, especially with Charlene around to feed her hyperactivity. I didn't get my energy level from my mom. Martini in hand, Charlene follows me into my bedroom while I search my drawers for something comfortable to wear. I need to do laundry. All my favorite Marvel comic boxer briefs are dirty. I settle on leggings and a t-shirt. "What's this?" Charlene asks. I turn, prepared to issue a snide comment, until I see she's holding the Waters beaver. My fingers twitch with the urge to rip it from her hands. It's a stuffed animal. I pick up my phone from my dresser and scroll through my messages to avoid eye contact. "I see that. Where'd you get it?" Charlene flips it over, inspecting the back of its mini jersey. "Alex sent it to me." My skin gets hot. I bet I'm blotchy. "Oh, Violet." Charlene nuzzles the beaver, rubbing her nose on top of its head. "Do you sleep with his stuffed animal?" She's mocking me, and I don't appreciate it. Plus, she's touching my Waters beaver. I'm a tad territorial about my presents from Alex. I don't let anyone else near the books he's sent me. I also hid the box of Godiva from my mom to avoid sharing. You can't tell me that if you had a full-body pillow in the likeness of Darren Westinghouse, you wouldn't cuddle it before bed every night. Charlene drops the beaver on my bed and wipes her hands on her pants. "You're disgusting." "I don't embrace his stuffed animal in that way. I was making a point, you pervert." "Oh, right. Do you think I can get a full-body pillow of Darren?" "I'm sure you could have one made." I pick up the beaver and cuddle him furtively, or not so furtively, before I set him back on the bed, pet his little head, and stroke his cute buck teeth. "So, what's going on? You're like a crack addict on a sugar high right now." I'm fidgety and bouncy, which are telltale signs something's going down. I have a plan for... I'm interrupted by a knock at the door. My flower delivery guy is holding a huge bouquet of flowers with a Canadian flag perched between white and red carnations, white lilies, and a bunch of other flowers conforming to the same color scheme. The theme is strictly Canadian. Charlene is right on my heels, looking over my shoulder. "Hi, Fred. How's it going, Violet?" He seems nervous. I can't blame him. The last time he was here, I was pissed off and took it out on the flowers. I also made mention of some inappropriate terms. "I'm good. Sorry about last week." I take the flowers. Charlene is practically piggybacking me to get a look at them. "This is my friend Charlene. Hi." Charlene waves back. "Hey." Fred waves back and gestures to the flowers. "I guess you made up." "We did." Fred nods and looks down at his feet. "This is weird. Well, thanks for bringing the flowers. Have a good night." I send him on his morose way. I bet Alex would be pissed if he found out the guy who delivers his flowers has a crush on you. I put the new bouquet in a vase. Fred doesn't have a crush on me. Charlene snorts, but doesn't comment further. "Hey, there's something else here." A small box sits in the middle of the bouquet. I open the card first. "I can't wait to show you around my hometown. XO." Charlene grabs the card out of my hand. "What's this? His hometown? XO? Oh my God, what's going on?" "Alex wants me to come to his game in Toronto. And spend the weekend with him in Guelph." "Bless you." Charlene hands me a tissue. "So, where are you spending the weekend? You've already said yes, right?" "Guelph and no." Charlene plucks another tissue from the box. "I'm not sneezing. Guelph is the name of his hometown, you jerk." I needed to make sure I could get the time off work first before I said yes. I cleared it with the boss this morning. I told him it would be good for networking. It's not a total lie. "This is huge. I can't believe he invited you to his hometown. Does that mean you'll meet his family? You have to go to this game. If we can convince my mom we need to go to Toronto, she'll pester Sydney until he agrees, and he'll get the tickets. The Hawks are doing really well. Smart thinking." I hand a martini glass to Charlene. Right? Having Alex buy the ticket for me is far too extravagant for a second date. If my parents go, it solves all the issues. I'll still feel a little guilty about it, but I'll survive. The other part of my plan is to convince Charlene to come too. I'll need her moral support at the game. It's a lot to ask since I'm not sure I can get Sydney to spring for her plane ticket as well. Will you come? Are you kidding? Sydney can probably get an extra ticket to the game and the hotel will be covered. Charlene immediately starts searching for last-minute flights on her phone. And I'll get to meet Darren in person. What could possibly be better? I clink my martini glass against Charlene's. I've got her on my side. All I need is to convince my mom, and it's a go. The deep rumble of my mother's Mustang and the heavy dance beats signal her arrival at the end of drink number 2. As usual, she doesn't knock. Is that Char's car in the driveway? Hi. Charlene puts down the shaker to accept my mom's overzealous embrace. You look great. Mom kicks off her shoes and wanders into the kitchen. Is that a martini? What kind is it? You girls don't mind if I join you for a drink, do you? Sydney's got a conference call in an hour, and I'm not in the mood for a short visit. I pretend I don't hear the last part and help Char make her a drink. Oh, new flowers. She waves her hands in the air like she's ready to break into a dance routine. She sniffs the blossoms. These are beautiful. What's this? She picks up the small box on the counter. I completely forgot about it, having gotten caught up in explaining the situation to Charlene. I'm not sure. I'm hopeful it's nothing inappropriate, or my mom is likely to overshare her own personal experiences. She thrusts the package at me. Well, open it. I take it with some reluctance, praying it's not inappropriate. I tear away the red and white paper to uncover a box of maple leaf-shaped candies. This is far from offensive. I've grown accustomed to Alex's mildly inappropriate gifts, cards, and emails. I pop one into my mouth. It dissolves the moment it hits my tongue. Oh God, it's heavenly. It's like maple sugar. So good. I do the contented moan thing. I don't want to share them because I'm greedy, but I feel bad moaning my food pleasure while they stare. Want one? I grudgingly ask with a mouthful of melting maple sugar. They make the same noise I did. Now I get why they were staring. They sound like they're on the brink of extreme sugar pleasure. Can you get these outside of Canada? Charlene asks with a knowing look. I'd go to Canada just to get something like this. She plucks another one from the box.
How much less subtle can you get? I don't know. My mom takes another one too. It's a small box. I don't want to continue to share, especially if you can only get them in Canada, where maple trees abound. I guess I could ask Alex to get me more. Knowing him, he'll send me a year's supply. Not that I'd complain. You should ask Alex. She goes in for a third. Hey! I smack her hand, gathering the half-empty box close to my chest. Aren't they playing in Toronto this weekend? Charlene gives me the perfect segue. Oh, my mom gets all excited and bounces up and down. Hint dropped. We should go. Can you get Friday off, Violet? I'm sure Sydney will be all for going. Any excuse is a good one to go see Buck play. I'm shocked at how easy this is. I fully expected Charlene and I to have to work for a minimum of 10 minutes to get to this point. Instead, it takes one question. Some of the credit should go to the maple sugar candies. What about you, Charlene? Would you like to take a trip to Canada with us? Maybe we can find you a hottie hockey player too. This is going to be so much fun. She claps her hands together and bounces some more. I've only been to Canada once. We should get as much of that maple stuff as we can. My mom takes out her cell phone and starts texting away. Her texting skills are terrible. She's forever shortening words you can't shorten. Her phone pings. I'll chat with Sydney and report back. She gulps the rest of her martini, hops around as she puts on her shoes, and disappears out the door. 20 minutes later, I get a text from my mom confirming that we're indeed going to Toronto. I have some idea as to how she managed to make it happen so fast. My mom is convinced it will be more fun if I don't tell Alex I'm coming. Charlene isn't quite as enthusiastic about the plan, but I'm a fan of surprises, as long as they're the good kind. Despite her reluctance, Charlene helps me fabricate a bogus excuse about a meeting I can't get out of on Friday and a presentation I have to prepare for first thing Monday morning. I call Alex and give him the bad news.
He's so disappointed, he doesn't even want to talk on the phone for long. I feel awful for withholding the truth and for the absence of our usual playful banter on the phone. I'm hoping the surprise factor will be worth it. Preparing for a weekend away is a boatload of work, especially when one is packing to spend time with a super hot hockey player. Charlene and I head out on a shopping expedition to Victoria's Secret. I buy 3 bra and panty sets of the attractive, frilly variety, all of them with red featured somewhere. Beyond the attractive undies, I hit up Target and splurge on a selection of new fun ones, since Alex seems to appreciate them. Thursday is the slowest day on the face of the earth. I'm busy with meetings and Alex has practice, so a few quick texts are all we manage first thing in the morning. This time I'm much more prepared, having packed the night before. Charlene's bag and mine are already in the back of Sydney's SUV. She makes a quick trip to the staff bathroom at the end of the workday to change, since we're being taken directly from work to the airport. Charlene comes out of the bathroom dressed like she's ready for a night of clubbing instead of a flight. Is this too much? She adjusts her pleather skirt. Not if you're planning on being in a music video. Charlene flips me the bird as she struts to the elevator. I look hot. My mom loves her outfit. I'm not surprised. Our seats are first class, as usual. Charlene has never flown with the Entitled before. There's so much legroom. I can't believe we drink for free. She rubs her palms up and down the leather armrests. As soon as we're in the air, I order shots to settle my nerves. All it does is loosen her lips and mine. Charlene yammers away about the game and how she plans to introduce herself to Darren. Bad friend that I am, I'm not paying close attention. I'm too focused on what the weekend with Alex will entail, besides sex. Do you think that's a good idea? Definitely, I nod emphatically, pretending I've been listening the entire time. So you think scaling the boards and jumping onto the ice so I can make a very public display of affection for Darren in front of a crowd of thousands is a good way to introduce myself? I stifle a giggle. On second thought, no, I don't think you should do that. Violet, I need some help here. Just be yourself. If you end up in his room making out, don't tell him you love him or his body or anything, not the first time you are intimate. You told Alex you loved him when you met him? Charlene's expression is incredulous and a little hurt, probably because this is the first disclosure of such information. No, I didn't even know who he was. I may have professed my love to his physical attributes when I was reaching a peak, though. You didn't. I did. I promised myself I would take that gem to the grave. Wow, it really must be impressive. My mom's head pops over the seat in front of me. What are we talking about? Nothing, Alex, Charlene says at the same time. I've heard some interesting rumors about him, but this one is tight-lipped. My mom inclines her head in my direction. Apparently they're true, Charlene says, with zero consideration for my privacy. Char, I smack her arm. What? You seem to have had a very eventful sleepover, my mom says. I'm not discussing this with you, especially not on a plane. Fine, fine. Charlene and I can talk later. She winks at Char and drops into her seat. I can hear her talking to Sydney. There's a lot of giggling. I wish she wasn't such a fan of the overshare, especially with Sid. We go directly to the stadium upon our arrival. Downtown Toronto isn't much different than Chicago, full of skyscrapers and horrendous traffic. I'm not sure what I thought it would be like. Maybe I expected elves, like the North Pole, which is ridiculous since it's only an hour north of the US border. Apart from his impressive physique, Alex is just like regular people. If all Canadian men are that well built, I can understand why people would be willing to deal with the frigid winters. We make it to the stadium with only minutes to spare. Charlene is shocked by the outfits, or lack thereof, on some of the women who frequent hockey games. Her pleather skirt is modest in comparison. Should I have dressed like that? Charlene eyes a girl wearing a Waters jersey that's been converted into a mini dress, complemented by 800-inch heels. No, definitely not. Your exposed skin would freeze and fall off. Then what would you have to offer Darren? Our conversation is put on hold as the Hawks take the ice. Even in all the padding and loose-fitting hockey gear, Alex is hot. I can't wait to get my hands on him post-game. I'm going to embrace his appealing physique, Buck's reaction be ignored. It's been 2 weeks since I've seen him. My longing for him is intense. The Hawks are up by the end of first period, but something is off with Alex. He's irritated. I can see it in the set of his jaw and the overly aggressive way he deals with the opposing team. On the bench, he's antsy, following the action of the game with his lips mashed in a thin line. He yells when one of the Hawks' defense gets knocked down by a Toronto forward. It's like he's looking for a fight. Bach is playing like he owns the rink. He deflects 4 goals in the second period, allowing the Hawks to stay ahead. Darren scores a goal at the end of the second period, giving the Hawks a solid 2-point lead. At the beginning of the third period, Alex faces off at center ice. Just as the ref blows the whistle, his head snaps up. The puck hits the ice, and Alex's gloves are off. Toronto center doesn't even see it coming. Alex grabs his cage with one hand and punches him in the stomach with the other. Alex knocks him down and straddles him, pulling at his helmet. It pops off and rolls across the ice. Then he starts slamming his fist into the center's face. Toronto guy manages to get a couple of shots in.
They're relatively ineffective. Alex is just kicking the ever-loving gosh out of this guy. Finally, the refs get their act together and break it up. His opposition is bleeding all over the ice. I shouldn't find this level of violence hot. What are they doing? I ask as refs escort a raging Alex off the ice. Sydney gives me a dubious look. He's being ejected from the game, Violet. He just kicked the gosh out of someone. Of course he has. But what happens now? Alex is fury incarnate as he stomps awkwardly down the hallway in his skates, disappearing from view. Someone needs to calm Alex down. I'm hoping it will be me. I need to pee. I'll be right back. I make my way through the stands toward the locker room, aware I may not get past security. I must have a horseshoe stuck in a fortunate place, because security is too busy chatting up a couple of enthusiastic supporters to notice as I slip inside the locker room. I can hear a low thud followed by Alex swearing. I peek around the corner. Alex's uniform is strewn across the floor, along with his padding and most of his gear. All he has on is a jockstrap, emphasizing his form. It could be a figment of my imagination caused by 2 weeks of his absence. His muscles are tense, his jaw flexing, and his nostrils flare with his wrath. He hurtles his skate across the room. It slams into the wall, leaving a hole in the drywall. I'm nervous and my body is responding. My thought is singular. Angry, hot, intimacy. Alex. His eyes are vibrant with ire. His back expands and contracts with every heavy exhalation of breath. He rolls his shoulders, his gaze moving over me in a hungry, feral sweep. Oh, my God, he's terrifyingly hot. Like the Hulk, but sexy, not green. I'm so going to experience intimacy in a locker room. Go me! Alex, Toronto's center, must have hit me harder than I thought, because I'm pretty sure I'm hallucinating. Alex, baby, are you okay? My hallucination takes a tentative step toward me and touches my chest. Her hand warms my already overheated skin. You can't feel hallucinations. At least I don't think you can, which means Violet is really here. I'm almost naked and extremely upset. I hope she hasn't witnessed too much of my temper tantrum. I thought you weren't coming. She bites her bottom lip. I reach out to skim the plush curve. Really, I've missed her mouth. I've missed her everything. I wanted to surprise you. Maybe it wasn't the best idea. Her fingers slide from my sweaty shoulder to my neck. You beat the hell out of that guy. He was bleeding, and you hardly have a mark on you. He upset me, as if it wasn't obvious from the beating I served. That's what happens when a jerk makes derogatory comments about tag-teaming my newest enthusiastic supporter. I didn't handle it well, especially since I was under the impression I wasn't going to see Violet for several more days. Cockburn and I have had a long-standing dislike for each other ever since I was traded to the Hawks instead of him. I'm a better player, and he knows it. I could tell. What happened out there? Cockburn was being a jerk. I told him how I felt about it. Cockburn? His last name is almost as unfortunate as Butterson.
He must have done something pretty awful to make you so upset. He was running his mouth. It's what he does best. I'm sorry they kicked you out of the game. She rests her palm against my chest, right over my heart. Watching you. Her head drops and she peeks up at me through her lashes. You were so angry. I really shouldn't find that sexy, should I? The rage that's been rocking my ability to make rational decisions ebbs in the wake of her question, only to be replaced with a different, acute need. I missed you, Violet says softly, as she pushes up on her tiptoes, and I bend to meet her. I have no restraint, at all. 2 weeks with only my own company is a poor replacement for Violet. The way she tastes, the way she feels against my body and in my arms, combined with the frustration over being ejected from the game and the fight, is like an emotional, hormonal adrenaline bomb. Really, I missed you. I pull her close and pull her in tight. Her lips part, and I seek out her tongue with my own. There's no softness in this kiss. I'm pent up and on overload. Wrapping my arm around her waist, I lift her off the ground. Her feet dangle a few inches above the floor as I cross the room, away from the entrance and the security detail, who clearly aren't doing their job since Violet is in here. I set her down in front of the lockers, and she shoves her hips into mine. Ow! Cup! She feels around between us. Of course, good idea. Protect your manhood. My what? Your manhood. Your physical attributes. Huh? You know, like Snuffleupagus? She nibbles my lip, probably as a distraction from the comparison of my most personal attribute to a children's show character. My physical attributes in no way resembles a fuzzy make-believe elephant. I take care of my things. It's uncut, so it's unique. And it's like a mythological creature, being so impressive and all. You're not nicknaming my manhood that, just so we're I yank her shirt over her head. I'm met with the most amazing bra I've ever seen. Ever! It's awesome. It's red and white and frilly and mesh, so I can see her form through the fabric. Her chest is nestled in there, just waiting for my attention. I missed you too, I tell them as I press my face into her chest and taste her warm skin. Violet makes those fantastic sounds I love. I love this bra, I say from between her boobs. I thought you might. I walk her backward until she hits the lockers. She pushes her chest out, gripping my hair. As much as I want to admire the way she looks in this bra, I want her naked more. I can take my time later this weekend, when I have a bed, the privacy of my condo, and unlimited hours in which to enjoy every inch of her body. I needed to connect with her, intimately. Now. The cup is a problem, and if I don't get it off soon, I'll end up with a sprained body part. I have no desire to be relegated to intimate attention for the rest of the weekend. My desire would not stand for it. The cup is secured with snaps. I struggle with them while still trying to kiss Violet. Let me help. Violet moved to assist, unclasped her bra, letting it drop to the floor, and moved my hands out of the way. My body stirred behind the cup, trying to get free. I wanted them to come together, badly. Violet frees the snaps. I was a Girl Scout, she says, as though her skills in cup removal require an explanation. She tilts her head to the right as she frees me to avoid getting hit in the face with my intense arousal. She gave me a soft, slow touch. I missed you. Leaning in, she nuzzled close. Violet looked up, her lips brushing near. Gosh, baby, don't do that. Why not? She gave me another touch. I appreciate the sentiment, but... She offered intimate attention. I'm sweaty and intense, but if it was unpleasant, she didn't let on. I think I love her. My body stirred in her hand, and I hit my head against the lockers, the heavy thud echoing in the room. If she continued that intimate attention, I would reach my peak. I couldn't let that happen. Intimacy in the locker room was my #1 fantasy. Well, maybe not my #1. That was intimate connection anywhere. This was a close second. I haul her to her feet and moved closer. I unbuttoned her jeans and discover her panties match the bra, red mesh I can see through with the same white lacy ruffle. I know the gift card was for my boobs, but I didn't want my intimate area to feel left out. She traces the lacy waistband with a fingertip. Totally understandable. I slide her jeans down her thighs, taking a moment to appreciate her soft skin. Running my hands up the back of her legs, I cup her ass with one hand and the back of her knee with the other. Intimacy was right in front of my face. While I couldn't wait for their connection, I was well aware, no matter how turned on she was, getting there without a warm-up is inadvisable.
Plus, I promised to give her pleasure, and I keep my promises. She hooked her leg over my shoulder, and I kissed my way from her knee up the inside of her thigh, nipping a little on the way. She tries to be quiet, but her hushed whimpers are my favorite sound in the world. Is this okay, baby? I can tell it is. I still want her breathless, panted words, the ones that make me ache for the warmth of her body. She exhales sharply as I place 2 small, wet kisses just above her intimate area. Please, Alex. I didn't need further invitation. I gave her intimate attention. And then I did it again and again. She writhed, her eyes closed, biting her knuckle to keep from making too much noise. Her palms slammed against the lockers as she reached her peak. Her other hand is twined in my hair, yanking. It takes me a while to realize she's trying to get me to come up for air. Her eyes bug out, and she swipes at my chin with her palm. Oh, God, I'm so overwhelmed. I loved the intimacy. I'm egotistical enough to believe I'm the reason she was so aroused. I touched myself a couple of times with my slick fingers, and then I grabbed her, pinning her against the lockers. 2 weeks is too long to wait for this. I know. I went through intense desire withdrawal. I lower her onto me and try not to think about how really fantastic it felt to be intimately connected with Violet again, or how I plan to do a lot more of it over the next couple of days. I searched for something else to focus on so I didn't reach my peak too fast. Stats usually work, but getting kicked out of the game made it a bad place for my mind to go. I shifted my hips back, connecting deeply. Violet gasped, and her head thumped against the locker. Gosh, sorry. For what? Not too hard? She shakes her head. She kisses across my jaw to my ear and whispers, "Come on, Alex, connect with me." That's it. She can't whisper things like that and expect me to be a gentleman. Although, considering we're having sex in a locker room, gentlemanly went out the window a while ago. I pulled back slightly, then connected again, fast and deep. Like this? I take her garbled response as an affirmative and do it again. Her head lolls back, hitting the locker with a metallic thump. I tried to fight off the peak threatening to overtake me. It was coming anyway, and I couldn't stop it. Violet wrapped her legs tighter around my waist, and her nails dig into my shoulders as I moved with her relentlessly. Violet doesn't seem to mind my complete loss of control. She bites my neck and mutters, "Connect with me," repeatedly. I change the angle to get a better grip on her ass, and she circles her hips. Bowing my head, I bite the skin just above her breast, and she lets out the sexiest, sweetest cry. I'm going to connect with you until you can't walk. It's no way to talk to the woman I am currently having aggressive, hot intimacy with against a set of lockers, regardless of whether it'll be true. I wait for her to slap me across the face. Instead, she smacks my ass and groans. I very well hope so. The banging of the lockers grows louder the more intensely I moved. Violet chanted how much she loved my presence the closer she got to her peak. It makes me feel like a superstar. Beyond the walls of the locker room, I hear the sound of the buzzer and raucous cheers. I'm too wrapped up in the feel to get what it means. Suddenly, I'm being squeezed so hard, the circulation to my body felt like it was being cut off. Violet calls out my name, followed by a string of colorful expressions as she reached her peak. So did I. I feel like the champion of the world. Just as I surface from the abyss of intense connection, I hear voices. "That was unreal," Violet says.
I want to connect with you again. Violet, baby. She kisses me fiercely. I love it when you call me baby. Violet is so out of it, she hasn't registered we're no longer alone. Well, as alone as we possibly could be with security guards hanging out in the hallway. The voices grow louder, filtering into the locker room. I tuck Violet's head into my neck and angle my body so the only parts of her showing are her legs wrapped around my waist. Even that's too much exposure. If I hadn't been so volatile tonight, we wouldn't be in this situation. I just keep screwing things up all over the place where Violet is concerned. What in the world, Waters? Butterson's voice echoes through the room. While I don't particularly care if he knows about Violet and me, his walking in while I'm intimately connected with her against the lockers isn't going to go well. Some of the other guys stop short. The majority turn around, staying on the other side of the room where Violet and I are mostly out of view. Uh-oh, Violet whispers, burying her face in my neck. I think we're in trouble. You are unbelievable, man. You get kicked out of the game, and first thing you do is find someone to connect with? Butterson sounds somewhere between incredulous and envious. You might want to give us a minute, I say, adjusting my grip on Violet's ass. I have no idea how I'm going to get her out of here without anyone else seeing a naked. Now you're looking for privacy. You should have thought of that before you decided to connect with someone against the lockers. While I totally deserve to have the piss taken out of me for this, the situation blows. Hey, Butterson, Kirk says, isn't that your sister? If we weren't in trouble before, we very much are now. Violet. My state of blissful wonder is short-lived in the face of Kirk's ill-timed question. I'm beginning to think locker room sex wasn't the best plan, especially during the third period. Too bad I've already done it. Alex holds my head against his neck, protecting me from the eyes of his teammates. Wait a minute. Violet? No way! No way! No way! Buck shouts. Are you intimately connected with my sister? It's so humiliating, it's laughable. It's bad enough I'm naked, wrapped around my Alex, who I'm in a yet-to-be-defined relationship with. Having my stepbrother yell at him while we were still intimately connected is beyond reasonable levels of mortification. I lift my head so I can state the inappropriately obvious. I'm your stepsister. As if technicalities are going to stop the rumble about to go down. And Alex can connect with me whenever he wants. The last part is unnecessary. I've ignored Buck's warning and hooked up with Alex, except I've taken it to the next level by being intimate in a public venue with all his teammates as witnesses. I might as well throw dynamite in a gasoline fire. I'll kick your ass, Waters! Buck continues his bellowing. His volume is excessive as he's mere feet away. Alex doesn't so much as flinch. He strokes a gentle palm down my back, a stark contrast to the angry, dirty intimacy we've just engaged in. Breaking the connection, Alex unwraps my legs from his waist and sets me down gently, using his body to shield my nakedness from Buck and Kirk and whoever else is watching the show. I'm having a hard time standing without assistance, so I grab his shoulders. He wasn't lying about connecting with me until I couldn't walk. Let me handle this, baby. Did you just call her baby? How long has this been going on? Get your very hands off my sister. Buck's face is an unnatural shade of red, verging on purple. He looks like he's going to have a heart attack. I'd love to put my clothes on, but they're strewn all over the floor. I can't reach them without someone getting a glimpse of my well-used self. Alex can't get them for me either, as he's acting as a human shield, guarding my exposed body from the team's hungry eyes. Okay, maybe. I'm being a little overdramatic. Most of them aren't looking at all. Waters, I'm not going to tell you again. Get away from my sister. Buck's tone has changed to the quiet, calm voice he uses when he's so furious he can barely function. I've seen him like this a couple of times before, usually over Xbox. It's not good. I have a feeling he's going to try to break Alex. Alex spins to face him.
Since I'm looking at the floor, I see him move. In the process, I hold back the inappropriate laughter when I hear a slap against his thigh. I want to give him a sponge bath and dress him up like a superhero. Peeking over his shoulder, I see a few more team members standing behind Buck, gawking rather than going about their business. I can't blame them. This is rather entertaining. Buck shifts his angry glare from Alex to me. "What's wrong with you?" He's back to yelling. "Pardon me?" I ask, all snarky. "Do you think we could get a towel?" Alex asks. "Forget you. I'm not getting you anything," Buck replies. "It's not for me, jerk. It's for Violet, unless you'd like the entire team to see her naked." Alex matches him, even-voiced and calm. Darren, who's valiantly trying to keep his eyes averted, tosses a towel to Alex, who in turn hands it to me. Once I'm wrapped up, Buck takes a swing at Alex. It's totally unexpected. At least I don't expect it. Apparently Alex does. He grabs me around a waist and moves us out of the way. I feel the whoosh of air on my cheek as Buck's giant fist misses my face by mere inches. Alex sets me down and shoves Buck hard. "What's wrong with you? You could have hurt her." Buck still has skates on. He stumbles backward, struggling to stay upright. Darren and Kirk move in as if to break them up. Enough. Gripping my towel with one hand to keep it in place, I put a palm on Buck's chest. It's gross how sweaty he is. His jersey is drenched. Alex is right behind me, his chest against my back. I'm a miniature person compared to the two of them. They glare at each other over my head. "What the gosh are you doing with him?" Buck spits on my face as he yells. This is so repulsive. I'll never be intimate in a locker room again. I could get plantar warts from standing on the dirty floor without shoes. Okay, so the floor isn't dirty at all. This is like a very hotel room, except it smells like sweaty men, hockey equipment, and intimacy, thanks to Alex and me. Can you quit it with the yelling? I'm standing right here. I can definitely hear what you're saying just fine without you trying to shower me in saliva and shatter my eardrums. Buck gestures to Alex, his expression reflecting his disbelief. He gets involved with anything with a pulse, says the walking venereal disease. God, I'm good today. I bag my gosh. I don't have fungus growing on me. I can't say the same for this jerk. Buck points an accusatory finger at Alex. What the gosh is going on here? The coach comes in, surveying the scene with a critical, confused eye. Who hired a hooker? You know the policy on that. Oh my God. I grip the towel tight and hide behind my hand, utterly mortified. Watch it, coach. That's my sister. Buck's tone, while controlled, holds warning and a lot of pent-up anger. I'm thinking that's mostly due to walking in on the locker intimacy. Oh, and the fact that I'm now being pegged as a puck bunny of the lowest form. Your sister's a hooker? Coach asks. What the gosh? Is everyone in this room below intellectual average, other than Alex? More importantly, do I look like a hooker? I suppose my exposed state paints me as such. I peek out from between my fingers. I've ascribed to the childish notion if I can't see anyone, no one can see me either. Alex hulks out again, taking a protective stance in front of me. She's not a hooker. She's my girlfriend, he roars. Literally, he roars. It's loud and guttural. It makes my ears hurt since he's so close. Getting caught having intimacy is only the tip of the embarrassment iceberg. Now that the coach has accused me of being a prostitute, Buck looks like he's going to blow. I'm waiting for the top of his head to pop off and steam to come pouring out, along with the limited amount of brain matter he keeps in there. I look up at Alex and whisper, "Can I get dressed now?" Coach blows a whistle around his neck and the chatter stops. Show's over. You better hope no one caught wind of this, gosh, Waters, or you'll have one gosh of a mess to clean up. Take your friend and her clothes to the lounge, then come see me. His disapproval is clear. The rest of you, get changed. Alex picks me up by the waist and carries me over to my discarded items while the coach pulls Buck aside. Once I've secured my clothing, Alex takes me through a door to another room. Couches and a giant flat screen occupy most of the space. Why did we have hot, angry intimacy against lockers if we could have had it here, on this couch? I mean, God, Alex, you could have just been with me and... His jaw clenches and a muscle twitches in his cheek. There's a couch in my condo where we can be intimate tomorrow night if you want. Right now, you should get dressed. Holding the towel in front of me, he checks over his shoulder every few seconds to make sure we're alone. I shimmy back into my pants. Are you going to be in trouble? I'll be in trouble for the fight more than anything else. I should have waited until we were alone. It was my fault. I'm pretty sure I got you naked. I pull my shirt over my head as Buck appears in the doorway. Alex wraps the towel around his waist to conceal his arousal. Buck notes my dressed form before taking in Alex's mostly undressed one. His fists clench, and he mumbles. It sounds like a yoga mantra or something. I should beat you for this, Waters. You don't need to defend my honor, Buck. It wasn't like I was a virgin prior to Waters here. Alex coughs, his expression darkening. Maybe he's miffed by my revelation. I'll never understand why guys, particularly those who have clearly been intimate with a whole lot of people, get all territorial about the one they're currently after. Alex, out here, now. Coach calls from the doorway, his phone clutched in his hand. Yes, sir. Alex kisses my temple. Don't worry, baby. It'll be fine. Don't you call her baby! Buck points a hairy, muckled finger at Alex. I slap it away. I happen to enjoy it when Alex calls me baby. I turn my face into Alex's shoulder and say softly, particularly in the throes of passion. Buck throws his hands up in exasperation. Will you two stop? Alex kisses the top of my head and saunters away, a slight swagger in his step. It might be attributed to his continued arousal or the comments that paint his romantic appeal in a very positive light. He does give Buck a wide berth, just in case he decides to strike. It's a real possibility. He's turning puce again. What the gosh, Violet? He asks as soon as Alex is out of the room. What the gosh what? You're being intimate with Waters? In the real locker room? How long has this been going on? Buck's hands are on his hips like an angry mother, an angry Yeti mother. I shrug. I guess since the first time I met him. Buck's eyes grow wide. He's putting things together. I can almost see the steam coming out of his ears because his brain is in overdrive. I feel sorry for him. As much as I've grown to like him over the past 5 years, he got the short end of the intellectual fortitude stick. He's cute, fully dressed, and sometimes, when he's not out being promiscuous, he can be awfully considerate. But that was almost 2 months ago. You've been keeping this from me this entire time? He paces, running a hand through his hair. His anger dissolves somewhere into hurt. Because I knew this is how you'd react. Well, yeah, Vi, he's even worse than me. Buck scratches the back of his neck as if he's truly perplexed. I don't understand why you'd get involved with someone who's only out for intimacy with you. It's probably one of the deepest, most heartfelt things he's ever said to me. That's not what this is about. What's going on between me and Alex is more than intimacy. He wanted me here this weekend. It should mean something. He's different when we're together. You mean he doesn't get intimate with you in public places all the time? Really reassuring, Vi. Says the guy who got caught being overly familiar with a girl in an open bathroom stall. It's a low blow. I got traded for that, Vi.
Traded? Do you get what that means? I had to start all over with a new team, and now I find out you're doing what? Dating this fool? What if he screws you over? You think I can let it go? I hadn't considered how vast the ramifications could be should things go sour with Alex. Buck has a good point. He's the new guy on the team, and my involvement with their captain could make things difficult for Buck more than anyone. I suddenly feel guilty for not being honest with him in the first place. Buck might have been upset about the situation, but it would have been better than him walking in on us having intimacy, along with all his teammates.
I put a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, Buck. I thought it was going to be a fling, and it turned into something more. He sighs. I don't want to see you get hurt. I know I can be a jerk and a huge promiscuous person most of the time, but I do have a heart. I haven't forgotten about the turd burger from the miners who messed with you. I'm stunned. Buck laid off the jerk comments after the turd burger and I broke up. I assumed it was because I had what would probably be considered a complete emotional breakdown. I must have been way more emo about it than I thought if Buck is bringing it up now. At the time, he attempted to be as sensitive as his male brain would allow. He set aside his bunny time to watch horror movies with me and let me beat him at video games. I know you're coming from a good place. I promise I won't make the same mistake twice. Alex is a decent guy. I see a different side of him than you do, one that isn't completely testosterone and primal urges. I don't know, Vi. I promise if I need you to mess Alex up over something, I'll let you know. His eyes light up like he's in a mischievous delight. Really? Really? I nod, knowing I will never in a million years sick Buck on Alex if things don't work out. I have knees. I know how to use them. He nods, his relief evident. I'm gonna shower. Wanna hug it out? He opens his arms wide. I make a face and back away. I think I'll wait until after the shower for that, thanks. Okay. He lumbers awkwardly to the door, still wearing his skates. Our bonding session over, I find a mirror and work on fixing my hair, which is very much disheveled. If anything, I look like I've had a very wild night, which is not nearly as bad as some other things. While performing emergency hair surgery with my fingers, I get caught in memories of the turd burger, Steve. He exemplified the term jerk. Not at first, though. Initially, he was charming. I met him in my last year of college at a campus coffee shop over a latte mix-up. His major was undefined, and he was in his second year. He was a little younger than me, but he was cute. On our third date, I found out he was in the minors, looking to get drafted. Lots of red flags, right? I should have called it off right there. I didn't because sometimes I'm blinded by hotness and nice teeth. We'd been seeing each other for only a few weeks when he suggested meeting my parents. I was floored. Most guys avoid that business like the plague. So I introduced him to Sydney, who offered to watch him play. I went too, just to be a supportive girlfriend, and discovered Steve was never going to be a good enough player to make it to a farm team, let alone the NHL. Sid took him aside and let him down easy. Still, a bruised ego is a bruised ego. A few days later, I stopped by the coffee shop to pick up a latte between classes. I wasn't surprised to see him. What did surprise me was the brunette cozied up beside him. She was one of those types, dressed in a super short skirt with cleavage spilling out of her low-cut blouse. Her chest was way bigger than mine. Now, let me be clear. I knew this relationship wasn't going anywhere. In fact, I wasn't really interested in seeing him anymore. Intimacy with him was, as mentioned previously, lackluster at best. It was the ultimate in disappointing intimacy. At the time, I was tired of being alone, and the unpleasant, high-pitched encounters seemed better than nothing. It was quite the funk. Steve and the woman were snuggling on the couch. I was as annoyed as I was relieved until he pulled the worst kind of move in the history of dating. It will stick with me for the rest of my life. He looked at me as if he didn't know who I was. He even asked if he could help me. Before I made an enormous fool out of myself, I told him he looks like some unpleasant person I used to know, and left. That was more than 8 months ago. Since then, I've been on a dating hiatus. Hockey players of any kind have been strictly off the table. Until Alex. The irony that I'm involved with someone who was rumored to be a player but wasn't is not lost on me. In my defense, I thought I knew what I was getting myself into. It's not my fault all the rumors turned out to be false, and Alex is a nice guy. Several members of Alex's team wander into the lounge. Most sit on the couches and watch TV while they wait for the rest of the guys to finish cleaning up. They're all wearing suits, looking refined. A guy named Spencer sets a brush and a ponytail holder in front of me. His hair is long and pulled back into one of those man bun things I've seen a lot of lately. You look like you might need this. His cheeks pinken as his eyes lift to my hair. I'd appreciate it more if I wasn't so embarrassed. Thanks. No problem. By the time I've brushed my hair into a semi-smooth ponytail, Alex returns to the lounge, freshly showered and dressed in a black pinstripe suit. Leaving the locker room should be interesting, hey, Waters, one of the guys says, nodding in my direction. It takes a few seconds for this information to process. I have to leave through the same door I came in. There are always camera crews waiting, even after the interviews are done. How the gosh am I going to get out of here without the world finding out I've become Alex's puck bunny? Closing my eyes, I pray for the ability to beam myself out of the locker room. Unfortunately, when I open them, I'm still standing here staring at Alex. He's nice to look at, so that's a consolation. I can't leave the locker room. Someone starts to speak. I shush them with a karate chop through the air. This is unreasonable. I'm aware I'll have to leave this room eventually. I'm so freaked out. I must look like those weird greeting cards with the animals whose eyes are half the size of their head. I don't want pictures taken of me like this. Unable to contain myself, I pace around the room, continuing my mini tirade, explaining why I can't leave, should Alex or any of his teammates within earshot be interested. People are going to think I'm your hockey groupie. Then you know what will happen? Alex opens his mouth, but I cut him off. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Some producer will try and put me in a movie. It'll be called Hockey Groupie Does the Hawks. I suck in a deep breath. It's not enough. I can't get sufficient air into my lungs. I'm sweaty and clammy. If this is what a panic attack is, I never want another one. The room is dead silent, except for Kirk. I'd totally be interested in seeing you on screen, he says. I laser beam holes through him with my eyes. I guess he means it as a compliment. I look over at Alex, ashamed for enjoying the murderous glint in his eye. Primal yet sophisticated in his suit, he bares his teeth at Kirk. I'm not going to be in a movie like that. I try for indignant, but my voice is shrill and choked. I'm full-on panicking. Alex better help me forget about this fiasco later tonight. It doesn't matter if I look like a groupie or not. I'll be tarred as one if I leave the locker room with the team. Buck's hockey bag has to be in here somewhere. I've seen it enough times to recognize it. Better yet, maybe I can find Alex's bag. Those bags are huge, and I'm small. If his crap isn't in there, I can most certainly fit inside. Buck can wheel me out, and no one will be the wiser. I stride into the other room, ignoring the eyes on me.
I have a goal. Avoid the walk of shame from the locker room into the paws and jaws of the media. I unzip Buck's bag, and I'm almost knocked over by the smell. Holy gosh, Buck! I think something died in here. I lift his sweaty jersey, searching for a rodent corpse or human remains. Those are my lucky socks. I won't wash them until we lose a game. As if luck is going to stop them from smelling like a carcass. How do you not have trench foot from wearing these things? Have you checked to make sure you have all your toes? He crosses his arms over his chest. Really? You want to get on my case right now? I shove the offending sock back in the bag and zip it up. The smell is so putrid my eyes water. Even my nose hairs feel singed. I look around the room and spot Alex's bag. I know it's his because it says Waters in huge red letters. Rushing over, I open it up. Everything smells sweaty but not vile, so I'm willing to make a temporary home of it. I start unloading the contents, surprised by how much stuff fits in there. Alex kneels beside me. "Violet, baby, what are you doing?" I pull out his skates and a couple of the bigger items, making room to climb in. It doesn't smell bad at all. Hanging out in his hockey bag should be manageable for a few minutes. This is how you're going to get me out of here. I mean, isn't it obvious? No one's going to think you're a groupie. Really, Alex? You're being awfully naive if you believe people aren't going to think I'm a superfan when I walk out of this locker room with the entire team behind me, or in front of me, or surrounding me.
He flashes a dimple. You'll be with me. I lower my voice to a whisper. And that's better how? People already believe you're a player. How will I avoid the player's companion label if I saunter out of here looking like an expensive companion hanging off your arm? I add the expensive part to make myself feel minutely better about this whole situation. Alex puts a hand on my arm, his hurt evident by the sudden slump of his shoulders. You don't need to do this. This is already complicated. I don't want to create more problems for myself. The hockey bag will be cramped, similar to how I imagine a body bag would feel, except with smelly equipment. There's another exit. There is? I haven't seen one, but then again, I've been pretty preoccupied up until now. He nods slowly. There is. That's a much better option than snuggling with your athletic gear. Alex tells the coach we'll meet them at the bus. He opens the emergency door, otherwise known as the back door. I put my hand over my face and peek through the slits between my fingers. No one is waiting to ambush us. I take Alex's extended hand and follow him down the deserted hall to the exit. When are you going to learn? As Daisy dives into a lecture about appropriate affection in public, Alex becomes more and more like a little boy being chastised. His shoulders hunch and he nods, apologizing repeatedly. It's appalling. It's then I understand his mother is in denial about her son being a player. I'm suddenly very, very interested in the workings of the Waters family. It's like watching a social experiment gone awry. I feel much less disturbed by my own mother's behavior as I observe the interaction between Alex, Daisy, and the rest of his family. You know how the media twists things around. I was just kissing her goodnight, Alex says. It was a very intimate kiss, Sunny replies, batting her blonde lashes. Sunny, Daisy gives her a disapproving look. I wasn't the one kissing someone so intimately for the whole world to see, Sunny replies. Can we not talk about this right now? Alex asks, shifting uncomfortably. Vi, there you are. Buck worms his way into the group, inadvertently saving us from further interrogation. Well, worm probably isn't the right word. He's too large to be able to worm into anything, so he barrels his Yeti self into the group and says hello to Alex's parents. He even calls them Mr. and Mrs. Waters. Daisy giggles and tells him to call her by her first name. It's reminiscent of my mom. Then Buck introduces himself to Alex's little sister. I have yet to be formally introduced to her, the focus having been on Alex's very public kiss with me in widely publicized pictures. Her name is Sunshine. She goes by Sunny. Sunshine and Daisy, Violet and Sky. I see a theme here. Alex is lucky his name wasn't Woody or Bark. You two could be sisters, Buck says to Daisy as he kisses the back of Sunny's hand. Sunny and Daisy giggle. Alex looks like he's going to have a coronary. Robbie is irritated and suspicious, glaring at Buck. Rightly so. I'm sure if he's seen the pictures of Alex and me, he's seen the ones of Buck. I hope he has, and more than that, I hope he cares. Buck is in full charming player mode. Sunny puts her hand on Buck's arm. You have such a strong aura. I just use Axe after I shower, Buck says. It's not too much, is it? It's great. Can I get you something to drink? I watch in horror as Buck threads his arm through hers and guides her to an open spot at the bar, and her family allows it to happen. What I want to tell Sunny is Buck's strong aura is a result of his VD, or maybe the vast quantity of body hair he sports makes it look like he has an aura when he's really masquerading as a Sasquatch. Alex seems too stunned to move. I can relate. I've never seen Buck act like this. Ever. Robbie goes back to asking me questions, completely ignoring Sunny's sudden departure with Buck. Daisy is quiet and observant. It makes me nervous. Robbie's questions about my family remind me I haven't seen my parents or Charlene yet. I want to check my phone because it's been vibrating in my pocket relentlessly for a while, but I don't want to be rude. I assume you'll be coming to the house tomorrow afternoon sometime, Alex? Daisy sets her empty glass down on the bar. The last part sounds more like an order than a question. Daisy Waters rules the roost. Actually, I'm going to stay in Toronto for an extra night. I want to show Violet around the city. I plan to take her to the Guelph campus on Saturday afternoon. We could come by afterward. You'll have dinner with us then? Alex rubs my back. Sure, sounds great. I didn't stop to think there'd be a family visit included in this weekend. I wish I could pull Alex aside and tell him this isn't an awesome idea at all. I came here thinking we'd be locked away together for the weekend, enjoying our intimacy. Follow it up with a whirlpool bath and some Epsom salts, and that's what I would have called a plan. I should be happy he wants me to get to know his family, but this is way fast. I'm not ready to be appropriate for hours at a time. If you think you'll be there earlier, just call and let us know. Her smile looks forced. I want to cry. She hates me. As if things aren't bad enough, I hear my mom behind me. Meeting the parents is stressful. Having them meet each other, too, is going to be the hammer of death. Vi, baby girl, there you are. My mom flails excitedly, almost smacking Sydney in the face as he comes up behind her. I wasn't worried about you. I knew you must have gone to find your man to make him feel better. She says the last part in my ear, but she's yelling so everyone hears. Daisy's eyes have gone wide. Robbie, who wears a permagrin, appears suddenly uneasy. Understandable, since a crazy woman has crashed our party. The real shame is coming. This is just a warm-up. I check behind her for Charlene, my backup in these situations. She's nowhere to be found. Hello! My mom waves enthusiastically at Daisy and Robbie. I brace myself for the impact of her lunacy. She's probably 3 sheets to the wind. There's a flask poking out of her purse. Way to be discreet, Mom. You must be Alex's parents. I'm Sky, Violet's mother. She extends a hand to Daisy in what can only be considered one of her more appropriate gestures. Daisy smiles politely as she introduces herself, her bouffant hair moving in tandem with the bob of her head. And you must be... She turns her charm on Alex's dad.
She's definitely drunk. I can tell by her slight sway. I silently pray she doesn't flirt with him in front of me, his son, and his wife, not to mention Sydney. This is too much to ask, though. Robbie Waters. He gives her an overly enthusiastic smile. It's the same one Alex gave me the first night we met, right before he told me we didn't have to do anything I didn't want, and subsequently, we became intimate. What a pleasure. She winks, but it looks like she's strobe blinking. I can definitely see where Alex gets his looks. This is disgustingly mortifying. I contemplate ordering shots so I'm less lucid. My mom gives Daisy a huge smile, as if she shouldn't be offended by the blatant flirtatiousness going on. And if the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, you must be very proud of him, she waggles her eyebrows. For the love of Christ, is my mother talking about Alex's intimate capabilities with his mother? I glance at Sydney, who's just standing there. I mouth, "Do something." He shrugs, obviously equally as drunk and entertained. I hate them both. Daisy stares at my mom, looking almost as disturbed as I am by this comment. She flushes and pats her hard pageant hair nervously. I'm not sure what you mean. I grab Alex's arm, my fingernails digging into his skin. He regards me with disturbed panic. I'm so sorry, I tell him, because it's about to get worse. My mom is too wasted to muzzle herself. She puts a hand on Daisy's shoulder and leans in as if she's about to tell her a secret. However, the bar is loud, and anything below a yell is too quiet. Sydney told me when Buck was born, the nurses wanted to take pictures. They said he looked like he was quite robust. You know how it is, like father, like son. Daisy's eyes widen until I fear she's going to look like an anime character permanently. Oh, I see. I suppose that's the case then. Like father, like son. I'm not the only one who'll die of embarrassment tonight. Violet. Well, it's time for us to be heading home, Robbie says, his voice cracking. And you know, Daisy,
leans in close to her new bestie, my mother, and yells over the noise, "I'm definitely content." Like my mom, she's a hand talker and accidentally whacks Robbie in the side. He's up against the bar, so he can't escape. This is appallingly entertaining. Robbie protects himself by wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her against his chest. He puts his mouth to her hair and says something. The sound waves traveling around in there must be absorbed by hairspray because I hear nothing. Whatever he says does the trick. Daisy abandons the conversation with my mom, to everyone's relief, and grabs Alex. Kissing him on the cheek, she leaves behind pastel pink lip marks. Then she embraces my mother enthusiastically. Kidding, they just hug. Daisy invites her and Sydney to come over for dinner. Thankfully, they're leaving early tomorrow morning. I can't imagine the gong show Alex's parents' house would become if such an event transpired. Daisy pat hugs me. It's limp like her handshake. "What about your sister?" I ask Alex as she and Robbie traipse to the exit. Alex plows through the crowd to stop them. They're too far away for me to hear their brief conversation. Alex doesn't look happy. I can't believe his parents would willingly leave their daughter with the likes of Buck. Sydney uses this as an opportunity to take my mother back to their room, saving Alex and I from further humiliation. Alex returns a minute later, rubbing the back of his neck. "What did they say?" I ask. He surveys the bar with a frown. "She's staying with friends in the city. I thought she'd be at the condo with my parents tonight. Why don't we see if we can find her? Maybe she's with the team." I really hope so. The VIP section is packed, but Sonny and Buck are nowhere to be found. Buck better not be using this as a way to get back at Alex, otherwise a WWE match is likely to occur. As gargantuan as Buck is, Alex is aggressive when he's pissed. Now that I've borne witness to his temper, I'm not interested in watching it flare up in response to my thoughtless, yet sometimes lovable stepbrother. Glancing around, I spot Charlene sitting beside Darren. She's not in his lap, but she's close. Darren is the picture of a gentleman, arm wrapped loosely around the back of her chair, his attention totally focused on her while she talks animatedly. I point them out to Alex. "Will wonders never cease?" He squints. "Are you sure?" Biting my lip, I squeeze my boobs together in invitation. I've never seen anyone undress so quickly. Alex is naked before I can blink. They came together in passion. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless. "You didn't have to do that," he says breathlessly. "I can always use the vitamins." Cradling my face in his hands, Alex kisses me. I love this mouth. They shared intimate moments, connecting deeply. I'm all for spending the rest of the weekend in bed if this is how things are going to go. Here's hoping Buck hasn't coerced Sonny into the same kind of position. Otherwise, things are about to get complicated. Violet. As much as I would like to say Alex and I spent the rest of the weekend in passionate intimacy, this isn't entirely true. Friday morning, we check out of the hotel and take a cab across the city to his condo, where his parents stayed last night. The 1,000-square-foot, two-bedroom unit is on the top floor of a high-rise, overlooking the Toronto harbor. The space is furnished for functionality, and the master bedroom boasts a stunning view of the city, including the CN Tower. A note from his mother sits on the dining room table, thanking him for letting them use the condo. Alex sends his sister another text as he shows me around the space, possibly checking for signs of her presence as well. Fortunately, this time he receives an almost immediate response, telling him she's home in Guelph. Sonny loves emoticons. Her texts are more pictures than words. I'm relieved because he's no longer worried about the Buck situation and far more focused on me. We spend the majority of Friday afternoon dodging cameras and ducking into funky little shops on Queen Street. Every time I express excitement over something, Alex buys it. It's as excessive as it is charming. I have no choice but to accept his forced giftery, otherwise he feigns hurt feelings. I thank him later for all his presents by staying naked for the entire evening. Mostly we spent the time in intimate closeness, not that I'm complaining. On Saturday morning, we shared an intimate moment in the shower, pack our bags, and leave the condo. Alex's mother invited us for brunch, and he couldn't say no. Alex loads everything into the back of a sporty SUV. The man loves his vehicles. He has two in Toronto, a Mercedes for the summer and the SUV for winter. I'm nervous about spending time with his family. Eating a meal in their home where I'll have to make small talk and tell them about myself is very different than meeting them at a loud bar. We drive in silence for a while as I stare absently out the window. I don't note the change in my surroundings until Alex pulls onto a road which disappears into a forest. Where are we? An off-roading trail. We're going off-roading in an SUV? Alex is an intelligent man, so he must know this car isn't built for off-roading. SUV or not, it's snowy, and we could get stuck. Also, we're on our way to brunch with his family. No. Alex puts the car in park and unbuckles his seatbelt. He leans over and kisses me. Roadside makeout session? Yes, and please. I want you to tell me what's wrong. Nothing's wrong. Liar. He kisses the spot on my neck that makes me wish we were naked. I close my eyes and debate whether or not I should tell the truth. I'm nervous. What about? Alex sits back, his expression somber. It's hot. Although I'm biased, I find all of Alex's facial expressions hot. I think your mom hates me.
What if I say something dumb in front of your family? We haven't been seeing each other long, and you don't know how ridiculously inappropriate I can be in social situations. I mortify myself sometimes. Quite often, actually. It's fine with my friends, not when I'm dealing with the parents of my successful, intelligent, inordinately hot, and very attractive boyfriend. Once they get to know you, they'll love you, I promise. He kisses the back of my hand. My dad is super laid back, and so is my sister. As for my mom, she's probably certifiable, but she's harmless. What if I accidentally make a comment that's too personal? What if they serve breakfast sausages and I compare its inadequate size to something, well, to something inappropriate? These might seem like stupid questions, but when nervous, I put myself in jeopardy of saying something this humiliating. Did you just say something inappropriate? He smirks. I don't think you're focusing on the issue here. Baby, everything is going to be fine. You have nothing to worry about. His reassurances are starting to work. It's as though he's hypnotizing me with his voice and his touch and his pretty, pretty eyes. He kisses me softly. The heat between us explodes, and we end up making out for 15 minutes. It's long enough to get us both worked up and almost make us late. The sexual tension in the car is thick like potato leek soup. I considered easing his desire, but I think it's only fair we both suffer through brunch unsatisfied. Guelph is more of a town than a city, and it's nothing like Chicago. Downtown is quaint, full of little cafes and shops, interspersed with bars and pubs, catering to the college crowds. Despite the cold winter morning, the streets bustle with people, young and old alike. We turn onto a side street and pull into the driveway of a large, old brick house. Ready? He squeezes my hand. I think so. When he gets out of the car, he adjusts his pants. He has an obvious arousal. Hopefully, the cold air will help diminish it. The only thing more horrifying than me making comments about his condition would be him sporting such a visible sign of desire in front of his parents. Daisy greets us at the door. I'm stunned once again by the horror of her hair. It looks like the 80s threw up on her head. It seems even bigger today than it was the other night. Her matching 80s attire is a helpful diversion, though. While acid-washed and high-waisted pants have made a comeback in recent years, Lord help us all, it looks as though she unearthed her original duds from the attic. I sniff. There's no mothball smell. How she's managed to avoid being lynched by the fashionista police is beyond me. Alex, he turns his face away from her hair as they hug. Violet, it's so nice you could make it. She hugs me too. It's another one of those loose, backpat ones with no real affection. Her hair is so solid, I worry it might ensnare me like a fly caught in a spider web. I make the mistake of talking while hugging Daisy. Thanks so much for inviting me. Stray hairs stick to my lips, and hairspray invades my mouth. It's simply horrendous. I want to spit the taste out. I swallow repeatedly instead, spreading it around my tongue. Alex, why don't you bring your bags in, and Violet can help me in the kitchen? Alex stands there for a few long seconds with a smile plastered on his face. He runs a hand nervously through his hair. I already booked us a room. At a hotel? Why would you need to do that? She looks from him to me and back again, her smile calculating. Alex's mom is kind of a difficult person. This is Violet's first time in Guelph, which is exactly why you should stay here. You can cancel your reservations. Daisy loops her arm through mine and steers me toward the kitchen. I don't get to see enough of my baby boy, and Violet has had you most of the weekend. I think she should be able to share you for one night. Grab your bags and bring them inside, sweetie. Panic-stricken, I look over my shoulder as Daisy leads me away. Alex's brows are drawn, and his lips are mashed in a line. He looks about as happy about this situation as I do. Brunch with the Rents is one thing, a sleepover is another. I'm so glad Alex was able to find some time to spend with us while he's here. We see so little of him already these days with his schedule. I stand awkwardly in the middle of the kitchen, unsure if I should sit or stand. He's on the road a lot. She picks up the biggest knife I've ever seen and slices the top off a pineapple. Relationships have always been a challenge for him because of it. I hope the next 24 hours aren't going to be full of jabs at me. I don't think I can handle it without saying something I'll regret. Daisy immediately gives me a task. Thankfully, it's not a difficult one because I can't cook for gosh. While I cut the tops off strawberries, Daisy makes mimosas. Booze is exactly what I need to beat back the anxiety and the gross, lingering taste of hairspray. She hands me a glass as Alex and his dad saunter into the kitchen. Robbie is wearing a pair of plaid pajama pants and a Grateful Dead t-shirt. Robbie, you're supposed to get dressed. We have company. Daisy puts her hands on her hips. Are you doing research again? I look from Alex, who's smiling, to his father, also smiling, and back to his mother, who is not smiling. I take a closer look at Robbie. The whites of his eyes are shockingly red. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's high as a flippin' kite. I'm testing a new batch of medical this week. It's supposed to increase appetite by 50%. I guess my hypothesis is accurate. He slides his hand under his shirt, rubbing his stomach lazily. He's got some abs under there. I look away. I don't want to ogle Alex's father. How are you, Violet? He grabs a handful of hulled strawberries and takes a seat. I'm great. You? Mellow would be the scientific term. I've only met the parents a couple of times in my dating history. None of those experiences were as bizarre as this one is turning out to be. As Alex and his dad chat about medical-grade Mary Jane, I continue to chop fruit. Most of it ends up in Robbie's mouth rather than on the platter. I'd say if the point is to increase appetite, it's working well. Until now, I've been so focused on being polite, I failed to take in the decor of the house. It looks like a bohemian gypsy got into a fight with a Southern belle, and they exploded all over the place. Everything is either uber frilly or a throwback to the 70s. It's hard to process it all. I wonder how a laid-back man like Robbie can handle so much visual overstimulation. As I sip my mimosa and ponder this, Alex's sister comes into the room. I nearly choke as Buck comes in behind her. Gosh is about to go down, Rumble style. Alex has his back to them. I do the most logical thing in the world. I grab his hand, pulling him toward me. My intention is to get his attention. However, this plan has holes, the most important being the presence of his parents. So I stand there, staring up at him as I stroke his thumb with my fingers. Alex gives me a funny look. Alex, you're here. Sonny's voice distracts him from my distraction. He turns around. I assume he's not very happy based on the way he squeezes my hand since I can no longer see his face. What in the world? He scares his mother half to death, and me too, with his thunderous shouting. Alex, use your inside voice, Daisy says. Alex, I say gently as his grip on my hand tightens. If he keeps going, he's going to break it. I need my hand, not just for my job, but for other important tasks. Unfortunately, his focus is not on the hand he's crushing.
It's on Buck standing beside his sister and smiling his ass off. At least he's not touching her. "Hey man, how's it going?" Buck asks, like it's no big deal he's here. I pull on Alex's sleeve with my free hand. "What are you doing here?" he asks calmly. "I'm losing the feeling in my fingers." I lean in and bite Alex's arm. "Ow!" It works.
He lets go of my hand. His head swings around. Oh man, is he ever pissed. As badass as he is on the ice, and as dominating and playful as he can be, he doesn't intimidate me. Plus, his family is here, and so is Buck, so I'll be fine. He rubs his arm. "Why'd you bite me?" "You were crushing my hand, and words weren't working." He inspects my hand with his lips. "Gosh, baby, I'm sorry." "Alex, watch your language." "Sorry, Mom." Alex then glares at his sister and motions to Buck. "Care to explain this?" Sonny looks Buck up and down. "Explain what?" "Why are you being so rude?" Daisy asks. No one pays any attention to her. Sonny flips her hair over her shoulder. She's wearing a rainbow-colored tie-dyed shirt and a flowy ankle-length skirt. She's not Buck's type at all. He goes for the provocative, revealing sure things. Yet here he is with Sonny, who seems like neither. Alex abandons questioning his sister. She does seem genuinely confused and moves on to Buck. "Who invited you?" "I invited him," Sonny replies. "Why?" Alex's fists clench at his sides. Because I like him?" Her body language tells me things her words don't. She wraps a tendril of hair around her finger, and her eyes drop to her feet. Buck has snared her with his Yeti magic. "You like him?" Alex's voice rises with his eyebrows. "He's a dirtbag." Part of me wants to defend Buck. He's a nice guy under all the reputation. But if Sonny was my sister, I would be very protective. Alex could be too late to save his sister from a bad choice. Sonny props her fist on her hip. Look who's calling the kettle a pot. She and Buck may be on a level playing field intellectually with the way she completely butchered that saying. Apparently Daisy gets what Sonny is trying to say. She defends Alex's non-existent virtue. "Don't you say things like that about your brother." Either she's truly in complete denial, or she's too blinded by her maternal love to see the truth. Alex may not be a player, but he can be quite mischievous. I look around the room. The various expressions are hilarious. Sonny is enraged. Daisy looks like she might cry. Buck is staring at Sonny's chest, so he has no idea what's happening. And Robbie has pulled the fruit tray closer. He's shoveling food into his mouth and peeking up on occasion to check if anyone notices. "I like him," Sonny replies. Props a fist on her hip. "I saw the paper this morning." "Did you?" "What paper?" Alex asks. "The tabloids. There's a whole article on what happened in the locker room yesterday." "Wait, what?" Buck is suddenly alert, as are Alex and I. "It's not like I'd actually believe any of the stuff in there. Even if it's mostly made up, it sure doesn't make any of you look good." "What kind of tabloids do you read?" Buck is wearing his constipated expression. It's clear he's afraid Sonny has read about his past activities in the tabloids. He's too involved with figuring out what Sonny might know about him, he forgets about the argument brewing with Alex and settles into hushed conversation with her. Alex and I look at each other, clearly wanting to know the same thing. What did Sonny see in the tabloids, and how much should I worry? I have no idea what's happening between Buck and Sonny, but I have to admit, even though the two of them seem as deep as a puddle, they get along well. Buck is actually being polite. Brunch is awkward, in part due to our inability to get the information we need. Robbie leads the conversation. He's incredibly articulate for a man under the influence of pot. Alex mentions taking me to the Gulf campus later, and Robbie goes off on a tangent about the women in lit classes he took during his undergrad. He pats Daisy's hand. "That's where I met my Daisy. She was the smartest, most beautiful woman in the room, so of course I had to ask her out." "That's not true. I failed the course, and you asked me out because none of the other women in the class were interested in you," Daisy replies.
And you were the most beautiful woman in the room. He kisses her cheek without getting a mouthful of hard hair. It's amazing. How about the two of you? How did you meet? Daisy directs the question at me. We met after a Hawks game. Oh, I went with my family to see Buck play. She smiles the same calculating smile she wore when Alex and I first arrived. That's so nice. Sunny comes to games if she can, but she's in school right now and her studies are important to her. What about you? What is it you do? I'm an accountant. Really? But you're so young. Daisy folds her hands under her chin. The evil glint in her eyes makes me nervous. I graduated with my bachelor's in accounting and finance last spring, so I've been working at my firm for less than a year. What kind of accounting do you do? Via manages my bank accounts. Buck spears a sausage patty and crams it into his mouth. So you manage sports figures accounts? Mostly. I'm a junior accountant, so I only manage smaller accounts, apart from Buck's. She tilts her helmet head to the side, her inquisitiveness intimidating. You must be very familiar with what these boys make during their career. Mom! I can hear the tension in Alex's voice. What? I'm just interested in getting to know Violet. It's been a long time since you've brought a girl home to meet us. Daisy gives him an angelic smile and then turns her attention back to me. It sounds like a very interesting job. It must be a lot of responsibility. I nod enthusiastically. Oh, it is. I love working with numbers and figures. Daisy doesn't ask any more questions about my job. Her blatant dislike makes me so nervous. I can barely eat. I force food down so as not to offend her further. Alex doesn't say much, apart from directing the occasional barb at Sunny and Buck. Neither pick up on them. They're likely too busy playing footsies under the table. After brunch, Alex takes our bags upstairs and gives me a tour of the rest of the house. I'm really sorry about this, he says once we're away from his family. I only planned for a meal. I thought if we did brunch, we could get out of dinner. Your family wants time with you. It's understandable. I still wish we were staying at a hotel where I don't have to worry about behaving myself after dark. We make our way up a narrow flight of stairs to the third floor. It's an awesome room if you're an 18-year-old boy. It looks like nothing has changed since Alex moved out. The ceilings are high and angled, and large windows frame either end of the wide space. Hockey paraphernalia hangs everywhere, and posters from the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition have the prime spot above his bed. Alex drops our bags on the floor beside his double bed and pulls out his laptop. What are you doing? Checking for the article Sunny was talking about. He clicks furiously for a few seconds. His brow furrows as he scans the screen. I sit down and read with him. Very little of the article has to do with the fight. The mystery of the locker room is much more interesting. There's nothing concrete in the article. It's speculation, apart from a few grainy photos of Alex smuggling me out of the arena's emergency exit and a few more of him ushering me onto the bus. My face isn't visible. He heaves a sigh of relief and squeezes the back of my neck. No one will recognize you. That's good. What about Buck and Sunny? Do you think there'll be pictures of them too? Loads of pictures flood the screen when he puts their names into the search bar together. Gosh, this isn't good. Buck better watch himself. They're all pretty harmless as far as I can tell. Nothing like the ones of Alex and I sharing intimacy. If it's any consolation, I don't think Buck has ever done the whole brunch with parents thing. He's probably doing it to get back at me. Maybe they genuinely like each other. If he does anything to hurt Sunny, I'm going to kick his ass. Totally reasonable. I'll even help. I really hope it isn't something I'll have to follow through on. I change the topic, not wanting this to ruin the rest of our day. Honestly, I would feel the same way if I were Alex.
Why don't we go out? You said you were going to show me around Gelfide. I'd love to see where the hobbits live. Alex takes me to the University of Gelfide, where there are no hobbits. Spread over the expanse of a square mile, the campus is a stunning fusion of old architecture and modern design. He even takes me to the hockey rink where he was scouted for the NHL. I try to imagine what it would have been like to be offered millions of dollars a year to play a game with blades on my feet barely out of high school. Every time Alex runs into someone he knows, which is often, he introduces me as his girlfriend. It's sweet. No one takes photos or asks for his autograph. They treat him like a normal person. It's a refreshing change from the scene after the games, especially considering the whole locker room debacle. "I'd like to take you out to meet some of my friends tonight if that's okay," Alex says once we're back in the car. "Sure, that sounds great." This is big. Family is huge, but friends are the ones you end up hanging out with. We head back to his parents to freshen up after our little adventure. Alex won't tell me anything about our plans. All I know is that I should dress casually and we're having dinner with whoever we're meeting up with. He's being too vague. These are the kinds of surprises I don't like. I have an idea. I'm not above using methods of half-naked persuasion to get the intel I need. Excusing myself to the bathroom, I strip down to my undershirt and underwear. Alex is sitting in a pint-sized computer chair with his back to me, talking on his Bluetooth when I come out. I'm definitely going to make fun of him later. Publicity spots? The timing's pretty inconvenient. He taps restlessly on the desk. "Yeah, I know. You didn't hear the gosh he was spewing. Fine, I get it. I'll keep my temper in check." Alex cracks his neck. Clearly, he's unhappy with whoever he's speaking with. It's all conjecture. There aren't any pictures from last night. It was only the two of us. He swivels in his chair. Hearing and seeing aren't the same. Just email the questions and tell me what you want me to say. He pauses. Why would I need to tell you about her? It's pretty self-evident, isn't it? What? Why would I do that? Alex clicks the mouse in his left hand, opening an email attachment. I recognize the picture from the other night, the one of Alex and me where my face is obscured. So what? How would that impact either endorsement? Another long pause ensues. What's a couple of weeks matter? They're talking about me in relation to endorsements. It makes me uneasy, especially with how agitated Alex has become. That's not fair. You should have said something long before now if this was going to be an issue. It's not like I tried to keep it a secret. No. Yeah, I get it. He runs his hand through his hair. I know it's good exposure, but yeah, the money isn't the issue. Well, what am I supposed to tell? I take a step backward, rethinking my plan. The floor creaks under my foot, and Alex swivels in his chair. I don't like. His jaw drops. I gotta go. I'll call you on Monday. He takes off the headset and drops it on his desk. He misses, so it lands on the floor. Who was that? I finger the hem of my tank. My agent, Dick. His eyes drop from my chest to my waist. Are you in trouble for the other night? Alex shrugs. He'll get over it. I'm not sure I should buy his nonchalance. You sounded pretty upset. Just annoyed. I have an interview spot as soon as I get back to Chicago. For the fight or the locker room? Both. But you don't need to worry about that. He grips the armrests and swivels in his chair. These are my new favorite panties, by the way. I believe these are technically called underpants. I trace the outline of the Hulk. His cartoon body is strategically placed so it looks like he's punching his way out of my intimate area. I don't give a gosh what you call them. They're perversely fantastic on you. He twirls his finger, signaling for me to turn around. I comply and am rewarded with a heavy exhalation of breath and muttered profanity. I turn to face him again and saunter his way. When I'm close enough, he slides his palms up my legs and wraps his hands around the backs of my thighs. He's still staring at the underpants. I love the flap. I indicate the opening. It's very convenient. It is, isn't it? Alex brushes my hand out of the way. I whimper in anticipation as he touches me intimately. His other hand travels up my thigh and under the elastic to touch my backside. Tension broke. Gave in to desire, connecting deeply. My moan dies on my lips as the door to his room bursts open. Daisy stands at the threshold, holding out a framed photograph. I look down at Alex, who's looking at his mother with an expression of sheer, unfiltered horror. I guess you forgot to lock the door. This is exactly the reason why we should have gone to a very hotel. Alex, oh my God. My mother raises the humiliating picture in front of her face like a shield. Mom! Backing out of the room, she fumbles with the door and slams it shut. As if she doesn't hate me enough already. Violet's face is beet red and blotchy. She doesn't hate you. I touch her intimately as a distraction. I'm so sorry. She pushes my hand away. I can't say I blame her for giving up the moment, all things considered. We can still get a hotel room tonight. I'll make a call. Don't do that. I don't want to offend your mom. More than I already have anyway. She grabs her bag from the floor. I should get ready to go wherever we're going. She disappears into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. I drop my head back and scrub a hand over my face. The same one that was just touching Violet, which means I've rubbed her intimate area all over my very face. Those really underpants. Why they're so appealing is beyond me. Gosh, I've got one hell of a strong desire, and it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do a very thing about it now. Today has turned into a really nightmare. First, Buck shows up for brunch with my sister. God only knows where they've gone now. Following it with the call from my agent about the locker room situation and cooling it with Violet until the publicity for the Bachelor of the Year is out was bad enough. Then my mother walks in while I am touching Violet intimately. Can't a guy get a break and a little privacy when he needs it? While Violet hides out in the bathroom, because that's what she's doing, I take the opportunity to deal with my mother. She's in the kitchen, humming away as if nothing happened. I lean against the door jamb with my arms crossed over my chest. Want to tell me what that was all about? She jumps, pretending to be startled. Oh, Alex, I didn't see you there. Yeah, she's not fooling me, at all. Her voice is high, the way it used to get when she'd tell me we were going out to pick up new hockey equipment. Instead, she'd take me to get one of those sequined get-ups for another skating competition. You need to apologize. For what? Don't pretend you don't know. Oh, you mean about that. She waves her hand toward the ceiling. I'm sorry, sweetie. I was looking through some old pictures. I found my favorite competition photo. You remember, don't you? You were so close to qualifying for the Olympics. She looks at me expectantly. I remember it vividly. If I wasn't doing triple salchos, I was shooting a puck. I was always exhausted, and it sucked. I had no life. I continue to glare. Uncomfortable, my mother looks away. Anyway, I thought I would share it with you and Violet. I suppose I should have knocked. Very right you should have. She tosses the dish towel on the counter. Don't you take that tone with me? I didn't expect your little girlfriend to be parading around half naked. Her implication is clear. She believes Violet is trying to take advantage of me. I don't get it. My mother has always been so oblivious when it comes to me. It's as if I'm still a teenager, not a grown man who can make his own very decisions.
The only reason I didn't engage in many relationships through high school was my complete lack of social life, thanks to balancing the very figure skating with hockey. I was also a huge nerd, but I choose not to focus on that part. I was barely 18 when I was drafted into the NHL. That was an eye-opener. I hold up my hand in warning. Don't start. Of course, my mother doesn't heed it. She voices her opinion as usual, whether or not it's solicited. What? I'm your mother. I have a feeling about this one. Her father's a scout, Alex. She knows exactly what you make a year. She's used to a certain lifestyle, I'm sure, and you're perfectly equipped to provide it. She slaps an old magazine on the counter with the pictures of my first kiss with Violet. I don't want my baby corrupted by some difficult person. Sonny must have given her the magazine, because it's not something my mother would typically buy. I cross the room, slapping my hands over the image. Let's get a few things straight. I'm 25. Any corrupting took place years ago. Everyone on the really planet can find out what I make in a year. It's not a very secret. She opens her mouth to interrupt, but I jab my finger at her. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not finished. Violet isn't a difficult person, and she's not after my money. How can you be sure? Because I am. End of discussion. You want to know why I don't bring girlfriends home? It's because you treat them like muss. Her eyes grow wide. I've never been this upfront with her before. I won't stand for it, not with Violet. I care about her, and she's important to me. This'll be the last time I stay here if you can't be nice. Her eyes drop, hiding her hurt. When she lifts them, anger flares. This is the first we've heard of this girl from you. You can't blame me for being worried, especially with all the press you're getting lately. So you grill her at brunch and make her uncomfortable? How's that helpful? I'd pack up and take Violet to a hotel, but she doesn't want to offend you. As for me, I don't really give a good gosh how you feel about it. Alex. She reaches across the counter for my hand, but I step back. Unless you're going to apologize, keep it to yourself. I don't let her say another word. Instead, I leave the room and head back upstairs. I'm going to get it from my father later for sure, but she needed to be confronted. My mother's behavior is completely out of line.
Violet is surfing the net, searching for more locker room articles. So far, it remains conjecture and nothing else. It's not as if it stops the media from reporting on the nothing they uncover, unfortunately. She's wearing super tight jeans and the red Blackhawks shirt from the other night. The logo is stretched across her chest. I love the way it looks on her. She startles at my voice. Should I change? I didn't know what to wear. Violet adjusts her shirt. That's perfect. I motion to her chest. I want you to wear that. Definitely. My desire for her was overwhelming. My phone beeps in my pocket, alerting me it's time to leave. I pocket my phone and wallet. We should get going, otherwise I'm going to try and deepen our intimacy. She might resist at first, thanks to the previous interruption, but I'm convincing when I want to be. Is there a back door? She fidgets with the hem of her shirt. There is. The car's parked out front, though. Okay, yeah. Violet rummages through her purse for something. It's huge, almost the size of a duffel bag. I'm not sure why girls need such big purses. It seems like it makes it difficult to find things. After a couple of minutes, she still hasn't found what she's searching for. Her shoulders slump and she sighs. What's up? I tuck my finger under her chin and coax her to look at me. Oh, I don't know. Your mother just caught us in an intimate moment. I'm not interested in running into her at the moment. I just talked to her about that. Violet looks like she's about to have a heart attack. You what? About her privacy issues. The rest of the conversation I'll keep to myself. Violet's already stressed enough. She doesn't need to know I've been fighting with my mother over her. Oh, her shoulders relax a little. I still don't want to see her right now, so can we go out the back? I'm already nervous about meeting your friends. Avoiding more awkwardness would be great. Sure, baby. Whatever you want. I steal a kiss. Violet softens, allowing me to deepen it for a few seconds before she pulls away. My friends are just as laid back as my dad. You'll get along with them no problem. You think so? Trust me, you're going to love them. We take the back stairs and walk around the side of the house to avoid another run-in with my mother. So, I'm about to introduce her to my closest friends. These are the guys I grew up with, the ones who knew me before I became a seven-figure earner. They have tons of dirt on me, and not the kind that makes me look good. I'll get over the thing with your mom, she says, as long as she never brings it up, ever. She won't, she better not. I put my hand on Violet's leg and give her thigh a squeeze. There's something you should probably know. Please don't tell me you had gender reassignment surgery. I don't think I can manage that today. What? Sorry. She crosses and uncrosses her legs. You sound serious. It's making me nervous. I try not to laugh. I assure you, all my parts are my own. That's a relief. Otherwise, you would have been quite large as a woman. I laugh because, honestly, the gosh that goes through her head sometimes baffles me. You'd probably win the Guinness World Record for that. She sinks into her seat and puts her hand over mine. You wanted to tell me something. Just a heads up. I was kinda dorky as a kid. I have a degree in accounting and finance. The Nerd Award belongs to me. She gives me the side eye. I really can't imagine you looking dorky. If my mother brings out more photographs like the one she used as a shield earlier today, Violet will know exactly what I'm talking about. The guys you're going to meet tonight are more chess club than hockey player. Like Jimmy and Dean from work? Who? The guys you met the day you locked me in the conference room. She makes it sound so bad. Oh, yeah, like those guys. It only takes a few minutes to make the trip downtown, and I manage to find a spot close to the pub. Reed and Dave have already secured a table and ordered a pitcher of beer. We slap each other on the back, and I introduce them to Violet. Dave wraps her up in a wiry hug. It's great to finally meet you. Alex hasn't shut up about you for the past few weeks. Oh? Violet gives me a questioning look. What kind of things has he said? That's under the cone, bro, I reply. Don't worry, he'll have to go to the bathroom at some point. You can tell me everything then, Violet stage whispers. Reed laughs. I like her already. I pull Violet into my side and kiss her temple. See, I told you. We settle into the booth, and Dave and Reed cheerfully throw me under the bus, regaling Violet with embarrassing stories of my youth. I was not a cool kid. We're already through dinner and on our second pitcher of beer when Violet excuses herself to use the bathroom. I let her out the booth and watch her as she navigates her way through the crowd. There's a little weave in her step. She's small. The beer hits her hard. "You must really like this one," Reed says. I keep my eyes on the table. Things are casual for now. Dave scoffs. "Cut the gosh. You tell me the last time you brought a girl home for the weekend to meet the parents. Or us," Reed adds. "She's fun to be around." Dave pours what's left of the pitcher into Reed's glass. "Come on, Alex. It's gotta be more than that. What's the deal?" I'm still uncomfortable with the conversation I had with Dick earlier. My agent wants me to keep our relationship on the down low until we're closer to playoffs. "Why would you do that?" Reed asks. "I could make the short list for Bachelor of the Year. He thinks it'll look better if I appear available."
That's gonna be a challenge after this weekend, don't you think? That's what I said. While I don't give a gosh about the title, the potential endorsement is hard to turn down. Plus, Dick thinks it will set me up for the Sports Pro campaign. It could open the door for more opportunities. Sports Pro? That's huge, man. I hope that happens for you. Reed leans across the table and lowers his voice. What's the deal with the locker room story anyway? The rumors are crazy. Was it for publicity or something? I shake my head. It wasn't a stunt, if that's what you mean. I'm just glad the media reports are vague. None of us realize Violet's returned until she slaps Reed on the back. It would have been awesome if we hadn't gotten caught by the rest of the team. Sorry I came back before Alex could give you details. She slides into the booth beside me. Reed rubs the back of his neck. I'm sorry, it's not really my business. Whatever. I'd totally want to know if it was my friend. I'm having a girls' night with my bestie next week to share the details. We're way worse than you guys. She looks to me. Unless you want me to keep them to myself. I'm glad she's not more freaked out, although the beers may have something to do with her lack of concern. I know the media attention gets to her. The locker room story is fair game. She spends the rest of the night with her hand on my thigh, creating a delightful tension every once in a while to torture me. By the time we leave the pub, Violet is tipsy and I am deeply affected. Once we get back to my parents, it's a feat getting Violet to my room without waking the whole house. All she wants to do is make out, in the hallway, on the stairs, in front of my parents' room, in front of my room. Once we're inside, I lock the door. Violet pulls my shirt over my head. God, you're the sexiest man alive. I have a folder of pictures of you on my laptop. Is that weird? I always pick the hottest ones so I can appreciate your pretty face. The milk ad gets me every time. I still want a life-size copy of that one. It's not the same as when I'm with you, obviously. Nothing compares to you and your impressive presence. You're in a league all your own. Violet touches me intimately through my pants. We have to be quiet, okay? I whisper. She's being awfully loud. Oh, right. We don't want your mommy to hear. She presses a finger to her lips. I can be quiet, I promise. Good girl. Inhibitions muted by alcohol, Violet strips off her top and tosses her bra on the floor. Her jeans go next, but the underwear stay on. She pops open the button on my pants and pulls them down to my knees. I step out of them, watching as her hands move up my thighs. Her lips part and she wets her bottom lip. The way she practically worships me is the best, really ego boost in the world. Hi there, she gives me a pat. She's been touching me intimately all night. I'm so aroused it hurts. I hold my breath and fist my hands at my side. We shared intimacy. Eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless, I reached my peak. Violet looks down. That wasn't nearly as intense as I thought it was going to be. It's almost like a movie, right? I'd be interested to hear more about the films she watches and if she'd watch some with me. You're the best girlfriend ever. Violet wears a mischievous grin as I wipe up the mess with a handful of tissues. Do I get a trophy for that? How about reaching your peak instead? I follow as she lies back on the bed and straddle her hips. That's a decent consolation prize. I've been waiting all night to get my hands and my mouth on you. I doubt I'll be stopping at one. I bend to kiss her shoulder, skimming her sides with my fingers.
I'm going to make you feel so good, I whisper. Violet's cry is stifled by my neck, which she's biting. I touch her intimately. She makes another noise, louder this time. Shh, baby. I cover her mouth with mine. Sorry, she says after I pull back. That's my girl. I kiss my way from her chin to the valley between her breasts, avoiding her nipples. She arches her back, seeking some kind of relief. Touching her intimately, I exhale and watch her body respond. This time, Violet muffles a curse. I won't admit she can probably be as loud as she wants. My parents' room is on the floor below us at the other end of the hall. It's unlikely they'll hear anything. On the off chance Violet gets a little too exuberant, I keep that information to myself. We've had enough mess go down this weekend. Still, I'm not being very nice by keeping her legs pinned together. Usually when I'm being intimate with her, she has the opportunity to move against me. Not so right now. She can't reach her peak without the friction I'm denying. When her moans turn desperate, I kiss my way down her stomach and part her legs. Please, Alex, I just want to reach my peak. I touch her intimately, and she groans. She clamps a hand over her mouth. I'm sorry. Don't stop. Please, she mumbles from behind her palm. I'm about ready for deeper intimacy, but she deserves a little torture for the hours of intense arousal I've endured this evening. I kiss the skin right above her intimate area. She holds on to my hair tightly with her other hand. Your mouth is made of magic. I keep her legs pinned, moving my hands higher until my thumbs are perilously close to her sensitive area. It's purposeful. Her whole body jerks with the contact. I do it again. Violet moans loudly. I stop. As mean as it is, I want her worked up. The more I tease her, the more intense her peak should be. The more aroused she is, the longer I'll be able to go. It's a win-win for both of us. What are you doing? She exclaims in a furious whisper. You're having an awfully hard time being quiet. I edge my thumbs in. She's so close to reaching her peak, she must not notice or care. She lifts her hips, pressing my face into her intimate area. I don't even get to use my fingers before she reaches her peak. Her body shakes with the restraint required to stay silent. I leave a path of wet kisses from her stomach to her mouth, settling between her thighs. She stills, her eyes fluttering as I press forward. I stay close and move slowly until it isn't enough for either of us. Passion peaked, came together intimately, deeply connected. Hovering above her, I'm ready to swallow up the sounds I know she won't be able to hold back. Violet stiffens as I readjust my grip, and I accidentally graze her sensitive area. She digs her nails into my skin and bites my shoulder to muffle her moan. Her intimate area clenches so tightly, it's like I'm being held in the warmest velvety vice on earth. So, of course, I reached my peak like a really bulldozer. I roll us over so Violet is lying on my chest and rub her back while her breathing slows. Aftershocks make her whimper every so often. Your fingers were awfully close to the forbidden zone. Sorry. I rub her back. I'm not all that sorry. She snorts. It's an exhausted sound. Liar face. I would never. I hesitate, trying to decide what exactly I would never do. If given the chance, would I explore that area? Really? Is it likely to happen anytime soon? Not unless I can convince Violet to let me near that sensitive area with my fingers. It wasn't intentional. Yeah, right. I gather up her hand, bring her fingers to my mouth, and bite her knuckle. I only ever want to make you feel good. She makes it sound so innocent. She snuggles in and tucks her head under my chin. This is what I've been missing, the easy closeness we share. Violet drifts off to sleep, but it takes a long while for my mind to turn off. I have figure skating dreams where I can't catch my partner before she falls. Performance anxiety dreams aren't uncommon at this point in the season, but these unsettle me as if my inability to stop my partner's fall is a mirror for my reality. I brush it off. Dreams are just dreams. They don't mean anything. Violet. Alex drops me off at the airport, and we make plans to see each other as soon as he returns to Chicago. I sleep all the way home on the plane. Exhausted from the weekend of intense intimacy, Alex wasn't lying about his stamina. He's like a machine, except better because he's Alex. I wake up from a dream about him as the plane is landing. The flight attendant gives me an odd look, so I have to wonder if I've been talking in my sleep. Ignorance is probably bliss in this case. Charlene, being the amazing bestie she is, picks me up the next morning on the way to work. I expect a full inquisition about my weekend with Alex, which I'm prepared to share, but Charlene has had some excitement of her own. I have so much to tell you. Darren is amazing. I've already merged our faces to see what our babies would look like. You know, there's a website. She pauses long enough to take a breath. They'd be so pretty. You're kidding about the last part, right? No. Why? Is that weird? I did it for you, too. Charlene drives through Starbucks for us. I'm grateful considering my level of exhaustion. No, Charlene, that's not weird at all. It is, but I want to see the pictures. Charlene is very much a romantic. She dives headfirst into every relationship. It's common for her to tell me she's in love after the first date. 2 weeks later, she's usually over it and moving on to the next guy. It's why she doesn't generally become intimate with them right away. Otherwise, she'd have a pretty high running tally. Charlene shares the details of her evening with Darren, including his intimate details on our drive to work. Wait a second. You had sex with him? What? No, of course not. How do you know about his private parts? Did he reveal them? I wish. I touched him intimately, just to check, you know. I don't want to waste his time or mine if he's got a small, intimate area. Anyway, he was such a gentleman. If I hadn't made a move, he probably would have kissed my cheek and been done with it. He has the softest lips, Vi. We must have made out for like, I don't know, an hour? Where did this epic makeout session take place? In my hotel room. It was just supposed to be a goodnight kiss. I got carried away, and I touched him intimately. He wants to take me out for dinner next week. Maybe we can double date sometime. That'd be great. I won't hold my breath, though, just in case Darren ends up in her discard pile. What about you? How was your weekend? My weekend was good. Good? You spent the weekend with Alex and that's all you have to say? What's this I hear about you staying at his parents'? How was that? She sucks in a huge breath. Did you see childhood photos? Was he always super hot? What's the deal with his mom's hair? It's huge. This is more the line of questioning I expect. It definitely has its own zip code. The childhood photos were epic. He was nerdy hot in high school. I expected things to be uncomfortable with Daisy after she caught Alex touching me intimately, and they were, but she was a lot nicer to me the next day. Much like my mom, Daisy's into oversharing. I got to see Alex's awkwardness up close in all his skating photos. He was skinny and dorky and completely adorable. The spandex skating outfits were something else. Alex had a noticeable presence in them. I can see why the girls in high school would have been intimidated by him. The following evening, I rush home from work so I can shower and pack an overnight bag before Alex comes to get me. I open the door to discover Buck in my kitchen, raiding my fridge. I don't know why he does this. It's not as if I keep it fully stocked for hockey player-style eating. I've got the basics covered, and that's about it. Most of it is sugary crap, to be quite honest. Did they run out of food at home, or did you just get tired of eating the same thing over and over? He completely misses the barb. I've never heard of that grocery store. Kind of a messed up name. What are you doing here? Other than grocery shopping in my fridge. I thought I'd stop by and see how your little holiday went. I'd like to thank you for scarring me for life with the locker room encounter. He finds the one healthy food item in my fridge, an overly large cucumber, and takes a massive bite. That's disgusting. No gosh. Imagine how you'd feel if you walked in on me with some chick. He jabs the cucumber in my direction. I'm talking about the phallic vegetable you're eating. So you'd be fine walking in on me with some chick? A chunk of chewed food flies out of his mouth and lands in his beard when he snorts. It looks like snot. He wipes it away and it lands on the floor. I don't think that's something you should joke about, considering the chick you're currently involved with is Alex's little sister. I won't stand in the way if Alex decides to kick the gosh out of you. I'm not involved with Sunny. Call it whatever you want. Intimacy is still intimacy, no matter what slang term you use. I haven't slept with her. He has the decency to look horrified for lying. I give him my best difficult person face. I'm not an idiot, Buck. You can't tell anyone. He's gripping the cucumber so hard it starts leaking out the top, juice dripping down his fingers. I process his stance and his expression. He's legit terrified. You're seriously serious? I know it's hard to believe, but I haven't even tried to be intimate with her. Yeah, right. I'm telling the truth. We've made out, and I touched her, and I may have tried to... never mind. His face contorts as he thinks. I love talking to her. She gets me. This is so not the Buck I know. His eyes are wide and he keeps swallowing. It's so loud I can hear it from where I'm standing. Buck is freaked out. I feel bad for him. He has no idea what it's like to want more than sex, and maybe the occasional snuggle. I mean it, Vi. You can't tell anyone. Is it such a bad thing if people know you're not trying to be intimate with Alex's sister? It might help resolve some of the tension between you two. I will try to be intimate with her, just not right away because... He scratches his beard. Well, I don't know why exactly. The guys can't know, though. They already think I've slept with her. Did you tell them you slept with her? I'll be annoyed at him for making Alex's sister look promiscuous. I'm lucky Alex isn't the bragging type. Even when the only things he knew about me were how passionate I am and my deep affection for him, he still didn't soil my reputation. I'm well equipped to do that on my own. See previous events for details. Not really. He takes another bite of his cucumber. Care to explain? I didn't tell them I did. I also didn't tell them I didn't. He has the good sense not to look me in the eye. So you lied to them? No. Yes, you did. He still looks confused. Alex's sister isn't some random chick you're being intimate with. She's one of your teammates' sister. Kind of like I'm your sister. The light bulb appears to be flickering, so I figure it's safe to continue. There are hundreds of pictures of Sunny and Alex together. It's no secret they're close. She spends a lot of time under the scrutiny. Buck frowns. Maybe I'm using words he doesn't understand. The watchful eye of the media. If you make it seem like you're intimately involved, how do you think it will look? I know what scrutiny means. I don't want people to think Sunny is a puck bunny. He continues to stroke his beard as he ponders what I've said. I'm sure you don't. Just like you don't want people to think I'm one for sleeping with Alex, even though I've done a good job making myself look like one anyway. I thought we agreed not to talk about that. It was bad enough catching the end of it. I don't like that you're with him. Just because Waters isn't taking puck bunnies home right now doesn't mean he's a changed man. That's like the Yeti calling the Sasquatch hairy. He runs a hand self-consciously over his forearm. What? You do realize Alex thinks you're after his sister to get back at him, right? Imagine how he feels believing you're intimately involved with his sister, knowing the number of girls you've been with. Yeah, 'cause Waters' rep is so much better. I roll my eyes. He's not really promiscuous. It's all just public misconception.
Oh gosh, I don't think I should have said that. Alex's reputation is probably something we should discuss, which is absolutely insane. Where did you hear that? Never mind, forget I said anything. It's the wrong thing to say because it evokes curiosity. What kind of nonsense is Waters feeding you? Buck's face starts to get red as unnecessary anger sets in. He reminds me of the Hulk, which reminds me of my underwear, which reminds me of Alex's mother walking into his room during a private moment. Stupid, humiliating, unlocked door. It's not important. Besides, this isn't about Alex and me. It's about you and Sunny, and you telling your boys you were intimate with her so you can be the man. It's immature. You're making her look bad. Is that what you want? He hangs his head in shame. No, definitely not. Then stop being a jerk. Now get out of my pool house. I have a date, and I don't want you here when Alex picks me up. He points the cucumber at me. I still don't like that you're dating him, and I still don't care. I open the door and shoo him out. Maybe Sunny can do the impossible and tame Buck. If he screws this up, it's going to make things very awkward for Alex and me. Alex and I spend as much time together as we can over the weeks following his return, although constant practice, away games, and preparation for playoffs keep him busy. We don't go out, apart from picking up the occasional takeout. Alex is trying to keep things low-key after the fight and the locker room encounter. During his interviews to dispel the rumors, Alex is as evasive as ever, neither confirming nor denying anything. It reminds me of the hat trick interview. I understand the reasons for his non-answers and the omission, but it makes me nervous. While the pictures of him and I leaving the stadium after the locker room encounter are unclear, there are plenty more from later in the evening with us together. When our relationship is brought up in one interview, he dodges the question altogether, as if it wasn't even asked. I've gone from being no one important to the topic of speculation in the gossip rags. The attention is foreign. I don't want to be seen as Alex's puck bunny. Beyond that, I worry about how I'll be perceived at work by my colleagues. I can't decide whether I'm being paranoid or if my fears have legitimate basis. He's so considerate when we're together. It's hard to know how much is a result of my own insecurities. Our weeks blend together, and the April thaw brings wet weather, followed by the promise of May sunshine and warmth. Tonight is a rare evening without obligations, so we're making use of his back porch. The evening held promise. I discovered his black onyx Scrabble board and challenged him to a word-off. "Let's talk about the rules," he says as he sets up the board and shakes the bag of tiles. "They're right here." I hold up the booklet that contains the rules as well as the list of 2-letter words I've memorized. Those come in handy at the end of the game. I have a few new ones. New rules? Alex crosses his legs, getting comfortable. I'd like to up the stakes a little. Is that so? I'm just as good at Scrabble as I am at air hockey. The key to Scrabble isn't creative words, it's in the points. All words need to be a minimum of 4 letters with no less than 10 points, and they need to be suggestive. Or what happens? He grins. Or you take off an article of clothing. A game with stakes? I crack my knuckles. "You're so on," says the accountant to the English major. "Get ready to get beat." I take a dainty sip of my wine. It's so good. Alex has an entire wine cellar. He has a particular fondness for Niagara Rieslings, and now I do too. They're sweet and crisp, and I could guzzle a bottle no problem. I want to win this game, so I won't. You'll be losing articles of clothing long before I am. We'll see about that. We pick tiles to see who goes first. I get lucky with my selection and start the board with a suggestive word. The challenge of suggestive words with 4 letters isn't so much the issue, it's that so many of them contain the letter C. We go back and forth, me consistently making suggestive 4-letter words such as flirt, tease, and intimate. Alex comes up with a questionable Q word he wants to use on the triple-letter title. I let him get away with it since I'm kicking his ass so badly. Alex currently has 7 vowels, so he's having trouble forming a suggestive word. I think he's stalling, so I'll drink more wine and become incapable of making good words. He drops an A between the letter V and the G to make a word that implies intimacy. That's only 3 letters. Take something off. I lick my lips in anticipation. We're only halfway through the game, and he's already lost his socks, watch, and pants. The next logical item is his shirt. Of course, Alex decides he's going to lose his boxers instead. He stands with his eyes on me and shimmies them down his thighs. They slide to the floor, and he kicks them off to the side with the rest of his discarded clothing. I prop my chin on my fist and sigh. Strip Scrabble is my favorite. That too. Alex's desire was evident. It's probably because I'm in my bra. I took off the shirt first as a distraction, so he's getting me back. Every time I look at the board, I get an eyeful of Alex's growing attraction. I have an awesome word thanks to the blank tile I've scored, but Alex's difficult play has done nothing to open the board.
I'm thinking about going apartment hunting next week, I say, as I search for a creative place to put my letters. I'm trying super hard not to focus on his evident desire. It's a challenge since he keeps absently touching himself. Oh? Why would you need to do that? So you can come to my place and we won't have to worry about my mom crashing our party. Alex has only spent the night at my place once. She barged in while we were making out, mostly naked, on the couch. Since then, I've been coming to Alex's and looking at apartments close to my work. What's wrong with you coming here? Nothing. I just thought it would be nice if it was equitable. I scour the board one last time. There's no good place to put my word, and without a double-letter score of some kind, I'll only manage 8 points. You should move in here. He says it nonchalantly, but his eyes are on his tiles and his hand is still touching himself. My heart does this fluttery thing. I'm not sure whether he's kidding. We've been dating for what, like 2 months? Yeah, I think moving in with you is totally reasonable. If we'd been dating a few months longer, I'd jump at the opportunity. Things have been so crazy lately. His evasiveness in interviews isn't canceled out by how much time we spend together or introducing me to his friends and family. It's close to 3 months. You don't want to move in with me? He's peeking up at me from under his pretty, long man lashes, looking hurt. It's not that. I pick up my tiles and lean across the board. I don't know how to deal with this, mostly because, as irrational as it is, I totally want to move into Alex's crib and play house with him. Instead of giving him more of an explanation, I place the letter D on his side, followed by an I, the blank tile, and a K. I smile triumphantly. Nice word. Except it doesn't count if you can't lay it on the board. Lose the bra. He gestures to my chest. I don't follow Alex's instructions. Instead, I drop my pants and toss them on the floor. Alex looks unimpressed. I'm wearing frilly underwear, so he shouldn't be too upset. He stands up, his desire evident now, and knocks over the board, spilling our carefully crafted words all over the floor. Hey, I was winning. Hardly. Alex pushes my chair back and drops to his knees in front of me. Why don't you want to move in with me? What does that have to do with you sabotaging the strip Scrabble game? Stop avoiding the question. Do you think you'll get sick of me? His hands roam up the outside of my legs. No, of course not.
Then what? It's a little premature, don't you think? I like the idea, but it's too soon. We haven't even dropped the L-bomb, although I'm starting to suspect these fluttery feelings mean that's exactly where I'm at now. Who cares? I'm gone half the time with away games and practice. It's a big house. There's lots of space. He flicks the clasp on my bra. By the time the season's over, we'll have been dating for the better part of 4 months, maybe even 5, depending on how far we make it in the playoffs. I think 6 months should be the cutoff for moving in. Is that an arbitrary number you're throwing around? He traces the delicate lace ruffle on my panties with a fingertip. I close my eyes, absorbing the sensation for a moment before I work on forming a response. I read an article about it. I won't tell him it was from some silly girl magazine. What's the significance of 6 months? He places a wet kiss below my navel. By that time, all the fairy dust has settled. You'll know all my weird quirks, and maybe then you'll decide you can't live with the way I brush my teeth, or how my hair clogs up your shower drain, or my obsession with Swedish fish. I like all your weird quirks. He pulls his shirt over his head. I like your naked body, I say, running my hands over his chest. Then you should move in with it. Ask me again after playoffs. I don't think I can wait until then. They're only weeks away. I pull his mouth to mine. All my paranoia seems to have been for nothing. Alex wouldn't ask me to move in with him if our relationship wasn't important. They came together in passion. It was intense and charged, and I wanted it to stay like this between us. I wanted to want him with this kind of insatiable need forever. But passion fades eventually, and the warm, soft balm of love is what keeps the fire burning. The Hawks keep winning games, which should be a positive.
Instead of being excited, Alex gets moodier the closer they get to securing a place in the playoffs. Whenever Dick calls, which is frequently, he gets tense and leaves the room. I dislike Dick. Alex is always irritable after they talk. He's also always full of desire, which is the only upside. After the calls, I find myself promptly carried up the stairs and held close. While their intimacy was stellar as usual, I feel like I'm missing something important. I notice the pattern and call him on it. What's going on with Dick? He tenses, staring up at the ceiling. We're not seeing eye to eye on how to handle some of my endorsements. Which endorsements? The ones for Bachelor of the Year. He mentioned this in passing a few weeks ago and hasn't brought it up since. What's the issue? Silence stretches out so long I prop up on an elbow. Alex? He shifts his gaze from the ceiling to me. Dick thinks it's better for me to appear available until it's over. Available? Unattached. He swallows. My stomach bottoms out. There are pictures of us together everywhere. I know. So does he. It's stupid. Alex sighs. It could help me secure that big endorsement campaign, Violet. I have to start thinking about my career outside of being on the ice. I know this. Hockey careers are short. It's the reason I have my job, and also the reason I have to do it well. It doesn't mean I have to like what he's telling me, though. Is this why we've been staying in the past few weeks? I'm trying to fly under the radar. I don't want you caught up in all my crap. It's another evasive answer. I try a different angle. Does Dick know you've asked me to move in with you? No. Don't you think you should tell him if you're serious about being with me? Alex skims my cheek with his knuckles. You're right. I should. I will. I'll talk to him this week. Promise? Promise, baby. He holds out his arms. Come snuggle with me. I settle with my cheek on his chest. His arms wind tight around me, his heart beating hard beneath the cage of flesh and bone. Our conversation should make me feel better. Instead, I worry about what else he might be keeping from me. Instead of things settling down when the Hawks make the first round of playoff games, Alex is more stressed, needier. I stay at his place almost every night leading up to the first playoff game. I'm going home tonight, I say, while Alex inhales a heaping plate of pasta. He finishes chewing before he replies, Why? You need to get a good night's sleep tonight. I won't be responsible for messing up your first playoff game because I kept you up with these. I motion to my chest. I sleep best when my head is resting on your delicate chest. I roll my eyes. You can snuggle with them after dinner, but me and the girls are going home at 9. That's less than 2 hours from now. Alex shoves his plate aside, picks me up out of my chair, and slings me over his shoulder. Dinner's over. He takes the stairs at a run. 2.5 hours later, I'm fully dressed and standing at the front door. I've been trying to leave for the past 20 minutes. Alex is having some difficulty letting me go. I wrap my arms around his neck and kiss the dimple on his left cheek. I'll stay tomorrow night. Since we're into playoffs, I was thinking maybe you'd reconsider moving in. I smile. I thought we were going to talk about it after playoffs were over. No, you said you'd talk about it after playoffs are over, not me. You've stayed here the past 6 nights. You might as well keep staying and make it permanent. I can't understand why he's pushing now. So we have Dick's seal of approval? I don't need Dick's seal of anything. Are you considering it? You're impossible. I prefer the term tenacious. I'll call you before the game tomorrow. I wait for him to kiss me for the 75th time. It takes another 10 minutes to get out the door, but I don't mind. The following evening, Charlene comes to my place and we all pile into Sydney's Hummer, excited to be front and center for Game 1 of the playoffs. The stadium is buzzing with exhilaration. I'm currently staring at the back of Alex's head while Charlene moans about Darren's hotness. Charlene and Darren have been out a bunch of times since returning from Toronto. It's been all over the gossip rags, which is a nice distraction from the less positive attention Alex and I have been receiving. The hockey fanatics are shocked. Darren has never been captured with anyone except his fans. He and Charlene spending time together makes for good publicity.
He's getting a lot more press on and off the ice. Charlene pretends she isn't fazed at all by the attention. However, it did take her 2 hours and 12 wardrobe changes to get ready for the game. Just look at him, Charlene sighs. He's awesome. It's what she wants to hear. It's also true. He really is, Violet. He's gotta be the most romantic man I've ever met. She yammers on, but I can't be mad at her. I've definitely done the same thing to her regarding Alex over the past couple of months. Alex is on his game tonight, as is the rest of the team. No one's messing around or getting chippy with the opposition. The focus is singular. Get the puck in the net and win the first game of the playoffs. This is a big game. It sets the tone for the series. These boys are determined and apparently off to an awesome start. The score is 2-1 in favor of the Hawks at the end of the first period. Buck is high on adrenaline, seeing as this is the first time he's ever made it to the playoffs. He keeps the puck away from the Hawks' net. That creepy Kirk guy even manages an assist, proving you can be dodgy and an amazing hockey player at the same time. The Hawks hold their lead all the way through and run away with the game. The final score is 4-1, putting the Hawks in a great position moving forward in the series. The high is contagious, my own excitement spiraling as I absorb the state of the fans around me. Interviews are being televised on the big screens after the win, and the entertainment bulldogs are all over the team. The roar of the crowd makes it difficult to hear.
Reporters fire questions at Alex. 2-game suspension earlier in the season. Reflects on you as the captain. Sexiest bachelor. It's disjointed, but the last bit catches my attention. I push forward through the crowd, hoping to hear better. It's an honor to be nominated, Alex says, running his hand through his sweaty hair. He seems uncomfortable. A sea of people surround him, and I'm short, so he can't see me. Another fragmented question filters through the crowd. I wish I could hear what they're asking. Rumors about your relationship. Alex blinks nervously. I thought we were going to talk about the game, not my personal life. Another reporter pipes up. So the rumors are true? The mic crackles with static, but his next statement is foghorn clear. No comment. He scans the crowd, and his guilty expression makes my stomach turn. Everything feels like it's moving in slow motion. I want to kick someone. I want to cry. This is the same as a complete denial, which makes me look like a total disgrace. I'm angry. It's obvious he lied about talking to Dick, and just last night he asked me to move in with him. Again. None of this makes sense. His answer feeds the vultures. The woman you've been seen with. The words, just friends, drop like a sewage-filled balloon. Everything else is drowned out by the media's questions. I've heard enough anyway. If I have to listen to him a second longer, I'll projectile vomit all over his really devoted fans. I push through the crowd, desperate to escape. I don't look back. I'm sure I can catch my own humiliation on YouTube later. I've learned an invaluable lesson today. Never trust a hockey player. Alex. I regret the words as soon as they're out of my mouth. I hate that I've done this for the sake of an endorsement. None of this is worth it if it means I have to hurt someone I care about. And that's exactly what I've done. My remorse is a deep blow. From my right, Butterson yells, "You jerk!" I turn in time to see his fist barreling at my face. It connects with my nose. The crunch and pop of cartilage come from inside my head. I deserve it, but it very much hurts. The warm flow of blood hits my lips and travels down my chin. I'm so angry. I've been a jerk to Violet. Sonny is talking to Butterson every day, according to my mother. And now he punched me in the face. Thanks to the stupid advice of my unpleasant agent, I've put my pride before Violet. All the really evasiveness is pointless now that I've damaged my relationship with her. I want to take it out on someone. Butterson is the perfect target, since he broke my nose. He grabs my jersey, intent on punching me again. I'm going to kick you. Bring it on, you jerk, I yell back.
Kirk grabs Butterson, while Darren puts me in a chokehold and drags me away. Under a veil of red, I'm aware I've lost control. Keep your mouth shut, Waters. They're going to string you up by the really laces if you don't get yourself together. Swinging me around, he pushes me into the locker room, away from the media circus. Despite my fury, I have the wherewithal not to lash out again. The last thing I want, in addition to having destroyed the one relationship worth pursuing, is to add games to what could become a suspension. One more and I'll be benched for the playoffs and let down my entire team. Blast it. I clump around the room. Skates are terrible for pacing. Darren tosses his gloves on the bench. Do you even realize what you did out there? What would possess you to say something like that to the very media? Butterson storms into the locker room, flanked by our teammates. I'm going to make you regret that. I'd like to see you try. I pull my jersey over my head and rip off my padding, happy to unleash some of the pent-up anger currently ruling my body. Don't be an idiot, Waters. Darren shoves me back. I'm not thinking clearly. In what can only be considered a reflexive action, I throw a punch at Darren. It only takes a second for him to lay me out, his knee at my throat. I don't move because attached to his knee is a leg and a foot with a sharp skate at the end. What in the world is wrong with you guys? Coach yells, getting in the middle. I've never seen a more embarrassing display in all my really years in hockey. Darren jams his knee into my throat, cutting off my air supply. Then he releases the pressure and stands. I roll to the side, gasping for breath. It takes a minute to regain composure and pull myself up. No one offers to help. Butterson, what's gotten into you? The media is on fire with this mess. You mind telling me why in the world you punched out your own very captain? Coach's face is redder than I've ever seen it before. He doesn't give Buck a chance to answer. It's tirade time. Coach can go on for hours when he gets into one of his moods. Some of the guys sit down and throw glares my way. This is going to be one of the long ones. You're supposed to be a team. We should be celebrating this win, not hashing out our personal mess in front of the really world. He gives Butterson and me the stink eye. No one is going to remember we won the first game of the playoffs, or how well it was played. All they're going to talk about is how the newest team member went after the team captain. It might only be a headline for a day or two, but you know who it's going to stick with? Boston. They're going to know we have a weak link, and they'll take advantage of it. Butterson's shoulders slump, and he looks at the floor. So, Waters, what did you do to anger Butterson off? Coach looks at me expectantly. I feel like an absolute mess for a multitude of reasons. Not only have I let my team down and potentially damaged us during this series, I've demoded my relationship with her. Instead of celebrating with her, I'm sitting in a locker room with a broken nose, a decimated ego, and my whole team angry at me. I followed Dick's advice. I look down at my lap and shake my head. I need to fire him. Do you think you could elaborate, Waters? So help me God, if you're taking advice from your lower instincts, I'm going to clock you myself. Dick, my agent. I'm supposed to appear available until the Bachelor of the Year nonsense is done with. Spoken aloud, it sounds absolutely insane. You've got to be kidding me. Butterson forces his way through the guys holding him back. You humiliated my sister and broke her heart in front of millions of people for publicity? So you could what? Make some really list and find a new companion? Pocket some cash? It's not like that. It hits me, what he said. I've broken Violet's heart. I'm overwhelmed and on the defensive, so I do the one thing I can. I hit below the belt. Who are you to talk anyway? I know you're intimate with my sister, you jerk. I haven't had intimacy with Sonny. Those are the last words I ever expected to hear out of Butterson's mouth. I stare at him and say nothing. He's not lying, I can tell. He's just as bad at lying as Violet is. If they were truly related, I'd think it's a genetic trait. Wait a very minute. Coach breaks the uncomfortable eye contact between Butterson and me. Is this about a woman? Violet isn't a woman, we say in unison. Coach shakes his head and turns to me. I want to see both of you tomorrow. You'll be doing interviews to straighten this mess out, so kiss and make up and come up with a story that doesn't sound like complete nonsense. With that, Coach storms out. No one talks to me as they strip out of their uniforms and hit the showers. Usually the guys will get over things quickly. Not tonight. Darren won't even acknowledge me. Once the entire team is gone, I shower. I don't bother with my suit, since I'm not going out to celebrate. Instead, I change back into my street clothes, get a cab to my place, and get in my car. I need to get my nose checked, but that'll have to wait until later. I drive to Violet's and park in front of her house. Her SUV isn't there, so I call her. Unsurprisingly, I get her voicemail. I let my head drop back as I listen to her new message.
Hi, you've reached Violet, the idiot hockey player. I'm too upset and humiliated to answer my phone, but you can leave a message. Unless you're Alex Jerkwaters. In that case, you can go away. Have a nice day. I sit there for a few long seconds after the phone beeps, just breathing, until I realize I should either speak or hang up. I choose the second option, because it's clear Violet doesn't want to hear from me. I follow up with a call to Dick and fire him. He tells me I'll regret the decision. I tell him to go away and hang up. I try Violet's number again. It goes straight to voicemail. I've ruined everything. The meeting the following morning with Coach and Butterson is brutal. We managed to work out a feasible story, which makes me look like a complete jerk. Like the broken nose, I deserve it. The next few days are plain old terrible. X-rays prove my nose is definitely broken. Again. It's swollen and it hurts very much. The black eyes are an unpleasant reminder of how badly I messed up. Beyond that, I receive endless calls from TV journalists wanting interviews. It's a nuisance. I'm not used to dealing with this stuff on my own. I make a bunch of phone calls and find a new agent who's willing to take me on despite the mess I've created recently. If that isn't bad enough, Violet's phone has been disconnected, which tells me she changed her number. I have no way to contact her aside from email, which isn't the way I want to go about explaining what happened. Beyond that, practices are rough. Coach is right. If Butterson and I can't deal with our problems, we're going to destroy our chances of making it to the finals. I don't want to be the reason for that. He pulls Butterson and me aside and tells us we're to keep our personal issues off the ice, or he'll encourage the general manager to trade both of us. I think he means it. Butterson watches Coach walk away. For the sake of our team, I'm going to let this go on the ice, but don't think for a second I've forgiven you for what you've done to Violet. I get that. I'd really like to apologize to her. He points a finger at me. Stay away from her. Violet's broken up enough as it is. She doesn't need you making this worse by throwing out some meaningless apology. I push his hand away. It's not meaningless. I care about her. Yeah? Well, if that's the way you treat people you care about, I'd hate to see how you are with the ones you don't even like. How you got to be captain of this team is beyond me. You're a selfish jerk. He turns away and skates back onto the ice. He's not wrong, which makes me feel 1,000,000 times worse. Despite Butterson's violent warning, I try to contact Violet. I call her parents, hoping if I get to Sky, I can persuade her to put Violet on the phone. Hall Butterson residence. Hi, Sky. Alex. Based on her icy tone, she's not happy with me. You screwed up big time. I heave a sigh. I really did. Violet doesn't want to talk to you. I know. Buck's made it pretty clear, and so has Violet. I kick at the leg of my bed, noticing something red peeking out from the bottom. Picking it up, I find a pair of Violet's undergarments, the red ones with my name on them. I sit down on the edge of the mattress and resist the urge to examine them closely. I'm afraid I can't help you out of this one, she says after a long pause. I heave a despondent sigh. I expected this. She's Violet's mother, after all. It's her duty to protect her daughter. I'm lucky she isn't scolding me severely. I figured as much. Honestly, Alex, you're such a fighter on the ice. Why can't you be the same way off it? Stop being an idiot and make a move. You haven't even sent her flowers,
And you always send her flowers, whether you've messed up or not. How do you think that looks? This is what I need. More people to tell me how badly I've screwed this up and what to do to fix it. You think I should send her flowers? No, Alex, I don't think you should send her flowers. She uses the tone reserved for mothers who want to make you feel like a complete idiot. But then what? You're a smart boy. She stops herself. Some of the time. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Otherwise, you don't deserve to be with my daughter. A dial tone follows. Violet's mom has hung up on me. I called Daring. He's the only other person I can think of who might be willing to help. Unfortunately, he doesn't pick up, and it's clear he's still not talking to me off the ice. I try one last person, my father. His ability to help is questionable. Hey, Alex. I make small talk for a minute or two until I can't stand the awkward chit-chat. I screwed up with Violet. I know. So does most of North America, as well as other hockey-watching countries. You've messed up with Mom, right? She can be a bit of a Fruit Loop. I'm positive my father's been in the doghouse plenty of times. Of course. My father sighs. I have the benefit of keeping my private life private. That isn't the case with you and Violet? No, it's not. I shouldn't have followed Dick's advice. No, Alex, you shouldn't have. I fired him. It's about really time. My dad exhales into the receiver with a whoosh. There's a good chance he's doing research. I know it was hard when you started playing professional hockey. I understand you want to be the best, and you want to prove you are. You don't need the endorsements to do that. I just wanted this, you know? But at what cost, Alex? You don't need validation. You're team captain. You make more money a year than I will in a lifetime. What you need to do is be an older brother your sister can look up to, not one she has to defend because you've earned a bad reputation over old rumors. And you need someone like Violet to keep your head on straight. Stop worrying about what other people think and do what's best for you. Violet is what's best for me. Then fight for her. She won't talk to me. And you're going to let that stop you? Since when do you give up that easily? He has a point. I don't. I can find a way to get Violet's attention. I shouldn't let anything stand in my way, especially not an endorsement. No matter how much I want it, it's not worth losing Violet. Good. I hope you figure this out, son. I really like Violet. She's good for you. Let's hope I can convince her I'm good for her too. You've got the art of persuasion on your side. Thanks, Dad. I'm gonna need it. I have to come up with something better than flowers or candy to fix this. I have to show her unequivocally that I need her far more than any endorsement. I stew for several hours, trying to come up with a creative way to get Violet to hear me out. If she won't answer my phone calls, there's one option that worked in the past. Hunting her down is the best chance I have. I change out of my sweats into dress pants and a button-down shirt. I should look presentable. I can't do anything about my nose. The white bandage and splint cover the worst of the swelling and bruising. The playoff beard has to stay, even if it makes me look less presentable. It's a tradition I won't mess with. The only way I'll get back on the team's good side is by playing well. Game 4 of the series is tomorrow night, and we're up 2-1. Shaving my beard could jinx the game. I concede by cleaning it up around the edges, so I only look partly unpresentable. I figure stopping at her house is my best first shot. Flowers aren't going to be enough this time. I need something better. I stop by the coffee shop we went to on our first date. They have one of those caramel crunch cakes, but slices are missing. A piece isn't enough. It has to be the whole thing. I still get her one of those green seaweed-looking drinks she likes, though. An ice cream store down the street is still open. Girls like ice cream when boyfriends mess up, based on my experience with Sunny, and Violet likes cake, so it seems like a logical choice. I wipe my sweaty palms on my pants after I park in Violet's driveway behind her beat-up SUV. A few media jerks tag along behind me, as seems to be the way of things these days.
They stay on the sidewalk, keeping a respectable distance while they shout questions. Sydney intercepts me before I get more than 5 feet from my car. We're the same height, but right now, I feel small. "Hello, Mr. Butterson. How are you this evening?" I check to make sure he doesn't have a baseball bat hidden behind his back. I've hurt Violet, which means he's suffering in some way because of what I've done. It makes sense he'd be protective of Violet under these circumstances.
I know what it's like living with a scorned woman. If Sunny or my mother was miserable, everyone else in the house had to be too. Alex? He steps in front of the gate, blocking the way to the pool house. I was wondering if Violet's home. Yeah, she's home. She's busy packing. Packing? I scan the pool house. She's moving. She wants her own place. He says it as if it's my fault. Maybe it is. Is she staying in the city? If Violet wants you to know where she's moving, I'm sure she'll get in touch. He's not going to make this easy. Do you think I could speak with her? Violet made it pretty clear she doesn't want to see you right now. In fact, she said she never wants to see you again. Can't really say as I blame her either. His lip twitches, his disdain for me obvious. I have a sinking feeling once Violet makes up her mind about something, she doesn't usually go back on it. I understand. Could you give these to her then? I hold out the takeout cup and the box. This needs to go in the freezer. It's an ice cream cake. Sydney takes them from me with a frown and waits for me to get in my car. He's still standing in the middle of the driveway as I pull away, barely avoiding running over the paps who never seem to let up. That definitely didn't go as planned. The next night I have a game, so there's no time to follow up with Violet. I don't hear anything the next day or the one after that. I resort to emailing her. It bounces back. The message should be clear by now, but I'm not ready to give up, so I stop by her work. I make it past security, only to find Violet is in a meeting. Charlene comes down the hall, her smile far from friendly. She slips her arm through mine and walks me down the hall to the elevator. I want a chance to explain. Explain what exactly, Alex? She props a fist on her hip. That you invited her to move in with you one night, and the next you're pulling this just friends bullshit on national TV? It's been almost a week, and now you have the audacity to show up here as if she's going to want to talk to you? What kind of head games are you playing? I should have acted sooner. My agent wanted me to keep things on the down low. That's an endorsement campaign that's supposed to make it better? She punches the elevator button, eyeing me with contempt. You need to leave Violet alone. She's had enough of the media sniffing around without you showing up to make it worse for her. Next time I see you here, I'm going to puncture you with my stilettos. Charlene. She flips me the bird. As she clips down the hall, I check out her shoes. I don't want them anywhere near me. I go back and try to see Violet again a few days later, despite the threat. The media is constantly on my case, following me to the doors, hounding me with questions I refuse to answer because I have none. Those weenie dudes who work with her are as bad as Charlene, and I can't get within 50 feet of Violet. I even try stopping by her house again, media constantly in tow. Her SUV isn't in the driveway, and no one answers the door. Violet isn't with Sydney and Sky in the prime seats at the next few home playoff games, and Butterson is tight-lipped. I put my energy into practice and games because there's no other option. We make it to the third round, and I want to share my excitement with Violet, but it's been more than 2 weeks, and she isn't talking to me, so I can't. Tired of the media constantly dogging me, I tell my new agent, Jeanette, I need an image overhaul to dispel the rumors about my heartbreaker ways. She's in agreement, so she sets up a TV interview with one of the big entertainment syndicates. This interview is about my personal life, not my hockey career. It won't go live for several days, which gives me time to work on Violet. Not that I've gotten anywhere in the weeks since my epic mess-up. On the day of the interview, I discover Violet is moving to her new apartment on the weekend. Charlene passes the information through Darren. Media snapshots of Butterson loading a moving truck act as additional proof. Darren has almost forgiven me, thankfully. He's not mad about being punched. It's the stupid endorsement he's not quite willing to let go of yet. He does divulge the proximity of Violet's new apartment, giving me a general location to work from. Desperate for any kind of contact, I check her Facebook profile. She's blocked me there too. So I try Butterson's page. Moo pics of him with Violet toasting beers and packing boxes highlight his Facebook profile. In the background, the stuffed beaver I gave her hangs from a ceiling fan with a makeshift noose tied around his neck. Angry at myself and my situation, I tear into a bag of Cheetos and inhale the entire thing while I wait for Jeanette to pick me up for the interview. She won't let me go on my own, concerned I'm going to self-sabotage. By the time she arrives, I've eaten my way through the whole bag, and I've used my shirt as a napkin. It's in this state that I open the door. Jeanette's smile slides off her face. "You're supposed to be ready to leave." "I should fix my hair?" I run a hand through it. It feels greasy. She pushes past me, her heels clicking on the tile floor, and heads for the stairs. "Where are you going?" She stops halfway up and motions to the ceiling. "I assume your bedroom is this way?" Yeah?" She rolls her eyes. "You can't go to an interview like this." I glance at my stained shirt. She has a point. "My bedroom's a mess. I haven't let my housekeeper in to clean since the last time Violet stayed over." Jeanette makes a face at the sight, or possibly the smell. "It's ripe in here. Why are boys so disgusting? Get in the shower." When I don't move right away, she prods me toward the bathroom. "I'm interested in getting you your girl back, so you don't screw up the playoffs and ruin all your endorsement opportunities. You need to look and smell less pathetic. I don't care about the endorsement opportunities." "That's fine. You don't have to. However, it's my job to care about them, so get in there." I shower while she scours my closet for appropriate attire. 20 minutes later, I'm dressed and ready to head to the news studio. She inspects me as she would a side of beef. "Don't look at my beard. It's playoffs." I stroke it affectionately. "You look like a homeless man in expensive clothes. It should work in our favor." Jeanette ushers me out the door. She hands me a folder once we're in the car, heading to the studio. "These are the questions they're going to ask. You will not be evasive." I leaf through the sheet of questions. "These are pretty personal." "That's the point, Alex. You've spent the last 7 years acting like a womanizing jerk in the eyes of the media for no good reason I can see. You want Violet back in your life?" "Yes, definitely. More than you want the endorsements?" "Of course." "Then you need to show her you're not the total jerk. To do that, you have to be honest for once." I nod and review the questions. I've barely finished reading them when she grabs the sheet from my hand, balls it up, and tosses it on the floor by her feet. "What are you doing? I haven't memorized them yet." "I don't want you to memorize them, and I don't want stock answers. You need to speak from the heart. How do you feel about Violet?" "I love her." "Then make sure she knows it by the time you finished this interview. Oh, and there will be a print version coming out next week with the interview as well. We want to cover all the bases." She pats my cheek. "I hope I don't mess this up, too." We avoid the reporters lining the street outside the studio.
Never in my life has the media paid so much attention to me as they have in the weeks since messing up with Violet. No one cares about the playoffs or how close we are to the Stanley Cup. All the media wants to hear about is why I broke Violet's heart on national TV, because clearly we were in a relationship. Jeanette accompanies me to the green room. She shoos away the makeup people. "You look like hell. I want to keep it that way." I assume she knows what she's doing, so I don't argue. "How do you feel?" Jeanette adjusts the collar of my shirt and tries to smooth my hair. Like I'm going to puke. She puts her hands on my shoulders. "You can do this, Alex. Just be honest. You're an absolute doll. Show the drama-loving public you're not a jerk." "Okay." She pats me on the back and sends me out into the jaws of the interview shark, Angelica Chase. The questions start out easy enough. They're pretty standard and revolve around the playoffs and the potential to compete for the Stanley Cup. I give the humble answers I'm used to providing. Eventually, Angelica moves on to questions surrounding my fight with Butterson and the rumors that he's dating my sister. They're meant to provoke, as Sonny and Butterson have made no attempt to hide their relationship. I know she's going to bring up Violet next. It's always the perfect segue. "Over the past several months, you've been seen with your teammate Buck Butterson's stepsister. Recently, you intimated you were just friends.
Your comments seem to incite animosity between you and Buck. Would you care to discuss some of the rumors floating around about you? I look to Jeanette, standing in the wings. She nods, and I take a deep breath, ready to spill it. Violet and I have never been just friends. She nods her agreement. Media coverage certainly suggests there's more going on between you than friendship. So you lied in your previous interview? I wipe my damp palms on my thighs. This is it. I need to come clean if I have a hope in hell of winning Violet back. I did. It was a terrible mistake. It cost me my relationship with Violet. And why would you lie about your relationship? Because I'm an asshole. Jeanette gives me her death stare from the wings. I'm not doing well so far. Sorry, I mean a jerk. It's fine, we can cut that out. Angelica relaxes in her chair. Would you care to elaborate? I'm not used to being forthcoming in interviews, not where my personal life is concerned. You've certainly never seemed to mind the media attention before. I nod. This honesty thing isn't as simple as I thought it would be. I've always assumed publicity, no matter what form it comes in, is positive, even if it makes me look like a player and a jerk. Recently, I allowed some endorsement opportunities to cloud my judgment. I'm not sure I understand. Angelica slow blinks. You're saying you lied in order to secure an endorsement? I reach for the glass on the table and take a long drink, working to formulate a response that isn't going to dig me into a deeper hole. We all have goals. There were questions about whether or not I'd be able to handle the demands of NHL hockey when I was drafted. I had to prove myself as a valuable player. I didn't get this far without working for it. So when the endorsement I've been striving for became a possibility, I listened to some bad advice without considering how it would affect the people I care about. Are you referring to Beautiful People's Bachelor of the Year shortlist? Word has it you're expected to be in the top 10. Are there others? I can't talk about them. They're hardly worth it if it means I lose the person I love, though, are they? I look at Jeanette in the wings, concerned I've said the wrong thing. She smiles encouragingly, so I focus my attention on Angelica. So you're saying you love her? Violet Hall? Buck Butterson's sister? Yeah, I'm in love with Violet. She leans forward, lowering her voice. Does she know that? She does now. Angelica grins and settles back in her chair. I assume your relationship with Violet has created tension between you and your teammates. We're all trying to stay focused on the playoffs and the game, but yeah, it's been difficult. I'm not proud of how I managed the situation, and this may be my only chance to tell Violet how I feel. Angelica folds her hands under her chin. Why do you say that? Because she won't talk to me. I see. This puts you in quite the quandary, doesn't it? It does. What's so special about Violet that she's made you want to change? I frown, unsure what she means. Change? Come on, Alex. You're a notorious ladies' man. I'm not really. There's quite a significant amount of photographic evidence to the contrary. I need to be careful how I word this. I think people see what they want to see. Just because I'm standing beside a woman in a photograph doesn't mean I've had a relationship with her. Are you saying your reputation is based on conjecture? I won't say I'm not at fault for perpetuating it, but it's not an accurate representation of who I am, and it's not how I want to be seen. Not when it jeopardizes my relationships. You're referring to Violet specifically? I miss her. She's my Q on a triple word score. I'm sorry, I don't understand the last part. It's a Scrabble thing. Never mind. I just want her back in my life. What are you going to do to make that happen? Whatever it takes. Violet. I allow myself some time to mope post-epic televised humiliation. I even take a few days off work and lie around in ratty sweats and a stained hoodie eating copious quantities of junk food. I refuse to wallow in self-pity for long, though. I made the choice to be with Alex even with Buck's warning and all the red flags waving right in front of my face. Between bouts of uncontrollable sobbing and some mild self-loathing, I scour the classified ads for an apartment. I need to make some life changes, and I'm starting by getting my own place. Sydney secures a realtor who finds the perfect building only 2 blocks from my work. It's a tiny little one-bedroom, barely more than 500 square feet. The rent won't kill me, and it's in a decent neighborhood.
There's a Thai restaurant and a candy shop 2 doors down, so I'm set. It's also available immediately, which is a plus. As unhappy as my mother is about me moving out of the pool house, she helps me pack my things. 3 weeks after I was publicly dumped, Buck and Sydney load up the U-Haul while Charlene, my mom, and I head over to clean my new apartment. It's exactly the kind of distraction I need. As much as my heart hurts, the best thing I can do is move forward. I've changed my cell number, blocked Alex's email address, and stayed far away from social media. Alex has come by on more than one occasion, not just at my house, but at work as well. So far, everyone has been good at keeping him away from me, and I'm grateful. I don't want to see him because I don't think I'm strong enough not to cry all over him yet. "What do you want to do with this box?" Charlene asks. It's labeled with a biohazard sticker. You can put it in my bedroom closet. I'll figure out what I want to do with it later. She and my mom exchange a look. What's in here? Charlene rifles through the contents. All the stuff from Alex. I'm not ready to get rid of it, okay? My mom puts her arms around me and gives me a hug. It's okay, Vi. When you're ready, we can get drunk and burn it all. I laugh and sniffle. Heartbreak is aptly named. The thought of burning the water's beaver makes my stomach clench. I don't know if I'll ever be ready for that. My mom does a little jump like a Yuppie terrier and claps her hands. I picked up a few new things for you. She opens a box filled with brand new glassware. It's another diversion, and I gladly take it. Thinking about Alex makes me emotional. It turns out she went on a shopping spree with Sydney's credit card, so I have a whole bunch of new things I didn't anticipate, including a flat-screen television and an awesome leather couch.
Once my living room and bedroom are set up and most of the boxes are unpacked, we crack open some beers and order pizza. Charlene stays long after everyone else goes home. We watch bad sitcoms on my high-def TV until her eyes get droopy and she calls it a night. As soon as she leaves, the tears I've been holding on to all day begin to fall. I want the ache in my chest to stop, but I know it'll take time. I torture myself by watching hockey highlights until my eyes are puffy and I'm too tired to keep them open. In bed, I toss and turn, unable to sleep. I stare through the darkness at the closet. Several minutes later, I get out of bed and open the door. I flick on the interior light and kneel on the cold parquet floor to open the box. The water's beaver is on top. I bring him back to bed with me. I want to hate Alex, but my heart hasn't quite caught up with my head. Apartment living takes some time getting used to. It sucks when I forget something and have to wait for the elevator to go back up and get it. The walk to work is nice though, and having my own place affords me some much-needed independence. A few days after I move in, Buck stops by to play video games. It's his way of making sure I'm okay. He also brings treats. I wasn't sure what you'd want, so I brought options. He hands me a tray with a milkshake and a chocolate sundae topped with peanuts. That's a hard choice. I'm going to have to go with the sundae. Buck follows me into the living room, which is about 6 feet away from the door, and we lounge on my couch. I dive into my sundae while Buck sets up the Xbox. How's it hanging these days? Limp and to the left. I don't even crack a smile. That bad, eh? He's adopted some Canadianisms from talking to Sonny. It's fine. I'm fine. You keep saying that, but I don't know if I believe you, Vi. This one's gonna take a while for me to get over, that's all. Look, Violet, I know you feel awful, but Waters is a huge jerk. You can do way better. His phone rings. He holds up a finger and answers it. Hey, babe, I'm with Violet. No way. He shakes his head vehemently. I'm not telling her that. He's a jerk. Sorry, I know his brother. He chews on a hangnail while he listens for a few seconds. Okay, Sonny, I miss you too. There's another minute of back and forth, followed by an air smooch. Bye, Sunny Sunshine. I make gagging sounds as he hangs up. I shouldn't ask, but I can't help myself. What did Sonny say? Nothing important. Let's play something violent. He hands me a controller and picks up his own. I don't argue or push for more information. It's better if he doesn't tell me. I know it hasn't been long, but maybe you need to go on a date or something. Get out there and have some fun. He's trying to be helpful. It's nice, but not realistic. This is fun. I gesture to the screen where Buck is running over a pedestrian. You know what I mean.
Sometimes you need to get back in the ring and fight. I raise my eyebrow. A boxing metaphor for relationships is actually quite fitting. I know you've had some bad luck recently, but there's this guy. He plays for New York. They're looking at trading him. Buck, I don't want to date another hockey player. I set down my controller so I can shovel more of the sundae into my mouth, uncaring of the suffering that will follow this frozen dairy heaven. Not all of us are dogs, Violet. Randall's a great guy. His name is Randall. How awesome can he be? Buck mows down a group of people playing road hockey. He goes by Randy. Even better. His name is another word for horny. Sounds perfect for me. I'm not sure if I should laugh or cry. It's not Randall's fault his parents named him in relation to horniness. I can't even entertain the idea of dating anyone else right now. Besides, I could never get serious with a hockey player again, or a dude named Randy. I'd make thrusting motions every time I said his name. It'd be awkward. Wait a minute. Didn't Alex get suspended for really beating up some guy named Randy? I'm almost positive this is the case. That was Randolph Cockburn. This is Randy Balls. Are you serious? What's with these guys with terrible last names? Yeah, why? Buck, my perverted stepbrother, doesn't connect the outlandishly pornographic last name with the first name. Randy Balls? I burst out laughing. You want to set me up with a guy named Randy Balls? Can you even imagine what would happen if we got married? My last name would be Balls. Violet Balls. Huh. He makes a scrunchy face. That wouldn't be so good, would it? Especially if you hyphenated. Hall Balls? I continue to laugh until I start crying, which turns into hysterical, desperate sobs. I don't want to end up as Violet Balls. I want it to be Violet Waters. It sounds so romantic, and Alex ruined it all. My life is terrible. Buck has no idea what to do. He offers to go out and get more ice cream, but my stomach is already cramping thanks to my dairy intolerance. I'm sorry, Violet. I didn't realize how serious you guys were. It's not your fault. I swipe my tears away, but there are new ones to take their place. I introduced you to him. I should have stopped you from meeting up with him. How are you supposed to know I was going to hook up with Alex? Besides, you tried to warn me. I'm too much of an idiot to take your advice, that's all. I believed he was a difficult person in the beginning, and I still became romantically involved with him. He flexes his biceps. I can punch him if you want. That's kind of you to offer, but if I ever see him again, I want to do it myself. Buck pats my shoulder and gives me an awkward hug where my face ends up in his armpit. I hold my breath until it's over. I'll totally let you beat me. He motions to the TV. I indulge Buck in a few rounds, but he has to work pretty hard to lose. After an hour of Xbox, it becomes pretty obvious I'm not invested in the game, and my stomach starts to gurgle. Buck puts a beefy hand on my shoulder. You okay? The sundae isn't sitting well. Gosh, you're gonna have the moops, aren't you? I grimace as another stomach cramp rolls through. Yeah, I should probably head out and leave you to it. I follow Buck to the door and watch while he shoves his feet into his massive shoes. We exchange a quick hug, and I open the door. We're immediately assaulted by the stench of body odor. Melvin must have been in the hallway recently. Buck frowns. What the hell is that smell? That's my next-door neighbor, Melvin. That's from a person? It smells like a rotting, sweaty corpse was dragged through the hallway. I know, rank, isn't it? That's nothing compared to his taste in music. As if on cue, the death metal starts up. Is this guy for real? The music doesn't last too long, only 2 or 3 hours. I don't tell Buck that Melvin also stops by almost every night to see if I want to hang out. You let me know if you want me to have a word with this guy, Buck says with a shake of his head. I'm good, thanks though. I give him another hug, mostly because I'm desperate for affection, and send him down the hall. He stumbles past Melvin's door, the odor is horrendous, and then rushes on to the elevator. After a lengthy time out in the bathroom, I go to bed. The ensuing ice cream coma is neither restful nor peaceful. I dream of Alex and his air hockey table, except in my dream it's not me he's connecting with, it's some other difficult person. 2 days later, there's a knock at my door.
I assume it's Melvin because it's about the right time of the evening for him to come knocking. If that's the case, I can't even pretend I'm not home because he can hear my television through the wall much like I can hear his death metal serenades. I peek out the peephole and discover it's not Melvin, but Alex. All sorts of weird things happen inside my body. I feel like my stomach is going to come out of my throat. My heart is pounding like I've reached a peak of emotion. My body is so excited she's restless in my underwear, which incidentally are hideous, and tears spring to my eyes.
After almost a month, I should have a better handle on my emotions, but I don't. He looks exhausted but gorgeous, as usual, even with the full beard he's currently rocking. Especially with that very beard. He's all rustic and lumbersexual looking. I squeak when he raps on the door again and clamp a hand over my mouth. Violet? His forehead comes to rest against the door, so I'm only able to see his fuzzy jaw, and I hear him sigh. I know you're in there. I saw your Forerunner in the parking lot, and I heard you make a noise. Hands pressed against the steel panel separating us, I say nothing. Even though I hate him, I love him, and it really hurts so bad. I just want it to stop. I wish he hadn't done this to us. I want him to leave, but I want him to stay. I also want to know how the hell he managed to get up here. I have to bury my face in the crook of my elbow and bite my hoodie to stifle my pathetic sob. I know I really messed up, Violet. I just want to talk to you. Please, baby, I miss you. I made a mistake. If you let me explain, maybe we can work things out. I want to work things out. I take 2 or 3 deep breaths and clench my fists so I don't reach for the doorknob. I want to talk to him. I want Alex to have a reason for what he did to us. But whatever it is, it can't be good enough. There's no justification for that kind of humiliation. Knowing this doesn't prevent the ache in my heart from flaring until it reaches yeast infection levels of discomfort. Baby, open the door. You don't have to let me in. I'll stay here in the hall. You can even leave the chain lock on. I only want to see you. He pauses and waits a few endless seconds. His head thumps against the door. Everything sucks without you. I was under a lot of pressure. I didn't mean what I said. Then why did you say it? I scream, and then cover my mouth with my palm, horrified I'm too weak to maintain my silence. I put my eye back to the peephole in time to see him lift his head and brace his hands on either side. Because I'm an idiot. Please, Violet, don't make me talk to you like this. Give me a chance to explain. Why bother? Everything you say is mess anyway. He stares directly into the peephole as if he knows I'm on the other side, coveting his beautiful, annoyingly perfect face. You know that's not true. People make mistakes. This is a really huge mistake, and I wish I could take it back, but I can't. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I close my eyes, the pervasive ache inside rippling outward. I want so badly to believe him, but I've learned my lesson. But you did, Alex, and you're right. You can't take it back. Nothing you say is going to change that. Baby, please, hear me out. The desperation in his voice is echoed in his eyes. You need to leave. My words are at complete odds with what my heart wants. More than anything, I want to open the door and do exactly as he's asked. Hear him out. If I do, there's a good chance I'll be tempted to give him the second or third chance he's looking for, and my poor beaten-up heart can't take that right now. All I want is 5 minutes. Can't you give me that? I have to hand it to him. He's persistent to the point of infuriation. I'm about to threaten to call Buck and have him escort Alex out of the building when the door across the hall opens. It's Mrs. Bullock. She's a feisty little old lady with a mop of white permed hair. She eyes Alex with suspicion. "Excuse me, young man, do you need help with something?" "He was leaving," I shout through the door. "Violet, please." Begging might have worked once, but isn't going to now.
I rest my forehead against the door and cringe at the crack in my voice. Just go, Alex. Mrs. Bullock takes a long drag from her cigarette and raises her drawn-on eyebrow at Alex. You heard the young lady. It's time for you to go. Alex rubs a palm over his face and winces. I'm not giving up on us. Mrs. Bullock goes back into her apartment, but leaves the door open. Alex returns to the peephole. I get it if you need more time, but I care about you too much to walk away. You sure have a gosh way of showing it. My hand is on the doorknob. Thankfully, Mrs. Bullock comes back with a whisk broom. She doesn't give Alex a chance to leave peacefully. Instead, she starts whacking him on the shoulders. When a lady asks you to leave, you leave very, Mrs. Bullock shouts. God bless her violent, ancient heart. Alex covers his head with his arms. Okay, I'm going. He stumbles out of my line of sight. I'm not giving up, Violet. I'll find a way to fix this. Good luck with that, I mutter, as Mrs. Bullock follows him down the hall, still beating on him. I wait about 30 seconds before I turn the lock and crack the door. Mrs. Bullock is still in the hallway, wielding her broom like a sword. From down the hall, Melvin sticks his head out, death metal and rank body odor seeping into the hall with him. Is he gone? I whisper. She purses her lips and gives her a quick, almost imperceptible shake. Her cigarette is perched precariously between her lips. Her bright orange lipstick has bled into the creases around her mouth, making it look like a messy starburst. I hear the ding of the elevator from the other end of the hall. After a few protracted seconds, Mrs. Bullock clamps her lips around her cigarette again and takes another haul. Blowing out the smoke in a long stream, she finally gives me the nod. My shoulders drop and the tension leaves my body. I unlatch the chain lock and open the door. Thank you. It seemed like you weren't all that interested in talking to him. Too bad. That's one nice-looking boy. Her cigarette bounces between her lips as she speaks. The ash is more than an inch long. I can still smell a hint of his cologne, even with the pungent cigarette smoke and Melvin's body odor. Don't be fooled by the pretty. He's bad news. Must be if you're keeping him out in the hall instead of inviting him to share intimacy. I choke back a laugh. Mrs. Bullock is probably my favorite person in the building. Melvin waves from his door. Everything okay, Violet? I wave back. Everything's fine, Melvin. Thanks for asking. You want to play Guitar Hero? Maybe another time. His face falls, but he nods. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. The door to his apartment clicks softly, his stench lingering in the hall. Now that's a nice boy. The ash finally falls, landing on Mrs. Bullock's flower print slipper. Too bad he only showers on full moons. Really? She shrugs. It certainly smells that way. That's saying something, because my sense of smell is almost non-existent, thanks to these. She points to her cigarette. Well, dearie, Wheel of Fortune is starting, and I don't want to miss out on Pat Sajak. Thanks again, Mrs. Bullock. Anytime. I turn away, considering a junk food binge to combat the emotional exhaustion this whole debacle has caused. I hope you give him a chance to tell you how he feels about you. I swallow hard, fighting back tears. I already know how he feels about me. She nods solemnly. Ah, so it's a case of unrequited love then. Is it so obvious? How pathetic am I that my ancient neighbor lady can tell I'm in love and broken-hearted? Poor boy, he's like a lovesick puppy. She disappears inside her apartment before I have a chance to correct her. Alex doesn't love me. I was a game he played until he got bored. Then he broke all my pieces and threw me in the trash. Violet. The next morning, I find an enormous bouquet of chocolate-dipped fruit in the shape of flowers. The message on the card reads, I want you back, Alex. I'm tempted to throw the whole thing in the garbage, but it's such a waste, and the fruit looks amazing. Plus, it's covered in chocolate. I put it in the fridge instead. I'll share it with Mrs. Bullock later. When I get to work, Charlene is already at my desk with a cinnamon roll and a coffee. I tell her about Alex stopping by and the fruit bouquet. I even manage not to cry, which is an improvement. Charlene decides we need a girls' night out, and I agree.
Partly because I'm scared Alex will show up at my apartment again and I won't have the restraint necessary not to let him in this time. The cab pulls up in front of my apartment building. Neither of us is driving since the plan is to get very drunk. I climb into the back seat and she follows after me, giving the cabbie directions. I think you should talk to him. I respond with silence. My mom has been hinting, not so subtly, that I should rethink my Alex Waters boycott. I don't agree. I won't survive if he breaks my heart again. Okay, I'll survive, but I'll cry a lot and I'll end up gaining 20 pounds from excessive junk food consumption. Then I'll rebound and have meaningless intimate encounters with some other dumb jerk, like Randy, or maybe even Melvin. He'll think it's more than rebound depression intimacy and want a relationship. Violet, come on. He's been trying to see you for weeks. He came to your apartment. He was willing to talk to you through your door. He got rough treatment from an old lady. You can't give him the silent treatment forever. Besides, Darren says all this has to do with his former agent. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Are you on his side now? Of course not. Charlene's expression softens. Honestly, Vi, I've never seen you so broken up about a guy. Maybe it's worth it to talk to him. If nothing else, you can get some closure. This doesn't make me feel better. He's hurt me worse than Steve, the turd burger, ever did. Still, a huge part of me, which I hate incidentally, doesn't want closure. My stupid heart is still in love with him, even if my head knows I shouldn't be. Can we not talk about Alex tonight? I want to get very drunk and forget him for a while, I say as we get out of the cab. Char squeezes my shoulder. Whatever you want, Vi. We snag a table and order a pitcher of margaritas. There's a crappy cover band playing, which makes conversation difficult. At least I don't have to talk about Alex, even if I can't stop thinking about him. Violet? The overpowering scent of cheap cologne singes my nose hairs. Gosh balls, it's the flower delivery guy. Hi, Fred. You remember my name. I totally thought it was you. I haven't seen you in a while. He stands there with his hands shoved in his pockets, nodding. He's an odd dude. Yeah, I moved recently. I swish my drink around in my glass, hoping he won't ask questions about why I moved. The bobbleheading is contagious. I have the urge to look at Charlene to see if she's bobbleheading too. So, Reed, you and the hockey player aren't a couple or anything? He kicks the leg of my chair while he stares at the top of the table. It's all anyone asks me about these days. I'm sick of it and sick of missing Alex. Nope. Looks like we were just friends, even though we've been intimate. It isn't until Charlene chokes on her drink and Fred's eyeballs look like they're about to pop out and roll onto the floor that I realize how inappropriate my comment is. Right. Huh. Fred nods some more and blinks like he's creating his own personal strobe light. So, since you're not dating him, maybe you want to go to a movie or something? I stare at him because what else am I supposed to do? He delivered Alex's gifts to my house for weeks. I've probably tipped him more than $100. He likely thinks the tips mean I'm into him. A movie date is crossing the customer delivery guy line. Besides, I'll choke to death if I have to deal with his cologne for an entire evening. I know my silence is stretched on too long when he clears his throat. Look, Fred, it's cool of you to, want to cheer me up. I'm not in any state to be going to the movies with anyone, but Charlene here. I thumb across the table at my best friend. She's the only person who can reasonably deal with my emo self. Thanks for the offer, though. Oh, right, okay. He bobbles his head in understanding. Well, see you around. I feel bad for rejecting him, but it's for the best. Besides, he asked me out immediately after I mentioned my past intimacy with Alex. I'm sure he thinks if he takes me to a movie, I'll be intimate with him. If he talked to Alex, he'd know it took much less to get that out of me. Or it did. I'm turning over a new leaf.
one that no longer includes casual intimacy without definite commitment. That guy wears a lot of cologne. Charlene waves her hand in front of her face. It's too bad since he's hot. He does, and he is. Didn't I tell you he had a thing for you? You sure did. You could start a side business as a psychic. All you need is a crystal ball. One day I'll have to start dating again, but Fred is not the guy, and now is not the time. Charlene may have a point about talking to Alex if I'm going to get over him and move on. No matter how the conversation goes down, it's bound to be painful. On Saturday morning, I realize I've run out of clean clothes. One of the major drawbacks to apartment living is the inconvenience of using communal laundry facilities. I cart everything into the elevator and navigate my way to the laundry room. All the machines are in use. The whole room smells like onions and detergent, thanks to some burly guy in ripped sweatpants who's eating a sub. I don't feel like waiting or socializing, so I pack up my stuff and head to my mom's. I'm also low on groceries, so I plan to scam a meal out of her. I'm folding my third load of clothing, eating my second turkey and cheese sandwich, and watching hockey highlights when my mom drops down beside me. She's holding a magazine in one hand and a martini in the other. She smacks the entertainment magazine on the table with a dramatic flourish. Alex's scruffy, lumbersexual face is plastered on the cover. His face is everywhere these days. "You're coming to the game tomorrow night," she says with finality. My mom never uses that tone, so she must mean business. What game? I maintain a neutral expression, I think. My mom knows I know what she's talking about. The Hawks have made it to the Stanley Cup Finals. I've watched every game up to this point, often while hugging the Waters mascot. Tomorrow, the Hawks are playing what could be the title game. This is the first time Buck has ever been in the finals. But, no buts, Violet. You're coming with us. So is Charlene. She gives me her angry mom stare. It'd be funny if the turkey sandwiches in my stomach weren't thinking about staging a revolt. Fine. I've dodged every home playoff game at this point. I can't avoid Alex forever, and I should be there to support Buck. This could be the silver lining on his hockey career. I gesture to the magazine. What's this? There's an article in there you should read. I think you'll find it very entertaining and informative. I give her a look as she flounces out of the room. She thinks if she leaves it here after saying something like that, she'll entice me into reading it. It's difficult not to give in, but I manage not to look. When I get back to my apartment, I find a gigantic box of maple sugar candies in front of my door. Alex has been by again. My stomach rumbles in anxious anticipation. Miss Bullock must have been waiting for me to get home because she pokes her head out the door, cigarette dangling from her lips. Holding it between two gnarly fingers, she hides it behind her back so it's in her apartment rather than the hall. Your friend stopped by again. I see that. When was he here? He left a few minutes ago. Stayed for a good 3 hours, he did. The only reason he left was because he got a phone call and it sounded important. He brought me a little present too. 3 hours is a very long time to wait around. His perseverance makes more than my heart hurt. She disappears from the door and returns a minute later with her own little box of maple candies. Gosh, Alex for being a smooth jerk. Did he say anything? Oh yes, he had lots to say about you. Lots of questions too. That boy has it bad for you. I don't know about that. I pick up the box of maple candies. Underneath is the same magazine my mother tried to entice me to read as well, as a USB stick and, note Violet, I know you're hurt and angry, but please watch the interview on the USB. It airs tonight at 8. I miss you. Love, Alex. It says love. In all the notes and emails Alex has sent, not once has he used the word. If he's looking to get my attention, it's worked. I toss the magazine in the recycle box without looking at it, but I can't find it in me to dispose of the USB stick. After 5 minutes, I crack under the pressure, insert the USB stick into the port on my flat screen, and pull up the movie file. My stomach feels as though a dying fish is flopping around inside as I wait for the video to queue up. Alex's face greets me as an interview with a popular entertainment news show pops onto the screen. He's dressed in a button-down and casual pants, and he's still sporting the beard. Alex looks uncomfortable and uncertain as he answers the invasive questions. I hang off every word and nearly fall off my couch when he says, "I'm in love with Violet." I pause and replay it several times, processing the words. He's talking about me. On a show watched by millions? This is one heck of a way to get my attention. I would have preferred to hear those words face to face, but then I haven't given him the opportunity to say them to me with all my avoidance techniques. After I get past the initial shock, I listen to the rest of the interview. When I'm done, I'm certain of two things. 1. Alex is in love with me. 2. Nervous Alex is adorable, and his former agent is a jerk. Okay, that's technically 3 things I'm certain of. Whatever. The point is there. I nab the magazine from the top of the recycling and flip to the earmarked page. There it is in print. I'm in love with Violet. My heart is all sorts of gushy over his public declaration. I almost want to forgive him. Almost. Just because he said he loves me doesn't mean it's true. While the article definitely makes a statement, it could easily be another publicity stunt meant to help redeem him in the eyes of his fans. I don't want him to have advance warning that I'm going to be at the game. It's only fair since I had no warning when he threw our relationship under the bus and ran it over. I call Charlene and freak out. She already seems to know what's going on, so there's no explanation necessary. Should I call him before the game tomorrow? I don't think I should call him. He doesn't deserve a call. Do you want to call him? Yes. No. I don't know. This is probably an in-person conversation, Charlene says. Right, okay. Can you come over? I think my head's going to explode. Charlene spends the rest of the day with me. I make a list of pros and cons, which ends up being a list of all the things I miss about Alex. Surprisingly, that doesn't even make the top 5. Afterward, I make Charlene watch the interview with me 4,000 times. I should probably do yoga or meditate or take art therapy so I can stop being an idiot. Lying in bed later, my mind continues to spin for several hours before I finally pass out. I have the weirdest dreams ever, full of bizarre and fantastical imagery. Like I said, it's a bizarre dream. The next day, I do something I usually try to avoid. I go to the spa with Charlene and my mom. We all get mani-pedis while drinking mimosas. Then we get our hair done and buy new outfits. My stomach is in knots when we arrive at the arena. I'm so anxious, and Charlene's reassurance is the only thing capable of keeping me from bolting. We have the same awesome seats as we did the first time I saw Alex play. Other than looking at him through my peephole, it's been a month since I've seen him in person. Oh, here. My mom reaches into a huge bag at her feet and pulls out 3 black puck-shaped pillows. She hands one to Charlene and one to me. What is this? It's called a butt puck. I'm sorry, what? That's way too close to other things I don't want near my butt. It'll keep you from freezing off on these chairs, and, she turns the puck over, it's a cheerleading pillow. On the front of the pillow puck are the words, "Go Butterson." Charlene says, "Go Westinghouse," and mine says, "Go Waters." Upon closer inspection, I find a hand-shaped pocket on the back of the puck pillow, so I'm able to wave my butt puck in the air with little effort. I sit on the pillow, still snickering at the suggestive name. Talk ceases as the Hawks take the ice. Charlene grips my arm, and my mother whistles with her fingers. Raging anxiety renders me silent and immobile, both of which are highly uncommon. When Alex skates out onto the ice, I inhale a sharp breath as my chest constricts. For a second, I think I'm having a heart attack, but I realize it's just that I'm in love with this man. I haven't seen him in weeks, and I'm still conflicted about the article and the interview. He's so close, the plexiglass barrier the only thing dividing us. Even faux unkempt, he's hot. His beard is neatly groomed, unlike some of the other guys who look like they crawled out of the alleyway and decided to play professional hockey. Oh God, Darren is incredibly appealing. I can't wait until after the game. It doesn't even matter if they win or lose. Charlene yells over the cheering crowd. How can you say that? Of course it matters. Think about it. If they win, I have a passionate victory celebration. If they lose, I get to have a comforting celebration with Darren. I nod slowly, absorbing the information. She's totally right. It doesn't matter if they win or lose, she wins by default. I'm envious of her certainty regarding either victory or solace. I wish I knew what tonight will bring and whether or not I'll ever be reunited with it intimately. My body doesn't seem to realize a reunion isn't imminent, considering the way it's reacting, in preparation for what might never happen again. I hope I can get my gosh together enough to have a real conversation with Alex. One thing at a time, the game is first. Alex's brow is set in a deep furrow, and his pouty lips are mashed in a straight line. He doesn't even look around, he simply waves at the cheering crowd as he skates to the bench. I want him to notice me sitting here, but I don't want to draw unnecessary attention to myself, so I stare. As the end of the first period closes in, Chicago ties with Philly 1-1. I have to pee, but I don't want to leave my seat, worried someone will recognize me. Alex is killing it out there, but he can't seem to get the puck past the goalie. I can practically taste his frustration. The puck is a black blur across the ice as Philly gains control. I crane my neck to see what's happening when a body slams against the plexiglass and scares the living bejesus out of me. It's déjà vu. Those pretty eyes bore into mine the way they did the first time I saw him play. They hold shock, surprise, and a whole lot of appeal as his mouth drops open. I wave shyly. He's so close. If it weren't for the very plexiglass, I would be able to touch his sweaty, fuzzy face. Our eyes lock for the briefest moment before he pries himself off the glass and bolts down the ice after the puck. For the rest of the period, I feel Alex's gaze on me and meet it often when he's on the bench. He looks hopeful, worried, desperate, and determined at the same time. Interestingly enough, it's a reflection of my own emotions. I can't sit still, nervously wringing my hands every time we make eye contact. It's an intense game with a close score. I'm already in celebration mode in the third period. That is, until Philly scores a goal with 2 minutes left, tying the game. The crowd goes insane. Fans scream at the Hawks goalie and freak out on the defense. Unable to recover, they go into overtime. I'm on the edge of my seat, my butt puck no longer underneath me but pressed up against the glass as I scream Alex's name. He steals the puck from the Philly center and flies down the ice.
I can see 10 years of figure skating come into play as he maneuvers around his opponents with incredible grace. He dances with the puck, getting in close to the net only to pass to Darren and skate around behind it. Philly's goalie is focused on Darren, so he doesn't notice Alex come around the other side. Instead of taking the shot, Darren passes back. By the time Philly realizes what's happening, it's too late. Alex taps the puck, it sails past the goalie's stick and ricochets into the net. And just like that, Alex scores the goal to win the cup. The crowd goes absolutely wild, and so do I. It's a high like I've never experienced before. The Hawks swarm the ice, slamming into each other in aggressive, enthusiastic hugs. Wives and kids meet their sweaty, excited husbands and fathers in the middle of the rink, where the media film the action and broadcast it on the huge screens. The cup, in all its majestic glory, is passed among the team. Alex raises it above his head and skates around the center of the rink, his triumphant grin directed at me. A camera is suddenly trained on me, and my face is plastered on the huge screen for the entire arena to see. I raise the butt puck, shielding my face, and return his excited smile. Eventually, we make our way out of the arena, and Sydney drags the three of us toward the locker room. I want to be here, but my stomach is in knots.
My mom and Charlene flank me in an attempt to protect me from the media personnel. They're so busy questioning the team, they don't notice me. Not yet, anyway. 1,000,000 microphones are pointed at the team, with Alex front and center. They're all beaming, gripping the massive trophy. One reporter shoves the mic in Alex's face. How does it feel to score the winning goal? It feels good to be able to come through for my team on such an important night. We worked together to make it happen. Alex throws an arm around Darren, who stands beside him. I'm proud of my teammates for bringing the cup home. This is the version of Alex I thought I knew, the one who shares the victory. His eloquence and humility are sexy. I want this to be the real him, the man I've fallen for. He scans the crowd, and when he finds me, his smile widens, those dimples deepening. He passes the trophy off to Darren and grabs the microphone from the closest sportscaster. To her credit, she tries to hold on. It's comical the way her arm extends as Alex yanks it out of her grasp. I need to say one thing, he reassures her, then seeks me out once again. Violet Hall, I'm an idiot for not saying this sooner. I'm in love with you. A split second of silence follows his declaration. The subsequent roar of the crowd is deafening. Reporters' questions blend together in the cheers and screams. Cameras flash incessantly, blinding me and making it impossible for me to see past the spots in my vision. Microphones are shoved in my face. I can't hear their questions. Besides, I'm too stunned to speak. Alex Waters stole his own thunder in front of the entire sports-watching nation. Violet? It's the cheesiest declaration of love ever. It belongs in one of those romantic comedies my mom forces me to watch on girls' night, the ones I secretly love but pretend to hate. I'm frozen, which is unfortunate since my mouth is hanging open in utter shock. I know I should do something, but I can't seem to connect my brain to my body. Charlene is bouncing beside me, screaming her head off at the reporter who keeps trying to ask me questions I'm unable to answer. My mom grabs the microphone and graciously responds for me. She ignores their commentary on my relationship with Alex and tells them how excited I am that the Hawks won the cup. It works for me. Alex passes his mic back to the wide-eyed woman and pushes his way through the crowd. "I love you," Alex says. I can't hear the words because it is too very loud. For all I know, he's actually saying vacuum, which looks like I love you. The romance and sweetness of the sentiment is devoured by the incessant clicking of cameras and the overwhelmingly raucous cheers of the crowd. This is definitely not the way I imagined the first real ILY going down, but I'll take it. Somewhere down the line, it'll make a good story, if there's a somewhere down the line for us. Alex takes my face between his hands and presses his lips against mine. His beard tickles my mouth and nose. Disregarding his smelliness and the dampness of his palms, I thread my fingers through his sweaty hair. He wraps an arm around my waist and bends me backward as he goes in for a real kiss. They shared a passionate moment, connecting deeply. The intensity of their embrace grew, but she knew they needed to stop. Alex? It's difficult to get a word out when he goes in for yet another kiss. His arm tightens around me. I missed you. Yeah, I get that, but do you think we could continue this somewhere more private? I don't want to look like a complete difficult person if I can avoid it. Huh? Alex pops back into reality as he surveys our surroundings. Numerous phones and cameras are aimed at us right now, along with several mics. Oh, I'm sorry, of course. There's a ridiculous amount of excitement as he waves to the screaming crowd, and he blushes when he sees Charlene and my mom behind me, flanked by an irritated Sydney. Buck is behind the line of reporters, wearing an expression similar to Sid's. Alex keeps a protective arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me along as he clomps his way to the locker room. Inside, a few mostly naked guys mill around. Now that I know them by name, and most of them have seen me in a similar state of undress, it doesn't feel right for me to be in here. I cover my eyes with my hands. Maybe I should meet you at the bar. I motion with my elbows in what I'm sure approximates an uncoordinated version of the chicken dance. With my hands still in front of my face, I sidestep in the direction of the door, only to slam into the wall. Alex takes me by the shoulders and turns me around. "You can open your eyes now, Violet." I spread my fingers and peek through them. He takes my hands in his. "Promise me you'll be at the bar?" He looks so worried. My silence has been as hard on him as it's been on me, but I feel somewhat justified. He did tell the entire sports-watching nation we were just friends, after all. I nod, excitement and anxiety duking out in my stomach. "I promise." He ducks down, his lips close to mine. "I probably should have asked before I kissed you the first time, eh? Can I steal one more, please?" At my nod, he touches his lips to mine. He doesn't try to slip me the tongue this time. My parents and Charlene are waiting outside the locker room. They surround me like security detail, shielding me from the flash of camera phones, video cameras, and outstretched mics. "Alex has certainly created a buzz tonight," my mom yells. Charlene nods. Here I thought Alex was pulling out the big guns with the interview. Everyone's going to be talking about this. As we make our way to the after-party event, my nerves kick into high gear. As awesome and embarrassing as it is to be on the receiving end of a public profession of love, Alex and I still need to talk. Tonight's party is a private affair, but the venue is still packed. The crowd is in a celebratory mood, courtesy of the win. I accept a tall glass of champagne and sugary shooters more as a means to manage the nerves than anything else. By the time the Hawks arrive, I'm tipsy. Alex finds me immediately. "I can't tell you how glad I am you're here. It makes the win so much better," he says. His lips brush my cheek, but he doesn't make another move to kiss me. I have so much I want to say. While a conversation is coming, it will have to wait until later when he's not the center of attention and in celebration mode. His teammates and his family swarm him, but he keeps a tight hold on my hand. It's difficult because so many people want to bask in his glow tonight.
I can sense how divided he is by the way he constantly reaches for me, making sure I haven't disappeared. An hour into the party, Alex switches to water and stops accepting drinks. I follow suit, aware we should be sober for our inevitable talk. We find Charlene at a table with Darren. Buck and Sonny are cozied up together as well, along with both sets of parents. I look to Alex to gauge his reaction to the way Buck's arm is casually slung across the back of Sonny's chair. Surprisingly, he doesn't seem worried, although I suppose in the past month, Buck has made it abundantly clear to the media hounds that he's off the market. Robbie spans as soon as he sees me, his smile broad as he opens his arms and welcomes me with a hug. "It's very good to see you again, Violet. You too." He smiles down at me. "I'm sorry my son was a jerk. Alex's dad is the best. I don't think he sugarcoats anything." "Me too, but I think we're going to try to work it out." "I'm happy to hear that." Daisy stands when Robbie releases me. She runs her hands down my arms, her smile soft. She leans in and air kisses my cheek. "He's been miserable without you." It's Daisy's version of an apology, and I accept it. I've been miserable without him too. We join the table. It's cramped, and Alex has to put his arm around me so both of us can fit on the bench. The closeness is welcome, as are his whispered words of apology every time he leans in to kiss my cheek. When the party starts to wind down, Alex makes a call for a car to pick us up. We say our goodbyes and leave the bar. Once we're in the car, Alex gives the driver his address but holds up a hand and turns to me. "I know it's late, and we have a lot to talk about, but I would really love for you to come home with me. I'll understand if you'd rather I take you back to your apartment." The idea of going home holds no appeal, now that I'm here with him. I'd rather figure out how we move forward from this. "I'll come back to your place." The tinted glass divider whirs up, separating us from the eyes and ears of the driver. Alex takes my face in his hands. "It's been so messy without you." I put my hands on his chest when he goes in for a kiss. I'm aching for his touch, and my desire for him was overwhelming. Unfortunately, if I allow the kissing to continue, I won't be capable of coherent thought, let alone words. Plus, we're not actually alone. "I think we should talk." I'm all breathy and clinging to his shoulders. It's hardly convincing. You're right. His lips are still on mine. We definitely need to talk. He softens his kisses as though he's preparing to stop. I failed to push away.
The intensity of their connection grew, and she found herself deeply affected by his presence. After a couple minutes, Alex shifted until she was lying on the back seat. "Wait," I cry. He releases me immediately, and I sit up and move back a few inches so we're no longer touching anywhere. This helps with the whole perspective and control issue. While the interview explained a lot, it's not a replacement for a real discussion. I can't do this yet. I adjust my shirt and try to get my breathing under control. He runs a rough hand through his hair and scratches his beard. God, it's sexy. I know, you're right. It's just been so long since I've touched you. I'm sorry. My stomach drops into my toes. We're doing this right now? I've never done the "we need to talk" without it ending in a breakup. What are you sorry for? Beyond an apology, I want the explanation I never got, or never let him give me. For saying you were just a friend when I should have said, "I'm in love with you." For listening to my stupid jerk agent, who I fired, by the way. For blindsiding you and not telling you how I felt about you sooner. It's a decent list. I want so badly to forgive him and move on, but he ripped my heart out and high-sticked it into the dumpster. Do you understand how much you hurt me? He turns, facing me, and takes my hands. I know, and I'm sorry. As soon as I said it, I wanted to take it back, but I couldn't. I didn't know how to fix it once it was done. You wouldn't talk to me. Can you blame me? No. What I did was awful. His knee bounces nervously. I know, an apology is just words if it isn't followed by action. I just want a chance to show you that I love you. There's a huge void in my life, and you're the only person who can fill it. How do I know you mean any of this? How do I know this isn't part of some publicity stunt to help boost your reputation? It's a reasonable, if not slightly neurotic, question. Come on, Violet, you know me better than that. Do I? I'm not sure if that's true. One minute you were asking me to move in with you, and the next you tell the media we're just friends. How does that even work, Alex? There's no denying how I felt about him before he did what he did, and those feelings are definitely still there. However, there are so many sticky webs to weave through, and I don't want to end up tangled in them. I should have been upfront with you about Dick and the endorsements. None of it felt right, but I was under so much pressure. It's a terrible excuse, I know that. I'm not justifying why I said what I said. I'm just trying to explain so you'll understand and maybe find a way to forgive me. He sighs. You're here right now, so I hope you want to work it out, too. Unless you're just here for what? This. He gestured, hinting at their physical connection. It's the first time I've ever seen Alex look truly insecure. As a famous hockey player, women must want to use him for sex all the time. Meaningless sex could make a person feel lonely and resentful after a while. I gave him a small, sad smile. Our initial connection may have been physical, but that's not why I came home with you. He looks relieved. Do you think you can forgive me? Avoidance was so much easier in some ways. I think so. Then talk to me, please. Tell me what you need. What he did was hurtful, but at the same time, I've made this harder on myself by postponing a conversation. Instead of confronting him, I shut him out. If I want to be with Alex, I have to let him in, at least a little. There's a big difference between being evasive with the media and flat out denying anything was going on between us. I need to know you're never going to do something like this to me again. I can't stop the tears from leaking out of the corners of my eyes. Sometimes being an emotional girl sucks. I made some bad decisions, Violet. I compromised your integrity with our private moments in the locker room, and I created a lot of issues for my team because I kept my relationship with you from Butterson. I did a really poor job of managing the situation. Alex cups my face in his palms and brushes away my tears. I'm shocked to find his hands are shaking. I'll do whatever I have to do to make it up to you. Please don't cut me out of your life again. He's so earnest in his plea. I have two options here. I can take a leap of faith and put my heart back on the line for this man, or I can walk. As terrifying as it is, I'd rather take a chance on him than wonder if we could have made it work if I'd been a little braver. I take a deep, steadying breath. Just don't do something like that ever again, and I won't have to. I won't, I promise. The car comes to a stop as he moves to kiss me, and the intercom in the ceiling crackles. We've arrived, Mr. Waters. Alex closes his eyes and exhales on an annoyed sigh. Releasing his hold on me, he reaches over and opens the door, and Jeeves offers me his hand. I accept it, feeling a little unsteady after such an intense conversation. Alex thanks him and guides me up the steps to his house. Once we're inside, things become awkward again. He shoves his hands in his pockets and offers me a drink. I'm not thirsty right now. Neither am I. He scratches his beard. Do you want to talk some more? I shake my head. I don't think so. We could play Scrabble. Right, because that's what I want to do right now. Maybe another time.
I step closer, and my chest almost grazes his stomach through the inconvenient layers of his suit. His eyes drop to my cleavage. I wore a V-neck tonight for a reason. Are you going to kiss me? He swallows. Do you want me to? I think it would be a good idea. Me too. He's tentative until I press into him, bringing us together. Then he cups the back of my head with his palm and lays one on me. It's all tongue and teeth and aggression. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Alex set me gently on the mattress. He hovered above me, his face an inch from mine. Did I do good? Gah. Is that a yes? He looks awfully pleased. I can't blame him. If I'd made him momentarily black out, I'd be smirky too. I nod in lieu of a verbal response. They came together intimately, connecting deeply. Holy gosh, Alex groans. I know. I nod into his shoulder and bite down because it's been a while and nothing has changed about his impressive presence. He lifts his head as he begins to move. I'm locked in his stare, unable to break it as he shifts his weight. I thread my hands into his hair and exhale unsteadily. The warmth spreading through my body is reflected in his eyes. His love, his desire, our mutual need envelop me, sensation and emotion merging. Tension built between them, promising an unbelievable peak. Violet, he slides his hands under my shoulders, holding me tightly. I moan the words I've been too afraid of until this moment. I love you. I hope I'm semi-coherent, or I'll feel like an idiot if he asks for clarification. My eyes beg to close, but I won't let them. I stay focused on him as the sweetest smile appears, followed by the unexpected reply. Oh, really? I'm reaching my peak. His lips part and his eyes glaze. He moved with intense passion, creating a powerful sensation that made me see stars and fireworks and leprechauns. Never mind the leprechauns, they're creepy. We must lie there completely immobile for 5 minutes, which feels more like 45. That was awesome. I look up at him blearily. I'm blissfully dazed right now. Uh-huh. Violet. Alex pulls the covers up, cocooning us in warmth and each other. I love you too. Violet. Our relationship isn't magically perfect after Alex apologizes and we exchange I love yous. We're figuring things out and having fun while we're doing it and enjoying each other's company. In the off-season, Alex trains almost daily, and much of his free time is taken up by promotional shoots. Apparently, stealing one's own thunder with a public declaration of love has an amazing impact on marketability. Companies are clamoring to use him for various campaigns. My personal favorite is his endorsement for a certain brand of athletic wear. I have a 7-foot cardboard cutout of him in the corner of my bedroom. He wears only boxers. It's a great source of admiration. Alex turns it around to face the wall whenever he sleeps at my apartment. I haven't moved in with him yet. It's only been a couple of months since we got back together, and I'm trying not to rush things. Alex is like a fairy tale prince. Not so much that he comes riding in like a white knight to save me, more like he dives into huge life decisions with absolutely no caution. He asks me to move in with him on a weekly basis. I've decided if things are going well by fall, I'll say yes. It would be easy to slip into a routine where all I do is go to his house and eat his awesome food and sleep in his huge, comfortable bed. I do this no more than twice a week. Okay, 3 times. We balance it out with the occasional sleepover at my apartment. Alex isn't a fan. It's not so much the apartment, it's the lack of luxury. I feel it's important to know what it's like not to have millions of dollars and 4,000 square feet of living space. Tonight, Alex is slumming it at my place. We reserve his sleepovers here for Wednesday nights. This is purposeful on my part. Melvin, my smelly, death metal-loving neighbor, goes out for his role-play club every Wednesday. He always leaves dressed as a wizard. Now, it's not that I'm trying to hide Melvin's crush on me. Alex knows about it. Although he's unaware, Melvin still stops by on a regular basis to see if I want to play Guitar Hero. What I am trying to hide is Melvin's habit of listening to obscenely loud music every night between the hours of 7 and 11. I don't want to give Alex more ammunition to convince me to move in with him. I'm not ready. I don't think. Not yet. Alex is sitting on my couch, nursing a light beer. He can't drink the regular stuff because of preseason training. He rarely takes a break from all the healthy eating. We're watching Netflix, since I won't pay for cable, and I won't let Alex pay for it either. Melvin should be out tonight with his friends. Instead, he's serenading us with his music. I can sing along if I want to, or scream, as the case may be. What the freakin' is wrong with that guy? He glares at the wall separating us from the barely muffled sound. Maybe he has a hearing impairment. Melvin's hearing is fine. I believe he plays it at this volume to cover up how often he makes noise. The only reason he can get away with it is because the neighbor on the other side is an old man who's practically deaf. He also happens to be Mrs. Bullock's frequent visitor, the old man, not Melvin. I discovered this when I caught him leaving Mrs. Bullock's apartment in her too short zebra print bathrobe, looking quite disheveled. How long does this go on for? Alex moves around as though he's uncomfortable, which is absurd. I fall asleep on this couch all the time. It's like sitting on a cloud. I shrug. I don't want to tell him it's nearly constant. Violet? He cocks his sexy eyebrow, his tone demanding a reply. It's not that bad. I don't believe you. I'm going to have a word with this jerk. Alex stands, ready to tell Melvin off. I can't let this happen. If Alex sees Melvin and Melvin says my name the way he usually does, like he wants to be intimate, Alex is going to kick his stinky backside. I don't want to get kicked out of my apartment, nor do I want Alex to be charged with assault. No, don't. I'm fine with it. I like this music. I hum along for a few seconds, thrashing to the beat. I really hate this. Gosh, why don't you want me to talk to him? Alex is too quick, too smart, and too perceptive for his own good. He crosses his arms over his chest. It makes his muscles bulge in a distracting way. Is he still trying to get you to go out with him? No. It comes out all high-pitched. I need to lie better. Oh, for goodness sake. Alex grabs me by the waist and carries me to the wall I share with Melvin, where he pins me to it with his body. What? We're going to make a little noise of our own. Alex grins, but his eyes are dark and possessive. Ooh, angry, dark, possessive Alex is sexy. Oh, good plan. His desire was evident. My body responded accordingly. I'm naked in a flash. My clothes literally incinerate off my body thanks to Alex's smoldering gaze. Not really. He's got nimble fingers. He only bothers to lose his shirt and undo his pants. Being the considerate lover he is, he still prepared me for their intimacy. Once I'm sufficiently primed, they came together in passion. Alex slammed his hand against the wall with each powerful movement. It was intense and loud, which is what he intended. At one point, the music stops completely, right in the middle of one of my epic declarations of affection. The music returns immediately, louder this time. This annoys him even more. He channeled his intensity into our shared passion, loudly. This made me the recipient of 2 stellar peaks of sensation. When he finally reached his peak, he leaves a dent in the drywall with the side of his fist. I can't stand on my own after he sets me down. At first, he's worried he's hurt me, and then he realizes he's been so passionate that I can't walk again. Here, baby, let me help you out. He carries me to the couch, his annoyingly arrogant grin fixed in place.
I'm too much of a limp noodle to do more than glare from a semi-prone position. Alex is a big fan of post-intimacy meals. I don't have a personal chef who prepares such things for me, so we have to go out to get something. I'm too dazed to argue against it, so I try to figure out how to use my legs again and get dressed with Alex's help. I tiptoe quickly past Melvin's door. Alex has other ideas. He knocks hard enough to make the light above us rattle. Melvin peeks out with the chain lock still attached. His eye, the one I can see, flickers to me and away. His face goes beet red. Alex wrinkles his nose as he takes in the rank odor emanating from Melvin's apartment. His smile is dark, and he keeps one arm wrapped protectively around me. "Hey, buddy, you mind keeping your music down a little in the future?" Violet's too polite to ask. It makes it hard for her to function. Alex stresses the funk in function, making it sound like a playful jab. "Oh, yeah, sure." Melvin nods, his wide eyes on Alex. "Thanks, man." Alex guides me down the hall with his hand on my lower back. I'd protest, but it's actually kind of funny. 2 horrifyingly embarrassing weeks after the wall incident, during which Melvin avoids me and Miss Bullock gives me knowing winks, the pipes in my kitchen burst and flood my apartment. The landlord tells me it's going to take a week to fix it. Alex totally overreacts and comes over to let my landlord know it's unacceptable. My landlord's not my problem attitude annoys Alex. After a yelling match where Alex questionably threatens to kick his backside with his hockey stick, my landlord says he'll do his best to get the pipes fixed as quickly as possible. Alex doesn't seem terribly worried about the pipes, to be honest. I hastily throw a bunch of stuff into an overnight bag, and we head to his place. Alex rubs the back of my neck. "You can stay with me until the pipes are fixed." "Okay." I hadn't really considered any other options, although my parents' pool house is always open if I don't mind my mom popping in without warning. "Maybe you should think about looking for another apartment." "Why would I want to do that?" "I don't know, maybe because your landlord is a jerk and your neighbor makes noise against the adjoining wall while you sleep." That's a creepy thought. It's so close to my work, though. The music thing isn't bad. He pulls into his driveway. "Violet. Okay, it's bad. I can still manage, and I really don't want to pack up all my stuff again. It's such a pain." "Right. Okay." His face falls. I put my hand on his arm. "Alex, Melvin is harmless. He smells worse than Buck's hockey bag. He's not a threat." "I know, baby. Let's go inside and get you settled." I'm surprised he doesn't suggest I move in with him. Maybe I've avoided giving him an answer so many times he's afraid to ask again. I bring my overnight bag upstairs. Alex lies on his bed and watches me as I hang a few outfits in his closet. Then I move to the dresser. I have a drawer reserved. Mostly it contains a variety of underwear, some sexy, some comic book inspired. He takes off his shirt and unbuttons his jeans. "Hey, want to go for a swim? I hiked the pool up to 30 degrees today. That's below freezing, which is technically impossible since it's July and we're in the middle of a heat wave. Centigrade, not Fahrenheit. I don't have a bathing suit with me. So, what do you need a bathing suit for?" His grin is full of anticipation and promise. Good point. I strip out of my clothes while Alex watches from his bed. Naked, I sprint down the stairs and out the patio door to the backyard. I glance over my shoulder to find him chasing me, shedding his shorts, and nearly face-planting in the process. I'm almost across the lawn when he loops an arm around my waist and lifts me off the ground. He doesn't slow as he races toward the edge of the pool. I scream when we take flight, and we land in the balmy water with a massive splash. Alex keeps his hands on my waist, propelling us upward. I break the surface with a gasp, laughing. I almost outran you. His left eyebrow lifts. Not even close. It was totally close. I hold onto his shoulders so I don't have to tread water. You might have had a chance if you hadn't been naked. It's a strong motivator for catching you. His hands are on my waist and migrating north. Now we know what would increase your speed during practice. You know what you should practice? Floating on your back, he says. You just want to see me float in the moonlight. I put my foot against his chest, intending to use his solid body to push off. He grabs my ankle and pulls me toward him. We bob to the edge of the pool where Alex pins me against the side with his body. His smile is soft, sweet, like melty maple sugar candies on my tongue. You know me so well. He wraps my legs around his waist, but keeps me high up, so we're face to face. I'm going to start training again soon. Does that mean fewer sleepovers? It's a good thing my pipes burst. I can stock up on us time. I hope not, but I'll have less free time. I'll be at the gym and the rink a lot more. I've been by the gym while Alex was engaged in a light training session. Watching him run and sweat and pump iron is almost obscene. Are you worried about how I'm going to deal with that? No, he rubs his nose against mine. I'm worried about how I'm going to deal with it. I love that he's strong on the outside and a total marshmallow on the inside. I also know where he's going with this. Are you going to ask me to move in with you again? No. His lips are on my neck, teeth nipping at skin. Well, that's a surprise. No? He readjusts his grip, lining things up this time. Nope. That's an open invitation. When you're ready to move in, you let me know. It's not the answer I expect. I try to challenge him, but he kisses me and there are no more words. It takes more than a week to fix the pipes. After 9 days at Alex, I'm finally able to go back to my apartment. I'm not at all excited about having my own space again, and not because Alex's house is so much nicer than my crappy apartment. I've gotten used to seeing him every day. I even cooked a meal for him. Granted, all I had to do was set the timer on the oven. I made a salad to go with it, and I chose a bottle of wine. I'm totally domesticable. The second I open the door to my apartment, I'm smacked in the olfactory senses. It smells like a gym sock covered in rotten eggs. It's also rankly hot. I discover the gag-worthy odor is actually my garbage. By the time I'm done disposing of it, I'm dry-heaving and dripping with sweat. It's not a sexy look for me. I take a tepid shower and debate my options. Alex will be more than happy to have me back at his place, and I'm happy to stay there. I'm also certain if I go back, I'm not likely to return to my apartment. I've been holding out, thinking if I wait until the end of the summer, we'll have been together long enough for it to be reasonable. Putting a timeline on it doesn't change whether or not I'm ready for this step. I pack an entire suitcase full of clothes and throw essential items, such as my home waxing kit and razors, into a box. It says a lot that I've never fully unpacked. 6 boxes remain in the back of my closet, containing items which should live on shelves or bookcases. I haven't taken the time to make it happen. This apartment has always been an interim, a stop on the road to another destination. It's after 9 by the time I cart all my stuff down to my car and drive to Alex's. I don't bother to call. I park as close as I can to the front door and wheel my suitcase up the steps. I have the code to get in, but I figure it's more impactful if I ring the doorbell. Alex answers the door wearing only a pair of basketball shorts. He's good at pretty much every sport. He looks down at my suitcase. "Hey, did you forget the code?" My hands were full. "Something's wrong with the air conditioning in my apartment," I say, by way of explanation. The excitement in his eyes dims, but he grabs my bag just the same. "Oh."
So, salmon does have iron in it, but it's not a lot. Actually, I didn't call the landlord about it. He'll have to do something, Violet. You can't go without air on the 20th floor. That's the thing, I say as I follow him into the house. I don't think I want to stay there for the summer.
He turns around, his eyes the kind of wide associated with surprise and hope. Is this you moving in with me? I nod, and his grin lights up my world. I love being here. Yeah? He's still smiling as he pulls me in for a kiss. Of course. His love is the best gift, filling my heart, giving breath to a future I can't wait to start living. My favorite thing in the world is here. Me? You. Alex, Violet, are you ready to go? We need to get to the airport. I check the bedroom. She's nowhere to be found. I could have sworn she said she was getting her bags together. This is unusual. Where there's Violet, there is rarely silence. Violet, what you doing? Violet scares me as she comes out of the guest bedroom we've turned into her private space, which she uses to store her unpacked boxes. Trying to find you. Are you ready? I look her up and down. She's definitely not ready to go. She's wearing underpants and a tank top with no bra. We need to leave in the next 15 minutes so we can make our flight. She's not wearing a bra. She covers her chest with one of the books she's holding. It only hides part of her. She does the same thing with her other hand, shielding herself from my greedy eyes. The damage is already done. I've seen her. My desire has awakened. See what you've done? I motion to myself. I'm sure we can sort it out. Violet lowers the books, taunting me. My desire intensified, a powerful urge to be close to her. We don't have time, Violet. She sways her way over and rubs against me. I can feel her through the thin fabric of both our shirts, which exacerbates my growing desire. I can't deal with this intense longing for the next 3 hours. I'll solve your problem on the way to the airport, as long as you can multitask. She pats me through my pants. Lust barrels its way into my brain. I'm positive I heard an allusion to intimacy on the road. What can I do to help? I guess you can hold me. She looks pointedly at her chest. I'm already holding her. I give her a squeeze and try for a kiss. This leads to some intense closeness until my phone alarm goes off. We have 5 minutes to get in the car and go, or we'll miss our flight. We pry ourselves off each other. Violet throws on a pair of yoga pant things, and I load the car. I surreptitiously check my carry-on bag one last time to make sure the Tiffany's box is still in the front pocket. Once we're on the road, Violet fiddled with the radio. We shared a moment of intense intimacy. We made it to the airport in record time. The flight from Chicago to Toronto is short, and I'm super relaxed, thanks to Violet. We pick up the rental car once we land and leave the city, driving north away from skyscrapers into the dense forest and rocky landscapes. Where exactly are we going again? Violet asks as I turn off the highway onto less traveled roads. Lake Muskoka. Up until now, I've kept the details vague. We're only about a half hour away. Is there indoor plumbing? I'm not going to have to pee in a bush or one of those outhouse things, am I? My mother sent me to Girl Scout camp as a kid. There were spiders in the bathroom. She shudders and pulls her knees to her chest as if reliving the memory. I laugh. There's indoor plumbing. You don't need to worry about peeing on spiders. She grumbles something about it not being funny as she searches in her bag. Producing a lip balm, she slathers it on liberally, making them glisten. It reminds me of intimate moments. Gosh, I need to settle down. I'm way too excited for this vacation. Violet finds a music station she likes and belts out the lyrics to 80s rock ballads. She's tone deaf, but she's still adorable. This isn't a cottage, she says, when I turn off the dirt road and down the tree-lined driveway. Did you expect a rundown shack? Well, yeah, I guess I did. This is a house, Alex. A nice house on a lake. I figured we'd be staying in a trailer or something. I only get to come here a few times a year. I wanted something comfortable and functional, if not a little excessive. Violet takes in her surroundings. The 2-story cottage with peaked roof and stained wood siding is set close to the waterfront, providing a stunning view of the lake. The sun peeks through birch and pine trees, shining down on her upturned face. She closes her eyes and breathes in deep. She likes it. I like that. I take her hand. Come on, let me show you the inside. The cottage is open concept, with windows across the front giving me an uninterrupted view of the lake.
The master bedroom is no exception. Facing west, it has its own private deck, complete with hammock. We can lie out there and watch the sunset. I can't wait for intimate moments with Violet and nature. I don't even care if she's loud and the neighbors hear. Well, maybe I do. If I was into the BDSM stuff she likes to read, I might try a gag or something. I'm not. We'll have to play the see how quiet we can be game instead. Violet falls in love with cottaging. She also falls in love with sea-doing, kayaking, and my speedboat. I have 2 sets of everything, one for the cottage here and the other for the lakefront property in Chicago. I even try to teach her how to water ski. Try being the optimal word. Our neighbor has a 19-year-old kid named Lewis who's semi-pro. I consider asking him to teach her while I drive the boat, except Violet is wearing her Hawks bikini, the one I bought specifically for this trip. While I can understand why he's checking out my woman, I'm not interested in him getting close enough to really appreciate all she has to offer. I get his dad to drive the boat while I show her how to ski, and Lewis gives her pointers on form. There's a lot of intimate touching under the water. It may have had an impact on Violet's inability to figure out skiing. Later in the afternoon, we kayak to a natural whirlpool and share a passionate, intimate moment. By late afternoon, we're exhausted from all the activity and the sun, so we crash out on the couch and watch a movie. I must pass out hard, because I open my eyes to the sound of giggling and the flash of a camera. I blink blearily as consciousness slowly returns. Violet's lips curl in an uncommonly devious smile. What are you up to? My question is rewarded with more snickering and a very cute, worrisome snort. Your Snuffy is a superhero. Violet bursts into a fit of laughter. I glance down at myself. What the... Really? Are those googly eyes? Violet nods excitedly. How I've managed to sleep through this will forever be one of life's unsolved mysteries. It is wearing a cape. The googly eyes are stuck to the head in such a way that the opening looks like a mouth. And did you draw a mustache on it? I wanted him to be French-Canadian. Violet pets the dressed-up area and adjusts the cape. For a few seconds, I debate whether or not this is a messed-up dream. However, the up-and-down motion of her hand is a good indicator it's not. It's difficult not to react to the petting, despite the really very weird scenario going on here. Why French-Canadian? He's suave, you know, like French guys, and romantic. Violet gives an affectionate touch and leans in and kisses the area below the drawn-on mustache. I had a dream a while back. Super MC had a French accent. Right, because dreaming about myself as a superhero isn't strange enough. He's got to have an accent. Once, I dreamt he was wearing a tuxedo and we went to prom. Violet circles the area with a fingertip. The prom character even had glasses. I'm losing focus. I'm still shocked by the emasculated state, but her hand feels nice. She leans forward as though she's about to kiss him again. She does. Even I'm referring to it like he's his own person. This is so bizarre. Suddenly it's painful.
I sit up and groan as the area engorges further thanks to Violet's caresses. The cape has a little bow tied under the tip. It's cutting off the circulation. I'm only about 3/4 of the way aroused. I'm a grower. There's more to go. She's going to decapitate it. The cape, it's tied too tight. Oh gosh, I'm suffocating, Super MC. She pulls at the tie, but the bow unfurls into a knot. Gosh, her high pitch fuels my panic. I push her hands away. Let me try. Maybe if she's not touching me, it will stop growing. Violet stands. She's wearing a pair of superhero briefs and a sheer tank. She's not wearing a very bra again. Gosh, I scream like a little girl as the pain intensifies. "Elle, get scissors!" Violet runs from the room, taking her with her. "What?" I yell after her. Images of a severed member flash through my mind, deflating marginally. The problem is the blood already trapped above the neck of the cape is slow to drain, and I'm still mostly aroused. Violet returns with an enormous pair of scissors. The idea of any sharp object close to me is not appealing. What the... Really, Violet? Don't you dare come near me with those. Don't you have a pair of nail clippers or something not so very huge? Your Snuffy is suffering. I promise I'll be careful. Violet motions to the tip as if I'm unaware of the problem. So help me God if you cut me. I let the sentence hang. If I can't reach a peak for the rest of the trip, neither can she. I won't, I swear. Let me help. Her voice shakes and her bottom lip trembles. I hold out my hand. Give them to me. I don't need a crying woman with scissors near me. Violet passes them over. Sinking to the floor in front of me, she wrings her hands in distress. I take a deep breath and think of Grandma Waters without her teeth. It seems to help with the deflation enough so I can slip the scissors between myself and the string. With one snip, I'm free, and the circulation to the tip returns. I flop back on the couch, heaving a huge sigh of relief as the blood flow equalizes and the ache fades. "Alex?" Violet asks in a small, watery voice. I don't open my eyes because I don't want to see her crying. Then I can't be mad at her anymore. Considering I'd had a pair of scissors against myself, I definitely want to be angry for a few minutes. I grunt. I guess that wasn't a very good idea. You think? I snort derisively and crack an eyelid. Then I feel bad. She's crying. I'm sorry. I thought I tied it loose enough. She plucks the small cape from my lap. I even measured it against the circumference of my handspan. Violet demonstrates by forming a circle with her forefinger and thumb. I thought Velcro would chafe. It is still hanging out of my shorts, shrinking slowly. I notice lettering on the back of the cape. I grab it out of her hand and inspect it. The M and C are designed in such a way to mimic the S on a Superman cape. It's also blue and red. Where did you get this? I made it. You made a cape for it? I expect weirdness from Violet because, frankly, sometimes she's a little weird. Or a lot. I thought it would be funny. I continue to stare at her. I guess I was wrong. She looks down at her hands, biting her lip. I guess so. I could make it up to both of you. She looks at me with wide, not innocent eyes and tentatively puts her hand on my thigh about 6 inches away from me as desire began to stir again. While I don't want Violet to think she has to perform intimate acts in order to redeem herself for almost causing permanent damage, my superhero self feels differently. Violet smiles softly, and she walks her fingers up my leg. Intimate touch? She gently peels the googly eye stickers off the tip. Thank God she didn't use glue. Both. I'm feeling selfish. Okay. Violet shares an intimate kiss, looking me in the eye. She pauses for a second. But I want us to connect deeply. If that's all right with you, I guess I can do that. That's me being generous. In homage to the near-fatal choking, Violet makes her own Play-Doh so she can fashion a replica. We make a trip to Bracebridge so she can buy craft supplies and fix the cape. This time she uses Velcro to secure the tie. She dresses up the replica as Super MC. It's the centerpiece on the kitchen table so we can look at it whenever we're eating. It's bizarre and something Violet would totally do. And I still love her. In fact, for some crazy reason, I love her even more than I did before this whacked-out vacation. I've got the ring tucked safely away in the nightstand drawer. Now I need to put it on her finger. Over the past couple of days, I've come up with what I think is a good plan for a proposal. Violet isn't flashy. She'll appreciate something less ostentatious than, say, a public profession of unending love. Besides, I've already done that. Tomorrow is our last day here, and then it's back to reality. I need to bite the bullet tonight. No problem. Dinner is covered, there's a salad in the fridge, and all I have to do is put the steak and potatoes on the barbecue. Afterward, we can have dessert on the dock. I'll ask her to be my wife while we watch the sun go down. The mosquitoes better keep the really away. After a day of dock hopping, Violet is tired. She stretches and yawns. This is perfect. I'll be able to set everything up while she's having a nap. Maybe you should lie down for a while before dinner, I suggest. That sounds nice. Violet takes a few steps toward the bedroom. When I don't follow, she stops. Aren't you coming? She pulls her shirt over her head and drops it on the floor. Maybe for a few minutes. A little pre-nap sex wouldn't hurt. I can get dinner started after she falls asleep. As soon as I'm on the bed, she straddles me and pulls the tie on her bikini top, setting her chest free. She usually lets me take the lead. Occasionally, she doesn't. This is one of those times. Violet pushes on my chest to keep me down and then brings her fingers to her lips. I think I want you here first. She goes lower, running her index finger between her luscious breasts. She lowers her voice to a sultry whisper. Or maybe you'd prefer here. Skimming past her tan stomach, she cups her intimate area. And we can finish here. I'm game for whatever you have planned, baby. I grip her hips and restrain myself from flipping her onto her back to get things started. Violet leans over to the nightstand where we keep the lube for such occasions, which are admittedly frequent. The curtains are drawn, making it difficult to see. She rummages around in the drawer for a few seconds. Gosh, this isn't lube. She sits up, turning the package in her hands. What is this? It's at that very moment I realize what it is. The engagement ring. This isn't part of the plan. I don't intend to ask her to be my wife prior to such intimacy. It's nothing. Give it to me, I order, reaching for it as she holds it above her head. Did you buy me a sex toy? Is it a set of those weird ball things you shove up your intimate area? Weird bag. Give me the box, Violet. Ignoring me, she flips the lid open. Inside is a second, smaller box covered in black velvet. The pale blue box drops to the bed. Violet is still topless, still straddling me. I'm still feeling a strong desire. Alex, she blinks in confusion. Give me the box, baby. I need to fix this stat. I don't want this to be the way I propose to her, half naked in bed. I want a story we can tell people, not one we have to censor. What's in here? Her voice is barely above a whisper. I'll show you later. My fingers close around her wrist. Why can't you show me now? She strokes the velvet. She knows. I can tell by the way her eyes widen. Alex, let's have dinner first. It's a plea. Is this... Are you... Her gaze lifts, her smile soft as she clutches the box tightly in her hand. It's not a pair of earrings, is it? Nope. All my careful last-minute planning will go to gosh if she opens the box. Or I could go with the flow. I sit up in a rush, and Violet finally lets go of the box. Lifting her from my lap, I scan the bed for a shirt.
One of mine is hanging on the footboard. Give me your arms, I say, holding it out so she can put it on. But I thought we need to talk first. She blinks nervously but complies. I slip her hands through the sleeves and pull it over her head. Then I drop to one knee and flip the lid open. I love you, Violet Hall. You make every day an adventure. Marry me. Violet bites her lip and stares at the ring. Are you sure? 110%. We've only been together for 6 months. My hand is starting to shake from the anxiety. Is this how rejection feels? If so, it sucks. We can have a long engagement. I don't like big weddings. Her panic is clear. All those people make me nervous. I'll mess up the vows and say something inappropriate. It doesn't have to be big. It can be just the two of us if you want. We can wait until next summer or the one after if a year isn't long enough. We can get married up here by a justice of the peace on the end of the dock at sunset. A very Rastafarian can perform the ceremony if that's what you want. I don't care about the wedding part. All I want to be is connected to you in the most significant way possible. I want you as my wife. She strokes my cheek. I love you so much. Is that a yes? Yes, it's a yes. Her smile is radiant, like the rising sun reflected on still water. I get to see it every gosh darn day of my life. I exhale in relief. That's good. That's great. I almost thought you were going to say no. I slip the ring onto her finger. I couldn't say no to you from the beginning. Why would that change now? I thread my fingers through hers, kiss the back of her hand, and move to her lips. I'm sorry I ruined your proposal. You didn't ruin it. I sorta did. Her hands drift down my chest. I have some ideas if you feel like you might need to make up for it. I bet you do.
They came together in passion as the day fades into evening and stayed wrapped in each other until the sun disappears below the tree line. Violet shudders. At first, I think it's because she's cold, but then a stifled giggle bursts free. What's so funny? She giggles again. I was thinking about Super MC. It looks like Violet has given my companion a superhero name. It's better than Snuffy. That's not much of a surprise, since he's been bringing you to your peak for the past hour. Fishing for compliments? Just stating facts. I'm going to make him a tuxedo. A tuxedo? And I'll make a veil for my intimate area. They can have their own private ceremony. What are you talking about? Super MC. He needs a tux, but no tie. That would be dangerous. Violet's entire body shakes with pent-up laughter. I take her face between my hands. This ridiculousness right here, I kiss her, is why I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Her hands cover mine, her smile full of tenderness and love. I'm so glad you fought for me. You're the best chance I've taken. Dove clutched her second prescription in 1 week to her chest as she approached the pharmacy counter in Save Mart. She hated getting any embarrassing drug filled. Specifically, medicines required for parts of her body below her belly button and above her knees. She even tried ordering personal items online. Her tampons and maxi pads had arrived in a covert brown box on her doorstep. She didn't even have to look at the UPS delivery man. Dove had peeked from behind the curtains in her apartment and waited until he was gone before she picked up the package. But her period was unpredictable, and she was forgetful, so she had to do the period walk of shame very near every month. Chocolate, something salty, and a box of hag rags gave her away to any cashier. Her first UTI had snuck up on her like a hairy little kitten. She never got urinary tract infections, but when she wound up crying from the burning sensation while peeing, she made an appointment with her decidedly female general practitioner. Dove filled her prescription for antibiotics at her friendly Save Mart pharmacy, comfortingly staffed by discreet ladies. Dove vaguely remembered commenting on her pharmacist's large belly. Mrs. Pills should be about 8.5 months pregnant as of right now. When Dove found herself battling a yeast infection due to the powerful antibiotics, she had to make a return trip to her doctor and picked up her current prescription. Now, as she got to the Save Mart pharmacy counter again, she waited patiently. She didn't see Mrs. Pills. From the conversation Dove overheard between the woman's assistants, she was now both a pharmacist and a happy mom to a healthy baby girl. Dove didn't notice the gentleman tucking purple and white bags into uniform alphabetic rows until he noticed her first. She had no time to run with her prescription clearly in view. He unfurled his large frame and his handsome smile at the same time. Oh gosh, kill me. Someone kill me dead. A lot. Hello? Dropping off? His voice should have been counting down the hits on some radio station. His green eyes flashed with friendliness and maybe a bit of flirtation. Dove swallowed hard and nodded. After an awkward pause, Mr. Fitzwell, as his name tag claimed, reached between her breasts to pluck the paper from her clenched hands. He raised an inquisitive eyebrow, possibly at her bizarre behavior, and smoothed the paper on the laminate counter. Dove was mortified when he announced the name of her drug way louder than Mrs. Pills would ever mention a lady prescription. Gynazool? Anything with the sound gyne in it would perk up people's ears. Dove looked over her shoulder. What looked to be an entire football team of boys was gathered around a grandmother lady. They were obviously showing her their support in great testosterone-filled numbers. Dove was sure the woman's problem was a lot more devastating than her own. All eyes were trained on Dove. She tried to curl her body into itself and turned back to Mr. Gorgeous McCloudy Pants. Dove whispered quietly, "Yes, that's it. Thank you." Mr. Fitzwell leaned closer to hear her. Okay. He seemed to want to engage in some more conversation. Have you ever used it before? Because it's a little bit different than your regular intimate cream. His voice just carried. It was like he couldn't stop it if he tried. Dove let her hands grab one another for support. If she didn't have a wall of teenage meat behind her, she would have run. She wasn't exactly sure because her heart was pumping loudly in her ears, but she thought the supportive boys behind her were snickering. No, I haven't used it before. Dove wondered if she could fit in her own purse. He obviously was quite proud of his extensive knowledge of pharmaceutical products. He decided to spout the difference between traditional yeast infection creams and Gynazool. You see, it's administered with one dose in an applicator. It's unique because it contains adhesive that will stick to your intimate areas, as opposed to running down your legs. I think it's called Intimagrab, but let me check. Mr. Fitzwell ignored the large crowd and clicked away on his computer. Don't check. Goodness, out loud. Don't check. Dove thought the blush she felt on her cheeks might actually give her sunburn. She tried to be savvy. She wanted to be an empowered woman who tossed tampons around like confetti to just anyone, but she wasn't. She could always try. Yup, that's it. Intimagrab. So, Miss Glitch, any questions? He turned his interested, trying to be helpful, sexy eyes back to her red face. Dove's voice got quieter as she tried to think. Anything. Is it unscented? Mr. Fitzwell squinted as if he could turn up her volume by making his eyes smaller. I'm not sure. Are you allergic to any types of intimate medicines? Dove's nuff talking before her head could shut her up. I need to use very gentle soaps because I have sensitive parts. Her voice was getting higher and higher. Mr. Fitzwell looked as professional as a brain surgeon. He clearly wanted her to have the correct information. There were definitely stifled chuckles behind her now.
Dove was pretty sure her backside was blushing as well. She felt a flush of heat like she was on a super high diving board about to jump. Okay, Miss Glitch Gynazool is not a soap. It will not work if you put it in and then rinse it off in the shower. He patted the prescription paper to emphasize his words. Oh God, we're talking about me being naked in the shower with intimate cream. Please, world end, kill me. I know it's not soap. If it's scented, I can't do scented. Flowers and stuff like that. Fruit-flavored soaps make things burnish. She could tell from the peaks at his face, Mr. Fitzwell had never stepped foot in a bath and lotion store wanting to try the array of fun fragrances. Nor had he purchased peppermint candy shower gel, foamed up his intimate areas, and felt an intense sensation. Dove crossed and uncrossed her legs at the memory. Mr. Fitzwell seemed concerned. Okay, just a heads up. It's definitely not good to put any fruits or plant life near your intimate areas. He made a V with his hands and formed his own pretend intimate area in front of his pants. Dove covered her eyes and tried to defend herself because now she could hear the sickly older woman beating her supporters with a purse. Dove's mumbling got louder with her embarrassment. I don't put weird things down there. Just make sure that the cream's intimately scented. Just plain, for intimate areas. She kept her eyes on the counter. Stop saying intimate area, you screaming jerk! The assistants were cooing and ogling pictures on the computer. Mrs. Pills had obviously forwarded images of her newborn baby to her coworkers at the perfect time for them not to come to Dove's aid. Finally, Mr. Fitzwell asked her for her phone number and birth date. You can wait right over there. I'll have this ready in 10 minutes. I'm sure the itching is horrendous. Dove shuffled to the hard purple chairs and grabbed a magazine off the rack to hide behind. From the questions and directions he asked, Mr. Fitzwell was obviously Mrs. Pill's temporary replacement for her maternity leave. Dove peered over the top of her magazine at him. He was stunning, and from the way he smiled, he almost knew it. His jaw was like a stiff, hard cliff somewhere in Ireland, the kind on postcards. His Adam's apple was prominent, a dominant feature. Dominant. He had the sleeves of his shirt pushed up and his forearms revealed. Veins and muscles. From doing stuff. All kinds of sexy, manly stuff. The assistants fluffed their hair when he wasn't looking and pretended to pinch his butt. After the football team took care of the lovely grandma, Dove was as alone as one could be in a Save Mart. Mr. Fitzwell looked over the counter while he was working to see if she was still there. Just before Dove could scurry her gaze away, she saw him look at her magazine and raise his eyebrows in surprise. Dove hadn't thought to check which magazine she was pretending to be reading. She just needed a shield to hide behind. She closed it and looked at the cover. It was a copy of Cosmopolitan with large print over most of the cover. Make your peaks of pleasure more intense and lasting. Dove dropped the magazine like it was a snake that had bitten her. Really, you? Crazy Lady magazine? Dove wanted to cry. This was the worst 20 minutes in her entire existence. After all her semi-clandestine feminine product acquisitions, she was facing everything she worked to protect herself against, and the drop-dead gorgeous pharmacist had witnessed it all. He knew her intimate area was sensitive to products, and that it was itching. Dove contemplated the magazine again. She wondered if she could actually paper cut herself to death while sitting in the waiting area. Mr. Fitzwell called her name. "Miss Glitch, your Gianazole is ready." She grabbed her purse and stomped over to the counter. He was smiling at her, ready to ring up her purchase. "You might want to grab some probiotics to go with this, fight the infection from the inside and the outside." Dove just stood and stared at him. She rarely got angry, and certainly not over womanly products with a man, but she'd had enough. "Listen, Mr. Fitzwell." She slammed her purse down in front of him, and he blinked in surprise. "For future reference, when a lady hands you a script like that," she pointed to the crinkly bag he was holding, "go get one of the assistants to handle it. No one wants to talk about her intimate areas," she mimicked his V-shaped hand motion from earlier, "with a dude." Dove let out a satisfied breath. "I told him. Good for me." She didn't expect his hurt expression and dejected nodding. His loud voice was quiet, finally. "Of course, ma'am. I'm very sorry." He motioned for her to sign the screen in front of her to accept the prescription. She hated the look on his face, like he was a puppy and she had just kicked him. She took the bag from his hands, careful not to touch his beautiful long fingers. She couldn't leave him all dejected and dragging. "It's okay, I overreacted. I get mean when I'm embarrassed." Instead of helping, he shook his head and rolled his eyes. "Great job, Fitzwell. Livin' the dream now, you big fool." He ran a hand through his perfect hair. He was talking to himself. Dove bit her lip, and he used her pause to explain himself. "This is my first day as a pharmacist. I just wanted to be really thorough and make sure you were comfortable with the medicine. I did a great job with that, huh?" She had been angry with him, but now she had compassion. This was his dream, and she was probably the worst customer to have right out of the gate. Dove smiled at him. "It's okay, Mr. Fitzwell. I think you're going to make a great pharmacist." He looked at her doubtfully. "No, really, you will." She reached out and patted his hand to solidify her message. They both felt the spark, an actual blue snapping spark. Dove's wool jacket, combined with the pharmacy rug, had turned her into a walking electrical appliance. They both pulled their hands away from the contact, shaking their fingers. "Very." Mr. Fitzwell stepped a few feet away from the counter and her. Dove laughed. It was clear nothing here was going to go well. "Well, I guess you got me back. I hope you feel better soon, Miss Glitch." He was smiling at her laughter. At least they could end the experience with a bit of joy. His teeth were pearly white and straight, and there was a hint of a dimple. Her uterus swooned. "Call me Dove. You already know so much about me." She held out her hand formally. He gave her a huge smile and went through the most awkward handshake of her life. He touched her palm with his first finger. When there was no shock, he flicked her finger to get rid of any latent electricity. "Ow!" she winced. His thumping forefinger made her fingers curl into her hand. Sorry, I'm making a mess of this, but it's just that I hate shocks." He finally grasped her hand, but it was before she could completely unclamp her fingers, so he wound up shaking her claw. "I'm Johnson. Thanks for being my first customer and breaking me in." He seemed like he was about to release her hand when she dropped her prescription bag between them. They both reached for it at the same time and clanked foreheads together like drunken sumo wrestlers. "Gosh!" Dove staggered backward. Johnson put his hands to his head, wincing in pain. The assistants tried to stop giggling, but lost their battle. Dove scooped up the bag and backed away from the disastrous transaction.
Well, Johnson, I might remember nothing at all after that whack, but my head won't forget when you struck me. Oh gosh, I just said he struck me. Johnson reached into the little pharmacy refrigerator and pulled out the first bottle he laid his hands on. He pressed it against the slight contusion on his forehead. He waved in her direction and had clearly missed her verbal faux pas because he was deep in the middle of his own, shouting, "I like to leave a mark when I hit people," in his too loud voice.
Dove's last glimpse of him made her smile for hours. To his forehead, as impromptu first aid, he had a bottle, clearly marked in bold letters. A medical suppository. Keep cold. Okay, I am ready. Please paste the content you want me to edit. Pinterest.